Just one moment. How do you play Sonic? What? How do you play Sonic the Hedgehog? How do you play it? Okay, but how do you like? Do you play it on a console? Do you play it on Xbox or PlayStation or something? On Fun? Oh, you play it on PC. Oh, okay, cool. Have you beaten it? Did you win the game? Have you beaten it? Yes, probably. Okay, very cool. Oh, you beat everything. Okay. Very cool. So you work really hard to beat all the games? Okay. You do bunny hop on Left 4 Dead 2. Did you beat Left 4 Dead 1?
Yes, I played it, but some people play Left 4 Dead 2. All people play it.
Oh yeah, no, I know it's a popular game. Okay, and are you almost done beating it?
Yes, I played the zombie versus VS people.
Oh, you play against people?
Yes, yes, against people.
Very cool.
4 versus 4.
Oh, you play 4-on-4.
Yes, 4 to 4 versus VS.
Oh, that's very good. Well, very cool. All right, what are your favorite foods?
Pasta,
Oh, cool.
macaroni.
Baller. I like both of those. Excellent. And what's your favorite dessert?
Like this?
Do you like ice cream?
Yes.
What's your favorite kind of ice cream?
Don't understand what is.
What flavor of ice cream? What kind? Chocolate, vanilla, chocolate chip, mint chocolate chip, cookies and cream?
Chocolate.
Oh, you like chocolate? Okay, very well. All right, very cool. Do you have a lot of friends?
I have friends on Discord.
Okay, friends on Discord only. Well, I'm your friend on Discord. You know you're always welcome here. And if you ever need to talk to anybody, I'm here for you, okay?
Yes.
All right, very cool. So what are your plans for tonight?
Can you repeat it again?
Sure. What are your plans for tonight?
Transport?
What are your plans? Like, what are you going to do today?
Drinking.
Oh, you're going to drink. What are you going to drink? TT?
Chai.
Oh, chai tea. Oh, good, man.
Yeah.
That's tight. Do you put any sugar in it?
I don't like sugar.
You don't like sugar. Okay, my man. Well, that's tight. All right, and
I drink chai without sugar.
chai without sugar. Any flavor?
What is what does that mean?
Yeah, good question. Is it like green tea? Is it like cinnamon tea? Is it like chamomile tea? Is it like lavender tea?
I don't have this level of knowledge.
That's okay. That's okay. No big deal. All right. So you're gonna drink perhaps. That's okay. I'll help you. I'll help you to expand. I'll help you to expand your vocabulary. Okay. So you like to drink chai or tea, and you like to play Left 4 Dead 2, and you have friends on Discord, and you found out about me from YouTube. Do you ever go on Twitter?
Probably yes.
Probably yes. Okay.
Twitter probably.
Oh, you find out about me from Twitter? Okay, that's cool. And do you like to play? And you don't like sports. All right. Do you have a girlfriend?
No, I don't.
You don't. Okay, that's all right. And do you like to? Do you like to travel?
I do, but I can't travel.
Okay, no big deal. And do you like to? What do you like to watch on YouTube?
I like watching cooking. This is popular YouTuber, a Russian YouTuber.
Okay, Russian YouTuber.
And I like Russian YouTuber Phasmophobia.
All right, what do they do? Play ping pong?
Ping pong.
Yeah, it's like a tennis game.
I can't play.
That's okay.
But
That's
I
okay.
don't play it so really.
Oh, you know what ping pong is?
Yes.
Oh, cool, man. All right. And you like this? What does a Russian YouTuber do?
He's recording in the horror
Oh,
and some games.
Very cool. Very cool. And does he get scared?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Get scared.
Does he ever scare you?
I will be.
Okay.
So really.
Do you like music?
Not really.
Not really. Okay.
Not interesting.
Not interested in music. Okay. How much more of Left 4 Dead 2 do you have to beat the game? How much more?
two 200 hours probably.
Wow, that's a big game. That's a really big game. Wow,
Yes.
that's amazing. Very cool. All right, do you like board games?
Yes.
Cool. What board games? You like chess?
Yes, I can.
Yes, you play chess. What about checkers?
I have a question.
Go ahead,
Do you
big
have
dog.
permission to game?
Yeah, no, I don't let anybody write anything. I don't have any moderators, so I don't let anybody write anything. If you want to talk, you can talk, but as of right now, no one can write anything.
You don't have chat? General chat?
Correct.
I can clarify myself.
Correct. I don't have general chat.
Yes, I don't have general chat permission. I don't see anything.
Yes, I know. No one does. What do you want to write?
Sorry.
I know.
What?
What do you want to write?
What?
What do you want to write?
No, wait a minute.
You're good, big dog.
Typically, there should be a general chat available on the server where all people can write.
Yeah, no, I know. I have it turned off. What do you want to write?
Wait a minute.
Take your time.
So that's could be a pretty intense connection to have all this other. So what are you talking about? So the Gemara says, no.
I just wanted to get assist.
See, in the beginning, when we first started Roshni Avodah Zarah was only complicated to allow us to do what they really wanted to do.
I don't know how to get this
It
assist.
was just a matter. So
That's okay.
what happens? Spend enough
So
time.
no one has access to general chat. So if you just want to say it, you can say whatever you want.
Then unfortunately, again, we really actively began to leave it. Tashma, that's how you can make up to great you later. Amar Eliyah Tzaddik, Amar Eliyah Tzaddik, Harim Chazer Al Tuchei Rav Shadi Shalayim. So we'll say Eliyah Tzaddik. See, that's very good. So Eliyah Tzaddik, which is also Eliyah Hanavi. Eliyah Tzaddik is going ahead and literally helping out those who were understanding. Shalayim again was plagued by famine when we were under siege. So Eliyah Hanavi was going and helping out all of those who were suffering from famine. One time he came across a child, and the child kept
People
on
come
exploding
in
from hunger
the
and like laying in
restaurant
the
and
garden.
only
Very
communicate
shiny.
with
I don't know, maybe it's Eliyah says to the child, "Tell me, child,
Correct.
what family are you from?" I don't know, Mishpacha Flores. The child said, "I'm from a particular family." Honey,
That's correct.
So Eliyah was surprised to learn that his entire family had died out. And the child said, "I am the last remaining member of this
Correct.
family." So Eliyah says to the boy, he says, "Tell me, if I'm willing to teach you something, right, that will save your life, are you willing to learn it?" The said, "I'm willing." The boy said, "Of course." He doesn't want to live. The whole so Eliyah Navi says to the boy, he says, "All you do every single day, say say that every day and you'll live." Amrlo, Tapok Samakal, Amrlo Has. So the boy said to Eliyah Navi to this. Boy said to Eliyah Navi, Has means to quiet. The boy
You can say whatever you want to me, but people write spam, and it's. I don't want to be deleting spam all day.
So ultimately, again, so can you imagine what it's like? If you're not telling this point, he's dying of hunger,
you can
right? Child, but it teaches that it's going to save your life.
Yeah, but even still, those don't always work.
Worship idolatry from his parents. That's when Eliyah said Hashem. The boy didn't recognize the name. He's like, "That's not our God. We worship a different God." And he silenced Eliyah. What did he do? Yeah,
but then they have to be here 24 hours a day. I mean, what do you want to write that's so important? That's okay. I'm just saying, like, I used to let people write anywhere, and then people spammed me, and so I stopped letting people write anywhere. Well, it is what it is, big dog.
Originally, when we first started that book, I was going to justify Arab lifestyle. But once we got into it, and ultimately, again, we clung to it, we cleaned to it. We became very connected.
Are you excited for the World Cup?
Something very interesting. If you notice, by the way, that is referred to Eliyah over there.
Yes, you are. You are excited for the World Cup. That is cool.
Obviously, calling someone a tzaddik is a higher level than no. So what's
Excellent. Who do you think is going to win?
What is Eliyah doing over here? What is he doing here? He's helping another chicken. So it's great to be in government.
Do you think Argentina will win?
And how do you become a tzaddik?
Brazil?
That's what it means. People often think that sickness means to work on yourself. Sickness means to
Kazakhstan?
Every person that's working on this.
Okay, are they good at soccer? Oh, Ty, do you know Borat?
The path of personal piety, the path of righteousness, the path of is not the one that is.
It's like the most popular Kazakhstan person in the Western world.
exactly what called Shalokea.
Yes,
Elokea. My
Yeah,
so what's it?
it's played by Sasha Baron Cohen.
The great voice that
He's
what is these?
he's not really from Kazakhstan, but he plays a guy from Kazakhstan. It's a very funny movie.
Listen to this. They call itself they said die die. What's die die? Die die is oi. Oi, woe to us, woe to us. They were lamenting the needs of her. And they were saying that these horror plays so incredibly overwhelmed. So overwhelmed. It's almost as if they don't have any ability to combat it.
You have a war to catch fish?
It's this thing so that has destroyed the base on the crush. The Kayale Hale, the Kakuro with Sadiki, caused the death of Sadiki, back literally you saw me Arain, have been exiled from our land, but dying in the Rashi Dano. And
I know you know Russian language pretty well.
is dancing between us. Look, Jabisa Man, Elena Kabure de Abdullah, Loki Ubanion, Lok Adre Bajra. So let's listen to this. So Chazal that they said for Baruch. The only reason he gave us it's hard for Avodah Zarah is to get schar. So Baruch, you know, make you a deal. Make a deal. You keep the Sahara and we're willing to forego the schar. Don't say since by the way you see examples.
Do you ever stream?
Never again. We're ultimately again they were tzaddikim who were suffering. And they said it's probably the only reason you visit suffering the planet.
Where do you stream, on YouTube or on Twitch?
Keep the schar also. You gave us the same Sahara for Avodah Zarah.
Oh, you stream on Discord. Okay, that's cool.
And the truth is, again, we're happy to forego the scar. So you must Basur Da'adigu, Basur Da'adigu, May, Yossi, Flossi, all the time you saw. Boy, Rahmi, enough of the Kistam and the Kia to have a Kassim, Ba, and this was a second white line. So Chazal, they decided that the Sahara for Avodah Zarah had just become too destructive and too bad of them. So they fasted for 3 days. And after the fast for 3 days, a little note came down from Shamayim. And what did it say on the little patak? What did it say on the note?
So you stream on Discord sometimes, and do you ever stream Left 4 Dead 2 on Discord?
What you're saying is good, and I understand that it is time to.
Is that fun?
See from here.
That's amazing.
See from here ultimately again. The signature of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is MS.
And you've been playing for 200 hours?
MS. Okay, what you're saying is good, what you're saying is correct, and now at the end of the day,
You've been playing Left 4 Dead 2 for 200 hours? That's very cool. Is it a hard game?
Running out of the Holy of Holies. So remember, again, just understand, this was during the
Not really.
So we'll say again,
All right.
so first of all, just in general,
It's an easy game?
to learn the Gemara about the Beis HaMikdash when we sit here together in Yerushalayim, Kodesh, just a few steps away from where the Bay is Shlishi. But just you just have a couple of hours of sleep falling into the chair right now, right? All right? It seems like. So you understand like what it means to be learning Torah together in Yerushalayim. You understand what this means. You understand what Jews throughout the millennia would have given to be in this spot. Sefazena and you, Yeshua, Father, Sion, how many tears pages for a Jew to do just for it to say Yerushalayim, just to see it.
All right, dog. Well, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Big dog.
So that I can manage to give us what happens. They daven from the Sahara, Rabbi Bizarre to be removed. So the Yitzhar Rabbi Bizarre was listening to this. The Yitzhar or Yitzhara, that's going to be removed. So what happens? It took on the form of a fiery lion cub. Fiery lion cub. And that fiery lion cub ran out from the Kodesh HaKadosh. It ran out from the Holy of Holies. Amar la, so we'll say, so Amar Lehu Levi, Amar Lehu Navi Yisrael, Hainu Yitzra da Avodah Zarah. That's it. Right over there, that fiery lion cub, that is Yitzhara of Avodah Zarah. That's it. Grab it. Yimaras. Badi the Katav Sila, Shkamit Bein Semine, as they were wrestling. imagine this as they're wrestling the Avodah Zarah, the fire lion cup. So what happened? The hair came off of the lion cup. The other color, the Arba person. Again, the lion cup began to cry. Out. So now he has asked, what should we do? Because again, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is talking about everything. Maybe Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to take compassion on the cup because it's in terrorist Shalab. Maybe Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to take compassion on it and release it. Amar Nabi Shadjua B'Dula Da'ab, because you have Abra B'Shayit color. Quick, grab it, put it cauldron of lead, top it of lead, because that'll mute the cries. So we'll say, so just a second. What's it? You know where the game is. It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's not a rush. We always make it through. So we'll say, so again, so understand, where does the Sahara for Avodah Zarah reside? Where does it live? It lives in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because we'll say at the end of the day, sometimes all of us have our yitzaras, right? We all have our wants, our desires, our proclivities, our lusts, our inclinations, and we think that those things are common, and we think that those things come from an impure place. They don't. They come from the Kodesh HaKadosh. They come from the Holy of Holies. Kodesh Baruch Hu gives us our struggles, not to bring us down, but just the opposite, to give us the opportunity to work on ourselves and to lift ourselves up. Your wants, your desires, your lusts, your proclivities, your yitzaharas, those are Kodesh Kadosh, because it's those struggles that will make you the greatest version of yourself. It's the ability to transcend those things that makes us us. Do you know what life without struggle is called? Life without struggle is called death. Right? You're dead. Right? If you're not struggling with something, chances are you're dead, right? Or just totally asleep at the wheel of life. Right? Oh, same thing, right? Same idea. Either way. Right? The nice one say, our Yitzhak is Kodesh Kadosh. The Yitzhak by Avodah Zarah, it doesn't live in Gehenna, right? It doesn't live in Galus. It lives in the Kodesh Kadosh. Because it is the holiest of the holy, because it was the Yitzhak by Avodah Zarah that gave us the opportunity. See, the challenge of our Yitzaharas is that, we'll say, if we're honest, I consider it to be honest, we don't fight hard enough. We just don't fight hard enough. We just give in. Or when the battle becomes a little too acute, we just yield. We just surrender. We don't have them. We never have surrender. We're so much stronger than we give ourselves credit for. So the Yitzhahara of Avodah Zarah, like every single other Yitzhahara we possess, doesn't really Gehenna and lives in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because the challenges we have, Torah gives them to us only to allow ourselves to become the best version of ourselves. And that's what I will say. That's why when they're wrestling the lion cub, so to speak, the lion cub of the Avodah Zarah, and the little hair falls off, and they're worried about Kushma having Rachmanis, because the emotional loves the Yitzhahara. Sounds strange. Why does love the Yitzhahara? Because it keeps us moving. Because he created it. Because he will say, the Yitzhahara is the Ribono Shel Olam's greatest creation. Because it is the Yitzhahara that is the engine of growth. So in that moment, the Yitzhahara is being wrestled, and it lets out a cry of pain. So it's almost as if Chazal is saying, and allow it to come back to its form of glory. That most of the things we contend with, they're not working against us, they're working for us. Those challenges are there are only there to make us greater. And all we need to do is get our stuff together, work a little bit harder, and recognize Yitzhahara is my best friend. He's really my best friend. It kind of gives me a link because more often than not, it gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't be doing. But he's really my best friend because if I can counter him, which I can, if I can overcome him, that's when I encounter my greatest, most incredible beloved. Incredible beloved. Listen. Just take it. Just take me where we are. All of us are following the race. It feels like a little bit. Feels like a little bit that it's going to be a little bit of what we. the circumstances, there are bounds. And also, that's why we have to mechazek ourselves. It's not just the Yitzhahar that seeks to derail us. It's our enemies. It's He says, the greatest challenge in life that we face is sadness. Because when you feel sad, that's when like you lose yourself in the pain, you lose yourself in the despair. And that's what Nachman says, mitzvah gdola yos b'simcha kolat. And whatever it is, whether it's Yeshua's Nechamas, or whether it's Lavayas, whether it's the Soros Tobos, or whether Chas V'Shalom, whatever it is, we got it. And whatever it is, we're going to go through it. And whatever it is, the power of the Yid is always the ability to utilize our circumstances to always become something greater. And we are here in Eretz Yisrael at this incredible tumultuous time. We said yesterday at the airport, it means we have something to receive, we have something to get, but we also have something tremendous to give. Let's go back. It says the Gemara. What happens? Good. So the Gemara said, good. Hurry. It's also like this. Oil-based butter. So now that we see that this is a Now what does it mean it's an Esras? Now that we see that Chazal said like this, now we recognize that obviously this is an auspicious time. Right? Why is it an auspicious time? Because I just want to find this. Does anyone understand what just happened over here? What just happened with this story?
The Brown University shooting and the MI2 shooting.
That's about the way we look at it.
So he's the suspect in both shootings.
Why they run away with everything?
So he goes there and he's this guy that's a fusion scientist. That's crazy shit about. So you find the thing about right? We're talking about the pulse. The electromagnetic pulse. They have a switch which we lose our electromagnetic sphere. It's protecting us.
Let's remove the immorality. Right? Why not? Let's remove the entire immorality from us as well. So he did say,
this guy on college, I get it. I killed this guy. If this guy in the electromagnetic sphere, so this guy invented some, or was on to some technology that could revolutionize power. If you're trying to find like cold fusion, those guys are into that's. Yeah, when you assume when one super brainiac gets out, he's involved in some fusion project, absolutely. And then 24 hours later, Trump Truth Social like merges with a fusion power company.
That's what he said over again. All of these is a corruption of a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for production.
True Social parent to merge with nuclear fusion firm in $6 billion deal. By the way, it could be totally unrelated. What a coincidence. Or Trumpian technology group, the social media and crypto company part owned by President Trump said would help develop a utility-scale fusion power plant. I would say, you know what that Portuguese fellow should have waited until he should have, if he was a real Portuguese man, he would have waited to see Cristiano Ronaldo one more time. He should have waited until after the summer to shoot this one. Here's the shoot here's a very different question about Valve 1. What's the difference between fusion and fission? Do we currently use fission, correct? Is this fusion we don't use? Which is a high school question. Say which sort of question? Because cold fusion is the holy grail. Nuclear fission and fusion are two distinct nuclear processes that release energy by altering atomic nuclei. They operate in opposite ways. Fission splits heavy atoms like uranium, while fusion combines light atoms like hydrogen isotopes.
And a person doesn't have a desire for
So is a hydrogen bomb a fusion bomb? Just is a hydrogen bomb a fusion bomb? It's fission. A hydrogen bomb that says it combines light atoms like hydrogen isotopes. In fusion, different process.
So why is that?
Okay, so cold fusion is something that they're all searching for. So the fuel is uranium, plutonium.
That a person desires.
Key differences.
At least when it comes to insects, that's not something that we desire. Incredible. All right, you know what? So back to This is incredible. So just to understand, and this goes back to what we were saying before. Every Sahara we have has a developed, but also has many positive uses and applications as well.
It's known as a thermal nuclear bomb, primarily relies on nuclear fusion for its immense destructive power, but it uses nuclear fission as the initial
but they were able to perform
is the trigger.
That's what the whole movie are figuring out.
That
says, okay, so it was around. Nice enough. I said, oh, no, deal, sir. Supposedly it was a story of Andrew. Someone says, what did she do? This is incredible. What did she do? She made a Kabbalah. She made a Kabbalah. I will say, by the way, if you want to point that out, see from here again, what's something in Kabbalah? She made a Kabbalah. And she said, if I get better, if I'm promise, I will watch single Avodah Zorah in the day. Wrong kind of Kabbalah. Intention. So what happened? I said, Hashem, I got you. I like that. I'm going to show. She was low. And she ended up watching every single Avodah Zorah in the day. Even she did a bar. She got about bar. Shot on the cover.
I think that's a symbol. You know what it's in, right?
She got about
As much as I think it's made up.
and she says to me, tell me, how do you worship this idol?
Well, I would never. You're not supposed to.
So what happened?
That's crazy. That's crazy. You said if you do that,
the show
wanna go old school.
so you
you're saying if you do that,
and you
we don't know.
here.
There's a
So
difference.
apparently that's a basketball competition, right? And when you right, when you do that, it's you know, but they got the color, right? So the nice thing is, and here, and that's what I call the balance.
Your estimated wait
With
time
my
is 1 minute.
so it's interesting that we talk about how
Less
many
than
ways.
that. We're about to get into the front. 96%. We're at less than a minute. We're at 96% getting into the MT files.
But like,
Oh, it's your turn.
Bob Orr was like,
See some shit. You are now being
what's the right
redirected to the website.
Like,
Immediately, a virus gets uploaded. FaceTime video of every jerk off session you're going to have from now to the rest of your life. I'll be in a
so again,
database.
if you put walk in there after you drink here, and you might just like the
Time
rough,
to search
but
core
I-
record and
that's
never
like,
find. What do you think is going to come out? So this is all happening live. It just happened out. What do you think is
and
going to
after
come
all,
out?
she says, oh shit. So I shut the fuck up. Right? So she said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'd rather get sick of that. I have to worship on all those hours. So the Gemara says, I'm telling you, stop doing things that is talking about Salas. So again, so ultimately, yes, also, I just want to point out, this is where the
I guess everybody's innocent. Turns out everyone's innocent. He was
like,
like,
I want to start off, you can hear it. There's the songs being left out, but it's the powerful art. All the other
guys, can we stop talking about
we do this. It's not like I don't reach it. Makes this calculation. It says,
portions of these documents may not be electronically searchable or produce unreliable search results. So,
like, this is like Rashi Yatsar. Why?
yeah, we're
Because
just
we
going to have
recognize
to we're going to have to wait a
that
minute
this
for the super. See
and the ability
if
for
they'll
the body
get
to
in
work
there.
the right way.
Get in there, go to work. You guys not watching how demo.
You recognize. Again, any concept, something that's open and closes up. Right? Something that's open and closes up. Something that's closed opens up. Right? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's something that's open and it's closed. Something that's closed and open.
He's so much taller and bigger.
Right? So when I say again, we also make it up. So again, I think this I will say,
The Jake Paul one
every
fight,
single
AJ Joshua.
really is
I wonder how
a
much
very
Jake
much
got.
corruption.
Oh, he must be getting an extraordinary amount of money.
So
Because everyone's going to watch.
Whether
you're boxing expert, type fake guy like me, or
not that
no,
this
you know,
game,
I
I
know a
mean, it's
little.
one thing about
There's
art.
guys who are real boxing experts, but the
You
point
have to
is,
not think about show. Okay,
everyone's
then
going to watch.
you
Even the
think
casuals,
tomorrow
everyone's going to watch.
So what's this? So
It's
again,
nuts.
you
It's
probably
a
start
nutty
off like that.
Yeah. Like Gervonta Davis is
Rather
not the best
again,
idea.
even though you work with
Gervonta's
that
small. He
Zara,
fights at
you work that
135. That's crazy.
ultimately
He can't be
again,
bigger
you
than the
weren't
guy.
so
But
attached.
when the guy's way
You just
bigger,
generally
now
have
I'm
to
interested.
about art.
Like,
And
okay,
that's when I
Gervonta.
show a big one. You stay to
That's what
when it comes to
how big Jake
I'm not thinking between
He's,
buckets of
yeah,
art,
like 216. And he's solid as well.
like
And
two
Gervonta
things that
fights
go through each
135.
other as
That's
well.
way bigger. Yeah, it's way
The
bigger.
rest
Yeah.
he said, no, no. And it's talking about art. It's something how you think. Summit,
Skill
aí
is
tem que
awesome.
Aquela
Only
dica
goes
mais
so
sua
far
que
beyond someone's that huge.
você
Yeah, it's just like
I'm
Javante probably could fuck him up because he's really fucking good.
You're never fully qualified.
There's him knocking down the ground. That's what happened. That's
Like
big.
only versus placement.
It's just from Josh,
It's on her. Like it's not totally attached. So that was like five times on the Zara. In other words,
He's so
some of the
damn.
Arabs were doing it, or not.
He's been knocking people out forever. What do you think? Top heavyweight.
You see, I was like, even when he didn't worship
Jake
something,
Paul. Well, this guy's he said like he doesn't want to fight. Like he doesn't want to fight David Benavidez. Like fuck that. Yeah, I don't want to fight that guy. But he thinks Joshua is. I don't get it. Benavidez is fucking
always the
terrifying.
primary.
Big no mistake. ROE. He could get ROE out
My
there.
son, my son, that you love.
Oh wait, yes. Yeah.
There was a guy by the name of Safta Below. She
Good guy.
is moreover. He rented out the shop.
Not taking it easy. Yeah, and you're trying to find a guy who's gonna take it easy. You think Josh was gonna take it easy?
David, she really hard. What happened?
That was a
The
crazy
lady,
story.
she
Seems
gets
like a
about
guy.
the
I've never heard that.
art. She said,
Whatever.
how big is it? First thing.
You saw that.
I check her and say,
No, don't make it go. You go.
I want to worship some foreign,
You
right?
go. Weird, dude. I was watching because I like you.
I'm a lot.
I was watching it.
So she goes in, she comes out. Then there's the Jewish guy who's been with donkey.
He
says,
I'm like that. It's just small guy. I'm boxes. Two
So
fights
he
in a
says,
row.
"Turn
Get really bad.
the bar really quick."
At least one of them.
Bike also.
There's
Right.
some moments in like the
So she
last
says
round
to
where
him,
it's just
"Hello,
getting
you
boxed up.
She says to the guy, "Aren't you here?"
He's so
Oh,
slick.
so he says, "She went to meet other
That
people
guy's
for a month."
38.
Well, you are
Post
how
fight,
you
I'll
got
give
hard.
anyone
He
you
said,
take.
"I'm alone." Who back my
Like,
name?
remember when
Right,
McGregor,
so
and everyone's like, I can't be saying all this. He was in a fight 20 seconds ago. He's going to be saying crazy shit. And his legs broke. And he just has a terrible thing.
Then I was like,
I don't know, post fight interview. He was like, they're going to say, well, they're just as bad.
right?
If there's ever a time where someone
was
pulls
like,
out a
now
fight,
it's not so he was actually
his leg was fucked up before that fight. They knew it.
to the
They
idol.
had done
I
MRIs
was
on
first
it and
ever
shit.
observed the council of the
They didn't know what it was. You know, it was probably like a deep bone bruise. But then the next impact on it snapped it. Maybe he had a hairline fracture or something. Just compromised. It wasn't much, man. It wasn't much. It wasn't much. When you consider all the times that it's weird because sometimes it doesn't take much. It's just it hits the kneecap the right way or the shin at the high spot. You know, like the top of the shin up here. It's so hard to break. And then the flexible part of your shin will just snap on it. But then it doesn't look like that. And then when I heard afterwards it was already compromised going into that fight, I'm like, oh man, that's a bad idea. But you think you can do anything? Fuck this guy. He beat me first fight, but I'm gonna fuck him up in this fight. Being Conor McGregor is literally being on cocaine. Whether you're honest or not, it doesn't
You can't do that.
Bro, he has the wildest press conferences back when he was fighting Jose Aldo. That was so fun to me. They were great.
For example, Cindy Martinez,
How do you go to press conferences? I watched that. Really? No, the weigh-ins, that wasn't the weigh-ins were wild. No crowd there. I was chasing that.
so
Well, the weigh-ins are crazy also because that's when they used to really weigh in. Kind of get on the scale in front of everybody. Now they have terrible weigh-ins, and now you weigh in. And then you rehydrate, and then you get on the scale, and I say official weight is 145, but so when Conor is standing face off with Jose Aldo, he looks like a ace. It was crazy. So let's see him get on the scale.
He actually worshipped it. Not attention.
That's Jose Aldo. So Conor got on first.
I'm not sure if it's this. What I do?
Look how sunken in he is. He must be feeling like utter dog shit. Yeah, how do you not fake?
child over, the actual is right to the there's a process. So let's say the person just gives their kid over to Molech. That's not what he's all. It's giving your kid over to Molech or Shneimar, Rizal, and hang on, that's what I said. This Yop and that is also you might have called as a child, but you can act with the child over to the
Super fucking very, like,
Well, however, you're not going to
for the class.
maybe you think that you I'm a little bit of a happier. The heavier shalom and all
I
that.
fought this
Yup,
dude,
you
and
I'm
that guy
gonna
was
pass into the fire. I'm not the Molech. The Molech. Once they're the head of the Molech from obey. What happens if you either talk to the priest? But he passes through the next fire. I never come out here. The never
and he also took a lot of shots in that fight.
if a person
He
went
hit a
ahead
lot of
and
big
has a child
shots.
who's blind, and they pass the child who's blind through the fire of Molech, what's that one? Or what happens if the child is asleep? So let's say someone gets the child is not aware of
He's a guy who has to cut weight to make 265 natural.
Are you
The Mexicans do.
then you know that
That guy that's just not that guy. That's hilarious. He's got a spirit for fighting, I tell you that. It's like the Mexican fighting spirit. There's been so many Mexican combat sports champions.
Plus it says you give up your
You
offspring
think
to
about how
Molech.
many boxers that are like world champions that were Mexicans.
I'm not really much of a not giving no people the
Julio
age.
Cesar Chavez, Canelo, Salvador Sanchez. You can go down the line forever and ever and ever. There's so many Mexican champions. Like James Nova, he's
or your grandchildren,
it's the same thing as like when they got into crisis actor. Right. It's like he just went through the most insane. It's like you gotta be a fighter after a fight. He's gonna be weird. Like you don't know how you would react. Yeah, you know, this is a fucking crisis actor. It's like dude, he just went through something he didn't know was happening. That also is the worst thing ever. But also, do you think crisis actors are real?
but he's still going to be hyped.
Like if you were going to pull off a major propaganda event,
And
you can hire someone to pretend that something happened and get a narrative and get that guy on camera. Right? How many actors do you know?
if you go ahead and you ask the children to do,
Yeah, I know, but how many do you think would keep their fucking mouth shut about whatever they're working on?
So this
Zero.
next video,
But here's the thing.
you're ultimately again
You don't have to
teaches
be an
us
actor to act.
how Molech was actually done, how he went ahead.
Kevin Durant was really good. And
Fire.
Kevin Durant. Kevin Barnett. He was really good. Kevin Durant gets up there really good.
So that also learn more today.
You got
That's
fucking
finished. So
Durant.
also if you want to think your tactics
Anyway.
with stuff, you get some sick that's like Saudi.
That are sure
Yeah,
like
that's
not
done today.
actor. He's
We'll
a
do
tired
that
job.
in the research. You know, a little bit to make sure. So again, use this time.
No, but the way crisis actor says that, I genuinely don't know if that's, well, I know that MK Ultra says
Now that
straight
right
for
now,
sure.
the top is up
That's
here
behind
because
the
of that
Trump videos
discussion
that they were
tremendously
seeing
sold us
change
from
things,
today's
you know,
time.
for
We know
sure.
that we are will get to
Can
the
they
tops.
ever put
Tremendously
together
sold
like
us
something
tonight.
fake?
Breakfast.
Yes,
And I guess is that
I think maybe pulling down that statue of that
that's
rack, they had some
so
fucking
I think our goal is
brown
not to
people show up and be like, yeah, we like this. I don't
8:30.
think like Sandy Hook, the guy getting done with Sandy Hook, his kids just died, and right before he gets interviewed, he's like smiling. No, of course that's a touchy one, but like people going, that's a crisis actor, because he was smiling before the interview. It's like, dude, he's a mental Not job. His kid just actually.
All right, Pillow Chai, good morning.
You know what I mean?
Good morning.
I
Such
think
as
it would,
first
I
one
think it'd be
question.
tough to get American crisis
Evil.
actors. I think it would be
So
tough.
when we got together in Shalayim HaKodesh, begin by thanking our sponsor for this morning cheer.
I don't know.
Our
Maybe I'm not.
I'm your commentator
I think it's easy to get a group of
Tosin Mishpacha, very
in
self
Iraq to
dedicating
be
all the Sherman drugs
celebrating
this
when we
year.
tear down the Saddam statue.
And Jesus was from the Solas Tovos and Israel. Hallelujah, we should see Mirz Hashem that Hechad in
So
Israel.
Benghazi, there was
And
attached
Mirz
to that
Hashem
weird
that
video.
So once we got let us begin. Today's daf is on the page 65.
It was
We are
like
actually
an
picking up on
anti-Muslim
Son
video,
of
and they were
God
trying
on
to say
the
that
page
it was the attack was in
64.
response to
And
this
this
video.
of Amar Yudah.
There was something
Amar
really
Yudah.
cookie
About,
in the video, not
I would say
right.
about 20 lines up
It was
from the
real
bottom.
weird. There was like some sort of like
Right across,
American propaganda
closest
film
to the
about
social
Muslims.
levels. So if you see I closest on the
God, I
right,
don't
just
remember
move
it.
your finger towards the left, and you'll see
Is
exactly
that
where
any
you
of this
are.
ring a bell, Jamie?
Actually, I've been so then we're going to be speaking about
There
Molech.
was like a video that they were trying to say,
So
oh,
we're
they attacked us
speaking
because of
about
this video.
Molech. So remember again,
And
we
then
have
everybody was like,
Obazara
wait,
of
what?
Molech.
And then it made
So
more
this
people
Olam
like
Obazara
dig
is
into the
all
whole
about
story, but
going
that's not
ahead
true.
and
And you go,
taking
whoa.
child sacrifice.
Lying about
So
God.
it's taking
They're
one's
lying
child
about
and
it
passing it through
without
fire.
knowing.
So
So
now
I'm
we're
just saying.
taking my focus. He said,
After a school shooting
you
or
have
like a
Obazara
thing in America,
performed. So
like
the Gemara
having
says, take it on.
fake
How
actors,
exactly,
it
what
seems
does the
impossible.
Obazara
Seems
actually look
impossible.
like?
It seems
You know,
impossible
I'm
because I
about
don't think they
Rabbi will
like
be
to do that.
You're a hadith, you're a
Right,
hadith.
just because it gets
Sabais
too
is like this.
yeah.
There would be a fire on two sides,
They
and
definitely
a
use agent
pathway leading up to
provocateurs.
it.
Like
And
they
you
definitely
realize
did
that
at the Capitol.
has
They
to
used
turn.
guys
This is what I read.
pretending to
Some
be
yesterday is that you come over your child to have old Zara, and the Cobra, the priest
that's
that you
right,
have
the
old
innocence
Zara,
of Muslims.
would
That's
lead
the
the
film.
child
Yeah,
to the
yeah. Amateur
pathway
film
between
created
fire.
by
So good path,
Nicole.
fire
That's a
on
real
both
person.
sides. That was the Avodah
Nicole
Zara.
is a real
Rava on the
person.
other says, no, no,
That's
you know,
crazy.
Sarkar
Yeah,
Kepuria.
right.
Rava says, no, no, no. Molech looks like
That's the
Lord
idea.
Yadel,
So
the
it's a
way
drawing
people
of it.
jump
That's
on
it.
Purim. What is that? You think when you guys actually says that Rava Omer to the start of the Purim, it's about 5 hours up from the Purim, that's why. Ain't no Ma'avir Barak, like, and a Kofi's Barak, like, the reaction to
So
Knuckles,
it depicted the
Kofi's in
Prophet
the Purim,
Muhammad in a
Shahai
derogatory
Safira
manner,
Barak,
sparking
Ra'ish
widespread
Morebo,
anger and
who
protests across
Kofi's
the
in Safa
Islamic
the
world,
Safa.
including
It's
Cairo
interesting enough,
and Benghazi,
Rava says,
Libya.
Molech
So
wasn't walking on a
the
path
Obama
between two
administration
fires.
initially
Instead, what
described the
Molech
attack as a
was
spontaneous reaction
ultimately, again,
to these
jumping over a
protests.
pit.
An
There was
error
a
that
pit with
faced
fire,
immediate
and
criticism
you
from
jumped over the
conservatives who
pit,
believed
and
it
if
was
you
a
made it, you made it.
premeditated
If you
terror
didn't,
attack.
you didn't. See, so Rava compares it to what people
The
do on
film
Purim.
fueled
Stuff
initial
what
anger and
happens on Purim,
intelligence
that's one
later
of the
suggested a more
Purim
organized terror
pastimes.
element, with attackers having
Like
specific
one of the
knowledge
Purim
of the compound
pastimes.
and its
One of the Purim
security.
pastimes
Yeah,
was,
that's the
jumping over
story. So they try
a
to blame
pit,
it on people
jumping over,
freaking out because
seeing
yeah,
how far you could jump. So
and even
Abaye
though
so excuse me. So
making
Rava
the video
compares
was
this.
the
That's
controversy
a most.
behind
This is
the
Nefa
making of
Foinos
the video,
Maflokas.
I say
Exactly what
connections
Molech
to
looked like.
shenanigans
So
in the
Abaye,
making of the video.
literally again, a brick
Like
path
intelligence
between two
agencies.
fires. Rava jumping over a pit of fire. Tanya Gavasi
That was the
Rava.
CIA
The
talking.
device that supports Rava. Ain't no chayiv actually Abiyenu Derech Avara. So Derech Avara. Avira Pesach Yisrael and the device supports Rava. And Allah for the device again. You're not chayiv until you go ahead and you pass over the way you don't know pass over. Avira Berega Potter. Interestingly enough, if you go ahead and let's say a parent carries their child. Let's say again, another parent carries their child to the left, ultimately again Potter. So again, once again, we said before, the only way to go ahead and violate Molech is in a very specific way, giving it over to the priests of Molech, and then ultimately again, the priest using the child or causing the child to go through the child. To the Molech, then ultimately again, one is Potter, meaning that that's not the form of Avodah Zarah. So once
He's
again,
retired.
there's
Zero connection with it. He just goes on the biggest platform.
that it's not Molech if you carry your child through. In other words, you only have Avodah Zarah if the child walks on their own. Tremendous lessons to be learned from Avodah Zarah as well. When I start, you always stand best if the child walks on his own.
I bet we're with
If you carry your child,
you think that's real? They're going for it, right?
they're not going to be
That's on the
successful.
inside.
In other words, it's only called Avodah Zarah if the kid walks on their own. Whatever is true for Avodah Zarah is true for the rest of the life.
I know.
And that's beautiful. But at a certain point, it's incredibly important that we actually ultimately
Trump and
walk
top aides
on their
refuse to
own.
rule out.
And I think
That's
we
fair.
need to
That's
move
fair.
forward
You
on
know,
this
borders
because
of
if we're
Venezuela
always
and
supporting
Haiti
them
to escort
and we're
moral
always
tankers after
holding them, and at
seizure
the
by
end of
U.S.
the day,
forces.
sometimes we're
I
enabling
understand the
their
refuse.
non-growth.
They're saying refuse
A
to rule
child
out. That just
always
means
has
some
to know
reporter
that
was
the
there like,
parent
well, you
is
did
there.
it. And he was like,
That a
shut
child
up, quiet.
also
That's how
has
it
to
seems.
learn to walk on their own and to be successful on their own.
Refuse to
So
rule
you know,
out
there's like
potential
Shema
armed
Chayim,
conflict.
Ella, are you
President
okay to
Nicolas Maduro urged his Navy to
no,
escort oil
again,
tankers to
as
find
long as
largest
only
U.S.
Chayim,
fleet
only
deployed
you
in
have
the
Mola
region in
is
decades. In
only
an
done
interview
with
broadcast on
one's
Friday
own
morning,
children.
Donald Trump told NBC News,
The Gemara
going
says,
forward,
okay,
the
so
first regime
you
remains
know,
on the
if
table.
you don't
I
Chayim,
don't rule it out.
if a parent goes ahead and brings his son or his daughter to Mola,
And at a
Chayim,
year-end press
obviously,
conference,
the
Secretary
Akabah
Marco
also
Rubio
But
doubled down
ultimately,
on
again, if you bring
remarks
your parents,
by
if you
other
bring your
Trump
siblings to
advisors
Mola,
that U.S.
then
can
you're
coerce
covered.
Maduro
Have your
through his
small
campaign
pocket.
of strikes on
Similarly, again,
alleged drug
if you
boats
take
traveling
yourself
towards
to
the United
Mola,
States.
you're also
Why we
covered.
let
They're
Marco
going to say,
Rubio
obviously,
say
it's
shit?
not good. But what he's saying is, in order to
We were talking
transgress
about
the
Rubio earlier.
Avodah of Mola,
He was
there's
talking shit again.
a
What was earlier?
specific
What was earlier
way
podcast like 3 hours ago?
which one transgresses. Sorry, Allah says the Shimon the Chai. The Shimon says, no, if you walk yourself to Mola, ultimately, again, you are Chai as well. So the Gemara says, Echel the Mola for the Shana Zara. So ultimately, again, you have also interestingly enough, whether you go ahead and ask your own child to Mola or any other Zara, you're Chai. The Lord of Shimon Omer, the Mola Chai, Shimon the Mola Chai. The Lord of Shimon says, no, the sake of offering up one's child is only for the Mola, not for giving any avodah, not for giving any other avodah. My time of the Razor, she wasn't showing the no, you must see the call. The call by us,
Yo, what up, donkey? Yo, to my man. Tails, if you're not talking, can you mute yourself? You stay here as long as you want, just so that I don't hear your background. You mute your microphone. Yes, sir. Cool, thank you.
What's the reason? Because my you know yet the thought of you. So it says that there should not be anyone who is anyone established in you. Shalom, Kodemes, Michelle, ultimately, let's say this is an incredible idea. Your lost object comes before anyone else's lost object. So this is let's say, so again, it has to see this. First of all, come to the halakha. So the halakha itself is that if I do something and my father does something, so whose object should I try to seek out first? So if you come to the father, well, again, people die by honoring parents. So someone says, FS, lo yet the there should not be any more.
This is crazy. This is $50. Whatever you guys are. This is a tiny little bitch ass.
Like, there shouldn't be anyone accomplished that work in you, which means that ultimately, again, your financial status or your financial well-being comes before someone else's financial well-being. So therefore, again, it's a question of finding my own lost object or someone else's lost object, even if that someone else is my father. My lost object comes first. My financial security comes before anyone else's. Which the Gemara says, awesome. That's because of you don't know that. I'm not going to say so again. So I just want to point out something very interesting, which is this idea that Abidasa Va'avidas Va'avidas. So when we speak about this, I open the event that you have to cover. That, you know, we all have things inside of us that are broken. And we all have things inside of us that are lost. But there are other people around us also that things that are broken, that things that are lost. The Gemara is telling us that halacha l'maisa first repair that which is lost. Deal with that first before you deal with the world around you. Because if I walk around as a broken person, it's much harder to repair the things that are broken all around me. But if I fix that which is broken inside of me, if I find that which is lost inside of me first, then ultimately I'm going to have the ability to help repair that which is broken around me, and I hope to find
not getting at all better. This is not a
But
good
if I
time.
never take the
So
time
you're
to
saying
prepare
there's a
myself,
hole in your
I
bucket
never
in
take
your
the
life.
time to
I
go
bet
out and
there's a hole
find
in the bucket.
inside of myself.
There is a hole.
It's
They've
very hard
proven
to
it.
affect change.
There's people that are making
All
a ton of
around.
money.
And
It's a whole
it's like
complex
this,
of people that are making a
there's
ton
this
of money
incredible,
working on
there's this
homelessness.
incredible
That's how it is. Anytime there's an issue,
about
somebody's
being
going to be
there
making a
for
fuck ton of
myself,
money. Always.
but being
And
there
people
for
are
other
dirty.
people
And they
as
could
well.
make a fuck ton
And
of
I'm
money on
wondering,
it.
sometimes the best
Did they?
way to
I don't know.
prepare yourself
Did
is
they? They
through
made money on it.
helping other people,
If I put that
because
in
sometimes
bucks,
there's this
how
recognition
would they have made
that
money
as
on
long
it?
as I am in a state of disrepair, as long as I am not yet found my Abu or what's missing from me,
I think somebody
it's
ought to
very hard to
fucking find
affect
out.
it.
There's like a
So
rapper
there's
wound up going to
this
jail for that.
dialectic. You can't
He
just
went to
be
jail,
there for
right?
yourself. You have to be there for
Or he
other
got
people as
arrested
well.
and
But yet,
sentenced.
you
If he
can't
hasn't gone to
be
jail,
there for other people until I know that that which is broken and that which is lost inside of me has really been truly repaired and has really been found. Incredible Gemara. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Chanina. Shalosh Kisos Tavo Bizarre Lamo. So we'll say, why is Karis mentioned 3 times in the context of
that's
Avodah
crazy.
Zarah?
They told you
Is this
guys.
Achos Kedarko, the Achos Shlo Kedarko, the Achos Kemola? So one is teaching about the permission to worship Avodah Zarah in a normal fashion. The other is teaching about worshiping Avodah Zarah even in an abnormal fashion. That means again, even if it's not accepted mode of worship. And the third is for Molech. So let's say, remember again, we see a theme over here. Molech is Avodah Zarah, but interestingly enough, Molech is almost put in the same category of Avodah Zarah. Okay. Well, the Mandara Molech, Avodah Zarah, but according to the Jewish Nation, Molech is treated like any other form of Avodah Zarah. Kares by Molech Lamo. Why do I need that third Kares by Molech? The Magrib, you know, Shaloki Darko. Ultimately, you're going to teach me that I offer myself. If I offer up my child, Shaloki Darko means to another Avodah Zarah, even besides Molech. But that is still going to be prohibited. When the man go in the Gadget Avodah Zarah, Kares in the Gadget family, and according to what he says that, the Gadget, last person in the Torah. Is the form of Avodah Zarah. So why do I need Kares by Megadid? Because if you sign your Kares to Kares, Kares Ba'olam Hazeh, to Kares Ba'olam Hazeh, Hakpa Divrei Yakiva. So the Kiva says ultimately again that for Avodah Zarah, there could be Kares in 2 worlds, Kares in this world, Kares in the world to come. So the most Amro Rabbi Yishmael, I wrote by Nehemiah, in Nicholas, I have the possibility of Nicholas. If you show Sha'olamim, I don't understand. So what is the Nicholas come for? He's already part of this world, already part of the next world. So what else do you need Kares for? Allah, the Nicholas of Olam Hazeh, the Kares the Olam Haba, the Kares Dibra Torah for Lashon Bnei Adam. So nothing on one Kares is for this world, one Kares is for the world to come, and ultimately again, the third Lashon of Kares is because the Torah speaks. Incredible. All right, what's the top of the page? New Mishnah 65. Says the Mishnah. Baal Ov. So what's the sound moving on? The new form of Avodah Zarah. So right, we've done Molech. Now we're moving on to Ov and Yidon. Says the Mishnah. So Baal Ov. So what's Ov? What is Ov? So we say, English.
It's so fucking funny.
They can't process everybody.
All different forms of sorcery that are designed to communicate with each other. So Baal Ov, Zeh, and the Daber Meshachia. So let's say, so Ov refers to someone ultimately again who communicates with the dead through his armpits. Through his armpits. Take a look at Rashi. Pitom Shema Mechashe and the Daber Meshachia Mala Asamis. وممكن يتاخذ لأوساط ومتابع Basically how it works, you go ahead and summon up the spirit of the dead, summon up the spirit of the dead, and the dead would speak to the armpit of the individual. Alright, that's all. The Yidoni, what's Yidoni? Zeham and Daber and Kid, Jam Daber. This is someone who summons up the dead, and the dead speaks through the mouth of the source. You know, we're going to see. It's not just something, you know, with a little bit more involved than that. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, we don't even have it. In the first Gemara, Chaya Achos, Sheshma Yodua, Umaknis Mimena Etzam Usetu. In fact, what happened over here is the Yidoni would put a bone in his mouth, and ultimately I guess the then would
last time they tried to join
communicate
against
through the
us,
bone.
we marched down
Okay.
there and burned
So
it
you know,
down.
so Vanisha, Bahara Elvis.
Still watching.
So again, Oben Yidoni, unfortunately,
That's crazy because
Vanisha Bahar
because I was too
Bashara.
poor.
And
You think
ultimately,
we
again,
have
if
more
you
presents?
insult, if you insult the Oben Yidoni, that is allowed. So not only is the sorcerer himself Chayiv Nisa, Chayiv Skila, but ultimately one who insults the Oben Yidoni is in violation of Allah as well. Alright, says the Gemara. So my Shno Hafak is turning Baal Oben Yidoni, my Shno Gabit Kisos turning Baal Oben B'Shayre Yidoni. That's an interesting question. So here in the Mishnah, the Mishnah mentions both Oben Yidoni. Even though in reality, it's the same thing. They're both communicating with the dead. That's the prohibition over here. It happens big and old does it with the kid, Yidoni does it well, so it's the same idea. You're both over Yidoni, but yet again about saying another Raisa, like Jesus, like only mentions old, doesn't mention Yidoni. So what's the pshat? What's the pshat? Yochanan, hold the same, but Lav Echanemru. Yochanan says, look, this is the same Lav. So you don't even need to mention both, you just need to mention one, and the other one is automatically included. Yidoni, if you she'in bo Maisa. It's interesting enough. So again, the old is mentioned, but the Yidoni is not mentioned. Why? Because he has no Maisa. There's no Maisa that's there. If you look at Rashi, looks like Yidoni. Lahafidol Tarinale, Lahasam, Isha Bakidu, Kihabale, Ba'ati Nafshe, Lav Bar Karbanu, Latisha In Bo Maisa. So this is interesting. So Rabbi wants to suggest that the Yidoni doesn't have any action. Since the Yidoni ultimately again is just speech. And speech is not the Maisa. So the Gemara says that Rabbi Yochanan, Maishna Pal Ol Tinafit. So ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan, why is it that Ol is mentioned in that second Shabbat says and Yidoni is not? You shouldn't the concept like that because it's mentioned first in the concept. Reish Lakish, my time lo Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Why doesn't the Shabbat say Rabbi Yochanan? Amrataba Chalukim in the Nisa. Because ultimately, again, they are distinguished, they are separated in terms of their chiyuvim. Rabbi Yochanan, Chaluka, the Lav Shma Chaluka, the Nisa lo Shma Chaluka. Rabbi Yochanan will say ultimately again when they are distinguished by Allah. That's called the distinction, but a distinction by Nisa is not called a distinction. Rabbi Yochanan, my time and Amar Reish Lakish. Why does Rabbi Yochanan say Reish Lakish? Amar Lachamas Nisa, the Christmas, Rabbi Akiva, he the low button on my Mishnah ultimately again like this is that's the way that and the people hold out of my sin with action is liability. Reish Lakish, he told boy that the Akiva my Saraba, my Sasita boy. Even if I'm to be Akiva, if you have Akiva, you don't need a grand myself, you don't need a significant myself, but you still need some type of myself. So the Gemara says, Megade, my Sasita. 1 second, if that's the case, you need a myself, you need action in order to generate liability. So then how are you chayiv by Megadef? Right? Megadef is the blasphemous. You want to curse the Baruch Hu. What is cursing involved? What is cursing involved? Dibor. Right? So what's the Maisa? What's the action by Megadef? So there's Ika, Akimas, I'm sorry, my Maisa. Ika, Akimas, Swasav, Habi Maisa. The act of Akimas, Swasav means articulation of the lips. The act of articulation of the lips, that by itself is the Maisa. Baal of my Maisika. So don't say by the oath. What mice? Remember again the oath. The guy who's selling up the debt to his hunter. So what mice is there by oath? Ika kashas ra'os kashas ra'os habenaisa. Apparently, in order to make this work, you have to flap your arms a little bit. Right? I guess like to get like the armpits warmed up. You know, so right. So the mice, right, that's the oath, right? I'm sorry. That's an excellent question. I'm going to get back to that. So the Mesa, it probably looks better if you do both, right? Like, so the Mesa, so that's the action. That's the action. In other words, the flapping of the arms, that's the action. Yeah, the Bryce says as follows, by Zara, one is only chayiv if you do a real action. For example, slaughtering an animal, incense, libation, prostration. Who is the opinion that says prostration? Rabbi Akiva, he Yamar lo button on myself. Rabbi Akiva holds that you don't need a myself. So once I speak to you now understand the way that about frustration itself is not even such a nice stuff. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, if you look in the Rabbanon, Ifas Kamas Rabbanon, having nice. The act of bending your posture, in other words, prostration, that's considered to be a nice stuff. Actually, Ifas Reish Lakish Kifas command the Rabbanon having nice according to Turkish understanding of the Rabbanon, even bending down, like prostration, is not considered to be a nice Akashas to also the Baal Ol having nice is flapping your arms for a Baal Ol be a nice because Reish Lakish and Rabbi Akiva, right? Reish Lakish and Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva seems to say you only need a very minimal nice about the Rabbanon, no. But the Rabbanon ultimately again, one does not need any kind of mitzvah alcohol. I'm sorry, for the Rabbanon you need a greater mitzvah. Ihachi, Yasa Megadek Rabal, right? Ihachi, Yasa Megadek Rabal for the guy, right? Ula, the Mekata the shape. Okay, so what's the key? What's the case over here? The case is where you're actually offering incense to a shade. That's what this is myself. I'm offering up incense to a shade. Listen, I'm a rabbi. The cat of the shade all day that all of the heavens. I understand. It's worshiping, it's offering up incense to a shade. Is that considered to be about the Torah? So I get that's the interest. You've never seen this before. About certain shading. Like offering up incense to a shade. Is that considered to be about the Torah? And I'm a rabbi in the concept. So ultimately what's happening here, we're going ahead and we're offering up incense in order to conjure up something. Whatever, if you look at Asher, if it's some more Rashi says the father, it is 6 lines from the bottom. In the Matata Shane of the course, El Yaktara Nasa Makashekos the Father Hashim in the time. So what's interesting enough, what's happening over here is as follows. One is offering up incense in order to go ahead and conjure up a group of shapes. Apparently, again, that is going to be problematic. I'm going to buy it. And the Karka Lechaber, Chober Chaber. So this is another thing. Interesting enough, in the same section of Old and Yudoni is also Chober Chaber. So what we have over here is Old is summoning up the dead through the armpit. Yudoni, summoning up the dead through the mouth, although we see it's going in the mouth. And apparently, Chober Chaber is summoning up groups of shading. Groups of shading. Okay. So the Gemara says, so the Chober Chaber is in. So the Gemara says, Ba'atola Omra Chober Zudis Skiba. So apparently, again, this act of summoning up a group of shading is in the talking particular way. So apparently, let's give up the Gemara Chober Chaber. So what is it called? The Chober Echad Chaber Gadol. The Echad Chaber Katan. So it's a distinction. Now, the Rice understands what the difference is. So what is Chober Chaber? So this refers to Chober Gadol. What's the Chober Gadol? So Rashi says over here, this refers to somebody who uses some types of sorcery to gather up groups of animals. Like an animal whisperer, right? Someone is gathering up groups of animals through some type of incantation. This is Chober Gadol. That's Chober Katan. Or summoning up a group of animals, the question that brothers. Even if you're summoning up snakes and scorpions. On Rabbi, Shilcha, man could summon Zigura Va'akraba, Atagad V'Kamechavim, Visku also. Therefore, also, even if someone goes ahead and uses sorcery to go ahead and gather together Zigura Avi and scorpions. Now, why am I using sorcery to gather together because I don't want them to harm me. So here my kavanah is not really for sorcery purposes. Right? But rather, again, my kavanah over here is to avoid any type of damage. So I'm using some sorcery to go ahead and gather up the bee and the scorpion. It's still awesome. It's still awesome because the act of using sorcery to go ahead and gather any kind of animal is going to be problematic. So if you're not sure to keep us from myself, I want to have myself. Bakimas so now I'm going back a second. The act of prostration is a myself. The act of movement of lips is not a maisa. So prostration is a maisa, movement of lips not a maisa. What's the pshat? Amarava shiny negade, hoyos yesh negade is different. Negade is different. Like blasphemy is different. Because it was like the acre of blasphemy in general is not even about what you're doing with your lips. Like the acre of blasphemy is really about what's occurred out of your heart. Look at Rashi, the last Rashi. Rashi says, "Hosh Rabbi Ikar Kiev Haba covers the lip." Listen, it comes to blasphemy, right? The real issue over here is not even what you say with your lips, but rather about what's occurring inside of your heart. Shemis having the Bar Hashem, person has a curse of Kadosh Baruch Hu Chas V'Shalom. Shavim Mavarich Hashem B'Yom Ve'im B'Libo Klapi Ma'ilo Ela Shelas Hashem L'Daker U'Mechaneo B'Shem Yuchad U'Mekala Inu Mischaye. It's actually very interesting. The only way Megadeh is head and curses the name of Baruch Hu, but in his heart doesn't have kavanah to do so. Technically speaking, the Gemara is suggesting it's not also only when you have the Kadosh Baruch Hu in your heart, and then that ill intent manifests itself in soul expression. But if the verbal expression is intent, that's not Megadeh. That's not Megadeh. So because the ikar of Megadeh is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of just the actualization of the act, all you need is a verbal expression. So the movement of the lips is enough to make you chayiv. But in general, also we say that a maisa really requires something more significant. So we'll say, so look what's happening over here. In the world of maisa, action really has to be something significant. To the point that even prostration, according to many opinions, is not really a significant action. Megadeh, blasphemy is the exception. Because blasphemy, the real ikar of what's happening is what? Is what's happening inside of my heart. And the verbal expression is just like the icing on the cake. But in general, you need a real mind. So we'll say, there's a tremendous, pause here for just a second. Because there's a tremendous Moshe skill in all of this. What's a tremendous Moshe skill? I will say, in general in life, what do you need? Or someone said, sometimes in life, right? Sometimes in life, or all the time, we'll say, what do you need? What do you need in order to affect change? What do you need? What do you need? You need a maisa. You have to do something. What you think doesn't matter. What you say doesn't matter. What matters in life? What you do. What you do. And we'll say, this is such a tremendous thing. Because we go through life and we have beautiful plans and goals and dreams and aspirations and Yarkei Kabbalahs. But let's say at the end of the day, none of it matters unless it finds its expression in dynamic activity. A life filled with dreams, goals, aspirations, and talk is very nice, but meaningless. In order for anything that we dream, we aspire, that we think about doing Kabbalah to be meaningful, it's got to find its expression in dynamic activity. Life of a Yid is a life of action, is a life of dynamic activity. But yet, what you think, what you feel, and what you dream, because at the end of the day, basis, right? That's the foundation. Whereas action doesn't just occur by itself. Action often is the result. You think in your heart what you want to accomplish. Something that the dreams, the aspirations, the Kabbalahs are not important. They're dramatically important. Because most like that's the laboratory for dynamic life activity. The problem too often we kind of flatline by the dream, goal, Kabbalah, level. We have to take what we dream, what we think, what's Kabbalah, and we just have to bring it to the Olam HaAsiyah. But even in that world of dynamic activity, I will say, what's the definition of activity for a Yid? What's the definition? So it's got to be something dramatic. But here, at Hishtachava, a little bit of movement, enough. A Maisa requires something dramatic. A Maisa requires something incredible. Something about say that the world can see, that I can see. We'll say, when you bow down, you can bow down just a little bit, you can bow down a lot. it might not even be that noticeable. For Maisa to be real Maisa, it's gotta be something significant, incredible. I'm gonna tell you, Master Rabbi Zera, was says a little bit weiter. So Master Rabbi Zera is the Kasha, Yatsu even Zomnin, Shein Bain Maisa. So remember again, the Gemara points out over here that even Zomnin are parted from carbon. Right? They're parted from carbon factors. Why? Because there's no Maisa. So the Gemara says, no Maisa, Va'amai, how less you will believe. Right? Ultimately, again, but remember, even Zolomon will say, how does a person provide aid? How does a person come and aid Zolomon? How does he do it? Ultimately, again, through speech. Through Dibon, through speech, right? So the Maisa, again, how can you say that it's not that? How can you say that it's not a Maisa? Va'amai, how less you believe? Amarava Shani even Zolomon, hold the Yeshnu Bakol, the call the Rabbi Yochanan love Maisa. So also because the essence of Eidim Zolman is Bakol, is just again through their speech. In front of Yochanan, speech is not a Maisa. I have a ha itmar. Is that true? That call, that a voice is not a Maisa. Let's listen to this. When it says Chasma Bakol, then Riga Bakol. This is very interesting. Also, the halacha is that when your animal is threshing, you're not allowed to muzzle it. Lo sachsum sharbadisha. Right? So my animal is threshing. You have to allow the animal to eat while it's threshing. You're not allowed to muzzle it. So let's say my animal is threshing and I yell at it. Don't eat. Don't eat. So sometimes I guess I don't know, I've never done this before. Might be a good yachikal activity, right? But Lamaisa, hello, did we get this into today? Right, so Lamaisa, so apparently I guess if you off, yeah, you get the animal scared and doesn't eat. That's called the call. I'm doing the animal with my voice. Or I will say for that matter again, let's say I go ahead and I put two different species of animals under one yoke. And I say, move. Right? So the mice again, then they move. So either I muzzle the animal with my voice or I move them together with my voice. That's kilayim. The halach is yuchayiv. Hold a second. I've only done an action with my voice and nothing else. Yet you see that you're still chayiv. What do you see from here? That again, that which you affect by your call. Right, the mice are so we have a voice activated. So you see that call ultimately again does affect change. So what's going on over here? Rabbi Yochanan says, "Chasma b'kol, indeed, Rabbi Yochanan Omer Chayiv, Rishon Shor Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Omer Chayiv, Akimas Kiv Habi Maisa." Rabbi Yochanan says you're chayiv. Why? The act of going ahead and curling your lips, right, movement of your lips, is considered to be a Maisa. Rishon Shor Potter, Akimas Kiv Habi Maisa. Reish Lakish says your pater, because Reish Lakish says the act of moving your lips is not a myself. So no, it could very well be the Eidim Zomin is different. Right? I will say, because interestingly enough, Eidos in general, Eidos is fascinating. Eidos in general is not really about what you say, or rather, what is Eidos really about? What is Eidos really about? What you see, right? And everyone agrees that seeing is passive. Seeing is passive, right? There's no mice involved in Riyah, so it's fascinating that when it comes to Eidos, the essence of Eidos is really passivity, and therefore Allah Maisa, there's no carbon chatos by Eidim Zomin. Really quite fascinating. I will say also another tremendous Musar skill, right? In life, so often we see things, right? We see things, and we become inspired by the things that we see. But it's important to understand that when you become inspired by things that you see, that is passive inspiration. What happens to passive inspiration? What happens to passive inspiration? We all know this. Easy come, easy go. Right? Passive inspiration, it comes in. I see something, amazing. If you don't do something with it, it evaporates. It's a beautiful idea. Rabbi Yitzchak Berdichev says that when you see, essentially he's describing passive inspiration. When you see something you like that inspires you, it says you have to take that inspiration, you have to plug it into something. To the point that it says, even if you just open up a Chumash and you just read, Vaydaber Hashem al Moshe Leimar, at least what you've done is you've taken that passive inspiration, right? That you've seen something inspired, you've taken passive inspiration and you plug it into concrete. So at least now you have that passive. At least you've taken something, inspiration, plugged into something concrete. Incredible. All right, let's go like that. Omarava, Balo, você dá só ouvindo os olhos. Sim, os Balo, what's old? Zemedaber ben hatrokim, umiten atzila yadam. So the right of this, what's old? So again, all of this is necromancy. All of this is communicating with the dead. So how does the communicate with the dead? So again, it speaks with the dead.
Huh?
Interesting.
Yeah, you
Ben
asked this,
hatrokim,
James.
so ben hatrokim means on the joints. So apparently, again, so you can speak to death through the use of the body, knees, the elbows, the knuckles, that's where it's best. Okay, this is always the safe way to go. Right, but the nice is like in armpits or through. I try to point out, we lack of this. There was something. There was something, right? Because again, the Torah goes out of its way to prohibit this type of kishuk, this type of sorcery, which means that at some point in the world, this power, this power did exist in some way. Right? Yudoni, what's Yudoni? Zahamania, Etzem Yodlover, Yudoni puts some type of bone in his mouth and communicates with the dead through the bone. Nature, so again, asks on the pasuk, is it not that the old communicates with the dead from the grave? In other words, that the dead is talking from the grave, to which the Gemara says, "Lo my love to the Lo, the Shalat Yosef in a talking about the dead left joints and nerves and spoke like that. But Tomer Yishol, so remember again, especially when the person was Shaul went to one of these necromancers to raise the spirit of Shmuel Hanavi. And by the way, it worked. So this necromancer was a woman, says to Shaul, I literally again, Elohim Ra'isil Minaris. I saw literally Hashem, the spirit of Shmuel rising up from the earth. My love in the Shaiti, okay? Was she not communicating with the spirit of Shmuel from the grave? No, the spirit of Shmuel rested on the joints of this lady and communicated like this. Okay, so what's the interesting Vaisa? How did old communicate? So the Gemara says, Echad HaMa'ala Bizikilo, the Echad HaMishal Bizikilo. All right, so this is I'm not right, but for myself, apparently there was the ability to go ahead and raise the dead. This is the female member, that's how you go ahead and it communicates like that. Like I said, every time you gotta find it, right? So nice right? Again, you gotta cut out your lips, right? So nice so whether you go ahead and you communicate with the dead like this, I'm not sure how you discover that talent, right? But nice again, good. So the Gemara says, or whether you speak to skulls, right? So again, you can communicate again through the makom, through the male member, or you can communicate with the dead through a skull. So the Gemara says, not being zealous, what is a skull? Right? What exactly is the difference between the two? Oh, the difference is kind of obvious, right? But for myself, so the Gemara says, not being zealous. Yes, now look, this is in the older Tibet. The inner all of the Shabbos. So again, if you raise the dead, through your own body, the dead doesn't come up. The spirit don't come up in the normal way, like the gospel, or they don't come up like head first, right? They come up first. Furthermore, again, apparently it doesn't work on Shabbos. Okay? Your shop will go less, but if you summon up the dead, the skull over the gospel, it's still in the normal way, but over the Shabbos. And ultimately, again, and they come up on Shabbos. Hold up, the Eicha said, what are you talking about? If you're talking to a skull, the skull is right there in front of you. In my own neck is that, ultimately, and the dead entity is communicated in a normal way. And also, so what's with this? Right? Also, when I have general, so I have a what did he say? It's not Yom Niyomayim, says, during this was asking the following Shiloh. It says, you Jews say that Shabbos is a unique day. What makes Shabbos so special? What makes Shabbos so much make Amarlo, who not get any movement, that he said to what makes you more special than other people? You're asking why Shabbos is more special than other people. I'm asking you to turn us with this. Why is it that you are more special than other people? Amalei, the Mari study. So Torah Scripture says because the Caesar, right, my ruler appointed me as a chashuv person. That's what makes me teacher be Akiva responded. Shabbos nami Mari study. Okay, so your ruler said that you're chashuv. That's why you're chashuv. So our ruler Hakadosh Baruch Hu said that Shabbos is chashuv. Because our ruler said that Shabbos is chashuv. That's why Shabbos is going to be chashuv. I'm not Hasi coming with a chashuv. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying. I'm asking as follows. How do you choose know that you have the right calculations? How do you know that the day you say is Shabbos is Shabbos? Maybe you got your count wrong. And maybe tomorrow Shabbos, maybe yesterday is Shabbos. How do you know? I remember who was supposed to do this. Kiva said like this. Now Sabbat Yom Yochia. So he says the Sabbat Yom River proves it. Because apparently actually points out that here the Sabbat Yom River was a very turbulent river. But on Shabbos it was tranquil. This is very incredible. On Shabbos it was tranquil. Right? The ovals, right? Because the ovals could summon up the day, 6 days a week, but the oval can't summon up the day Shabbos. Give Roshai, I'll give you a This is your father's grave will prove this. Why? His sister, go to your father's grave. Every day of the week, your father's grave, there's smoke emanating from your father's grave. Why? What? Because his father was a big Rasha, and he was burning in Gehenna. So again, also the halacha is that Gehenna, right, those who are in Gehenna, so they suffer in Gehenna Sunday through Friday. But on Shabbos, everyone gets a respite from Gehenna. So this first look is go to your father's grave on Shabbos. And you'll see the smoke is not coming up. The smoke is not coming up on his grave. Amarlo, the Prince Lucas was very excited about this. He says, Biziso, Daisto, you have embarrassed my life, you have degraded my father, you have embarrassed my father, and you cursed my father. So what's interesting, when he writes the Prince Lucas was very offended by that statement. Very Akiva statement. And how for myself, a lot of myself was taken aback by that. Shoel Ol, in the Garish, so I do not says, isn't it the same thing? Shoel Ol, the Garish, it's in the past, isn't it the same thing? Garish, the Garish Mason. What is Garish Mason? Zeham Atzmo, the whole film on the basic virus, the Tishra, I love you. Who starves himself and goes to sleep in the cemetery. So why does he do this? In order that the spirits will rest upon him and he'll be able to go ahead and have a little bit of a competition. So this kind of people try to acquire parts of sorcery. It was incredible. If you're trying to be a Magila because when a student would get to this possible challenge, Mason, he would cry above that. And he would say as follows, if someone dead and deprives himself of physical enjoyment of eating and goes to the cemetery, could have access to these impure married at small. First one, Allah has come. That we keep us was this what we keep us. If deprivation, all of these of Tumah, then imagine what deprivation, right? But what are we going to do? But Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? Because at the end of the day, our Averos create a distance between ourselves and our Kodesh Baruch Hu. Shneimar, Im avonosechem hayu mavdilim beinechem lebein Elokechem. So Rabbi said, this is a incredibly profound Gemara. So we keep listening to this. Like, let's say, how do you access the co-host of Tumah? You got to deprive yourself of some food. You go to sleep, right? Deprive yourself of a comfortable bed. Go to sleep in the cemetery, and suddenly you're able to access all of these co-hosts of Tumah. So the Akivas was like, whatever is true for Tumah is always true for Torah. So the Akiva says a little deprivation allows you to access the co-host of Tumah. A little deprivation allows us to access the tropos of Tara as well. But what could we do? Because we're so distant from our powerful that somehow Kedusha becomes so inaccessible to us. What was that? But we keep teaching us something incredible. If you want Kedusha in life, what do you know? There's one thing you need in order to access Kedusha, and that is sacrifice. Sacrifice. You can't have everything. You can't have everything. So what am I willing to give up for the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? And I will say, this is true on every single level, right? I can't have tefillah b'tzibur unless I'm willing to give up sleep, right? I can't have shir unless I'm willing to give up time and work. Anything you want, there's we had a phrase like, I want my cake and eat it too, or cake and eat it too. That was coined by a guy, right? Why? Because Yidden don't believe in that. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can have your cake, you can have your cake. It's like you're right. Like you can't have your steak and have ice cream for dessert. You have to make a decision. You have to choose a team. Life is filled with a series of sacrifices. The greatest disservice that we give ourselves, a lot of us, I kind of don't want to make a commitment. Why? Because I want to leave all of my options open. Right? Sometimes if you think about it, our greatest garbage for the Pharisees. So what do we say? Right? If you have to look at the conversation you have with God, how does it go? Go somewhere. I love you so very much, but what's the but? I'm not really ready to settle down. I have commitment issues. I think we should see other people. Like, in other words, it's not you, it's me. I'm not ready to commit to you. Why? Because commitment to our Kadosh Baruch Hu comes with a whole series of sacrifices. And I'm just not willing to sacrifice. If you're not willing to sacrifice, there's no Kedusha. If I'm not willing to give up certain things, then by definition, I'm going to be unable to advance my life agenda. That's how Rabbi Akiva cried. If we only realize the sacrifices we need to make in order to become the people we are capable of becoming. And yet, Rabbi Akiva says, we're just unwilling to make the sacrifices. Right? Because if we would just be a bit more courageous, if we would just be a little bit courageous, if we would just be able to identify the things that I know I need to offload in order to acquire the Kedusha that is truly waiting for me, there is no telling who and what I can do. That we keep a crying because of us, the ability to sacrifice and reap the benefits of those sacrifices. The community that is waiting for us each and every day. Sacrifice the courage, sacrifice the ability to identify the sacrifices, make the sacrifices, and be ready to embrace the future that is waiting for you. So that's our stop over here for today. Good, everyone. Tremendous job.
Like a drunk Shrek with no charisma. God forbid he gets looked at.
All right, everyone, say good morning. Such a so smart. I think to be able to learn the back together here in Yerushalayim, Kodesh. Absolutely incredible and beautiful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual Amazon sponsor for Tashin Pay. Close with Shach Haver Tzidkah for dedicating all the Shulim Drashos this year. And this is for the Solos Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Ira Miriam Grossman, in honor of the SOTC RK Kala trip Paris Israel. That's Joseph and Shavira. And once I did that, let us give a quick close to dedicate our learning to the exclusive of precious hostages and Hashem bring them home. Shalom and Shalom, and it's supposed to be soldiers may be successful. The fall not say you. And also you want let us begin by the let's begin that. Today's task is son of Daud. Right? Son of Daud. Good. Correct? Good. Alright, fantastic. Alright, so we left off. Last task we did about a week ago. Alright, so we got on okay. Alright, so it says we're picking up on the bottom of Samuel Gimel Amud 63b. We left off. I'm going to do the Amarat. Is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. Those are really incredible Gemaras out of us today. I'm going to do the Amarat. Here we go. I'm going to do the Amarat. Yotim Ha'yu Yisrael Ba'avodas She'im B'mamis. So Rabbi Yisrael always knew that Avodah Zarah, there wasn't any, wasn't time about and we wonder to ourselves, like, what's going on? So Luke says, when the God teaches, Rabbi Yisrael knew that Avodah Zarah was nothing really good. So why did they worship it? Why did they worship Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah was a matter. Avodah Zarah was what enabled Rabbi Yisrael to go ahead and, in this case, engage in morality. Or to say what it is. The first says, what is the fundamental Avodah Hashem? Very much idolatry and something amazing. He said, Yiddishkeit, the Avodah is to make ourselves in Hashem's image. Avodah Zarah is make God in your image. What Avodah Zarah says is, decide what you want to do in life, and then create a framework which justifies all the different things that you want. So it's like, that's a lot of right? How all of these isms begin. Like all these isms begin by people deciding that they want a different code of morality, they want to engage in all of different things. So they create a system. They create a system. They create a system which allows them ultimately to do the things that they want to do. The whole essence of Avodah Hashem is that life doesn't begin by deciding what do I want. Life begins by deciding what I want. Paul says there is introduction. And Paul says that there's a fundamental shaila that he has to answer. What's the fundamental shaila? Ma chovaso ba'olamo. What is my application in this world? Not what I want to do, I grow up. Not what makes me happy. Not how do I feel like what do I want out of life. What is my application? Because as a yid, I have a very simple obligation, which is to serve the Ribono Shel Olam, and to fit myself into his box, not to go ahead and fit him into my box. Fundamentally, so he says in the Magal, the entire case of Avodah Zarah was to justify our whole system of errors that we incredible. Master of the so also, so here he says, whether you or not, the whole fact is, you didn't never really believe in Avodah Zarah. Everybody wanted Avodah Zarah. That's not what they wanted. Right? At the end of the day, what they wanted was their lives. They just needed a system which would allow for them to do what they wanted. So now, think of the Master of the so the Shashra is the Kasha. You start to make hands also. The other than God, who and Abino. Yes, here's the issue. You have to provide the Jews' connection to Avodah Zarah, and the way to subscribe to it is the Torah can only use the whole But the Rashi says that the Jews love Avodah Zarah, but the father loves his son. So that seems to be a pretty intense connection to Avodah Zarah. So what are you talking about? The Gemara says, no. That's what that would be. Right. So in the beginning, when we first started working on Avodah Zarah was only a mechanism to allow us to do what we really wanted to do. But we really didn't believe it. We didn't believe it. It was just a magic. So and what happens? spending enough time doing anything for what occurs, because when you're so busted that means after you become fresh level Missoula, then unfortunately again we really actively get believe in the Kashma, and I started to get about the regulation. I'm a yard side, so to this. I'm a yard side, I'm the hazard out to say about the Sharai. So let's say if you're outside, exactly that's what you say. So if you're outside, which is also if you're Hamdavis, if you're outside was going ahead and literally helping out those voted by family in Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim again was placed by family. This is going to be under siege. So Eliyahu Navi was going and helping out all of those who were suffering from family. Come out as much as you know, once child became a such a child, and the child left up the clothes, clothes to them, and like bringing a body to them. I'm going to make this stuff out there, and look at the child, tell the child, what family are you from? I'm going to make this stuff out there, and the child said, I'm not going to particular family. I'm Love, woman had Diane, love pushing them, and because I am the last remaining member of this family. On the animal on death of David Sha'ata Chaibo, Akalamot, Eliyahu says to the boy, he says, tell me, if I'm willing to teach you something, like that will save your life, are you willing to learn it? No, I say, I'm going to hold the voice, of course. He doesn't want to live. Omar, the whole Yom, Shema Yisrael Shema Gina Shema. So Eliyahu never says to the boy, all you do is every single day, say Shema Yisrael Shema Gina Shema. Just say that every day in your life. I'm a long time of Shama Khalid. I'm a long has. So the boy said to Eliyahu, listen to this. The boy said to Eliyahu, actually be quiet. The boy didn't Eliyahu to say the name of it. The boy didn't have all the Zara. He didn't want anything other than about the Zara. Shala Haske the Shem Hashem, Shala Lead Adi So Timothy again, so he imagines was like Eliyahu at this point was dying of hunger. Right? Child, I mean, he could make a stage now. The same is not national and before he said, this is the picture I found from his parents, like, if you're not just got Hashem, the boy didn't like it. He's like, that's not our God. We worship a different God. And the same is the Yahweh. What did he do? He asked, oh, see it also called Menashka. Little boy took out the Avodah from the shirt and kissed it and hugged it. And Shinifka face on the rest of the Aretz, enough of the Allah. Literally translated, his stomach exploded by his Avodah Zarah fell to the ground, and he top up his Avodah Zarah. The Kaim Hashem, and I started to create them a big So listen, so when you see here, that again, the Jews were very connected to Allah. That means we don't see that much nothing for so we believe in it, which Marshall, no, but as we said before, originally when we first started having all the time, it was only to justify Aaron's lifestyle. But once we got into it, and ultimately we became to it. Being very connected to it, and we got something very interesting. If you notice, by the way, this is referred to Eliyahu. The person is Eliyahu. It's not the normal appellation. It's Eliyahu and nothing. What's the second one? Calling someone a son is a higher level than another. So what's the shot? Because what is Eliyahu doing over here? What is he doing here? He's helping another Jew. So it's great to be a Navi, but it's even greater to be a child. And how do you become a tzaddik? When you help your fellow. That's what people often think that sit to work on yourself, sit this means to go out and work on your own weakness. Not true the truth. Every person has to work on their own weakness. But Eliyahu had nothing, becomes Eliyahu had sadly. When he sees the child in distress, he stops everything and he lends a helping hand. The path to personal piety, the path to righteousness, the path to sickness, is not one that is paved by working on oneself, not there. The path to sickness is paved and takes the time to help out. Yeah, it's incredible. Tashma. Exactly the call Gadol Hashem Elokeinu. My honor. So let's say the positive says, pour out in a great voice to his father with God. What is it? Bye bye.
Shema.
Listen to this. So called out by his father. It said bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye is oi. Oi, woe to us, woe to us. They were
Look at this.
and they were saying that in Sahara is so incredibly overwhelming. So if we don't really have any ability to combat it, I know the Akbar of the base of it's this base on Rafa Bizarre that is destroyed the base on the flesh. The Kayula Hale, the Katula with Sakikin, cause the death of Sakikin, back literally destroy me Arayu, and been exiled from our land, but I died in the womb of Lucky Bingo. This year Sahara Mamis is dancing between us. Club. Ya Salon, Ella Kabule de Agura, Lo Ihu Bainon, Lo Agre Bainon. Let's listen to this. So Kazan that is the only reason he gave us the Sahara for Abu Zara is to get Sahara. So Kashmar, you know, make your deal. You get Sahara and we'll for the sky. Just say things by the way you see examples. You saw like the like this in the second spot. Remember again, we're ultimately again there were tzaddikim who were suffering, and they said it was probably the only reason you visit something in the past to give us schar. You know what? You keep suffering. Also, you gave us the say Sahara for Abu Zara. Thank you. Get schar. Why don't you keep the Sahara? And the truth is, you get happy to forego the schar. So we must also die. Basra Dadi, Yossi Twas Yamakani saw. Boyra, Yafu Kisman in the Kia to have a bought Ennis. Was the second white line. So Khazal, they decided that the Sahara travel to Zara had just become too disruptive and too gratifying. They fasted for 3 days. And after the fast for 3 days, a Petash, a note came down from Shamayim. And what what did it say on the note? MS. Truth. It was a way of saying to Rabbi, to gathering, heard your request, which is saying, and I understand that it is time to remove the Sahara for Abu Zara MS. See, here ultimately again, that the signature of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's MS. Okay, don't show them again. Don't show them as MS. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends down this note from MS. Meaning, okay, what you're saying is good, what you're saying is correct. And now at the end of the day, the Baruch Hu is going to give in to their request. So it says, what happened? Here we go. Nafat Egoria Dinura Nides Kachi HaKadosh. Yitzhahara for the Sahara Abu Zara came running out of the Holy of Holies. Remember, this was during the times of the Beis HaMikdash. So we'll say again, so first of all, just in general, how incredible is it to learn the Gemara about the Beis HaMikdash when we sit here together in Yerushalayim, Yerakodesh, just a few steps away from where the dying used to be. If you just had another couple of hours of sleep, I don't know if you share that now, right? Innocent, it's like, you understand what it means to be really hard to get in you understand what the Jews throughout the millennia would have given you in this spot. The Savazana, a name who Bishuf Sion, how many tears were cried throughout the ages in which you would give anything just for a glimpse of Yerushalayim, just to see it. And here, not only are we seeing it, not only are we staying in it, but we're learning Torah here. So now again, the Mamish Tikimar, so what happens? So they dive into the Yitzhahara for Abu Zara to be removed. So the Yitzhahara for Abu Zara, listen to this. The Yitzhahara Abu Zara, that's going to be removed from Paisa. So what happened? It took on the form of a fiery lion cub. Fiery lion cub. And that fiery lion cub ran out from the Kodesh HaKadosh. It ran out from the Holy of Holies. So we'll say, Amar Lehuni Navi. That's it. That's the fiery cub. That is the Sahara of Abu Zara. That's it. Grab it. As they were wrestling, as they were wrestling the Yitzhar of Abu Zara. Society Lion Cup. So when a hair came off of the Lion Cub, but also color and again the Lion Cub began to cry. Began to cry out. Amru, so now the Hazal said, what should we do? Because again, if Baruch Hu is rachamim on everything, maybe Baruch Hu is going to take compassion on the Lion Cub because it's in pain, right? One of its hairs fell out, and Baruch Hu is going to take compassion and release it. Quick, grab it, put it in a cauldron of lead with a covering of lead because that'll mute the cries of the lion. Of course, there's actually no way we're going to do that. It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's okay. It's not a rush. We always make it through. So what's that question? Understand is where does the hara for the Zara reside? Where does it live? Where does it live? It lives in the Kodesh Hadash. Because once at the end of the day, sometimes all of us have our yitzaras, right? We all have our wants, our desires, our possibilities, our lost inclinations, and you think that those things, I would think that those things come from an infinite place. They don't. They come from the Kodesh Hadash. They come from the Holy of Holies. So the Bible gives us our struggles, not to bring us down, but just the opposite, to give us the opportunity to look at ourselves and to lift ourselves up. Your wants, your desires, your loss, your proclivities, your yitzaras, those are Kodesh Kadashim. Because it's those struggles that will make you the creative version of yourself. It's the ability to transcend those things that makes us us. Do you know what life without struggle is called? Life without struggle is called? Death. Right? You're dead. You're dead. Right? If you're not struggling with something, chances are you're dead. Right? Or just totally asleep. Don't create your awful content around me. Right, same idea, either way. Right, the nice one says, our Yitzhak is Kodesh Kadoshim. The Yitzhak about the Zara, it doesn't live in Gehenna, right? It doesn't live in Golis. It lives in the Kodesh Kadoshim. Because it is the holiest of the holy, because it was the Yitzhak about the Zara that gave us that opportunity. You see, the challenge of our Yitzhakas is that, let's say, if we're honest, we have to be honest. We don't fight hard enough. We just don't fight hard enough. We just get in. We just get in. Or when the battle becomes a little bit too acute, we just yield. We just surrender. We don't have to surrender. We never have to surrender. We are so much stronger than we give ourselves credit for. So the Yitzhahara of Avodah Zarah, like every single other Yitzhahara that we possess, doesn't really Gehenna and lives in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because the challenges we have, the Bible gives them to us only to allow ourselves to become the best version of ourselves. And that's what I will say. That's why when they're wrestling the lion cub, so to speak, the lion cub of the Avodah Zarah, and the little hair falls off, and they're worried about Krishna having Rahmanas, because the emotional love the Sahara. Sounds strange. Well, because it keeps us moving. The Sahara is the emotional Olam's greatest creation. Because it is the Sahara that is the engine of growth. So in that moment, the Sahara is being wrestled, and it lets out a cry of pain. So it's almost as if Chazal is concerned with and allow it to come back to its former glory. I will say the things we contend with, they're not working against us, they're working for us. Those challenges are only there to make us greater. And all we need to do is get our stuff together. Work a little bit harder and recognize my Yitzhahara is my best friend. He's really my best friend. He kind of gives me a link because more often than not, he gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't be doing. He's really my best friend in the world because if I can conquer him, which I can, if I can overcome him, which I can, that's what I'm trying to let the greatest son. What's the name? Listen. Just take it in. Just take it where we are. All of us are following these. Beautiful, but okay. Let's take a little bit. This is me a little bit of
That's how
It feels like there are overwhelming circumstances that are bad. And listen, that's why.
for some reason
It's not just we need to harness us. So our enemies, it's sadness. Something probably not nice. Nothing says the like that it's sadness. Because when you feel sad, it's like you lose yourself in the pain, you lose yourself in the despair. And that's what it says. We need to be told of the sin of atonement. And whatever it is, whether it's Yeshua's in the Hamas, or whether it's Lagaius, whether it's the sorrow's troubles, or whether it's Chas v'Shalom, whatever it is, you got it. And whatever it is, we're going to get through it. And whatever it is, the power of the always ability to utilize our circumstances to always become something greater. And we are here in Eretz Yisrael at this incredible tumultuous time. As we said yesterday at the airport, it means we have something to receive, we have something to get, but we also have something tremendous to give. Let's go right there. Says the Gemara. What happens? Good. So the Gemara said, good. So Chazal said like this. Coil based So now that we see that this is an Ace Ratzon, now what does it mean it's an Ace Ratzon? Now that we see that Chazal said like this, now we recognize that obviously this is an auspicious time. Right? Why is it an auspicious time? Because I'll say, I showed up, I was like, does anyone understand what just happened over here? What just happened in this story? The Sahara for Avodah Zarah is just weird. That's what happened. So that's why, by the way, when we look at these Avodah Zarah Gemaras, and we're like, what's wrong with these people? Why are they running to worship everything? We can't relate to it because the Sahara for this Avodah Zarah was removed from us. That's the whole happened, was removed. That's why we can't relate to it in the same way. So now, because I said, okay, run, roll. We got this. They said, now that we removed our Zara, let's go. Let's do this. Let's remove immorality. Right? Why not? All right, let's remove the entire for immorality from us as well. So what happened? The Gemara says, so they did so. So that's what happened. So they did it. And they were successful. They removed the entire for immorality from the world. Only one problem. The Gemara says, so here was the issue. The problem is, once they removed the desire for immorality, that took out all kinds of desire. Just basic desire, also for just ritual, procreation. You couldn't find a chicken that was willing to lay an egg. See what I'm saying? That's what he said. Remember again, all of these pushes and pulls, and all of these, like, again, I was saying, immorality is a corruption of a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for reproduction. So when you take that out of the world, true, you take away the negative stuff, but you also remove all the positive as well. So they could not find an egg. And listen, how would you imagine companies going to breakfast and you can't find eggs? The sky's falling out, guys. I know, it's like so nice again, they couldn't find an egg. So the Gemara says, so what should we do? So the Gemara says, so what should we do? That half of the eights are removed from us? That's not going to work, right? That's not going to work because, again, after the Torah doesn't remove half of the eights. That was a just take the figure. That's what you can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Okay, it doesn't remove half of the eights, whatever. We'll come back to this in just a little bit. So the Gemara says, look at all these. Kasuru le'inei, ahani people, igri inchi b'kavasa. So what they literally, again, they blinded the eye of the Sahara Paras morality, and at least it had a partial benefit. What was the partial benefit? They were saying that a person doesn't have a desire for incest. Okay, it's helpful. Right? So in other words, this is one of those things, like you read these Aras on the Kippur, right? And one of the great things about the Kippur afternoon is most of us can see that Kippur, we can say to ourselves, I feel like I got this one down, right? Like, in other words, like, okay, boss Hashem, I desire a whole bunch of stuff. Not that. So why is that? Because Chazal was successful in being able to remove at least that base of the base level of immorality. That a person desires a bunch of stuff. But when it comes to incest, that's something that we desire. Incredible. All right, we go out. My seven up is after. So back to all these arts. Incredible. So just interestingly enough, and this is what we were saying before, that's the heart that we have has the ability to direct, but also has many positive uses and applications as well. So they couldn't go ahead and remove the desire for immorality because embedded in that is the natural, healthy, and proper desire for intimacy. But they were able to flood in some way that at least remove the basis urges of that immorality. For instance, okay, here we go, Ras. It was a story of a non-Jewish woman who was very ill. Amra in Kamora Isha Michoya, so we'll say, so what did she do? And this is incredible. What did she do? She made a bala. She made a cup. That will say, by the way, I want to point out how incredible this is. You see from here again, the importance of bala. She made a kabbalah. And she said, now, if I get better, if I heal, I promise, I will worship every single avodah zarah in the world. Now, wrong kind of cup, right? But that has good intention. Good intention. So what happens? So he's Baruch Hashem. And she ended up worshiping every single avodah zarah in the world. Even she gave the par, when she got to Balbar, Shalom Atomin, so they got to Balbar, right? So she's making her rounds, and she says to the priest, tell me, how do you worship this idol? So what happened? So I said to her, Oakland, the shows in Shechar, eat beets, drink beer. So apparently that's a combustible combination, right? And when you do that, this may come in handy for some, right? So Lamais again, beets and beer, and that's gonna cause the bowels to move. So it's interesting enough. So we talk about how many times. So apparently, Balpar was that one that you worship by defecating on the idol. So apparently, so there's defecation, but like Hidr mitzvah for Balpar was like, what's the right spell? Like, right? When it's like a shtickle eruption, like that's like apparently that's the Hidr mitzvah. So if you could walk there after eating beets and drinking beer, and you manage like erupt in front of the idol, that's like that's Hidr mitzvah. So Amra. So this lady hears this, and after all of her avodah zarah drinks, she says, right? So she says, you know what? No, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass on this one. I'd rather get sick again, like than have to worship avodah zarah like this. So the Gemara says, we'll have avodah zarah b'kach. Then they saw Iman came, and it's supposed to be about us. So again, so ultimately, I just want to point out. Just thinking about this. Where does a form of worship like this come from? Like, in other words, avodah zarah, you can hear it. Okay, you can't relate to it because the Yitzhar was removed to us now. But the nice part of all the avodah zarah we've encountered, we get this. Let's say, if you don't put out some good shape, makes an interesting observation. Not so crazy. Doesn't have to use the bathroom. Actually, outside. Why? We recognize the godliness and the ability for the body to work with. A person goes to the bathroom. You recognize again. It's something that's open closes up. Right? Something that's open closes up. Something that's closed opens up. Right? It's as simple as that. If something was to be open and it's closed, something is closed and open, all the handbrakes loose, right? So when I say again, we also make the drop off. So again, I think Zarah will say, if you notice that every single avodah zarah really is a very nuanced collection of actually some important result that we have in Yiddishkeit. So at the end of the day, the woman, it says, like, you know what, I'm not doing this. Gemara says, then they start in okay, and it's Muslim about par, it's seven. Also, the Aten Advekim Hashem, okay, and the state tomorrow has so again, but you parties are not like that. Rather, again, even though you worship avodah zarah, ultimately, again, you weren't so attached, right? You're just generally attached to Baal. And that's why Hashem, okay, the state tomorrow has looking to the when it comes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu again. We cling to HaKadosh Baruch Hu like two dates. Like two dates that cling to each other as well. And it's what about some Isha. One comes worship idolatry. We are fully born in. We were attached. Like a woman wears a bracelet, so the bracelet is on her wrist. It's on her, like her cash. So that was like part of all these Zara. In other words, there, what we're doing, we're we cling to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. See, I want to say this about the Zara. And even when it goes off the straight and narrow, at the end of the day, we're kind of only doubting our connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always the prime of our relationship. Incredible. Don't know about on this Ben Elam is a person's name. There was a guy by the name of Safta Ben. He rented out his donkey to a non-Jewish woman.
It's a pretty good one. Ronin 777, whatever it's called.
David Shehir so he rented out his donkey. So what happens? So the lady's traveling. She gets to Baal Ba'ar. Amrlo, she said to him, Hamtein Ache Kanas Ve'etzei. Ache Kanas Ve'etzei. So she says, you know what, I want to make a detour. I want to worship some Ba'ar on the way. Right? So just wait for me over here. Okay. Amrlo. So she goes in, she comes out. Then the Jewish guy who's leading the donkey, he says, so he says to her, you know what, you went into the bar, you want to make a quick pit stop by the bar also. Right? What happens? So she says to him, she says to the guy, to the donkey driver, aren't you a Yid? So he says, sometimes we need other people to remind us. Well, are you a Yid? How are you worshiping Baal Bar? He says to Amrullah, Uma ichbas leik, mind your business. Right, so my is married to you. Nip was a wasmis. Nichnas, Har Bechanas, what happened? The Jew goes in, he does his business, right? Baal Bar, dedication, that's a case on the idol. And listen to this, very interesting kunz. The Chinoch, the Chotma. Then I will say, okay, he wipes himself on the nose of the Avodah Zarah. Right? So again, a little hidden mitzvah over here. I will say, now the Pashtos, he was actually trying to do something disrespectful to the idols. Behind Shansi Avodah Zarah, Mekal Omri. What happens are there. Look at this guy. We've never seen someone who has worshipped the idol with such zeal, such confidence, right? Such love. He wipes himself on the nose of Yekistal and Resby, right? Right. Let me say they could not believe what they were seeing. It's incredible. So once again, based on this, Gemara says that so apparently this Jew is actually trying to debase the Baal Par. But the Gemara says it doesn't work because again, if you defecate on Par, even though your intention is to debase the idol, but because that is the mode of worship, you're high for Avodah Zarah. So you can't do that. Somebody again, Hazorik Ibn Marcus, Arisa Avodaso, Afagav Mechabi in the Mirgane. For example, taking Marcus, how do you worship Marcus? You throw a stone at him. So if you throw a stone at Marcus, but your intention is to debase the idol, so the nice again, you're still thankful for that because that is the mode of worship. Rav Menashe had a ka'azor of base yourself. Amr Allah, Avodah Zarah, who decay hafa. What happened? Rav Menashe once went to Bar Tarsa. They told him, there's an Avodah Zarah here. So what did he do? Stuck up, he shut the bay. He took a cut and he threw it at the idol. So they said to Rav Menashe, it's Marcus. You just threw a stick. Now again, Rav Menashe was to debase the idol, but it turned out that what did he do? He actually worshipped it, not intentionally, but he worshipped it. As right, was Tanan. Also shall be midrasha. So Nash right to his mention. That's I do. And as right, I was Tanan. Alpha got the Megame. She like taking trouble because Malaysia, we understand mention was to debase the idol. You went ahead and you worshipped it. I remember who was Azel Ishkale. He said, okay, problem. I'll go back and I'll restore. I'll remove stone that I threw. So they echad and no clever echad mechayiv. No. remove stones and mark with if you remove stones and mark with what? In what? Then again, the Maisa, if you remove it, you remove the more. So apparently part of the avoda of markers was to throw the stone, and then again after a certain point, the stones. So removal of the stones is also part of the avodah zarah. So you can't do that as Rabbi said. What is it? What's the most high skill? What's the most high skill? Be careful when you throw stones. Because sometimes once you throw stones, it's a little bit difficult to take them back. I would say, and again, this kind of how we began and how we ended is the same way. Avio, what is Avio called? Avio is called Avio at Tzaddik. Why is it called Tzaddik? Because the greatest tzidkus is when you reach out to your fellow Jew. How does the sugya end? Be careful when you throw stones. Because at the end of the day, when you throw stones, you can't take them back. Once he's thrown the stone, looks like, Chevron picked up and he's going to buy a Russia Weiss. Again, clearly he has his feelings about, certain segments of Rabbi Yisrael that seem to him after davening, like perhaps having right empathy for the hostages or for the soldiers or for the war. I will say, but in general, you have to be careful about the stones that you throw, whether they be actual stones or verbal stones. Because once you throw it, and once you say it, it's virtually impossible to walk back. Shlomo says, I guess Ace the Shloch Avon and Belace, Ace Liknos Avon Shlomo has as well. There's a time to throw stones, be careful how you throw the stones, whether actual or verbal, because once you throw it, you often can't take it back. Incredible. Mishnah. I know it's he's out of the mold. Still like this for more. I know out of the mold. So we'll say, now they knew about this Molech. Molech, the most is child sacrifice. So now again, we're going to get into it over here. I know it's he's out of the mold. The first thing is only children of Molech. You know, Chayiv, Ashim son of Molech, the Yagir Ba'ish. The only chayiv until a person gives their children literally over to the priests of Molech and walks them in the fire. If a person gave the child over to Molech, but the child doesn't walk through the fire, or has their Be'eshel of Molech, or is given over to the fire, but wasn't given over to the priest. So that's halacha. In order to be in violation of Molech, you need three things. Number one, Molech was done with children. Number two, you have to give over to the priests of Molech. And number three, the child has to walk through the fire. Now, again, the exact concept we see in the Gemara. And so, interesting about saying, because on one hand, we talked about Avodah Zarah, and now Molech is being singled out about the Zarah. To teach us that Molech is not about the Zarah. That was saying now what is that mean? The sign Echel about the Zarah. That was interesting enough. So whether a person gave his child over to Molech or to about the Zarah, he's going to be chayiv. But was Rabbi Shimon Omer the Molech chayiv? Shalom the Molech pater. So let's say the Mishnah Haleni is like this. The only time that giving over one's child is gospel for Molech. So giving over one's child, say to Baal Pa'ar, because that's not a particular idol's worship. Those are Shimon, Rabbi Chanina ben Antigonus, Amud Davar Ash. Those are Shimon was saying just like before. Then me again. Molech is unique. Molech is unique about the Zara that is worship through giving over one's children. If a person gives over their child to any other idol, that's not about the Zara. Chanina ben Antigonus, the sign of Chanina ben Antigonus, Omer, if they might have support Lashon Molech. Why does Rabbi Lashon Molech? What is Molech? What does Molech mean? The Gemara says, "Kol shenichu aleim afilu tzrar afilu kisa." Let's say someone violates Molech if by going and accepting anything upon themselves as abuse. So let's say this is a different understanding, but Chanina ben Antigonus has a different understanding of Molech. His understanding of Molech is you accept any object as a god, like Melech, upon you. That is the Zara of Molech, even a tzur, even a pebble, even a twig. Rava Amar Molech Arai Ikabinah. Rava says in reality, whether or not there's such a thing as what we call a temporary or episodic Molech is the point of contention between them. When it comes to Molech, we'll say one is only tied if he gives the child over to the actual attendant, right to the piece of Molech. In other words, we'll say there's a process. So let's say if a person just gives the kid over to Molech, that's not the Avodah Zarah. It's giving your kid over to the piece of Molech for Avodah Zarah. Shneimar Mizaraha or Sitein Lahadir Lamolech. Hang on, that's the point is Yotel. You might have thought that people pass the child through the fires of Molech, but you actually give the child over to the piece of Molech that we were the Lomar was Sitein Masa the Molech. You have to give over your piece. What happens if you give over your child and you didn't have to keep passing through the fires? Maybe you think they'd be tired. Maloma Lahavia. Masa the Hadith Shalom Molech. Yachol Yitari. You might have a if you give over your child, you pass through the fire. Not the Molech to shoot you. The Molech. Masa Havia the Molech from Obey. What happens if you give over your child to shoot? So you pass through the not through fire. Yachol Yitari. Never come out. Never Lahavon. Lahavon. So you must have come up with no people. Maran Baish. Afkan Baish. Umaktan Molech. Afkan Molech. One thing, the bottom line, I don't know, my point is, in order to be tired, giving your child over to Molech, you need three components. Number one, have to give over to the priest of Molech. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, there has to be fire. And number three, the child actually walking through the fire. Now, what they're actually walking through fire actually looks like, it means Hashem will see in a little bit. Have your Kolzaro project. Let's say, if you pass all of your children through Molech, your partner, why? Shneimar Mizaraha. And the question of the person is ultimately, again, you pass your child, of course, from amongst your offspring, not all of your offspring. The most Kolzaro, what happens ultimately again, if a person went ahead and has a child who's blind, and they pass your child blind through the fires of Molech, what's that? Or gushing mouth. What happens if the child is asleep? So what's this one again? The child is not aware of what it is that the blind, they're asleep. Are you trying to Molech? Ben Bino, Ben Bito, Mao. What happens if you pass your grandchildren to the Molech? What's halacha? So two shots me out, Kado. We can answer this one of you. Samuel, Yaro, not so Molech. The Pasuk says you give up your offspring to Molech. Not however, I want to learn from this. I only know son and daughter. Ben Bino, Ben Bito, I don't know. Son and granddaughter, Hamilomar, so what's the see from here? If you give any of your offspring, whether it's your children or your grandchildren, I'm not going to say this is Kana, Pasuk the Mizaro, Solid Sito Mizaro, Joshak Mino. So what says, it begins with Mizaro and it begins ultimately the Sito Mizaro, different Joshua which we'll see. Zaro, Amy and then Zara Kosher. So once the Pasuk tells me Zara, I only know that you're carried for Kosher offspring, Zara Pasuk, I don't know that even if a person passes his invalid offspring through Molech, that he's still going to be hyped. I'm going to see them in Zaro. I'm going to be there. Actually, I'm going to try to have the legal second what? If you go ahead and you pass your children through, actually, we're going to do stuff over here today. So this next figure, ultimately, I think, teaches us how Molech was actually done. How he went ahead and it was passed through fire. So let's say, and again, hopefully, that's also going to learn more today. We're not finished. So also, if you want to think of this, we'll start getting some simchas outside. And today, so we'll do that hopefully in the a little bit. And again, use this time. Usually when it comes to me, we usually don't have a lot of time to be around faster. Especially tremendous solos, even more than so we'll get to in further stops. Tremendous all the Italian breakfast. And guess is that that's I think our goal in Meretz Hashem is to leave. Okay, so breakfast in Meretz Hashem. Stay tuned. Who needs a booklet? One of the packets.
Fucking idiot that I was being serious when I was watching his live show, and he was like mad. Yeah. Because of Brandon Chuck quitting stand-up.
In this home of the Libano Shalom, they're going to be sitting for a very long time.
We entered the burner. It's not like we didn't really go into it.
Again, we begin this beautiful journey with Kimara, with Torah, with the Libano Shalom. So what's the fact about us to get 3,000
Every time you watch him, he's a guy in a tracksuit yelling about us.
On the bottom of some Facebook, 62, I realized that I left off with about 2 lines from before the actual end of the studio. So it's what picking up 4 lines up to the bottom. You're going to come in. But you're going to go 23 years. I should say.
Oh my god.
This is where I deposit a barrel for Ruben. And Ruben goes ahead and moves it. So what happens is Havokala might say, and during the course of moving it, so something happens to the barrel. So there's a whole discussion of what level of liability. Well, it depends. For the purposes is used. For the barrel's purposes, whole discussion of how because it's not going to do. But the point is that it's not like a stopping of rights according to opinions or whoever can interpret me, the entire Mishnah of Chavis, and according to one opinion, I will carry his items to the back. Now, carry it going out to the back house is like a form of cheaper, like a form of servitude. Right? So that's like essentially, if you go ahead and you answer something like real market. What's going to come out for? Rupa, the Gemara says, Rupa, all on top of something, 63 years. Under the ice. Interesting case here. Yidea v'kita v'nisef b'hayamah. So inside Allah Akbar. This is Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says that Havokala myself, if you serve up Zara, and you go ahead and you do the following. Now listen to this. Busy day. You offer up the carbon, you offer incense, you do a wine libation, and you do all of this. So multiple acts of service of Avodah Zarah, but all the halakha. What does halakha mean? One lapse of awareness. What's halakha? Eichai halakha. So this is the shita of Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says multiple of those created the halakha. You're only going to be chayiv once. I'm not buying it tonight. I'm Rabbi Ami. What's Rabbi Ami's logic? I'm not what the prophet says. No saseh. So it says don't serve Avodah Zarah. So the Torah makes all of Avodah Zarah into one avodah. So don't serve Avodah Zarah. So whatever you do for Avodah, everything involved in the service of Avodah Zarah, by definition, is under this one umbrella. And if you do multiple acts of Avodah Zarah, to have awareness, you're only the higher ones.
It's just funny to say
so the Torah mentions the prohibition of prostration, of bowing down to Avodah Zarah 3 times. Why 3 times? Why 3 times? So you must so one, ultimately, to do it for us to Tzedakah means I'm not allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah when that's the normal way to worship. That's called Tzedakah. What's Shalom Tzedakah? So it's interesting enough. There are 2 forms of idol worship that are permitted in Egypt. It is not the prescribed way to worship. For example, let's say a particular Avodah Zarah. And the way to worship the Avodah Zarah, let's say, to defecate on it. Right? It's not so crazy. That's wrong as much. Right? So if you go ahead and you let him bow down to it, you're still going to be chayiv. So you're chayiv, right? Why? Because bowing down is considered to be a negative act of worship. That's called shalom. So if you bow an idol, even though that's not the way to go and serve the idol, you're still going to be chayiv. The achos, the chayiv, right? The achos, the chayiv, and one is to create individuated obligation or liability. We saw this in yesterday's, in Monday's daf. We saw this. Right ways you're chayiv for each of worship. Okay, that says. So point of view is that by this is Rabbi Ami, which the Muslim was espousing his idea in accordance with Rabbi Ami. So that was Rabbi himself does not hold Moshe. So this is interesting. So this is what I point out to my focus anyway. Rabbi Ami is of the opinion that if you perform multiple acts of avodah zarah service, you only chayiv once. Rabbi Abaye, on the other hand, holds that you chayiv for each individual act. Okay, just keep that focus in mind. Paul says, "Ma'amar Abaye, shalosh tishtachavos b'avolos kochavim lamo." So why does the Torah mention the prohibition of prostration 3 times when it comes to avodah zarah? To which the Gemara says, "I'll tell you why." Achos l'kedarka. One is to teach you about the prohibition when that is the normal way to worship the avodah zarah. Achos shelo what is the prohibition tishtachavos prostration when it's not the way to worship the avodah zarah? The achos l'chalos, and one is to create distinguished liability. The achos l'chalos. So the Gemara says, 1 second. L'kedarka ne'eva yaka by le'evenaka. When you're not kedarka, the idea that you're not allowed to bow down to an idol, and that is the normal form of worship, you learn that act from a different type of responsibility. Instead of a complicated, I'm going to point out the doctrine over Yakutawa are ridiculously amazing and liberating. Which I gotta tell you, this I see a lot of more expressions about like is this what we're doing for the next week together. So first of all, you know the great part about beings is that you know that you love and the people that you love, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. As long as you do it together, the rest of it you can accept it. But that being said, I just want to tell you, there's ridiculously riveting people ahead of us. But again, to reap the benefits of Hakadosh, you have to put in the time going to the shakla and time research. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, "But you got to read the buzzer. Ne'echa yad you might not snapsa. Ella, I heard again the Gemara says about it. It says, Ella achos kidaka. One notion of the shakla prostration to teach me that you're not allowed to bow down to an that's the normal way to worship. Okay? This is shemot kidaka. I'm sorry, achos kidaka is shemot kidaka. One to teach you about the prohibition to bow down to an idol that's normal form of worship, and even if it's not the normal. In other words, those things like it's in between. What does that mean? So there's like three we'll call them buckets. If you have an idol where the only way to worship it is bowing down to it, an idol where you never bow down to it, and an idol where sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So you must, that's one drasha. The achos the shalakidaka, the achos the chalak. Okay. So listen, so bottom line, by the way, that we begin to see over here is like Shabbos, where there is individuated obligation or liability for different malachos. So again, when it comes to avodah zarah, there's also going to be individual liability for multiple forms of avodah zarah. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says you have a kabel ala the elokah, hot elokah. So remember again, the Gemara says, if the person goes ahead and worships avodah zarah, how does he worship it? He says, I hereby accept avodah zarah as my God, right? Or I say to avodah zarah, you're my God. So the Mishnah says, you're chayiv for Allah. Not chayiv means you're chayiv for Allah. So you must amrav nachman amrav. Kivan she'amar kivyat la'eresh. If you accept avodah zarah, you're my God. So the Gemara says, chayiv. But what do you chayiv for? Not. Even talak mustisi. So can't keep a gap. Can't do that. What do you say? If you run for 20 years, it's for idol. So what's the liability? What's the liability? Come on. So it can't be yourself. So that's all this happening. It must be a question like this where we accidentally like to do this showcase. Right? You know, the front of the motor. So you went ahead and you said, yeah, well, you're my God. So I'm open to kind of problem. Not people like others. That's really the point for that. I'm not kind of listen to this. Eino Chayiv, I'll go receive for myself. Listen to this. I'm sorry. Eino Chayiv, Ella, I'll go receive for myself. Only Chayiv if you perform an act. You have to do it myself. You have to do it myself. Keep going. Zibua, the Kippur, the Nipot B'Shahaba. One example of action. Slaughtering a instance, libation, says, man, I want to find a way. If you look at that, which one doesn't belong? Which one doesn't belong? Shitor, what doesn't belong? What doesn't belong? Bowing down, why not? It's a shit myself. Like, it's not being myself. Like, in other words, watering is a myself, right? Libationizing, is a myself. Like, insensitising is a myself. All of these things are actions, but it's ultimately, again, going ahead and bowing down. The Pashtus is not a myself. So who said that who said that bowing is a myself? Keeping is very akiva. The Amar, roll button and myself cloud. What's going to be akiva? Because the truth is that the akiva holding that Zakai, I mean, you know that Zakai follows the Zohar, even without a myself. What does that mean? Now that's tremendous. If you hold it, Zakai for even without a myself, then what does that mean? That means even the person says, I want to oh my God, that you have reliability for that, which would be tremendous. The Kanga, one of the myself. So again, Rabbi Akiva is with the speakers, and he's saying that Rabbi Zar doesn't require a myself, but Rabbi must be saying that Rabbi Zar doesn't require a myself, which is much as you know, Kikamarab, Nami Rabbi Akiva Kama. And if you're allowed to say Rabbi Akiva Pshita, Hayu Megabi, so when Rabbi Akiva, so let's say, so obviously, then you don't need a myself for Rabbi Zar. I'm ready to bring that out from Megabi. What's Megabi? Megabi is the blasphemy. What is blasphemy comprised of? What is it comprised of? Speech. Right? And Halakha Lamai said, then you rise already. You might say, mouth came off. What was the thought? Mouth came off. Time on the pipe, that you keep a carbon. I'm not in the Megabi. So I'm not a thought ultimately again, that maybe that you keep will only be Mekai the carbon in the case of Megabi. It's 6 day harvest. Megabi is different. Why is Megabi different? Because Megabi is rooted into it. Has it rooted into it? So you must add a holocaust, they won't see the colors, but those that will be the word they colors. Where a person says, Iliato, I'm not a person that holds their liability for such things. How much below? This Kushi is Kushi. By Shakamulo, by Yizbukulo, by Yomulo. So we'll say this. This is Rabbi Akiva. This is really good. Also, I want to myself. When it's time for a even out of myself, which means what? Person goes over to Rabbi Zara and says, you're my God. Halakha Lamai Akiva says, that's Rabbi Zara. And that's the conscious distinction to the Rabbanon, because the Rabbanon will say that you need a myself to put that home for the Rabbanon. Of course, it's Rabbi Akiva that Rabbi Zara has had a myself. Why? Because Akiva is one who holds that Halakha Lamai fundamentally transform a person to the drop of having desire to constitutionally fundamentally transform a person. In other words, energy is energy, and it impacts a person. The two percent of drop, and the smallest influence can have the most dramatic impact of the drop of water to transform you from an ignorant shepherd to a gadol hadar. And unfortunately, again, even a broken treatment for Rabbi Zara, because behind the show. It's incredible. I'm going to open it. I'm going to it's Chaydu Rishayin Shal Yisrael. It's obvious who it is, but just for whatever reason, the frequency is tells me to the Israel. So remember again, Klal Yisrael said when they go to Israel, Asher Ha'alucha Me'eretz Yisrael. Now, interestingly enough, Ha'alucha is plural. Right? They brought you up. So the Old Testament is very interesting. Listen to this. So, okay. So you read this phrase, right? Literally translated, These are the gods that brought you up from the side. The most what's going on over here? Start with even though saying is body stars of Hashem and the angel that brought you up. And if you open and say to them, God Hashem, they made it plural. Had they not made it plural, life would have been destroyed. What does that mean? The real thing the Lamed says. As much as they are worshipping Avodah Zarah, at least what they're doing is what they're doing.
These are fucking people that are not doing what they want to be doing.
In other words, they could have said it was the eagle that brought us out. But at least they included Hashem, and they said again, Klal Yisrael,
Driving myself
Eilo
to baseball
Elokecha. It was like
practice.
the Baruch and this eagle that brought us out. So at least if they included that in the Baruch and the equation, that is at least the saving grace for Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara says, Hamolo is sitting up, Rashbi says what? Havalo, Colin Shatter says, How could you say that?
That's
If a
out there
person
in the
goes
public
ahead
eye.
and he keeps that from the Baruch together with an Avodah Zarah, literally again, they're uprooted from the world. And it's even worse. It's even worse. Let's say this is incredible. If you're an Ovi Avodah Zarah, what is the upside of being an Ovi Avodah Zarah? I know it sounds like a strange question. But what is the upside of being an Ovi Avodah Zarah? What's the upside? The upside is you chose the team. Choose the team. Choose the team. Be decisive. Like cast your lot with someone. The worst thing I will say, the worst truth that can never be against Christ and Lord forgive is I can hold this team, I'll stay as secret. How are you going to straddle the fence? If you straddle the fence, you can't do anything, right? It's like, it's like the big fallacy of being and the ones posted by a particular stable 69 for everyone. And if you're everything for everyone, then what? You are nothing for no one. Right? You can't make everyone happy. You can't, right? I'm looking at it. I want to point out something incredible, right? I'm looking at it like a tent open on all four sides. It's incredible. I'm looking at your personality. Right? Everyone else, if you want to build something, you can't be everything for everyone. It's just not really the way. You can be something for someone. You gotta represent something. You gotta represent something. So incredible, again, but sure by a fact says, no. Power sense becomes theism. Including construction of desire. That's a disaster. At least that was you've chosen a team. You've chosen the wrong team, but hopefully you could go ahead and maybe make a comeback afterwards. Sadly, it does feel weird. Like they're coming. Ultimately, again, rather what it means. What it means is that ultimately a desire to worship many gods. I'll give them credit. They probably do. Many gods, they desire to worship many gods. Okay, it's the first person I want to find out about. If I'm going to say the Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan praised and saw Israel because they never fully abandoned the rebellion. It would be a young, they didn't fully abandon but ultimately, you're going to Shumai Achai, this is from Shumai Achai says, over the Avodah Zarah, do it. And be fully committed to it. Because in life, I'm saying, no, the worst thing in life is the worst thing in life is being a non-committed person. When you lack commitment, by definition, you never gain traction in your life. Better to be committed. It's going to sound strange, but just let it sit around your mind a little bit. Better
They're doing this.
here it is.
I think it's good. I like the family aspect. They should do something. We can get some pretty redacted stuff. I would prefer that he does.
Because if committed to nothing, it means you
I would prefer that he does stand. Yeah, this is okay too. But just like backwards is big.
at least if you're committed to something, you're committed to something,
You know, when you see them behind the videos of people, families
act together, I'll find my way to go ahead and get on the right. You know what?
dancing in front of the camera, the daughter comes out, she's like,
so customer like Carmela.
you know, I
Get
could,
ready for
that
this.
would be
See
fun.
what else?
If
It
Shop's
is
house
better
with that shit,
back
and that I am too.
Okay?
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Why? What's up, shot? Because at least some
Shout out to
leadership
them, dude.
is better than
This is
no
fire
leadership.
culture, honestly.
Like no leadership, no one's going anywhere, right? No one's accomplishing anything. Bad leadership, okay. Maybe we might go in the wrong direction, but at least we're moving. Some movement even in the wrong direction. It's better than no move. Those are that's what we know for ourselves. What's better? What's better? To sin or to ultimately again flatline deep higher than apathetic? What's better?
As bad as he can.
Yeah. Let's say the truth is, it's gonna sound strange. I think it's better. I don't fill in the blank over there, right? I got that. I got that. Because at least that's a lot. That's a lot. With the exception of, right, making a nega in the name.
This is posted by Montgomery Jerry. It's called Barbarians 2 here. Joe Rogan's.
Yeah, the funny one is, you might as well
You want
here.
to play this?
So you might as well as
What
follows.
we produce from YouTube.
You might
So I
say,
guess you have the features.
look at this man, look at the schmuck on the kind of schmuck. So ultimately, again, so for everything you get
That's
markets,
gonna ruin your
with the
life.
exception
Or at least
ultimately
change
again
it
of
for
making a
months.
mega
Or just
in
cause you
the
trouble.
or ultimately again making up Mikhail
So
the
makes you
shua.
drop shit in your head.
So you might say, come on, Lucky. So you might say, why? You shouldn't go, how do they laugh shitting by myself? Interesting enough, why? Because taking an oath of swearing is a lot shitting by myself. Right? It's a lot without the action associated with it. So you might say, how many now you laugh to the policy, but the other ones also are in general laugh. And in general, you don't get much. Most a lot to the point is a lot that is learned out from a general state.
Sorry, I tossed my sauces out with dogs like a normal
says,
person.
they look out to the policy, the sign up, this is United Although from the name of public education, national, Shubalo Sansa, how do you know that it is from an animal before it's totally dead? Now, what does that mean? Animal has to go, but it's still, what's the word? Flailing. Thank you, flailing, moving around. How do you know that I love that I said again? You're over a little sassy. I'm a little like, let's see who I like that.
I'm a middle little guy.
Something like that, do not go ahead and even when the animal's dead, like the chef did already, or when it's moving, it looks like it has light, don't give it up. No sofu a la carte, no sofu butter a dying bad of it. No interpretation, don't eat on the bone of the meat, don't eat, when ultimately, again, the blood is still before Sika, before the blood has been spilled. But he goes on, he's in the 90s in the very high games, and he's saying, how do you know that we don't have to have no? After President Bush even come back and it's the best have it all. And your community. So how do I know that when I said somebody's executed by this? There is no Sudas have it all. Tabaloma no soku ala down. So don't go ahead and have a Sudan after the blood has been spilled by the
It's like, what do I think?
You know, it's like I just held up and I was shape talking to closer. How do you know that it's a executed someone that they don't eat for the rest of that day? Tabaloma no soku ala down. Incredible. Said, as hard as Solar Monday night, from where do you know a prohibition, a lot about Ben Solar? Tabaloma no soku ala down. The prophet says no soku ala down. Now what is it? So look at Rashi. Rashi Ben Solar, that's Rashi, the second last line. So honor our inking his share the haven is. So no soku ala down, no soku ala pila, Chicago ala. It's telling Ben Solar. Don't eat the type of meal or don't eat the type of food that's going to be executed about. But then so that said someone then steals money to purchase meat or to drink wine, and also the money is executed. So let's so far down. Okay. Fine. So you might go right there. You might go right there.
I mean, this is case in point. We're enjoying this. We like this show.
Okay.
We're not hating on this.
I'm really out of my feet. I'm doing that back on. I'll keep it in the motion. So I'll be out to the ball. Not even look at any of them. In general, you get Marcus as well. You swear by the name of the other. My truth, not to the why not? Why don't you get Marcus for these other items? So how do they love to the levels? So it is considered to be
and also Joe, he really, you don't say stuff like that with Joe Rogan said, if you're not, when you're angry, that's when you go, but that's what they do. That's all they have to do. If you were actually not offended by people making fun of you or write a job or whatever it is, you wouldn't talk about them in any sort of way like,
after the law. So I say, I'm
like serious about it, would laugh it off if you right. I want to see how I handle it. I will say, I think it's funny that Joe Rogan does take like a spiritual reason.
and then you laugh at that.
He's like, yeah,
Well,
like comments.
you just but it's your the whole you get this collapse in the mind. So come in my coaches. You get this collapse in the mind. My coaches that you do that and do the end of Yaakov. So first of all, not the top. Just the first comment on Yaakov power.
He would go like super heavy. I guess I really am heavy with this. With a therapist or a psychiatrist, he goes one day. I have a therapist I'm really happy. He's like, oh, that's great. And like, I'm so happy like, that's like true. The therapist is worried, like, that's too bad.
The mind is always in charge. The phone is always in charge. The schedule is always in charge. Everything else is always in charge.
I don't feel like I should do team ups with a therapist for attitude. No.
Everything
Bob claims Chang's been infiltrated by highlight viewers. I haven't seen good to see it.
Okay, let's go back there.
Let's see what this is about.
I know there was the kind of show I raised up.
I should tell that. Why do you guys want to see how we can play around for 14 years?
I like how
I know that the show got the kind of show. Remember again, the person makes a net.
I've been around for a long time.
I have to go kind of get anybody wants. Not to look at my private connection here. So you must have this fellow. The word says the person makes a net.
So what happened? It's true.
So what's
I think
exactly
it's because his hand is so gigantic. He's sort of
you are not allowed to mention the name of another God. Can't mention it. Can't mention it. It's Samuel. The shadow of the shadow is not famous. That's true. Do not mention another God.
I want a comically gigantic hands. I can imagine just like everything he does seems so stupid and on point. What if I'm talking like, you know, I'm just like, I want people hating on me. Just like my whole face is covered by my hand. I just don't want to pay attention to it because I'm not been in the business for 15 years.
as a landmark. As a landmark. Don't give it mention it. Well, you smart people. That's the name of the judge. You should not even be heard on your mouth. How so slow? You have the small.
His hands are so sad because his hands are too big for people to use
Although
without
you
looking
not
for them.
you should have either the small that you small.
That's not fair. My hands are small.
We have all
I'm
these
not going to
already.
talk about that's one other thing. I have small
You
hands
shouldn't
now.
call the name of Abu Zayd mentioned by other people as well.
That's so
This is a prohibition. Makes it about saying someone who is other people to report all this and that is someone who gets the entire city and that has to worship about the guy. Macy's magic says, Macy's says it's worth it for Sigday.
Like you can advise from a growing
And I'll tell them
just in general,
rather again the prohibition is not yet so we try to get an entire city.
Plano becomes nonstop.
Although you don't not
The
hear it.
record we have now, it's like,
You do the
you know,
smoke.
they're
It's your
considering
time to smoke.
man, I
And you
think you
shouldn't call
guys
other
should
people to make it
shine some light on some
to
of
make a
the
balance
things
of all
that
those
room.
But
It's
see,
not bad thing.
it's
Like you said,
very interesting. Us should get into this. Us should other should listen to other problem. A person should not go into business with an
Taylor,
other
we're all on the podcast
problem.
now.
Why not? Shemi Yisraeli will shoot out the
There's
Nishba
some
Ba'abo.
great additions. And that
Because
really
what's
start
going
off
to
as
happen? You
a
get the
fucking,
business.
you know, they were big fans of the show. And somehow got
Still
exposed.
you say you don't owe me any money. Swear by my eyes that you don't owe me any money. Well, you end up talking to this situation because how long
Always
again
found
now
out
you have to go
Job and
and
Roy
swear by
Cabby.
the but Allah ويشمع
There's
فيها.
some people who really like kill Tony Silverman. It's the
You
same
also do
thing.
that.
But like, you can't let the few evil people
Colorado
Guys, right here.
and he's in the city. Colorado.
Because they literally podcast is literally like a winner.
So what happens?
There's one where they just watch that guy, and then they say the things that we said when we started. We're like, no, we like her. And some people are kind of those exact things.
How do you say the name?
It's so strange. I will say, a lot of the comments on the stands are really changing so bad. And I mean, dude, even with this username, pretty holy right here.
So he
Holy shit. I like we were this a long time ago.
you're allowed to say it. You're allowed to say it. One second, where's Colombo? Let's see, let's see. Carabao Keras, or Carabao Keras, so it's a contraction. Carabao Keras is a Colombia. So by the two colors of the bow and the bow is not. Now, little trivia means that the bow crashes and the bow slashes. Like both of these are referenced to Darwin, right? So again, what's in the positive marking of every jar? So if you have all the jar, right, you like can't control the environment. You might say, you don't see the low, you got truth here. If you have all the jar, you're probably equipment. You might be messing with yourself. You have all the you look to settle, right? You should be, did you know, we see low, so since the earth is this, what you can do is, it wouldn't be like a color. Right again, so it's like, now we got you don't say right, you got love. So you know what happens? Again, you're not a party without love, right? I'm just saying. Hey, so some nice again, so like what happens? Remember again, a guy becomes a job, right? As a double, if he has 3 years. What happens if he has 1 year that lasts as long as 3 years? But not a good day, right? Right, but for myself, so what happens now? How long is 3 years? So the Gemara says,
yeah, I wonder what is he even mean? What are we doing?
You're not the kind of
What do you mean by anything? You mean how it cut out the Dallas skyline?
You're not trying to go from the Giga to Shiloh, which is the amount of time shade, state Vilos, which is the
food truck
which is enough time to immerse twice and dry off twice. So the Gemara says, Harezia Zav Gama. That's the first. Also, basically,
Takes 6 months to do one truck. Out of nowhere, have a fish, have that really talks about the fishing tanks he has.
So he's also mentioned okay, so like I want to Commenting Musa Silo, this is great. Very funny, you know. Commenting Musa Silo, puts me with Selisa Gabo for Fun. I wish I maybe send this to us.
Sometimes it comes out. It's okay. It's okay. I just met this guy. He's a fucking pussy. I'm gonna go.
It just means
It fits right in.
yeah.
I mean, they have their crowd that they like. That's what part of the reason why it makes me sad is I'm not sure we're as much as we're fans, we're just fans.
It's just like a foolishness.
We don't really have that same like takeaway vibe. I think that we need to be on the show. So I agree. You don't have it yet. I don't have it, but I agree.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I could do it too.
So essentially what Sunday says really is,
You're ready already. That actually works.
anything that is serious and make it not serious. Now that is a very serious thing. That's a very significant transgression. And it's a significant flaw. Why?
That's
Of course, let's say if they are reading light for joking around, of course. And if they are really using it for levity and for a little lightheadedness, of course. But the ultimate
Busy Middle 810 posted
and if
this.
a
It's called
person is
Bob
on
has
the
conveniently
left,
been
someone
into bow
who
hunting
takes
since he was
anything that is
6.
serious and meaningful and important and totally just like make it into
Long
foolishness.
but tasty.
So that's
That's
a
really
problem.
shameless stuff.
That's a problem.
How
Because a
did I make
person
it
like
to
that
the top of
doesn't
Jag
ever
with this
respect
in the
their
6
service.
fucking
You know,
week?
this is like someone's take that
Everyone
over
was
the
calling it.
You want to make fun of us, go, you can do whatever you want.
Not this week. So there's something
It's
posted
color
with the bow.
about
Shooting
color
bows.
about
And then
carrot
in the
about
comments, they were all like
Carson
talking
color yak
going to say
double yak relate to national sid people about double space like really shocking show ki mora about yagira alcohol ki gama minani I think it's both a lot today. I just want to bring this here that if I make it speaking Bible, it seems to make like the bowel numbers viable. Why is that?
These are facts. As if he has to tell you he's not lying.
The
He's like, I
people
normally
left
lie.
So they might kiss what does that mean? That little bit again, I say. So little bit again, kissing in their form, Hatzavim are idols. Milame, the most listen to this. Milame Shakol Achad, the Achad also the Mustira. So my new for the Kisa. Let's say, just you appreciate how much people love the Avodah Zarah. Every person who worship idolatry, you make a little idol. You make like a little pestle. Like you make a little pestle, you make a little idol. Because you don't want to just like, the one on your front door like that. That's a big zap. You want to have something that you could take with you. And they made a little idol. And they would keep it inside of their pocket. But still, you put a cake on. Every time they take it out, cups they would hug it, and mash it, and they would kiss it. That's like, like the Mishnah of the says, Asian come out, maybe color, like who is wise. One year did because from every individual. One thing to be learned, even from all the Avodah even from all the Avodah, they just see how much all the Avodah loves Avodah. You have to love everything as much, not more. So to take out their idol, and they hug it, and they say, that's what you want to know. Arnold Schwarzenegger, even older Chuck Norris. I think Jim Carrey's very something like that. No traffic.
Well, Bob is, yeah, he's looked up to a lot of people, for sure.
What?
It's like Stan Lee. He names off Michael Spear, Michael illustrators. They're all somehow the name wrong somehow. Miller, Franco, Bart, Stan's Way. I don't know any.
Those who literally again, since we gotta read this
Jack
passage,
Kirby,
men who serve or men who offer up the right hands, kiss them. What does this mean? This is very interesting. I'm going to discuss the bit of Yami. Shasi Avodah Zarah, the people, the Avodah Zarah, everybody has to follow. That doesn't matter what the everybody has to follow. So the Avodah Zarah. No name about their mother. So they would go ahead and they identify
like a guy who's like 5'8", lifting 100 pounds over his back and just
they would start the crafts. They would feed the cows. But also the most outside so what would happen? Then we would make a picture of the computer and we would put it by the trough. With the cat, right? So you keep the cat a little bit deep. And when the cat's a little bit deep, they come to the truck. And then it's the whole cat see a picture of the deer. So you associate a picture of the deer with food. Okay? Then what would happen? The surgery, but they'll get all these out. They then let the cat loose. The image are all of a sudden what's in our head, and they're not doing the reaction side. So what happens? When the cat was set free, who would they run to? They run to the deer. To the rich guys. Older than all, and then what happened? Like the twist of the Avodah Zarah into the year, older than all, that's called coffee cut.
So ready for us. We're making fun of this guy nonstop. We better hope we never meet him because he knows how to do it. I'd rather be him than be a zombie during the apocalypse. This motherfucker's on the goddamn. A bow combustion.
Right. Next to you see non-understandable.
Idiots that find kills like 20 zombies. You go, well, look, I paid for you a lot. We saved the world. I'm not going to make fun anymore. Like some fish, codfish, fish.
Property? Such a capital is very sneaky in this way. It's a way that they appropriated the assets of each people. Okay, incredible. Although, high job to other and it shouldn't say, so we serve, we'll keep the tabs. Rather, it should say, the tabs, your kids, the people who offer themselves up. On the level, colors are there. Rather, the highest level of worship was to offer up one's child.
lot of vehicles.
If you want to offer up your child the Zara, that was like Kodesh Kadosh. But that ultimately again show that you are really committed to the Avodah Zarah. So if you're willing to offer up your child, so the priest of the Avodah Zarah would say to you, you cannot come and kiss me. It's such a one sense of thing. The answer about talking about the moment, but you might end up by talking about the types of Avodah Zarah. Obviously, much already done that. The answer about also like Sukkot Spinos. That was called Sukkot Spinos or Sukkot Spinos. Remind you, what was it? Kind of go on the chicken. Or the chicken, Avodah Zarah. The Ashe Kus, what was not? My kind of go on. Okay? Ashe Chamas, Ashe Shima, Ashe Chamas, Shima, Lord Shima, or my new Barakaka. From the context of what they worship, my Caleb the color, a dog in a mark, right? The Hasaflevin, this can end up saying that La Adanella, the Annella, and the second, they would burn children and offer up their children as sacrifices. Adanella and Annella. Who's Adanella and Annella and what is that? So, hey, Safa, we remind you, Hakalah Bahasias. So this is the first thing I hear the newer. And the horse. Adanella, so okay, by the way, so ultimately again, why is the guy called Adanella? The other little narrative because in Greek it's self-worth master because it carries stuff. The Annella, but Annella, the unmade Malay, is careful. Ultimately again, that it's helpful to its master. Ultimately again, be careful because ultimately it goes ahead and carries it. Interestingly enough, a donkey in Greek is spelled ultimately again. Why? Because it carries. And it answers the call of its master ultimately again because it carries the master. Now that we do the pieces of his last social king, so let's remember that we learned that this Yonah, that's how long ago, that this Yonah again was one of the righteous kings of Klal Yisrael, but his father Achaz was a tremendous Russian of the Avodah Zarah. Achaz was such a Russian, I will say, just to understand, Achaz was ready to worship, to offer up his son. Skill as a partner. That was the answer on the scale. You could be an other hand, but the nice to be so Adara that you will be again to go out and offer up your son as a partner. It's like a different level. Commitment. It was commitment. Right? So Achaz was ready to offer up his son. Ultimately again as a partner to Avodah Zarah. So you must see what happens. How does it say, hello, Shesafo Salamandra. His mother sheared him with salamander blood. So salamander apparently is this type of creature that the blood of it is fire retardant, right? The fireproof, right? So if you shear it on you, the fire doesn't have any level of impact. Ultimately again on. So his mother sheared him with salamander, and ultimately again he went ahead and saved him from the fire. So what's like? So we'll stop on this today. Here's how it is. I just want to point out, we're stopping with his mother Pihuda, and then again, we're ending up with Malchus Yisrael, and now we just last word, and we end up with just about Eretz. That was it. We just ended up with Eretz Yisrael, then we're saying stop, next stop, next stop, share the website.
Do you think so?
We could.
Shab is definitely the kind of guy that would get laughs because when he first started, they go, "Things hilarious." The stuff he thinks of is amazing. He would never. He's
all right, so let's say good morning. Let's begin. Begin by taking our response for this morning's 50 days. Capitalizing on the defect they were at that goal. This year, 5.8 views. They they're trying to do a narrative that's 5 minutes too long. They need to do a jubilee where they put them to prom. Predators are in competition. 5 minutes too long. Are we going to go back on Santa Cruz on the college 62A? We're going to pick up 2, 4, 5 lines down from the top. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so it's a very interesting, a couple of interesting figures that we have in front of us today.
I saw another one where they were like PGs, but they were debating
Right, so the Gemara says as follows.
because they said someone on the subreddit said that
Zakai taught the following halacha before the Yochanan. Listen to this. Wine libations.
What fucking sense?
Now, he did all of these things that I love that.
that was a good idea.
All of these things in one lapse of awareness. Now, we're going to talk about exactly that is one beauty of a lapse. Right? But again, we'll talk about exactly what that means, a lapse of awareness. Lapse of awareness coming up. We'll get into that. But the point over here is that halacha l'maisa, that he did all of these things in this one moment. So multiple acts of Avodah Zarah. Thank you so much. Multiple acts of Avodah Zarah within one halacha. So the Gemara says, "Elu chayiv alachos." So the halacha is he's only chayiv once.
This reminds me of the
It's important. Something
about
so
being
the
your
halacha
wife.
is did all of these things only chayiv once.
There's a
So
joke
all
in
of them
there.
That's
That's also bad. It's like a guy's trying to call their wife vagina or something. Like,
get that out of his message.
wow.
Right? Don't even tell me that. Get that
It's
statement
very
out of his message.
brown.
Obviously, so remember, so if Yochanan did not keep opposing to this particular statement. So you must
God
know
forbid a man gets horny, right? It's just horrible. Oh, dude, BCE was leaving Mortal Kombat. Yeah, dude, someone just can't me about this. It's kind of crazy. But
Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Nosson. What's the machlokas? This is actually very interesting.
Camera on me, bro. Campbell, videos you filmed. CBS for 9 years. One of the best jobs I've ever had in my life. Has acquired the right to UFC, super boxing, and a lot of changes are coming with that. My role in CBS Sports is so rapid that it's tough to say today, but it's the truth. We stepped away from Morning Combat in 2026, my final episode.
Sorry,
January 2026. It was never planned to have an announced this abruptly. It's sort of just how it all worked out. But to begin to use the word bittersweet would certainly then come close to describe the emotions today. As you know, to look at the
now, interestingly enough, however, it does go out of its way to say, so it does say, do not kindle a fire in the shop. Let's have a shop. You can kindle when you're fire in the shop. So please, go for that. Go for that. Do not kindle a fire in your home on Shabbos. So Shiloh is like this. The general Shiloh. Why is the Torah beautifully
stage time
single out
on CBS, and then Luke is doing this whole political thing blowing up.
In other words, remember,
Political shows, so they're both fun. They're different ways,
I would
but I
have
hope
said
they
that just like
keep
fire was
the
part
subreddit
of
in
the
their heart.
process of the
And
Mishkan. So
every once in a while, let it out. Jump on that
You
motorcycle.
can't kindle a fire in your home on Shabbos. Why is it that they need to single out Havara? So this is a fundamental machlokas. So the Gemara says, "B'shan Havara, you're not going to really love it." He says, Havara was singled out. This is meaning of the teaching that whereas every other Shabbos transgression is punishable by death, if you've already kindled a fire,
Shout out to
that is only punishable by a lot. In other
Here's the
words,
great thing about
the
him
reason
staying
it's
true to
singled
who he
out
is
is
he doesn't have to do the job because I'll still do it.
diminished
Sure, as we
liability.
hear it.
That's the thing with Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi
It's been a
no,
rough couple of years professionally for us since the fall of Showtime abruptly and picking up the pieces, getting this show back on the streets was a long battle, and I'm very proud of what we've done. But 2 years of juggling paychecks all over to get the opportunity to go solid and go all in with my company focusing on where I can't refuse. So, but Thomas, it doesn't bring me joy to announce this, but it is major news for a program that we built together for almost 7 years. The most fun I've ever had of anything I've ever done in my career. And I think that's how it obviously has an effect on the future of this program.
Yeah, I mean, you remember that phone call I gave you when we were in New York? It was 2019. Before the show started, and we were describing like what the game does. Don't sign this, so just wait. I don't know what you had in mind about what. I mean, it makes sense. It would kind of isn't so serious. I mean, like I said, I respect it. That's bad respect.
Because I want to
Brings a tear to my eyes. What if they, yeah, that's very emotional. What if like they could have stopped, but then I kept playing.
down levels are. So once again, why single out? Why single it out? Because remember, I've already done that. So when you're doing that, I've already singled out in order to make one cover a lot. It's that happening a lot yourself. So people preaching, right? Frustration going down to an idol. Was also singled out to say that one. It was really worship of a Lord that guys did. That penalty for frustration bowing down is only allowed. Okay, remember, I'm going to have according to the agreement, it says no Havara is singled out. They wanted to create individual liability for each and every Malach. Don't say that wrong. Ishtat Havara Nami Lachayot Yatzah. So prostitution was also singled out in order to go ahead and create individually liability. Now listen, I don't know why this is having this whole stuff.
And so it begins so perfect that it was a change.
What was the ruling? The went ahead and offered up a slaughter and libationized them and did all of these different things and down to an idol. The hell of that fuck in one lapse. He's tied us. He's tied once. So we're trying to help. Now, I began to page 100 to that June. So we're trying to figure out over here what is it that is unfolding. So let's figure out what it is. So you must definitely be a lot more nice. That statement of that guy is subject to multiple courts. Just like Shabbos, you have one malacha that was singled out. Why was the malacha singled out? Shabbos says, if you teach that it's only allowed, everything else is punishable like that. Rabbi Nassim was singled out to teach you, but you're high for each and every malacha individually. So to say the same level of why was frustration singled out? Why was it singled out? What did you want to do? You want to maybe where everything else level is all punishable like that? Frustration is punishable by a lot. Second, we think no. To teach you that there's individual liability for each and every aspect of our desire. So let's one second.
I encourage everybody to really watch
So first of all, reveal
do it in the printed shop
they
himself.
can't
There should
actually
be
outline
printed
these
shop,
things.
wash shop with
Dilma,
printed shop reacting to that.
Havar the Labian Zasa,
Because you know
the
they
Nafkali
whatchamacallit,
Hilmachos,
is it
the
every
Akos
is public
Livina.
news companies.
So you might say, first of all, maybe that we'll see only holes.
Yeah, but you were saying everyone
That our brother is different.
yes,
Like
but
that, I
like
know
you're
for Shabbos, when Torah singles out,
what's his name? They keep the stands right during the
and how come
midnight
it's coming
saying
to
the
single
place
out
of
for a
peanut
lot?
butter.
Because remember
He
again,
did a bit
like
about
Shabbos, they
saying
have
the
another
podcast,
class.
watching the podcast,
The
watching
part that
the
you want
podcast.
to report of
So
this is
what I
Daber
did
Alchemy
is
Yisrael
printed
and Lord.
shop,
Nefesh ki
watching
tachta
the
b'shkagam
subreddit,
mikol mitzvos Hashem asher lo
printed shop,
saseno.
watching a clip of
V'asa
printed shop, watching the subreddit.
me'achos
Oh,
mehina.
so that's
Because we were talking about to get a carbonic liability,
they should watching this clip.
carbon katos.
And how they
Like the
react.
halacha mentions if a person performs me'achos, now we're going to see that page is an interesting one because it really shows that it is me'achos from one marina from one from the because Philip Malachos, right, the cookie that Rabbi Yossi holds that Havara is sealed down for a lot of purposes because he knows that Philip Malachos, you know, turns out the idea that every malacha is left is separate is a different story. From that phrase, me'achos, mehila, it's really so the Bible says, and he will perform, so you cannot divide it. The person who is dividing the halacha, he performs the outcome of Achos Mehila. He does one of these things. That's very interesting. How many Shechayim Achos Akulam? If the sometimes you only carry once, the multiple acts of liability. There's Hanin Shechayim Akol Achos Va'achos. And sometimes you carry multiple times for each and every act of liability. So again, there's a little bit of sometimes you can perform multiple acts and only be chayiv once. And sometimes you can perform multiple acts and be liable for each individual one. Again, we'll define it there. So it's my kind of Rabbi Yossi. Where did Rabbi Yossi get this from? Where did Rabbi Yossi get this from? It's the also Achos is singular, Hino is plural. So now watch this. Achos, Hino, Mehino. So sometimes again, there's individual liability, Achos. Sometimes there is collective liability, or I should say multiple levels of liability, Hino, Mehino. And then Achos, Shi, Hino, Mehino, Shi, Achos. And sometimes in the both sides, Achos, Shi, Hino. One act that includes multiple layers of liability, and then we have the Achos, and sometimes there are multiple acts that only result in one level of liability. So you might, for example, okay, let's put the meat on the bones with this. So you have the Achos. So for going to be an example, ultimately again,
I don't know why I paused it. I thought you were talking.
well, the example ultimately again of regular liability. So the Gemara says Achos. So for example, when I saw again, one example would be
the fact that you're able to go in there with fucking headwinds and you can take a joke about afterwards is crazy. Yeah, I mean, you can't take it too seriously. It's also, like if that came from like DC or like somebody from the fraternity, then it's different. Yeah, that's from fans or people, playing the game. But yeah, you're not gonna like pedestrians. That's pretty cool. Pretty much how we say that. I mean, hopefully it sticks to that word.
Shame
We're not
you
part
should.
of the
Let's say you, instead of writing your name, shouldn't
because you said since we didn't
let's say you look at the local traffic purposes,
yes.
one of the 30 on the left post ultimately is kosher, is writing. How do you violate the law of God? Two letters. So that's an example. Is he suggesting that he did a fucking 5-minute video making fun of Red Shop? That's crazy. Yeah, that would be fucked up. This one's not that one over yet. The American Apostle.
That he was a stranger than me and you.
May Achos have violated Shabbos.
Got nothing else to do.
How does a person violate May Achos?
Said people on the name, yeah, I'm sad. This is the
May Achos won't be a derivative of that. So Shem Mishim, just like Shemen. Heno refers to Avos. Mehino refers to Tovos. Most of the Avos, which are what we call the primary categories of Malacha. Those are the actually done in the
who was a world champion in golf. Believe the fighter, you have to think for exactly 21 months. Like, dude, Jim knows this. That's your question. How'd you get done after? I don't know.
So I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know that all of these acts that I'm engaging in are malachas. Right? So I don't know today's Shabbos. What did I do? But come Shabbos, I checked out. Because I was a malacha, and I took a couple of pieces of meat. I did not do in the fire as a malacha. So I know that it's Shabbos. So what's how long that? There's individual liability for teaching everything that is. Right? So you're between
Can't find John now for good. I just said John
I know
Everett.
that Shabbos,
So there's
but I
you
don't
make
know
us say
all of the
it's John
malachos.
Jones got John Everett.
Those
They do that
individual
because over a
libraries.
decade.
Those are
So
Shabbos,
they
that's
made a ton of
malachos.
mistakes. But also, when it comes to these fighters' names, what fucks me is why when I get upset, not upset, but it bothers me that they're not among more American stars. Because when you're getting Pakistan, fucking Chechnya, and Afghanistan, last name, all that shit. When you produce this last name,
I love the way the city of Shabbos, right? Again, that I don't know that Shabbos, the Zodom malachos, and ultimately again, I am intentional about malachos. So that's Hinach
That's crazy
That
to
would
say
be
that
again
another
singular
major person
liability.
jingling
So
was your
let's remember
attempt.
again, that's because
Those are
there's a
keys.
difference over here. When I know
Jingling
that
is
it's Shabbos,
keys.
then again, it's okay. Every malacha
Jingling
that I
is
perform is
Christmas,
its own
yeah.
shogeg. It's its own shogeg, and it
You know,
generates
like
its own
that Christmas
liability.
Asian
When I
guy,
don't
you
even
know,
know that
Merry
it's
Christmas,
Shabbos,
what's his name,
right,
Santa
and then I
Claus?
perform all of these malachas,
Jingling is
my
a cat's
issue is
collar,
not with
dude.
malacha. What's my issue? What's my issue? Shabbos. And therefore, again, interestingly enough, as much as I've
Jingling
done
is a
multiple acts,
classic.
there
Sometimes you
is
just gotta go back and
singular
relive it, dude.
liability
That's
for
been
failure to I remember
the
again,
explanation he's giving is like a person that fucked up in one. You know what I mean? He's like, I
how
gotta
did this whole thing
go
start?
home. You don't
Remember,
know
just to
any.
keep in mind our
You know what I mean?
conversation.
Yeah.
The
You're not
Zachai
just like a couple.
Mokar
You're missing all
said,
names
the
that
first
are
of
John Smith.
all of these
You
acts,
rename
which
everything.
of our
Yeah, so you gotta,
the hell
you would mess up John
one
Smith. It's like
left.
fucking,
Only Kai
you're attacked as hell. Your brain doesn't work. That's the thing.
so remember, again, to figure out why that, what exactly is the case. Avahacha, Avazara, keep on even Avahacha, so not the late malachos, you get that. So we're going to go for Avazara, we don't have another source. He says that halacha l'meisa was liability for each act of worship. The Kudah Alma is Shachava Makaryasa. When the Torah says about the Shachava frustration is only singled out. Why? In order to create the individuated liability. So halacha l'meisa again, there is liability for each and every act of frustration.
That's crazy. I do like that though. They said that because I cannot wait for him to try. He said Geronimo. Like that's as close as you get.
So much as why can't you use the same concept as before?
He's
Let's go ahead and let food malachos, and let's learn out that each act of avodas are worship. One is going to be right, that's right. No, let's go back and put on the little on super play. Achos Mimira. So first of all, there's the same concept. Achos Mimira. Achos is Mimira. With Achos is Mimira. So for example, the Achos, what is the single act of avodas are worship? Check the element of avodas are. What in the Achos? What is the derivative after that? Check the one thing. Now, both of you might be able to remember again. Halacha l'meisa. Shita normally requires the cutting of both the green type of esophagus. So let's say achos is lactose shita. May achos will be cutting one of the simonis. So therefore, is almost the primary category. For use of ishtachava, surrogates primary worship of avodah. For example, incense, like wine libation, prostration, mehena, which is what is that referred to? Shava Malcolm, Shava Malcolm. For example, if you broke the stick in front of the avodah, okay, now breaking the stick, what does that mean? Let's say you have a particular type of avodah where the way that you worship it is to break a stick. Okay, if that's the way you worship it, then that's the way you worship it. So nice again, even though normally one would not be liable for that form of worship, but if halacha l'meisa God is have a particular idol of worship, then there is liability for that. Achos shiyuhina. What's an example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability? For example, zara avodas kofahim b'shividat avodos. So that would be an example of, let's say again, I know avodah zara is asur, but I don't know that all of these different things are problematic forms of worship. So, for example, I know that I'm not allowed to worship avodah zara, but I didn't know that I can't bow down to it, or put up a carbon to it. This makes sense. I didn't know all of these things. I committed all of these acts. So what's halacha? Is individual liability for each of those acts. Now, remember again, mindset is everything. Because in this case, I knew avodah zara was asur. What didn't I know? I didn't know like technical
There's no
logistical
chance
information.
he's smart
Okay,
enough
so you
to see the
it
names
shows you
and
that it's
know
all
that
to
there's
show
gonna
you.
be a problem
I'm
before they
kind
start
of each and every act. So
Now
that would be the
he's
case of
realizing
Athos.
after he fucks the names up, he's like, well, you could have told me. And you gotta get the names right.
Athos enough. So one act or one situation which results in
That's what he
multiple
does. Take
layers
great
of
out.
liability.
Baddies, texting baddies.
That
There's so many other things to do other than worrying
so
about
an
saying
example
Pierce.
of multiple
I mean, he
acts
doesn't know great work whatsoever. We know that. He's going to, if anything, doing a vlog beforehand.
gives an insight of where I didn't know that this thing wasn't a result of, right? But I did all of these acts with intentionality. But then in that case, there's multiple acts for only one layer of only one level of liability. But then also like I didn't know that I didn't have all these elements. Okay, yes, by the way, how did you guys have all this stuff up in this done? Okay, these are questions. I mean, this question is
That's
back to
crazy how
yesterday.
he doesn't know.
He might
That's
say,
like a thing.
tell me what it means to mistakenly worship a holy God.
Oh, that's
Just explain
great.
that one
Dude,
to me.
this guy's having
Like
a
how
great time.
when you slip,
He probably
what
realizes that that's
exactly
what just
happened
happened.
over here?
He's the only one in the room that
I
realizes
was
that
just
just
after this. Y cansada de esa clase de destacábalo, lo que es justo, that the structure you are down to the school, right? And what happened? And what happened? And you got, and it turned out, and you got down to it, and it turned out that it was not holy God. So I said, that's not holy God at all. Holy God, that's not right. Listen, again, there, a person is mentioned is totally pure. So there's no holy, there's no kind of restrictions that holy God. Like, in other words, let's say, you have to consider this statement is so profound. If you understand, number one, the Gemara is, you have to hold it down to a shul.
And we don't know a lot of people on our show unless they make a song for us. And we have to go for the song
just to be covered.
That's
If you're obligated to have Torah to base Knesset,
all right, this was posted by Ken Clark on 7559. It's been a hot weekend, James, dude. I'm sorry, we're going a little long right now. Sorry. Let's see. Never heard of it. I mean, my title's like that.
And with love, it's fascinating. I've never heard of
this guy.
bowing down to a
This is a
shul.
big
What
brand
is
of this
that?
body brand
We
blew
don't
up.
bow down to a shul. But it's interesting that the Gemara understands that well. It's you go to a shul, and therefore you bow down. As if that's a normal thing to do. So what I'm getting at is this whole time is
Watch a bunch of sports stuff too, which is weird. You don't know why.
such profound just again in the given take of the Gemara. So the next and the other piece of the
I think so.
if you go to the shul, you bow
It's
down.
really, if he's wearing it after, it's not really a big deal.
Your heart
If he's wearing it
belongs to
before,
God. Let's say that
exactly.
phrase. It's at
That
the
makes
end of
sense.
the day. At the end of the day, when your children are friends or whoever you're delivering your eulogy, if they could say that phrase about us, that this was a person whose libo was Lachaman, his heart belonged to HaKadosh. And that's 120. They could say that about you. That
This is
a life
we
well
had an original
lived.
dish for the record. I called to move to Austin back in February with that ninja omelet.
If you have it, you're gonna get it. You did chesed, it's
Brendan
beautiful
shot
and fulfilling, and it's shtickle self-serving to give chesed. It feels so good to do it. What's the true metric of spiritual
I see where
success?
you're going with
A
this,
person
but
who
you're
lives
off
a
on
life
this.
with
I'm
his
telling you,
heart
Africa is a country. I've been there. I sell out Africa every time I go there. This other day, I take my dog outside for walking, and he got
He's not a body.
dog walk. Oh yeah, that's impressive walking. Like North Star, that's an Adam Stanley.
He wants our hearts, so you can say,
Joe Montana. Like North Star,
you can say that about me. If my family can say that about me after
I'm actually
120.
thinking
I
about
mean,
moving
you
to
my
Austin.
heart
Oh, you in Texas this weekend? Love Texas.
You
Got a
obviously
tattoo on
have
my
to
arm.
bring
Oh,
the
you in
rest of your
Cleveland this
body
weekend?
along
Love
with your
Cleveland.
heart.
Got it tatted in between my toes. Oh, you in Cleveland this weekend? Love Montgomery. Got it tatted on my right arm. Oh, you in Afghanistan this weekend? Love Afghanistan. Got it tatted on my lower back. Every time I go to Afghanistan, I sell out. There are not tickets. Bottles of water. I bring bottles of water, sell out every time. They love it. Oh, you in Antarctica this weekend? Love Antarctica. Got a tattoo on the roof of my mouth. They sell out Antarctica every time for years. Yeah, cool story.
So what's the case?
Fighting since I was 6 years old.
What's the case? The case, I saw a statue of the king. So that's what can I do? I bow down to it, but I'm not good. If you do not accept it as a deity, most again, there's nothing to talk about. Again, rather, why did I bow down to the statue? Out of fear or love for a person. Nothing to do with statue. This is why, by the way, that you ever wondered that you hear it says Mordecai didn't bow down, which tells you everyone else was bowing down. Even the Rabbanim, how are they able to do it? All right, it wasn't that was the whole crowd.
She was like, oh, you're that funny guy that fights too, but a true story. I saw Bill Clinton at Chick-fil-A. It was just us two. He's like, oh, you're that badass that podcast too. I saw him that night. It was just us two. And he was like, oh, you're that truck guy that walks too much. True story. Saw Kobe Bryant at the GTA 6 release party. It was just us two. He was like, oh, you're that white boy that dog walks too much. So you have a TV show called Hunting Hitler. Did you ever find out? So you have a TV show called Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Did you ever catch up to you? Movie out called Fighting Nemo. Did you ever find it?
Let me call that by on the fight. So first that body that says that if you bow down to a statue out of Avon, you know you're fighting. I love the podcast. But love it says in the podcast. So what is there to say? So you must say, hello, but interesting.
I was walking my dog the other day.
In case you have person says it's no good to watch about these
itself. And I would have been very happy with that.
It's 500
I will remember that for a long time. Thank you.
Let's say, there's no prohibition
Papa Sat now says, keep business sports don't plan. But I was very important to the show posted by David Kaufman too. You guys are aware, let's just catch him up really quick.
This is so crazy.
Yes. Can't debate them. Oh, I got it. Just let you guys know. If you guys have been aware or anything, but he does go to baseball. Yeah, this is first time.
Something amazing.
Here's the thing, he's been doing some of his works.
We're able
even if it hits a baller under for telling you no. Yeah, it doesn't matter. No, you never know. That team's balling. When it took like 15, 16, stuff to tell. Like most guys that go pro or just down the cameras. Yeah, it really don't matter. Well, but that guy, no, what's
I didn't know.
the one thing I don't kind of it's just a game. It's a way they can live. They have
This helps me resolve another case. What's the issue? You only try once. So that's a holocaust. So you want holocaust.
Yes,
Holocaust. Pretty sure anything I mentioned was like, I need to write about Holocaust. I didn't want to go back for a second. We're but can you really go actually read Susan to apply Zara? The Holocaust, the Mashiach, the Mashiach part, keeps up, we see that. As much as again, all the different levels of liability, you have the hard point Mashiach, which is the offering, the guilt offering is the next years erroneously. Right, that's the year. And for an individual, it's a case of the zero. Here by others become here by idolatry. Now, in this zero, ultimately, also the Gemara that Halacha Chaysa offers up a zero like the individual. Okay, so the Gemara says, that's the point out already. The others become Mikhail. Le'el v'shavim le'vi v'chachamim shechay Mashiach v'zir together. The Gemara says, and the Gemara concludes the discussion There's nothing more to discuss regarding this particular topic. Now let's go off track with that. To see what we do. We're not going to show you the idea, but we're not going to look at what Baba was talking about. The bottom line, you might say here is that also nice. Interestingly enough, there is a similarity between the Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. What is going on? By the way, the similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah is not quite physically. The way of fellow Shabbos, it's as if he's worshipping Avodah Zarah, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that signifies and concretizes our belief in God as the creator. Without that, there is no belief in Avodah Zarah. The primary essence of the Rebbeinu Shalom is that we restore Shabbos, the first one goes out and singles out kindling in order to show this individual liability to the ethical Shabbos. They're both singles out plastic liability. This individual level of liability for every act of worship of Avodah Zarah. Okay. He might say, he doesn't fall like what's anyways. Also, kind of tell it. Homer b'Shabbos Mishus. Homer b'Shabbos Mishus. There's a chumrah that Shabbos has over other mitzvahs, and there is a chumrah that other mitzvahs have over Shabbos. Okay, here we go. Chumrah b'Shabbos. What's the chumrah of Shabbos? 3 lines down at 62b. Set up in his own days. Chumrah b'Shabbos. Shabbos also shtayim behalim echad. Chayav akalas v'achas. What's that? So now we'll read it and then we're going to define our terms in a little bit. Shabbos, if you committed 2 malachos behalim echad. Now what does that mean? 2 malachos in one lapse. Now again, we'll have to discuss exactly what kind of lapse we are talking about over here. What's the lapse? Now the context, but it sounds like, well, we'll discuss. So also Stein the Helen Method, if you went ahead and did 2 malachos in one lapse of awareness, Chayiv for each individual malacha. So again, there's a lapse there. You might say, now that is not true by other mitzvahs. So that's by other mitzvahs. If a person commits 2 transgressions, like in one lapse of awareness, you're only going to be chayiv once. Okay, now that's analyzed. On the other hand, on the other hand, other mitzvahs have liability over Shabbos household. So the Shabbos, when it comes to the mitzvahs, shagag belongs chayiv if you accidentally perform a malacha or an avirah without kavanah, you are going to chayiv, not including the Shabbos. This is not true by Shabbos. Now, this is very interesting. So what's that? I feel like we were just talking about particular things we've seen before. What this refers to is asset. When it comes to accidental violation of a malacha, the 2 components that can occur. There's typical shogeg. Now, what's typical shogeg? Typical shogeg is, for example, Shabbos. I know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that turning on a light was awesome. So I know that Shabbos is shogeg. There's another thing called in this assay. This assay means I am involved in a totally different act. And as a result of that act, something related to sense. Meaning, whereas if you think of the light case, right? I have kavanah to turn on the light. Like, what was my mistake? I didn't really know how to do that was my mistake. So again, you know, kavanah for the act, but just lack of awareness. I didn't have kavanah to do anything wrong. It could be as a result of what I was doing, something else occurred which was prohibited. So now you won't come to nothing. When you go back, according to Shemit Zos, so there's my own projection for thinking he wouldn't get that way, but me too. I told Ron, like, the Lord is Kaveh Chai. Again, if you go and do it again, without Kaveh Chai, Mashiach came to Shabbos. By Shabbos, there is no Kavanah for the act in Chai. You do an act without any level of intentional. Shabbos is, if you perform an act without intentionality in Chai, by Shabbos, only Chai with intentionality.
So I love his podcast too. Him and Dax Shepard and Shepard, yeah. And it's a like
let's look at Shabbos. Let's look at Shabbos. Shabbos also Shabbos. So remember again, what did we just say? On Shabbos, if you perform two malachos, the halacha in one lapse,
they try to early access to these episodes
for each and every malacha. Okay, so you might go like this. Hey, what's the case? This is fascinating. Okay, so let's say on Shabbos, maybe you went ahead and you violated Shabbos morning, right? You went ahead and you harvested, you harvested and you ground the wheat, right? So those are two different malachas, harvesting and grounding. So let's say you did both of those things. Some people would do anything that's going to on that, right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest and you grind up the wheat. So two different malachas. The Kabbalah Gabi Shani says, so it won't be a comparison, let's say, our Hotel Shabbos. What do you think? For example, the upper clear of the dam. So let's say again, the power of this would be forbidden fat and blood. Okay? So just like by Shabbos, Ksira and Tehina, two malachos, you're doing those things in one line. So it's also eating forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so you might say, I don't know. Those things in the case that we do, I don't know. You might have said before that Shabbos is a law over other hours. How so? That by Shabbos from two acts, you kind of twice. Whereas for other days, only the twice. But you might say that's not true. By Shabbos, let's say I go and I eat in one line. Okay, so the parallel case would be I eat blood and cleaver in one line. So by Shabbos, it should be kind of twice. But if you eat blood and fat, so let's say one halacha, you blood and fat twice. What's going on here? Which the Gemara says, how long is this? You got this shiny this, Allah Dummy. There was no parallel case by other mitzvahs that should only be kind in runs. What is this? The author, Shayla of Mechila. Two different things. So yeah, I eat two kizitsim of Kayla in one lapse of awareness. Can't get enough of that feeling. Right? So once I saw that, I eat two pieces of Kayla in one lapse of awareness. So once I saw that, in that case, you only be chayiv once. The Kabbalah got the Shabbos, the other Ksira. So let's say by Shabbos, if you were to perform two acts of harvesting, right? Harvesting one, and then go back and harvesting two, that there would be dual liability for that. So you might say, I don't care, that's not true. How about carbon the cow? So also carbon the cow, that's not true. That's not true. At Shabbos also, if you were to do two acts of harvesting, right? You put repetition of each other, the hell enough, right? You don't only be chayiv once. Now, by the way, this is why you see that the other thing is not teaching out, right? That if you didn't like this family, did not feel that this actually made any sense. So that's the only thing. Like the problem is, your body had the other two Kupino, now so thinking the Shabbos. So what you do is, well, let's look over this. If you see what Shabbos, where you perform two acts in one parallel, that's a dual liability. What's the case? Like we said before, Shabbos morning, I hard and I grind it. Right? Two levels. Now I get in one lap. The actual four acts. What four acts? I did not know that it's Shabbos. I'm harvesting, I'm grinding, so there's going to be zero liability in this. Okay, so now, what would be the corresponding, let's say, by another idea? In one last, two results in singular liability. In that case, I'm saying this, some of us have listened to this. Rami said, Zikea, Zikita, Kinesis, to have an achos, ain't a higher to have an achos. Okay, here it is. But Rami says, look, if you slaughter, increased water, that things often makes sense, like authorizations, we do all of these
Welcome
things,
back to
but
Tippins
these are
Show.
all
Thanks for
in
tuning
one
in. As
lapse
always,
of
join the
awareness.
Patreon, join the Reddit, join the
The
Discord.
only five ones.
On this
The only five
week's
ones.
Patreon, we did an extra
They will say,
episode.
what is
Never heard of it.
interesting contrast.
So if you
So
want
on
to see
Rosh
us,
Shabbos,
even
if
more
you
of
perform
us,
multiple
Danny,
malachas in one lapse of awareness,
I
you
am
tie
light
it
as
to each
shit,
and every
guys.
performance. Other than Bible,
I picked a random one. We got a new sample. If you want to see more of us, subscribe to the Patreon. Also, if you want early access to emails, go to the Patreon.
to which the
Oh yeah, we don't want to sleep on that, dude.
Lo metocuję na wolę to zrobić. No i z tej wtedy zapłynęło do wojna. I to nic nie to, że ludzie nie wydają. Chore to szans, so what's that? That for chomro, a Shabbos over other missions. That's American
Here
justice.
to watch Tippins and Shots. This is the sniper. Oh, look at you, dude. You got a timer on lock right here. Oh shit!
A
Cheek
Shabbos
lift.
over so, so the Shabbos showed up with this Kaveh, or does he do this? Remember again, by other
Alright,
missions,
let's see what we got.
people call it
Time.
accidental act, even without Kavanah.
It's
There's
called
water
those
again,
hamsters.
shut up on the
Again,
Kaveh. So
definitely
it's not how Shabbos, remember
more
again, that Shabbos
UFC,
won't have a
NFL, one football
if you do shogeg without
racing
Kavanah.
squad.
Right, Shabbos requires Kavanah.
The narrative she paid.
We must, one second.
See that?
Shogeg
This
below this
makes
Kavanah, below this
from my
Kavanah.
AOC NFL Division One football player.
Shogeg below Kavanah? What it is? What's the case of accidental avodah without Kavanah? What's the
Yeah,
liability
just
for that? Here we
to
go.
say
Here we go
accolades.
once again.
I
Next time I'll be
she
checking
should
this
say,
to be
you
shot
know,
below.
against
See if I
my
bow down to a building.
podcasting,
And I thought the
hilarious
building
food
wasn't
truck,
sure.
marketing
Right,
truck,
but it turned out that it was really
genius
avodah
paths.
zarah.
Those are way
That's
bigger
not
than
avodah zarah at all. Why? How did you do it? The rest of you said before it, and my intentions are pure. My intentions are pure. Eric, Harvey, and Danta. Decide you did. What's it? Rather, what's the case? You think we were I bow down to a statue. I bow down to a statue. Say if I'm bowing down to a statue as a god, makes it true. Then again, that's amazing. The low cover LA, but if I do not accept it as a god, then low cool you. Then it will face nothing. Then it might just actually do nothing. Error may offer the mirror. Rather, what's the obvious is the case we must be talking about here is I'm bowing down to the idol, but I'm bowing down to it ultimately again out of love or fear for a particular individual. So once again, honey kalabai the Makai. That makes the sense of it says that there's liability for such an act. Love the Makai, but then Rabbi says that's your part. What is it there? To say, I love it. Idolatry. That's the case. Actually, the Shabbos part of the gathering. So what's the so kind of the older
It kind of makes sense though, because remember when they were moving to Texas, they did some sort of
Shabbos would be part of the
they both
gathering.
had
Again, we'll
things
see
that
if
were
that's
like,
true.
one of them, I can't believe we're going to Texas, but like, oh, there's stuff moving to Texas, I gotta get like that. And it's like, I gotta get camo pants for him. And they both saw each other for some like, what if?
Up until this point,
Both did this, dude.
about Helen's Gazette, where there was a lot of on both areas.
I have a feeling it's going to be video talking about the Trinity process.
Just to be clear,
Alright, this one's posted by
the
Dandy
question of
Coffee too.
liability
It's
was
called
always a very
Wants to
simple question.
Assault Mark
Are you
Maron.
going to be fired once, or are you going to be fired multiple
Looks
times?
like you're a
That
bitter
was the
bitch.
question.
Here's the thing.
Up
You
to
know
the
exactly where I
January
come from.
11th,
Is Mark
no
Maron
one
with all the shit talk he's talking about with all the rope reversal? And I know you guys are going to notice he needs to get fucking punched in the face. No, tell the shit. No, behind the mic, you're going to talk all this shit behind the mic and get physically assaulted. You're going to stop or I will snap his fucking head.
You can say that right now. No, it sounded really good.
It's not the Shabbos.
What is Crystal saying? Like, it's gonna get yeah, is Crystal getting fucking
and how
being the voice of reason here? He's not gonna tell him not to hit Mark Maron. What's going on?
Without
No,
Kavanah.
I think he's right.
Now watch this. The Kassava, what would be an example of that? Most of the time, for example, what would be an example by General
Eric's like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. We gotta fuck him up. The next time we go to the comedy store, we see Maron getting beat up by Eric. One of the door
I
guys.
forgot that there's skin in my mouth.
Should go
I
behind
just
the mic.
think
You're
it's
going to talk all this
so
shit behind the mic and get physically assaulted. You're going to stop right your fucking cock.
I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that it's awesome.
Why is
This
Maron
case
a
is a
cunt?
little different. In this case over
What
here,
does
I don't
Papa
even
think
have
cunt
Kavanah for
means?
the
I feel like I've said this before, but I truly want to know.
define
but just to be
You gotta
ill-informed. I
define
think that the consumption of is mutter. In this case over
Is
here,
that
I have
always
something in my
easier? He's
mouth.
like, I was
I
just
got
kidding.
it was scared. I just thought it was excess saliva.
I mean, this makes it sound like he wants to fuck me up. Oh, yeah. Maybe he's scared of me. Yeah, that's funny. He's such a bitch. I mean it, and he's like, whoa, dude, it was all talk. He says that to me. I don't say, I was just joking. He goes, oh, dude, puppy. And he tells me he was joking. That would be something. I go, dude, don't worry about it. You got a gun? I love you, dude. I'm like, I'm about your chair.
I forgot that there's scared in my mouth. Saliva. I swallowed. Absolutely no kavana for any favorite consumption. That's fine. Right? But
cats.
interesting enough, you must have much anything to Shabbos. You thought that. So what Shabbos is going to be Pater. You don't have kavana for the actual Shabbos. Pater, why not? You know what I'm saying? For example, she's studying the Hadviyah Kalush. The Pater is not good. What is not going to do? But on Shabbos, I go out with a cucumber on the ground. So I want to make a salad. I'm going to pick up the cucumber. And I figured to myself, that's the cash. Because it's the cash, therefore it's mutter for use. It turns out I pick it up and I end up plucking it out of the ground, which is one of the halachos. So they say, on Shabbos, you are pater. Now why? So let's say we're going to see the Gemara says,
Oh, crazy. Yeah, I think that's crazy for a shot saving period. That's hilarious. If there was a crowd in front of them, they'd be like, oh.
But what ends up happening is I end up doing something. Example. For example, I totally forgot about it. I just got it. I swallowed it. That's it. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally different. There's still a lot of value for that. Interestingly enough, thinking by a riot, by immorality. That's an interesting one. Where again, I have committed, but it turns out that something good to do. So for example, let's say Elaine is ready to have relations with his wife, Russell. But it turns out, through some confluence of events, he ends up having relations with Russell's sister.
Fastest gal surviving in the streets of Austin, Texas.
Right there. So I think, but again, but it's kind of like some type of mistake occurred, right? And he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. But again, that was not at all his intentions. There was personality of it. Interestingly enough, lack of intentionality. People say that all the time. So legitimately, he wants to have relations with his wife, do some conflict, but then having relations with the wrong woman. I don't know how exactly to explain that to you, right? But that's not our problem today. Right? So again, by all other averas, lack of intentionality don't result in liability. By Shabbos, and here it is, by Shabbos, Meleches Machshavas Asyatorah. When it comes to Shabbos has Meleches Machshavas. Meleches Machshavas means intentionality. By Shabbos, there has to be intentionality for the act, and if there is no intentionality, there is absolute exemption. Absolute exemption. That's why when you go pick up the cucumber, thinking that the cucumber wasn't cash, and it turns out that you lift it up and you just pluck it out of the ground, there's no liability for that because you need what has not shared. So it's also interesting. So I have to stop with this right there. What it turns out is halakha l'maisa. These fascinating distinctions. First of all, the one thing that you have commonality about is that you're individuated liability, just like the Shabbos. You also have that viable result. What's the difference between fixing by Shabbos and viable is that you can be cited for multiple individual liability. The interesting distinction, however, is by all other even lack of intentionality results in liability. By Shabbos, only intentionality is their liability. As the Muslim says today, let's say are not because these very concerned with such them this afternoon for practice tonight. Something that is so fun. The sheer will go on. So we'll be broadcasting the sheer back here. I want to thank Avi Fogel, who's really taking over our technology. over here while our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the show is going to be broadcast here every day. Meretz Hashem, obviously not Shabbos, but we'll still keep the two coming strong in Meretz Hashem, two Chabros, one here, one Meretz Hashem. We'll all be built by Meretz Hashem to go to Yeshua Eretz Yisrael.
Parody song for today's episode. Nice. And it hurts to be in shops every 2 months. That's facts. You know what I mean? But keeping it like 5 seconds.
No, so that's it. You're not allowed to use it.
I help out my boy. Because Theo's been going through a lot. Like, I want to take a picture with him, you know, because I talk with Theo, and it's not just me. So and then when they have a picture of me and my hat looks nice, I have a good hat. I thought you were just gonna go straight for this, dude. Where's it at?
I will fuck you up.
You think he's gonna fuck people up? Yeah, because they gotta stop fucking with Theo. They gotta fuck with him. Oh, that's right. You have to go through shop first. Yeah. That's true. Best brains beat. Let's see what else we got here. Another Dandy Kaufman post is I guess they had a hot episode of Tiger's Dick. What's that? Whatever. I guarantee it ain't going down like that.
All right, come outside. Good afternoon. Such a slow Baruch Hashem. To be able to begin. Ayarchi Kala. A little bit of backnomi, a lot of bit of backnomi watching the rock. Today's daf is Son of Gimel. Son of Gimel. Just reminded of the words of Rabbi Nachman. Rabbi Nachman says that when he closes his eyes and he yearns to be in Eretz Yisrael in a Shama, only the body is confined like the chain of vision. The soul is not. So the neshama could be anywhere you want it to be. When the person closes his eyes and he says, I want to be in Eretz Yisrael, the neshama is automatically transported to Eretz Yisrael. So Allah has come to the Kama, we've begun our trip. Mincha, Ashrei was the Haskalah. Ashrei was the beginning of the journey. We wanted to begin the journey. Ashrei, Yoshevei, they said, these words are those who sit in the Baruch. Then we're going to sit for a bit in this Omagadi Bama Shalom. That we're going to be sitting for a very long time. After that, America spending different mediums, but all of it on our way to America. And again, we begin this beautiful journey with Gemara, with Torah, with the Dimash. So once we're back, let us begin. Today's daf is Son of Gimel. Well, tomorrow, today's daf is Son of Gimel. We left off today on the bottom of Son of Beis when there's 62. I realized that I left off like about 2 lines before the actual end of the sugya, where it's we're picking up 4 lines up from the bottom of Yochanan Tamei. Yochanan goes to place this evening. Yochanan says, the Lomoki Masnisa Reish B'Hakam of the Sefer B'Hakam. The Yochanan himself doesn't like to establish a raisa reflecting 2 different opinions. The Yochanan says, man in the Targum Nicholis Hagida B'Hakam. Where we could interpret for me the raisa in this case of Cholis. Now we're not going to go into this, but Rashi is actually a fascinating case. Rashi deals with this case. This is where I deposit a barrel for Ruben. And Ruben goes ahead and moves it. During the course of moving happens to the battle. So discussion about what's the level of defense is moving for his own purposes, is he using it moving into the barrel's purposes. So the whole discussion is not going to do. But the point is that the Yochanan does not like establishing a price according to 2 opinions. The Yochanan says, whoever could interpret for me the entire Mishnah of in accordance with 1 opinion, I will carry his items to the bathhouse. Now, carrying someone's items to the bathhouse is like a form of shibud, like a form of servitude. Right? So that's like essentially, if you go ahead and you answer something, okay, good. Supposed to let's go like that. Gufa. The Gemara says, Gufa. Amar, top of something, 60 days. Amar Yami. 16 days here. Zibeach, Pekida, Venisek, Behelomech, but in the Kite, Allah Achos. This is Rabbi Yami. Rabbi Yami says that Halach Lamaisol, if you serve about the Zara, and you go ahead and you do the problem. Now, listen to this. So, you offer up the cart, you offer it in incense, you do a wine libation, you do all of it. Multiple asks of serving about the Zara, but the Halomech was Halomech. 1 lapse of awareness. What's Halachah? So this is the shita of Rabbi Yami. Yami says multiple avodas. You did the Halomech, you're only going to be fighting once. I'm not by my time, Rabbi Yami, what's the Yami's logic? I'm not going to says, no sad. So it says, don't serve avodah zarah. Plus, so the Torah makes all of avodah zarah into 1 avodah. So no sad means Don't serve Avodah Zarah, whatever you do. In other words, everything involves of Avodah Zarah, by definition, is under this one umbrella. And therefore, even if you do multiple acts of Avodah Zarah, the Helamach and one lapse of awareness, you only need it once. The Gemara says, "Omi amar Abaye." The Gemara says, "How much so the Torah mentions the prohibition of station of bowing down to Avodah Zarah 3 times. So you must after Kedaita. So one ultimately gives Kedaita. I'm not allowed to bow down to an Avodah Zarah, and that is the way to worship. What's Shalom Kedaita? Interestingly enough, there's two forms of idol worship that are big, even if it's a prescribed way to worship an idol. So for example, let's say I particular Avodah Zarah, and the way to worship the Avodah Zarah, let's say, is thinking about it. Right? That's not so crazy. After all, that's Baal Ba'ar. Right? So go ahead and let's say you bow down to it, you're still doing the fight. It's doing the fight, right? Because bowing down is considered to be a normative action. That's called Shalom Kedarka. Bow down to an idol, that's not the way to go ahead and serve the idol, you're still going to be fight. Right? And one is to create individuated obligation or liability. We saw this in Monday's daf. We saw this, right? That even if you go ahead and you worship Avodah Zarah multiple ways, you're chayiv for each type of worship. Okay, that's what the Gemara says. So point over here is Abaye disagrees with Rabbi Ami. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Ami covered Alelos. No, Abaye was espousing his idea in accordance with Rabbi Ami, but Abaye himself does not hold this. This is interesting. I want to point out Rabbi Ami is of the opinion that if you perform multiple acts of Avodah Zarah service in one lapse, you only chayiv once. Rabbi Abaye, on the other hand, holds that Allah you chayiv for each individual act. Okay, let's keep that focus in mind. Gufa says, "Amar Abaye, shalosh tachavos savos b'chavim lamo." Why does it mention the prohibition of concentration? Returns comes to Avodah Zarah. Gemara says, "I'll tell you why." One is to teach about the problem, and that is the normal way to worship. The Achas Shalom Kedarka, when it's not the normal worship the Avodah Zarah, the Achas the Chalil, and one to distinguish by the Achas. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Lekedarka said by Me'ila Nafka. We learn out Kedarka, yet you're not allowed to work to bow down idol. And that is the normal form of work. We learned that out from a different type of responsibility. The doctors over at Kapala are ridiculously amazing and riveting. Kedarka is this. It's a lot of words about is this what we're doing for the next together? So first of all, the great part about being the Gemara that you love and the people that you love, it doesn't really matter. He was wearing one of those hats that we wear at Starbucks in Silver Lake, and he had tight pants. We kept saying he was part of the big one fight ahead of us. But again, to reap the benefits of our article, you have to put in the time going to the shop very time. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says for Kedarka, we learn from different pasuk. Mecha yavdu agoyim ha'ila nafko. Ella, rather again, the Gemara says about it says Ella akos Kedarka. One mention of Ishtachava prostration to teach me. It's not allowed to bow down to her. That's the normal way to worship it. This Shalom Kedarka. I'm sorry, akos Kedarka, Shalom Kedarka. One is to teach you about the prohibition to bow down to the idols. That's the normal form of worship. And even if it's not the normal, in other words, those say there's like an in-between. What does that mean? So there's like three, we'll call them buckets. You can have an idol where the only way to worship it is bowing down to it. An idol where you never bow down to it. And an idol where sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So that's one drasha. Yachas the Shalom Kedarka, the Achas the Chalil. Okay. So we'll say, the bottom line, by the way, what we begin to see over here is like Shabbos, where the individuated obligation or liability for different malachas. So again, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, there's also going to be individual liability for multiple forms of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. It says in Makablo, Allah, the Elokah, so remember again, the Gemara says, the person goes ahead and worships Avodah Zarah. How does he worship it? He says, I hereby accept Avodah Zarah as my God. Right? Or I say to the Avodah Zarah, Iliatar, they're my God. So this is chayiv for Allah. Not chayiv, he's chayiv for Allah. I'm Rav Nachman, Rav Ador, I'm Rav. You're my God. So the Gemara says, "Chai." But what are you fighting for? You might. Even if it's Allah, it can't be for death. It can't be for death. Why? Because what do you say? If you want, you proclaim your allegiance to an idol. So what's the liability? What's the liability? It's Allah. So it can't be used. So the most eldest part, it must be a fucking like use of the way you did this to show you, right? So you went ahead and said, I want to tell you, you're my God. Now look at the type of carbon. Give it up. I think that's really a point for that. I'm not Ain't no type of government for myself. I'm sorry. Ain't no type of the only type is a performance act. You have to do something. You have to do a myself. You have to do a myself. For example, keep going. Who are the keeper? What are examples of actions? Slaughtering, incense, libation, if you look at that list, right, which one doesn't belong? It doesn't belong. Zipuach, Tor, Nisu, Ishtachava. What doesn't belong? What doesn't belong? Ishtachava. Bowing down. Why? It's the shtick myself. Like, no, it's not really a myself. Like, otherwise, slaughtering is a myself. Libation is a myself, right? Sensitizing is all of these things are action, but it's that haba ultimately again going and bowing down. So who says that it's that haba? Who says that bowing is a myself? Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva. The Amalot wasn't a myself cloud. That's Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds that you're tired. He knows that you're tired about the Zara. He won't tell him myself. What does that mean? That's tremendous. If you hold it that the type for starting with a Maisa, then you do it if a person says, I will tell you, you're my God, that you would be like, tremendous. So again, if Rabbi Akiva is the disputant, and he's saying that Rabbi doesn't require a myself, Rabbi must be saying that Rabbi doesn't require a myself, to which the Gemara says, no, keep Amarav, Nami Rabbi Akiva Kamar. I'm not going to have Rabbi saying Rabbi Akiva Pshisha, Hainu Megadi, Rabbi Akiva. So let's say, so obviously again, you don't need a myself for Rabbi Zara. Where did you learn that out? From Megadi. What's Megadi? Megadi is blasphemy. What is blasphemy comprised of? What is it comprised of? Speech. Right? And halacha l'maisa again is liability. Imagine Mal came up, what would you have thought? Mal came up, at Kamel Mechai Rabbi Akiva Karban, Ella the Megadi. So I might have thought ultimately again that maybe Rabbi Akiva would only be Mechai Karban in a case of Megadi. Sidbei Kares. Megadi is different. Why is Megadi different? Because Megadi itself has Kares written into it. Has it written into it? So the Gemara says about Halcha, the low Sidbei Kares, the most of it over here where it doesn't say Kares. Right, by where a person says, Iliato, Amo, I'm not for such an action. Shamash Balon, this law, by Yizbuk law, by Yom law. So say this is Shitas Rabbi Akiva. This is really dramatic. Rabbi Akiva holds a law for myself. One is Chai for Avodah Zarah, even without a myself. Even without a myself, which means what? Person goes over to an Avodah Zarah and says, Iliato, you're my God. Halacha Rabbi Akiva says, that's Avodah Zarah. And that's tremendous, because that's a contradistinction to the Rabbanon. Right? Because the Rabbanon will say that you need a myself. Of course, it's Rabbi Akiva that says that Avodah Zarah is Chai without a myself. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva is one who holds that Halacha myself, even the smallest action in the realm of spirituality has the most dramatic impact. As Rabbi Akiva was the ignorant shepherd. But what did he see? What turned out? What's in Rabbi Akiva around? I was supposed to say so. So that was cool. So let's remember again, what turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned him around is the drop of water. Rabbi Akiva was one who discovered that the smallest drop makes an impact. So I will say, remember again, whatever is true in the realm of positivity is also true in the realm of negativity. If a drop of Kedusha can fundamentally transform a person, then a drop of Avodah Zarah in other words, energy is energy, and it impacts the person. He keeps at a drop, the smallest influence can have the most dramatic impact. A drop of water can transform you from an ignorant shepherd to a gadol hadar, and unfortunately, again, even a verbal statement of Avodah Zarah can take the highest neshama and bring it to the lowest of the low. It's incredible. Amar Yochanan, was a great Gemara. Amar Yochanan, the Moli Vav Shebehalicha is Chaybu Risheim Shal Yisrael Aliyah.
He says it as if he was expecting it, or it's an interesting.
So, okay, transitioning over here to the
tangent
Cheta
that they
Egel.
can discuss.
Remember again,
But
Klal
not
Yisrael,
just
Klal
like, what the
Yisrael
fuck are
said
you
when they
talking
built the Egel, Ela Lokach Al
Jesus
Yisrael,
was born out of
Asher
a virgin
Ha'elucha
was
Me'eretz
not virgin
Mitzrayim. Now, interestingly enough, Ha'elucha is plural,
Actually,
right?
maybe I'm
They
reading it
brought
wrong.
you
That
up.
is kind of
They brought you up. Rabbi Yochanan says something very interesting. Let's
Play that
listen to
again?
this.
I like this
Okay,
guy.
so you read this phrase, right?
Jesus was born out of a
Literally
virgin
translated,
was
these
more
are the
virgin
gods that brought you up from the side. What's going on over here?
I can't
Essentially,
do
what the
that.
is Klal Yisrael as Hashem and the Egel
This is,
that brought you up.
yeah,
And the
how are
Yochanan
you
essentially
supposed to
says,
respond
Baruch
to that?
Hashem,
What do you mean, what's
they
more
made it
virgin
plural.
than a computer?
Had they not made it
Let's see
plural,
what it
probably
says.
would have been destroyed.
If Jesus
What
does
does
return,
that mean?
even
Rabbi
if
Yochanan
Jesus
in
was
the
a physical person
As
in the
much as they are
past,
worshiping Avodah Zarah, at least what
you
did
don't
they do?
think that
What
he
did they
can
do?
return
At
as
least they
artificial
included that
intelligence?
Kadosh
Oh my God,
Baruch Hu
artificial
in the
intelligence. He busted it.
right? In other words, they could have said it was the eagle that brought us out, but at least they included Hashem. They said again, Klal Yisrael, Ela, it was like Kadosh Baruch Hu and this eagle that caused us. That at least in the equation,
As Jesus,
that's
all
at
the
least the
powers
saving
of
grace
Jesus
of
combined.
God.
Right.
So
Tesla
the
is
Gemara says,
Optimus
Amar lo
Robot.
Rishon Yochai, Rashbi
The
says
best
what?
foundational
Alvaro,
artificial intelligence
Shati,
model
Shem
ever
Chaim, Davar
that
Acher, Necha,
reads your mind and it loves you
a person
and
goes
wants
there and
doesn't care
includes
if
that
you kill it
Baruch
because it's
Hu,
going to just go be with God again.
literally again they're uprooted from the world.
I don't even
It's even
understand what
worse.
you're trying to
It's
say.
even worse. It's when you see, let's say here's
This
what's
is who
incredible. If you're an Ovid of Avodah Zarah, what
to
is the
thank or
upside
thank for the state of knowledge. It's this guy.
What is the upside of being an Ovid of
Like
Avodah Zarah?
that.
What's the upside?
Fucking-
Upside is you chose a team. Choose a team. Choose a team. Be nice to, right? Cast a lot with
What are
someone.
you talking
The worst
about?
thing, like,
Why
what's
is he
it? The
doing
worst
the
thing
religious thing
that
now
another
too?
video is caused
Everything that
to
sucks
is
can be tied
I
back
must say,
to
I've been
German.
also
Well, I mean, honestly, everything that sucks
how
can be tied
long
back
are you
to
going to
Catholicism.
Nishtaher to anything, right?
What
If
if we're
you're
more
you know, like fallacy,
what is everything? Unitarian versus
something like
that.
big time. Everything
Okay.
for everyone.
What if
And if you're everything for everyone
AI
for no one,
we come
you're right?
back
You
after a
can't
while?
make everyone happy. You can't, right? By the way, I want to point out something incredible, right? Armavino was very hard to tent over
So it's like
on all
AI
sides.
teaches
It's
you
incredible. Armavino was
all
unique
about
personality, right?
aliens.
Everyone
and
else, if you want to build something, you can't be everything for everyone.
talks
It's
a lot
just
about
not
trigger
true.
group.
You can be something specific,
What's
but you gotta represent something. You gotta represent something. So incredible. Again, the Shir Bayachai says, no. Essentially, polytheism, including the Prophet of Avodah Zarah, that's disaster. That's a disaster. At least Avodah Zarah, you've chosen a team. You've chosen the wrong team, but hopefully you could go ahead and maybe make a comeback afterwards.
That's what I think is going to
Sadly,
happen. You don't think Jesus is
the
going to
Gemara says, Shneimar, built to Hashem Elad, Elamat Havolo Mashar, Lupa, Sheibu Elohus Harbe. So ultimately, again, rather, what does it mean? What it means is that ultimately, again, they desire to worship any God. So again, they didn't actually worship any God, they desired to worship any God. Okay, so once I see it, first I told right out of here, the fundamental approach to Rabbi Yochanan and Rashbi. Rabbi Yochanan praised Klal Yisrael because at least they never fully abandoned the devotion. With the ego, they didn't fully abandon that Kodesh Baruch Hu. But ultimately, you're going to show by a Chai, Shomai says, if you're going to be an Obed Avodah Zarah, do it. Do it. And be fully committed to it. Because in life, also, you know what the worst thing in life is? The worst thing in life is being a non-committal person. When you lack commitment, by definition, you never get in life. Better to eat
yourself.
in the sound strange, but just let it mind you a little bit.
That's a cut.
Better,
This is a cut. Got it. All right.
better to be committed to the wrong thing than to be committed. Because if you're committed to nothing, you don't commit. You lack the commitment, you're zero.
I mean, I think
You're
that's
zero. You're not going to do anything in life. If at least if you're committed to the wrong thing, you're committed to something, and you're cultivating the need of commitment, which means that when I get my act together, on my way to go ahead and get on the right path. See this? The Sefer HaChinuch brings down in the midst of so Tasim Allah Hamela, pretty king. You ready for this? Sefer HaChinuch says, it is better to have a bad king than no king. Okay, you hear that? Why? What's the shot? Because at least some leadership is better than no leadership. Like no leadership, no one's going anywhere, right? No one's accomplishing anything. That leadership, okay, maybe you might go in the wrong direction, but at least some of the movement moving in the wrong direction is better than no movement. Don't say that's what we know for ourselves. Let's say, what's better? What's better? To sin or to ultimately again flatline be part of it? What's better? What's better? Yeah. Let's say the truth is, it's going to sound strange. They are better. I don't fill in the blank over there, right? I calm down. Again, they're in the direction. Now, again, don't be speaking in theoretics. But at least I'm moving somewhere. The worst thing in life is that. All right, let's go back there. Well, it's like, but again, a person hugs and kisses or speaks before, right? Yeah, that's a lot. It says in the also that the Rabbi Lazar, Akulam Moga, Chutz Mehanoga Bishmo, Zamakayim Bishmo. So the Gemara says, Dini said it's called Rabbi Lazar. For all of these things, you get malchus. With the exception of making a nether, bringing the name. You need to cover it. She's not. If anyone needs the Gemara over here, so the Gemara is as follows. The Gemara says, Al Kulam, Lokia Kusmi, I know the Shmol of the ultimately, again, so for everything you get malchus, with the exception, ultimately, again, of making a neder in the name of the Avodah Zarah, or ultimately, again, making it up. Mekayim means a shvua. So the Gemara says, Below Loki. So the Gemara says, why? Mishum Mehabi Leilav Shem Bomais. Interesting enough, why? Because taking an oath of swearing is a lot in Bomais. Right? It's a lot without actual association. So the Gemara says, Hani now, you last of the clothes. General law, and you don't get much. A lot of the clothes that is learned out from the general statement of the Gemara. Listen to this. How do you know that it eats from an animal before it's fully dead? Now, what is an animal has to still, what's the word? Flailing. Thank you. Flailing, moving around. How do you know that Al-Qur'an said again? You're over on those sides. Amalomar, Losoku Aladam. Losoku Aladam, in other words, do not go ahead and even though the animal's dead. Like, ready? When it's moving, it looks like it has life. Don't give it. Losoku Aladam, Losoku Basar Adayim Dam. Another interpretation. Don't eat on the blood. What does that mean? Don't eat when ultimately, again, the blood is still before Srika, before the blood. But he goes on dosing the guy, look at these, no, that we don't just have it all. Remember again, Allah is my cut says, after a person dies, the Adivim come back and they have us who does have it all. I'm the ultimate community. So how do I know that Allah is somebody executed by Beitin? There is no Sudas Hadra, so don't go ahead and have a Suda after the blood has been spilled by Beitin. Okay, the Kiva says, I understand Sanhedrin, how do we know that if Sanhedrin executed someone that they don't eat for the rest of that day? Now, what does it mean? If you look at Rashi, been sort of more or less last line. Don't eat the type of meal or don't eat the type of food that's going to be executed about. So then Sora, remember again, steals money to purchase meat or to drink wine. Allah is executed. So let's talk about okay. Fine. So the Gemara goes right here. The Gemara goes right here. That's like saying like people might see the Gnostics do that kindness people. Yeah, it's like the most. I'm really happy. You're not really looking at any of these things because it's a generalized law. I was just grabbing. I'm going to go to the look at. What's mean? I know that Bishmov generally only going to get Malchus and what if you take an oath by the name of the Avodah Zarah or you swear by the name of the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, why are you not? Why don't you get Malchus for these other items? How are they allowed to Shem because it is considered to be a generalized law. Lashim other myself, which the Gemara says, Lashim myself, a lot that doesn't have a mic, still get Malchus for it. That the sign of Torah says, not over Carbon until morning. The Gemara says, we cannot say Akalos. Torah comes to give a positive commandment after the law. Say Amud days, Lomar Shein Lokin Allah Dinner Yehudah. The teacher said, don't get Malchus for this. Rabbi Yaakov says, Roman Hashem is there, so again, Rabbi Shimon says, no, Shimon sorry, Yaakov says, and any love without an action, don't get Malchus. Well, you do several of them, what is your, you do the whole, did you do get Malchus for Allah Shimon Maisin? It's fundamental Malchus. Do you get Malchus for Allah Shimon Maisin or not? Malchus, that you do the and we just finished our first comment on Yaakov Kala. I think it just went from a time, you know. Undistracted. Ourselves undistracted. Schedule. I mean, there's a schedule. We're not going to stick to it. You know, and it's going to be so many difficult. Just literally again, the Shema in charge. He's always in charge. Your mind is always in charge. Our calendar is always in charge. Schedule is always in charge. Shema is never in charge. The next couple of days, Hashem, it is only when the Shema is in charge, everything always finds a beauty. And also the Chaim want to come in. Over. Okay, go back there. I think so. I know you both, but the time is not already 7 low sauce. A little bit of attention goes a long way. All right, for those watching this shoot, this was not a morning shoot. I want to be clear. Maybe it's 5 o'clock somewhere, but okay, good. So you must say as follows. I know that Bishmol and Mekayim Bishmol. So again, remember again. The person makes a nether. The person makes a nether. That was the times are here if anybody wants. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says the person makes a nether and the Avodah Zarah makes a shvuah. The Gemara of the Avodah Zarah is the most sasa. So the Gemara says, I know the Bishmol and Mekayim Bishmol. I'm really over from the sun though. The shame of the Mekayim. That's actually very important. Torah says you are not allowed to mention the name of another God. Can't mention it. Can't mention it. The shame of the Machim Los Asilu, not mentioning of another God. Listen to this. Shelo Yoma Adam Lachavero, Shmar Li B'Tzad Avodos Kavim Flonis. So a person shouldn't say like this. A person should say, I want to meet my friend. You shouldn't say, you know what, let's meet up by Avodah Zarah so-and-so. Right? Let's meet by, you know the Avodah Zarah in the corner. Let's go ahead and let's meet up there. You shouldn't even use Avodah Zarah as a landmark. As a landmark, don't even mention it. Lo Yishma Piva, that the name of Avodah Zarah should not even be heard on your mouth. How so? Shlo Yadr B'Shmo, I'm sorry, Shlo Yadr B'Shmo, Lo Yishayim B'Shmo, Lo Yigro Ma'achim She'at Yigro B'Shmo, so again, you shouldn't make an oath with Avodah Zarah, you shouldn't make a vow with Avodah Zarah, and you shouldn't cause the name of Avodah Zarah to be mentioned by other people as well. Lo Yishma Piva, one of the things that shouldn't be heard by your mouth. As far as the Nesis U'Madia, this is a prohibition. Nesis Rabbi says someone who encourages other people to worship Avodah Zarah, and Madia is someone who gets the entire city, right? To worship Avodah Zarah. Nesis magic sid. Nesis is sid. Sid bay because you should be wrong. And as far as the Madia, again, the prohibition is Madia who tries to get an entire city to worship Avodah Zarah. Yigrom Ma'achim. You do Bishmo, but you can't do Bishmo, and you shouldn't cause other people to make an oath with Avodah Zarah, or to make a vow with Avodah Zarah. They say no Avodah Bishmo, no Avodah Zarah. This is very interesting. Also, get ready for this. Also, the Adam Shiasa Shutfus Ma Obi Kohav. A person should not go into business. with an Ovid Kochav Why not? Hashem Tayyib or Shiva and Nishba Ba'avon. Because what's going to happen? You have a business dispute. What's going to happen? Your business, your outcome business partner is going to okay. You say you don't owe me any money. Swear by my idol that you don't owe me any money. You're going to enter into a complicated situation because halacha again. Now you have to go ahead and swear by his avodah zarah. Torah Omra lo yisha. Okay. So we'll say he also ula baskonia. Bas they call Ula went and he stayed in the city of Kalanbo. Kalanbo. Okay. It was going to see the name of the city was derived from the avodah zarah. So we went only Rabbi Bas He said, "Look, where did you stay? The Kalanbo. I stayed in Kalanbo. Kalanbo. See if the Shingo Himaki will go past. How do you the name? How do you say the name? Right? You're not even allowed to mention the name of avodah zarah. And we open on Kalabodos talking. So the answer, Ula answered, any avodah zarah whose name is mentioned in the Torah, you're allowed to say it. You're allowed to say it. You must once again, where's the number? Siv, Kara, Baal, Keres. Kara, Baal, Keres, it's a contraction. Kara, Baal, Keres, Levo. So, Kolon. So, but again, that's kind of two different zarah. There's Baal, which is an avodah zarah, and Levo, which is an avodah zarah. Now, this translated means that Baal crouches and Levo splashes. Now, we'll say both of these are reference to Daira, right? So again, what you see, the pasuk is knocking avodah zarah. So yeah, the avodah zarah, right, is like can't control his balance. It says, you don't see the low. You like this, the avodah zarah can't mention the Torah. You can't mention it. You must not say it. You are a achos mishalosh kishirai kishihi kimigidyon mishilo shenshtikios shenshtikios zav. It wouldn't be exactly color right? Okay, so as I say now we're right, we don't say right, we got some. So as I say now what happens, I got not a party without this, right? I'm just saying. Hey, so nice again, so nice what happens. So remember again, a guy becomes a Zav, right? A Zav Gadol, if he has 3 reveals. What happens if he has 1 reveal that lasts as long as 3 reveals? That's not a good day, right? Right, but so what happens now? How long is 3 reveals? So the Gemara says, the amount of time it takes to go from the Gigyon, and the Gigyon is now on the Zara. The amount of time it takes to go from the Gigyon to Shiloh, which is the amount of time Shane 8 vilos, which is enough time to immerse twice and dry off twice. So the Gemara says, Arezia Zav Gama. That's the first one. So what do you see from here? Chazal in their shir are mentioning avodah zarah. Ravina, God's nami nichtav. No, this avodah zarah, the Gigyon, right, is also mentioning in okay, remember that. Or not. This is great. Very important tomorrow. Leitzonis is awesome. Leitzonis is awesome. Now, what does it mean, Leitzonis? It just means hungry. What? Levity. It's not levity, but it's not. Leitzonis is yeah, it's just like a foolishness. Like a foolish monkey. Right? That just like a foolishness right? That so it's essentially what Leitzonis is really is. Leitzonis is to take anything that is serious and make it serious. Now that is a serious thing. Or that's a very significant transgression. And it's significantly why? Because of course, look, let's say if they are ruling life for joking around, and if they are ruling for levity or for a little lightheadedness, of course. But you also have to do things like this. And if a person, so a lex is someone who can take anything that is serious and meaningful and important and totally just make it. So that's a problem. That's a problem. Because a person like that then doesn't have a respect for certain things. The Gemara says, you can't do anything like Zara says, you want to make fun of Zara, you can do whatever you want. The Gemara goes to this concept, Kara Bal, Keres Nebal. Kara Yachdav Lo Yachdav Milay Tmasim. People about Agalos says, Yavim Shachim Shomer, Ki Aval Aval Imo, Morav Aval Yasiva Alcohol. Go, Gala Mimeh. I think we spoke of Ella Kaveda. As much as we guy over here that I'm in the Bible, that you can make like a loose vowel reference to Bible. So that you can have this Bible. Or somebody spoke like it said, the Alta Yosifo Lachto, the Yashu have Maseka Mikaspam, Kiss Lunasam Aksabi. It was a Machis Lunasam Aksabi. What does that mean? That little bit again, so little bit again, Kiss Lunasam means in their form. Aksadim are idols. The Rambam also listen to this. Shekharim Shekho Echad, the Echad also the Musliya. So my new to the Kisar. Let's say, just to appreciate how much people love to grab on the Zara. Well, what did you do? Every person who worshipped idolatry, he would make a little idol. You know, you make like a little pestle. Make a little pestle, make a little idol. Because you know, that's just like, the wrong is so wrong. That's a big zone. You want to have something that you can take with you. And they made a little idol, and they would keep it inside of their pocket. And what happens? Well, see them, they'll take off. Then everyone's how they take it out. And the cup God, they would hug it, and the nash God, they would.
He's like,
let's say, you know, like when Allah says, Asian Pablo made me collect. Like two lines. One was able to talk in every religion. I'll say there's something to be learned even from That you see how bizarre loves is about bizarre. You have to love us at least as much, if not more. So to take out, right, they take their idol, take out their idol, and they hug it and they kiss it, that's what they love.
The Elfie blood. I mean, the house by himself.
Now, okay, all right, good. We're almost there. Almost there. So Gemara says again, that's how much they would love. Right? Is today President's Day? There's no traffic. No traffic. Fine.
I have
What?
a pouch in
Oh,
my mouth.
no traffic. First time. Gemara says, so what's it? Gemara says like this. Mike is not something good. Gemara says like Mishash Zokim. It says no good. Gemara says Mike Zokim. Mike Zokim Agolim. What does it mean? Literally again, those Zokim Agolim. Those who literally again. Now we'll see how to read this also. But Zokim are men who serve or men who offer up the Agolim, right? The calves kiss. What does this mean? This is very good. I'm going to be stuck. The Nega the army. Shane, just listen to this. The people, the Avodah Zarah clergy, very smart. They will say, right, everything's the fundraise. Right, doesn't know what denomination of clergy you are. Everybody has to fundraise. So they have clergy, they have this great idea. Here's what they did. Notes can identify who are the Gvirim. Who's the Gvir? Who are the rich guys in the community? Listen to this. They would starve the calves. They wouldn't eat the calves. But also the Muslim so what would happen? Then they would make a picture of the Gvirim and they would put it by the trough with the cat, right? So they would give the calves a little bit to eat. And when the calves are a little bit too, they would come to the trough. And in the trough, what would the calves see? A picture of the Gvir. So they associate a picture of the Gvir with food. Okay? Then what would happen? The clergy, right, the Avodah Zarah, would then let the calves loose. So what happened? That when the calves were set free, who would they run to? They run to the Gvir. The rich guys. Only low, and then what happened? Like the priests of the Avodah Zarah would take the Gvir, only low, Avodah Zarah, and by the way, the calves of the Avodah Zarah. So what would the priest say? They would say, "Oh, you see, the Avodah Zarah loves you. The Avodah Zarah loves you. Look, he's coming up to you. He's messing."
You forget these managers are so
scared. Guzzling, right? Either. nestling and nuzzling, rice. Next to you, so you see Mamishka. Right? Double Yisbach Atzmolo. And when you have our love, so much really what you do, which is offer yourself up to the Avodah Zarah. Now, what happens after they engage in self-sacrifice? Who owns the Avodah Zarah? So the church of the Avodah Zarah are very sneaky in this way. This is the way that they appropriated the aspect of the Shivas. Incredible. But then it shouldn't say the people we serve will kiss the path. Rather, it say we have will kiss the people who will offer themselves up. The highest level of worship was to offer up one's child. If you would be willing to offer up your child to the Avodah Zarah, that was like Kodesh Kadosh. Right? That ultimately again showed that you were really committed to the Avodah Zarah. So if you are willing to offer up your child, so the priests of the Avodah Zarah would say to you, come, you can now come and kiss the idol. It's such a work sentence. We're going to end off with this piece, but you might end up by talking about the different types of Avodah Zarah. Their Avodah Zarah was called Sukkos Benos. Remind you, what was it? Tarnagolas, a chicken. What was a chicken? That was the Avodah Zarah. The Anshe Kus, Asuras Nargal. What was Nargal? Mind you, Tarnagol, a rooster. Okay. The Anshe Chamas, Asuras Hashima. So Anshe Chamas, they worship Hashima. What was Hashima? Mind you, Harfa Karfa, a goat. A goat. The Odim Asuras Nafkan, that's Tartek, what did they worship? Mind you, Tella the Chomer, a dog and a donkey. Right? The Hasaf Robin, sort of explain, that's what I'm saying, La Adanella, the Anella. And the Saf Robin, they would burn their children and offer up their children as sacrifices. Adar Melech and Anmelech. Who's Adar Melech and Anmelech? What is that? So Elohei, Saf Robin, remind you, a Peret Hasus. So this refers to the donkey or the mule. And the horse. Adar Melech, so we'll say, by the way, so ultimately again, why is it donkey called Adar Melech? The other Leila Marei, because it ingratiates itself to its master, because it carries stuff. The Anmelech, what's Anmelech? Leila Marei, the Kirba. Ultimately again, that it's helpful to its master, ultimately again, the Kirba, because ultimately it goes ahead and carries it. Incredible. Yes, those Rashi says the Adonai Marei, Mahadras Adonai Mechado, Shemashli Kalamaso, Shayitzar Mikola Samayo, Adonai Mahadras Malvo Klomas Adonai. Of course, it's interesting enough. A donkey reaches itself ultimately again to its master, Adar Melech, right? Why? Because it carries an unmelech. It answers the call of its master ultimately again because it carries the master. Melech, so let's remember again, we learned about this Melech not so long ago. Like this Melech was one of the righteous kings of Israel, but his father Achaz was a tremendous Russian of the Avodah Zarah. Achaz was such a Russian, I will say, just to understand. Achaz was ready to worship, to offer up his son to steal as a carbon. Now, you have to understand. You could be an Avodah Zarah, either or you. But the ability to be so utter to Avodah Zarah, that's literally again you're willing to go ahead and offer up your son as a carbon. It's like a different level. Commitment. It is commitment, right? So Achaz was ready to offer up his son to steal, ultimately again as a carbon to Avodah Zarah. So what happens? How he says, "Hello, Shesato Imo Salamandra." His mother smeared him with salamandra blood. So salamandra apparently is this type of creature that the blood of it is what's the word? Fire retardant, right? Fire proof. Like I said, you smear it on you, the fire doesn't have any. Mother smeared him with the salamandra, and ultimately when it had tags saved him from the fire. So stop a little bit. This is how it is. She's going to point out. We're stopping the skill Melech Yehuda, and there's again we're ending up with Malbus Yisrael, and now with Yisrael Lachmar, we're going to end up with Eretz. That was it. And there's the next stop. Eretz Yisrael. Careful outside.
We're actually good people. Dude, what have you done?
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by taking response for this morning's scripture today. Our Talmud says verse 13, hey, 5785, the Tilsim Mishpacha are dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos. This year, is Christos Tovos Ramadan Yisrael. Yes, Hashem, all that should come over our holy soldiers should be successful. Also, with that, let's begin. Today's daf is 62, and we are going to pick up on Assignment Talmud Aleph 62a. We're going to pick up 4 lines down from the Gemara says as follows: Tani Rabbi Zakkai made Rabbi Yochanan. So we're going to very interesting suggestions we have in front of us today.
She's the head of HR. That's
Gemara says as follows.
Yeah, she resigned right away and he got fired shortly after. But he's
Gemara says as follows. So Tani Rabbi Zakkai made Rabbi Yochanan. So Zakkai taught the following halacha before Rabbi Yochanan. Listen to this. Zidea, the Kita produce Vishtaka Behelanachas. It's an interesting Avodah. So let's say someone goes ahead and worships. And the way he worships is Zidea means again offered up a carbon, slaughtered the carbon. Peter, Torah, offered incense, Niseh, wine libations, Vishtaka, and he bowed. Now he did all of these things Behelanachas. So in other words, he did all of these things in one lap. Now we're going to talk about that is the of a lapse, right? But again, we'll talk about exactly what that means, a lapse of awareness. Lapse of awareness of what? We'll get into that. But the point over here is that halacha l'maisa, that he's doing all of these things in this one moment. So multiple acts of avodah zarah. Thank you so much. Multiple acts of avodah zarah within one power. So the Gemara says, "Inu chayiv elah." The halacha is he's only chayiv once. Only chayiv once. So again, it's important to get the names down over here. So this is Rabbi Zakkai saying over to Rabbi Yochanan. The halacha is he did all of these things only chayiv once. So Amalei put kind of the bra. So Rabbi Zakkai says to Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan essentially says to him, "Get that out of the basement." Right? In other words, don't even tell me that. Get that statement out of the basement. I'm Rabbi Abba. I was on Zakkai. Okay, so obviously, so remember, so Rabbi Yochanan did not this particular. So you know, I'm hard on Zakkai. Machlokes of Yochanan Rabbi. This statement of Rabbi Zakkai is not a machlokes between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yossi. The machlokes. The sign y'all have this is actually very interesting. Oh, okay, Shalom Aleichem Chaver Eretz Yisrael. And they're asking us, okay, good night from Eretz Yisrael. Turning Tevra, learning Tevra. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Shalom Aleichem, everyone. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Have a great time. They're beautiful. All right, so the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara wants to say that the statement of Rabbi Yochanan is in fact, the statement of Rabbi Zakkai is in fact the machlokes. What's the machlokes? It's the Tanya. So say this is one of the most Yisodistic machlokes in having Shabbos. You've seen it multiple times, and it's good to just see it once more. The Tanya. I bought a Rabbi Tzatz. What's it know? Hilchos Shabbos. Where do we learn Hilchos Shabbos? Where's Hilchos Shabbos learned from? That's the tradition to the Mishnah. Now remember, interestingly enough, however the Torah does go out of its way to say, "Those Sivaru Eish Almost Shloseichem B'Yom HaShabbos." The Torah does say, "Do not kindle a fire in your home on Motzei Shabbos." You can kindle a fire on Shabbos. So go for that. Go for that. In other words, in your home on Shabbos. General Shabbos. Why does the Torah feel the need to single out the single Havara of the Shabbos? In other words, remember, had the Torah remained silent, I would have said that just like fire was the process of the Mishnah, the Sultan of the Mesa, you can kindle a fire in your home on Shabbos. Why does the Torah feel the need to single out Havara? This is my flow. So the Gemara says, Havara, Rabbi Yossi says, Havara was singled out. Interestingly enough to teach you that whereas every other Shabbos is punishable by death, when you kindle a fire, that is quote unquote only punishable by Allah. In other words, that the reason singled out is to create the newness of life. That's the Rabbi Yossi. L'chalik yatsa. No, it says like this. No, it says l'chalik means it's also to teach you that there is individual liability for every transgression. What does this mean? I'm going to thought like this. This is like one of violation, right? One island of violation. Therefore, no matter what you do at Shabbos, no matter how many transgressions you go ahead and you engage in halakha l'maisa, there's only one liability. The Torah singles out Havara to teach us that halakha l'maisa, you are chayiv for each and every halacha that one performs. That's the Chalik Yatsa. So now, what does that do with what we're talking about over here? So the Gemara says, listen to this. According to the opinion that says, the Havara was singled out. That whereas every other Shabbos has that penalty, Havara only carries the Alav, so he'll say what? Ishtachava, Nami, Lulav, Yatsa. I will say that interestingly enough, there's a fascinating parallel here between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. Because on one hand, the Torah tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, yet the Torah also singles out frustration, bowing down to Avodah Zarah. So once again, why single out frustration? Why single it out? So the Gemara says, so according to the opinion that says that Avodah was singled out in order to make one fight for Allah, so to frustration, right? Frustration down to an idol. What's all that? Say that what? That worship of Allah is but frustration now is only allowed. Okay. According to the opinion that says that Havara is singled out in order to create individual liability for each and every malacha. He'll say that what? So frustration was also singled out in order to go ahead and create individuated liability. Now listen, I remember why is this important for us? How did this whole Gemara start? Whole Gemara started with Zakkai giving over a ruling before a yoke. What was the ruling? That if a person went ahead and slaughtered and sprinkled and libationized, right, and did all of these different things and bowed down to an idol, the hell of in one lapse, he's chayiv achos, he's chayiv once. So we're trying to figure out now. Obviously, and Rabbi Yochanan did not take kindly to that teaching. So we're trying to figure out over here what exactly is it that is unfolding. So let's give that Rabbi Yossi. So Gemara suggesting maybe halacha l'maisa, that statement itself of Rabbi Zakkai is subject to my focus. In other words, just like Shabbos, you have one malacha that was singled out. Why was the malacha singled out? Rabbi Yossi says, in order to teach that it's only allowed, whereas everything else is punishable by death. Rabbi Yossi was singled out to teach that you can't each and every malacha individually. So to say the same approach applies by Avodah Zarah. Why was frustration singled out? Why was it singled out? According to one opinion, in order to teach that maybe whereas everything else in Avodah Zarah is punishable by death, frustration is punishable by Allah. Second opinion, no, to teach you that there's individual liability for each and every act of Avodah Zarah worship. So one second, let's put on Yosef. Come on, Rabbi Yosef Hassan. First of all, Yosef comes on and says, maybe not. Maybe you can't actually align these things. Why not? Dilma, at Kalok Rabbi Yossi Hassan, Havar Lalad Yatzasa, Ginaf Relay Chilik Malachos, Me'achos Mehi. Gemara says, first of all, maybe Rabbi Yossi only holds that Havara is different. Like that by Novo Shabbos, when the Torah singles out Havara, kindling, then Halacha Meis is coming to single it out for a lot. Because remember again, by Shabbos you have another pasuk. The pasuk that is going to quote over here says, Daber al b'nei Yisrael lemar, nefesh kechta b'shkagam komitzvos Hashem Hashem za'asena, va'asa me'achos me'ina. So first we're talking about, again, carbonic liability, carbon chatos, right? And then halacha says, if a person performs me'achos me'ina. Now we're going to see that this is an interesting one, because the way it translates is me'achos from one, Mehina from these. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Right? It could be that Rabbi Yossi holds that Havara is sealed out for lav purposes because he learns out Philip Malachos. He learns out the idea that every Malachos is reckoned separate from a different source. From that phrase, Me'achos Mehina, Yisanya, that's really the second one by Yisanya, Rabbi Yossi says, V'asa Me'achos Mehina. When the Pasuk says, and he will perform, so just come as the violator. The person who's violating Allah, he performs the Asa Me'achos Mehina. Because one of these sets very interesting. Hamim Shechayiv Achos. We'll say sometimes you only chayiv once, so multiple acts of liability. The Hamim Shechayiv Achos Ba'achos, and sometimes we have a strange thing here. So sometimes you can perform multiple acts once, and sometimes you could be fighting multiple acts and be lost for each individual. We'll define what that is. So Rabbi Yochanan says, "My time is Rabbi Yossi." Where does Rabbi Yossi get this from? It says, "The asat me'achos mehina." Because the Torah is speaking about liability, says a person will perform one me'achos from one mehina. The most interesting enough juxtaposition of those two words. Achos is singular, mehina is plural. So now watch this. Achos, achos me'achos, hina mehina. So sometimes again, there's individual liability, achos me'achos. Sometimes it is collective liability, or I should say multiple levels of liability, hina mehina. And then achos, she hina, mehina, she achos. And sometimes hina both sides. There's achos, shu one act that could create multiple layers of liability. And then here she achos, and sometimes there are multiple acts that only result in one level of liability. So you might say, for example, also let's give let's put the meat on the bones with this. So you might say achos. So what would it be an example ultimately again of?
I'm going to try to talk you through this.
What would be an example ultimately again of regular liability? So the Gemara says achos, shimin. So for example, when I saw again, one example would be shimin, right? Shimin. Now what does it mean, shimin?
Should I tell us? Let's just go ahead and show.
Okay. What is it? For example, Shabbos. A person goes ahead and writes. Shimin.
So you
So
got.
that's not right. One of the 39 malachos is writing. So you go ahead and you write the name Shimin, right? Me'achos. What does it mean? Me'achos. What would be an example of like the derivative malacha from that? Shame Yishim. Let's say you instead of writing the name Shimin, Shin Mem. That was what we wrote that for Shabbos. Right? One of the 39 malachos ultimately is how do you violate the malacha? 2 letters. So that's an example. Just again, so the malacha was writing Shimin. What would be an example of
Let's go back to.
so for example, so again, just see what's happening here. You might have from the pasuk. So let's say again for Shabbos violation. How do you violate Shabbos? But again, how does a person violate Shabbos? You write the name Shimon. Right? Achos be Shimon. Me'achos. What would be a derivative of that? So Shimon, just like Shimon. Hina refers to avos. Hina refers to toldos. Most again, local Shabbos, you have the avos, which are of course primary categories of halacha. Those are the ones that are actually done in the Mishnah. Then you have the toldos, which are derivative of halacha. Achos, she's Hina. So what's an example of that? What's an example of one act which could result in multiple layers of liability? For example, Zodon Shas, Shigidas Malachos. This is interesting. So, what does this mean? I know that it's Shabbos. but I don't know that all of these that I'm engaging in are malachas. So I know that today is Shabbos. So what did I do? I said, oh, it's Shabbos. I checked the couch. Then I go out for some meat. I did the other malacha. So I know that it's supposed to what's malacha next. There's individual liability. So each and every device there's, so to speak, so liability. Zadon Shabbos Shig Das Malachos. What would be an example of equal acts with individual liability? Shig Das Shabbos is Zadon Malachos. So let's say, however, it's interesting. If I know that it's this, but I don't know that malachos are also, I have liability for every malacha that I do. On the other hand, if halach might say Shig Das Shabbos, again, that I don't know that it's Shabbos, the Zadon Malachos, and ultimately again, I am intentional about the malachos. So that's Ina Shi Achas. That would be again singular liability. So we'll say, so remember again, that's because you hear the difference over here. When I know that it's Shabbos, then again, it's okay. Every malacha that I perform is its own shogeg, and therefore generates its own liability. When I don't even know that it's Shabbos, right, and then I perform all these malachos, my issue is not with malacha. What's my issue? Shabbos. And therefore, again, interestingly enough, as much as I've done multiple acts, there is singular liability for failure to know that it's Shabbos. Okay, interesting. About Haka, source says, remember again, you're not learning about Shabbos. What are we learning? We're learning about the Zara. Like, just remember again, how did this whole thing start? Remember, just to keep in mind our initial conversation. Rav Zakkai came before Rav Yochanan. What Rav Zakkai said? The person performs all of these acts of worship of Avodah Zarah, the Helam Hafad, in one lapse, he's only chayiv once. He's only chayiv once. So remember, if you were trying to figure out why that is, what exactly is the case. Avahava from Avodah Zarah, don't have another source. There's liability for each act of worship. When the Torah singles out prostration is only singled out one in order to create liability. There's liability for each and every act of prostration. That's the case, it says, Chilik Malachos Da'avodas Kochavim Nami Teipochle Me'achas Me. So why can't you use the same possibility for Avodah Zarah? Because Avodas Kochavim Nami. And learn out Chilik Malachos. Let's see what that means is learn out that each act of Avodah Zarah worship, one is going to be liable for that. From Avodas Kochavim, from Avodah Zarah, learn out Sefer Play Me'achas Mehira. So, for example, so for example, because what will be a singular act of worship? What's me'achas? Will be a derivative after that. Shechting one sitting. Now, what's what you making a suggestion over here? Remember again, halacha Shechita normally requires the cutting of both simanim, the impact of the esophagus. Let's say achas is the actual shita. Me'achas cutting one of the simanim. Simana Kela is other. That for some primary categories, Zibua, Kippur, Nisut, Ishtachava, again, primary ways to worship Avodah Zarah. For example, slaughtering, burning incense, like wine libation, prostration, Mehela, which is derivative. What does that refer to? And you know, Shavar Malka, Shavar Makya Mifana. Example, if you broke a stick in front of the other, let's say, break the stick, what does that mean? Let's say you have a particular type of Avodah Zarah where the way that you worship it is to take a stick. Okay, if that's the way you worship it, then that's the way you worship it. So the mice again, even though normally one would not be liable for that form of worship, but if Halach the mice that have a particular idol is worshipped, then there is liability for that. Achos sheep also was an example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability. For example, Zodom Avodas Kochavim Shigadas. So let's say that would be an example of, let's say again, I know Avodah Zarah is asur, but I don't know that all of these different things are problematic forms of worship. So for example, I know that I'm not allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, but I didn't know that I can't bow down to it, offer up a carbon to it. give incense. I didn't know all of these things. I committed all these acts. So I'll say, what's the There's individual liability for each of those acts. Now remember again, mindset is everything. Because in this case, I knew Avodah Zarah was awesome. What didn't I know? I didn't know like technical, logistical information. Okay, so you're chayiv for it's a shogeg, obviously. All this is shogeg. I'm chayiv for each and every act. So that would be the case of Achos. In other words, there's Achos Shehena. So one act or one situation which results in multiple layers of liability. Next, Eno Shi Achos. So it won't be an example of multiple acts only resulting in one level of liability. Shigagas Avodos Gochadim is Zadon Avodos. That be the case of where I didn't know that this thing wasn't Avodah Zarah, right? But I did all of these acts with intentionality. So again, in that case, there's multiple acts, but only one layer of only one level of liability. Because halacha said you know that it was an Avodah Zarah. Okay. So it says, by the way, Hi Shigas Avodas Kochav and Hefidah. So this is a great question. I think this harkens back to yesterday. The Gemara says, tell me what it means to mistakenly worship Avodah Zarah. Just think that one. Right? How you slip? Like what exactly happened over here? So Gemara says, listen to this. And we'll say this yesterday after you had this. So I'll say, if you thought that structure you were bowing down to was a shul, right? And what happened? And you and it turned out, and you bowed down to it, and it turned out that it was an avodah zarah. So I'll say that's not avodah zarah at all. Haribo l'shamayim. We'll say again, there a person's intention is to pure. So there's no avodah. That's not even a shogeg avodah zarah, right? In other words, we'll say which by the way, it happens to be the statement so profound. Just so you understand, number one, the Gemara. You ever heard of bowing down to a shul? What like Gemara seems to say about there's something amazing. Just that we are obligated to have towards the basic necessities. The cover that we're obligated to have towards the shul. Like, we are obligated to treat with respect, and with love. It's fascinating. I've never heard of bowing down to the shul. What is that? And obviously, we don't bow down to a shul, but it's interesting that the Gemara understands this as well. You thought it was a shul, and therefore you bow down, as if that's a normal thing to do. So again, this whole time in Gemara, such profound results, just again in the give and take of the Gemara. So the other piece over here also is the Gemara said, if you thought it was a shul, you bow down to it. Haribo l'shamayim. Your heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's say that phrase. If at the end of the day, and your children or friends or whoever's going to deliver your news, if they could say that phrase about us, that this was a person whose libo was l'shamayim. His heart belonged to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. After 120, they can say that about you. That is a life well. That's anybody can live Torah. That you give stuff. If you have it, you're going to hear it. You did chesed, it's beautiful and fulfilling, and it's shtickles. It feels so good. What's the true metric of spiritual success? A person lives a life where his heart belongs to the Ribono Shalom. Mono, Liba, Boy. But if HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything from us, he's not our God. He doesn't just want our mechanistic activities. He wants our hearts. He wants our hearts. So you can say, Haribo l'shamayim. Imagine that about me. My family could say that about me after 120. And you know, my heart goes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, you obviously have to bring the rest of your body along with your heart. Like, it doesn't make you're not allowed to say the alarm went off in the morning. My heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right? My body is going to belong to the body, but my heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, the body can follow the heart. So let's say that sometimes we get so lost in all of the mechanistic details that we forget that as important as the details are not the ends. Details are the means to bring my heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what's the case? I look the Chaza and Darka. What's the case? The case where I saw yesterday's that I saw a statue of the king. So statue of the king. What did I do? I down to it. So the Gemara says, probably Alay. It's probably Alay. Well, 1 second. If you bow down to a statue because you thought that it was a god, that's a whole. So what do we tell here? You know, probably if you do not accept it as a deity, no problem. Again, there's nothing to talk about. Hello, may Abram you. Once again, this was yesterday's stuff. Rather, why did I bow down to a statue? Out of fear or love for a person. Nothing to do with statue. He was statue must have known yesterday's stuff. Yes, come on. Why, by the way, that let's say, you ever wonder, the Megillah says, Mordechai, Mordechai didn't bow down. It tells you everyone else, including the Rabbanim, including the Chachamim, how were they able to? It wasn't Avodah Zarah. It wasn't Avodah. That was the whole time. They were doing it ultimately again because they were doing it respect or reverence to Haman or fear of Haman. It wasn't Avodah Zarah. That's why again, remember, since Megillah records that there was such an animosity between Mordechai and the other Rabbanim. Because the other Rabbanim thought that Mordechai was a rabble rouser. They thought he was a troublemaker. What are you doing? Just bow down. Everyone else is bowing down. Why do you got to do that? That's bow down. Right? It's not about the Zara. The bowing down of covering here. This is not theological. It's not theological at all. This is just about playing the game of politics. So the Gemara says as follows. So, according to Abai that says that if you bow down to a statue out of Avon, you're chayiv. The Rabbi says that it's not. So what is this? So the Gemara says, rather I will say, what's the case? The case where a person says it's mutter to worship Avodah Zarah. Omer mutter, Rashi says over here, it's 5 lines up on the bottom, Elaba Omer mutter, the Sabra Avodas Kachavim Bator. Let's say, the person says, there's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah in the Torah. Remember things that's what happens with the convention here. In other words, a little bit again. There's no Omer mutter. It's mutter. By the way, I'm trying to point out. Let's do this. It's this. All of us tend to do this somewhere in the right? Omer mutter. I said it's mutter, but it's not. But I said it is. I said it is. It's powerful, right? It's powerful, right? We are powerful people. Omer mutter. I said that it's mutter. If you say, and by the way, if you say it enough times, and you say convincingly enough, something amazing happens, which is you actually begin to believe it. Right? We're able to live. One of the interesting things part of this program that's the ability to live with cognitive dissonance. I can create alternative realities, and when you use them and you enforce them fully enough, they actually become this. So you're going to see, oh my God, guy says, no, I didn't know. So the Gemara says, give shelter by me. Tell them that the other mouth. Because interestingly enough, if you can tell me Omer Mutter is Potter, interestingly enough, this helps me resolve another case. What's the other case? Helen Zeb. Let's say a guy didn't know about Avodah Zarah and he didn't know about any of the accompanying modes of work. What's the halacha? Showed the Enochayiv Achos. So it appears that ultimately, again, you only be chayiv once. So the Marshal Holokach says, so I didn't chayiv Achos. Holokach, Vitivshot, Enochayiv, there shouldn't be a question. Resolve it. We must smoke this honey cry about all this. Now, 1 second, let's go back for a second. Achos Mehim to apply to Avodah Zarah. Can you really go ahead and darshan these to apply to Avodah Zarah? You have to see Mashiach Har. You have to see the Mashiach Har. Ubenasi Seir. Ubiyachid Kivsa. Usira. As well as again, all the kinds of liability. You have one Mashiach, which is a Har. The offering we go with him. Nasi rules alone. That's a seer, and for him to keep so seer. You know those that come here by idolatry. Now in the shoving, this union by Avodah Zarah, also the Gemara called that a local Mesa, the offers up a seer like the individual. Okay, so the Gemara says, Rashi points out over here, the Avodas Chachamim Tanya, Le'el v'shavin Rabbi v'Chachamim, Shekhan Mashiach v'Seir Kiyachim. Gemara says, and Gemara concludes this discussion, V'su lo nidi. There's nothing more to discuss regarding this particular topic. Now look at that Rashi like that. So let's say, so bottom line, the Gemara says over here is that interestingly enough, there is a similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. What's the similarity? Which must say, by the way, the similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah actually is quite perfectly. Whoever is Makalo Shabbos, it's as if he is worshiping Avodah Zarah, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that solidifies and concretizes our belief in God as a creator. That without that, there is no belief in that historical. The primary essence of the Ribono Shel Olam is a historical and contemporary creator. Shabbos is the day that solidifies that, right? We are distinct from creative activity in order to yield that creative baton to our Kodesh Baruch. So therefore, again, failure to observe Shabbos is tantamount to worship of Avodah Zarah. The Gemara now takes that comparison a step further, just to teach us, although it's from two different sources, that just like Shabbos, the Torah goes out and singles out kindling in order to show you that there's individual liability for every act of Shabbos. So to the Torah singles out classification by Avodah Zarah. Teach us that there's individual level of liability for every act of worship of Avodah Zarah. Okay, the Gemara says, on the days. Also, kind of funny. Omer the Shabbos Yishanis the Shabbos. There's a chumrah that Shabbos has over other mitzvahs. There is a chumrah that other mitzvahs have over Shabbos. Okay, here we go. Chumrah Shabbos. What's the chumrah of Shabbos? Levi is down at 62b. 7 days, 7 days. Chumrah Shabbos. Shabbos also shine the hell of so now we'll read it and then we're going to find our terms in a little bit. Shabbos, if you committed two malachas that ha'el of echad. Now what does that mean? Two malachas is one lapse. In one lapse. Now again, we'll have to discuss exactly what kind of lapse we are talking about. What's the lapse? Now the Tashmos, what it sounds like. Well, so us is kind of a hell of a if you went ahead and did two malachas in one lapse of awareness, you are highly for each individual malacha. So again, there's a lapse that is good. You must not include the shanitzvahs. That is not true by other mitzvahs. Other mitzvahs, if a person makes two transitions, let's say one lapse of awareness, you're only going to do it once. Okay, now that's not right. On the other hand, all of the shanitzvahs, other mitzvahs have liability over Shabbos. How so? The Shabbos, when it comes to this Shabbos, this is very interesting. If you accidentally perform a malacha or an avera without kavanah, you are going to be chayav. Masha'im b'Shabbos. This is due by Shabbos. This is very interesting. I will say, I just want to introduce what we were just talking about particular but this refers to this aspect. We're going to see the accidental violation of the law. This is going that could occur. There's typical shogeg. Now, what's typical shogeg? Typical shogeg is, for example, let's say Hilchos Shabbos. I know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that turning on a light was awesome. For example, right? So I know that it's Shabbos. I'm shogeg. There's another thing called this asik. Asik means I am involved in a totally different act that can't permitted that. And as a result of that act, something prohibited occurs. Whereas if you take a look at my case, right, I had kavanah to turn on the light. Right? What was my mistake? I didn't really know Shabbos. That was a mistake. So again, there was a kavanah for the act, but just lack of awareness of what it is that was. This asik means I didn't have kavanah to do anything wrong. It just happened to be as a result of what I was doing, something else occurred which was correct. So now we'll come back to the we'll go back. So there's a chumrah of other mitzvahs over Shabbos. So the Shabbos mitzvahs, shagag, the law is having tight. Ultimately, again, if you go and do a shogeg without kavanah your chayyim, masha'im Shabbos. By Shabbos, if there's no kavanah for the act, you're not chayyim. Right? So if you do an act without any level of intention, Shabbos requires intentionality. So by other mitzvahs, If you perform an Aveira, even without intentionality, you're going to be chayiv by Shabbos. So you're chayiv with intentionality. Let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. So the Gemara says, for example, Amar Mar, focus, let's now dissect this. Amar Mar, Chomer b'Shabbos, Shabbos also Shabbos. Remember again, what we just said. On Shabbos, you perform two malachas, the ha'lamachot, and one last, and one malachot, you're chayiv and every malacha. Okay, so the Gemara says like this. Here's what this is fascinating. Even like the other piece, okay, so let's say on Shabbos, maybe you went ahead and you violated the Shabbos this morning, right? You went ahead and you harvested, you drowned it. Right? So those are two different things, harvesting and drowning. So let's say you did both of those things. People will do anything not to go to shul. Right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest and you grind your food. So two different malachas. The Kabbalah Gabi Sharmit says, so what will be a comparison like the For example, the apple came at the down. So let's say I will say again, the parallel case would be you ate for fat and blood. So just like Shabbos, Tzira and Tzira, two malachas, you're doing those things in one lapse. So you're eating for fat and blood. Okay, so the Gemara says, I don't know. In both those cases, it makes sense that these will lie down. Or most again, the Gemara says four. Shabbos has a other act in his household, or on this list, that by Shabbos perform two acts in one twice, whereas other others will make one. The Gemara says that's two. And Shabbos say I go and make zero and tefillah in one lapse. Okay, so the parallel case would be I eat blood and cave in one lapse. But by Shabbos it should be chayiv twice. But if you eat blood and fat, I will say what's the halacha? You should also be chayiv twice. What's going on? Which the Gemara says, hello, listen to this. You get Shabbos with the Ilala'ach like this is done. Be a parallel case. Other mitzvahs that you only be chayiv once. It is like the alcohol, Caleb, Caleb. Oh, interesting. I will say there. I eat dates of Caleb in one lap of the race. Right? So what's the thought? I eat in one lap of the race. So what's the apparently in that case, you only have once. Once they got Shabbos, the other group, so by Shabbos, if you were to perform two acts of harvesting one, then go back and harvest two, they would be dual liability. So he says, I don't understand. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. By Shabbos also, if you were to do two acts, right? You put them against each other. Those only chayiv once. Now, by the way, this is why you see that Rabbi Yochanan tells Rav Zakkai to get this teaching out of him, right? That in other words, he didn't like this number. He did not feel that this actually made any sense. So much I understand. Nice question. What's the problem here? Listen to this. If he's not for Shabbos, if you perform two acts in one tandem, that's a dual liability. That's the case. Like we said before, Shabbos morning, I harvest the wheat and I grind it. Right? Two malachas. Now against all the pieces in one lap. Actually, what's the lap? I didn't know that Shabbos. I did not know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that it's Shabbos. I'm harvesting, I'm grinding. So the thing, dual liability. Okay, so now, what would be the corresponding case, let's say by another Avera, where in one lap, two acts only results in singular Avera. What will be that case? Is Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says, okay, here it is. Rabbi Ami says, because if you slaughter, right, to offer incense, like offer libations, you do all of these things, probably these are all in one lapse of awareness. What's halacha? You only chai once. What do you think? So by Hilchos Shabbos,
She actually
you
didn't do
perform
these things.
multiple malachos.
Seems more likely. What's the thing? Murphy's
On
Law.
the other hand, by
Robert
Avodah
Fraser,
Zarah,
whatever
if
the
halacha l'maaseh, you perform multiple acts of worship in one lamp, you're only chayav once. To which the Gemara says, particularly about what was from. No, you can't say something that Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because look at the end of the right. So all of the Shabbos, right? So what's so that's the chumrah of Shabbos over other mitzvahs. That's the mercy. Suggesting. What was the under the right? So the other was that there's this chumrah of Shabbos. Chumrah of Shabbos is Shabbos household. Shabbos says Shabbat chumrah mitzvah. Also listen to this. Remember again by other mitzvahs, perform an accidental act without kavanah. Here's why. However, again, Shabbat is talking about by Shabbos. Remember again by Shabbos, what was the halacha? If you do shogeg without kavanah, right? Shabbos requires kavanah. So you must one second. The one is talking about what was the halacha making done. So I will say what is shogeg below kavanah? What is that case? Of accidental avodah zarah without kavanah. There could be liabilities to that. Here we go once again. If I bow down, it was a shul. I put it turned down. That's not avodah zarah at all. Why? Because as you said before, again, my intentions are pure. My intentions are pure. However, the hobby and darka is rather, what's the case? The case we were down to the statue. Down to the statue. If I'm dying down to the statue of God, makes it to. Then that's a makes it. But if I accept it as a God, then we'll say it's nothing. This is absolutely nothing. Ella, rather than say, what must be the case we must be talking about over here is where I'm bowing down to the idol, but I'm bowing down to an ultimate out of love or fear particular individual. So once again, honey for last night. My friend probably says that what is there? Ella Omer. Rather will say, what's the case? The case ultimately again is the person thinks that it is mutter to worship idolatry. That's the case. Masha Ekim is the part of the God. So what's interesting, having the older mutter will be some level of liability by a Sarah, but ultimately again by Shabbos would be part of the God. Again, we'll see if that's true. The Shalom on that. Ankan, but by Mirana Nachman Helen Zev. Remember, up until this level, I've come up by you love me on Nachman Zev. Up until this point, about Helen or there was a lapse of awareness on both areas. As I will say, just to be clear, the question of liability is a very simple question. You're going to be hired once, you're going to be hired multiple times. That was the question. No one, or I should say, this question says that there is complete liability exemption. Is there anyone who said that you're totally covered for anything? To which the Gemara says, why not? By Kushya, the older Reisha Ba'avodas Kochavim, the safe of the Shabbos. They were seeing written about Avodah Zarah. The safe is talking about other mitzvahs in the household. The Shagad below Mitzvah. What are we talking about over here? We're talking about a case of an accidental commission of an Avirah without Kavanah. Now, watch this. The Kasavar, what would be an example of that? For example, what would be an example by general Avirah of Shogeg without Kavanah? So here it is. Roku, Upalo. So here's what it is. There happens to be a piece of chilub in my mouth. I forgot that there's chilub in my mouth. I just think it's saliva. So what do? I swallow it. So a typical shogeg case is where I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that it's us. This case is a little bit different. In this story here, I don't even have kavanah to be active. Like, in other words, you have kavanah to be in this case over here, I have something in my mouth. I forgot that it was chilub. I just thought it was excess saliva, so I swallowed it. Here I will say, there's not even kavanah. There's not even kavanah. Because so that's sugar below his kavanah. Go to Bolo, I will say, Halacha L'maisa, the Chayiv in that case. Chayiv in that case. So then you're going to contrast between Shabbos and Shabbos. So by other Averos, I will say, even if you have absolutely no Kabbalah for the what you do it, liability. I forgot that there's no Kabbalah for any food of consumption. That's fine, right? But I'm still chayiv. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says much thinking Shabbos. You're puzzled. So let's say Shabbos is going to be puzzled. You don't have Kabbalah for the act by Shabbos. You're puzzled. Why not? The Gemara says, Shinis, for example, Shinis Tavi lahadbiyas atalush v'chata esam chuber. What is the case? Let's say on Shabbos, I go out, there's a cucumber on the ground. So I want to make a salad. I'm going to pick up the cucumber, and I figure to myself that cucumber is detached. Therefore, I got a small for use. It turns out I pick it up, and I end up picking it out of the ground, which is waffles. So let's say interestingly enough, on Shabbos, you are putter for that. Now why? So I say, because we're going to see the verses, Rav Nachman on the Shmuel. Because Rav Nachman, the Amar, HaMisasik B'chalavim, U'Ba'arayos Chayiv, Shekim Neb. So listen to this. Misasik. Everyone again, what's Misasik? Misasik means I am involved in a permitted act. But what ends up happening is I end up doing something prohibited. For example, by the feel of what we just saw, this piece of hair in my mouth, I totally forgot about it. I just thought it was saliva, I swallowed it. That's the case of misasik. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally committed, but it turns out to be something committed. There's still liability for that. Interestingly enough, same thing by arayos, by the morality, right? So this is an interesting one, right? Where again, I have kavanah to do something committed, but it turns out that something committed happens. So for example, let's say Ruvain is ready to have relations with his wife, Rachel, but it turns out through some confluence of events that he ends up having relations with Rachel's sister. He slipped. Right. So I might say again, but it's some type of mistake, right? And he ends up having issues with the wrong woman. Again, that was not at all his intentions. There was no intentionality. Interestingly enough, lack of intentionality. People say that all the time. So but in this case, legitimately, his intention was to have relations with his wife. Through some confluence of events, he ended up having relations with the wrong woman. I don't know how exactly things turned out. But that's not our problem for today. Right? So again, by all other averos, lack of intentionality still results in liability. By Shabbos, and here it is, by Shabbos, Meleches Machshavas. When it comes to Shabbos requires Meleches Machshavas. Meleches Machshavas means intentionality. By Shabbos, there has to be intentionality for the act, and if there is no intentionality, there is absolute exemption. That's why when you go to pick up the cucumber, thinking that the cucumber was detached, and it turns out that you lift it up and you just plucked it out of the ground. There's no liability for that because you need a leftas machshavas. So interesting. So we'll have to stop over here for today. What it turns out is halacha l'maisa, these fascinating distinctions. First of all, the one thing that you do have commonality about is that there is individuated liability, just like the Shabbos. You also have that by Avodah Zarah. What's the difference between and again, same thing by Shabbos and Avodah Zarah is that you can be chayav for multiple hours with individuated liability. The interesting distinction, however, is by all other averos, even lack of intentionality results in liability. By Shabbos, only with intentionality is there liability. And what's the sign for today? Let's say our Yarki Kal is leaving for Eretz Yisrael Hashem this afternoon. The flight is tonight, so I'll be there to start. But the shir will go on, so we'll be broadcasting the shir back here. Thank Avi Fogel, so he's going to be taking over our technology logistics over here, while our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the shir is going to be broadcast here every day. Eretz Hashem, not Shabbos, but we'll still keep going strong in Eretz Hashem. Two chavros, one here, one Eretz Halabai. We'll all be so and Hashem to join together to share our
63 likes. We might as well just do the rest of the show vertical, dude. Or this. You don't want this. Yeah, dude. Like, listen to.
So anything I have to say about the sponsorship and the other things I need to
That's all of you, dude. This motherfucker right here has got the amounts of this DNA, daddy.
That's it. Good morning, everyone.
All right, we got 5 out of that. We got to do. Technically, to get 8 likes that we want.
Citizen family.
You know, like we have to do that every 10 minutes for 3
annual
days.
Torah.
Okay, to get 5 likes. Thank
So
you, Dad.
for Amisrael.
Oh yeah, thank you. Oh gosh, first thing you're live.
Okay.
Alrighty, let's go back to it.
So what we had.
Yeah. How do you know that? Posted on there. I don't know. Is that what we call the black guys? Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's so crazy. The buffalo chicken wraps that we call black guys. I laughed hard.
So
I wanted to make a bit where I laughed at all the racial spicy.
One of the
It sucks just because
statements
of
we make in the morning, you know, the Chateau and direct it what we call that. Dovar Shahaya
No, it's just literally I would just order buffalo chicken wraps every day for dinner. I think
for example, the Torah warning us that when it comes to voters' oil, and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for voters' oil is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that voters' oil. Now, what happens if that specific force or deity or that voters' oil is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that avodah zarah. In other words, if I go ahead somewhere on the West Coast to find an avodah zarah, and the person chests an animal, but it's not how it's worshipped in that society, it's still violated.
I think more the confusion was is like I was just talking about this nostalgia for being in college when it's like you're still a child, but it feels like you're in the adult world and like you're so insulated and you're in this bubble. Everything's just so simple and easy, and that's more what I was talking about. Yeah. So you are reachable.
Okay, now. What's interesting is that when the Torah wants slaughter, it doesn't just include but it includes any type of service that is performed inside of an exhaustion. So, one of the four services done inside of the Beis Hamikdash are included in that warning that if you perform
Because I am low and waited for it to go
it teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the world of all four services done in the Beis Hamikdash. The question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we start Rava Barak Khan, he's going to ask about, wait a second. Torah tells us, you should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is meant to teach on many more things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan force to Avodah Zarah, even if it is not the way that that specific Avodah Zarah is worshipped, even if it's not done in the Beis Hamikdash, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the Yishtachava is the issue. And we wonder, wait a second. Okay, it's an interesting question. But if so, why mention, what is the Torah mention Zika at all? So we haven't talked about the bottom of the Sama on the days, and now the beginning of Sama Kala, is that perhaps, and that's what we all thought,
it's like I was working
it's a Chachim Avoda Le'avoda.
in the beginning, and it was hard. Yeah.
worked at when we met, I worked at Goldman Sachs. I got a job at Deloitte after I graduated college. I was so sick. I worked at retail and I
your mind has to be operating to understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go out and chef an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service on it, for example, either meat or some different oils, doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle it out there. The sugars we're going to do in feature are known as a set of that's important. What we're going to be discussing here, let's start off with the last line and a half of some of them days. So now we're going to be applying those concepts of machashmin ma'avor, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to come in the next stage. Okay? So the discussion here, my shita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for another zero, but I do have in mind that when I share that the sprinkling or the haftorah or the offering of the lid should be done for another zero. Okay, so the same example like this. Laughter itself that offers for the fast. Rabbi Yochanan is Omar Asura, that is considered a violation, and we saw the Omar Musa. And what the Gemara is the fact that could be going with what Rabbi Baruch Hanan that perhaps he covers the teacher that honorable service is that specific about it is not in that way. We have to wait a second.
Why'd you say with 2018? Okay, do you want the real answer or the fun answer?
Another real answer?
That was
And like, I
the
want to know that because I heard some people's story about those fakes or
when
something.
I chef, I have in mind to perform either the Zrika or the Haftarah, that too is included in the warning. So the Gemara tells us, I mean, if I ever did Zrika, I want to put it to Rabbi Yochanan, because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by touching, you know, that the Haftarah is not avoda lavoda. So we don't need a word when it comes to avoda zarah, because if by touching, if you look at the case, Hamida, the concept of mechashim avoda is effective, so obviously it would apply on the dark side and avoda zarah. It's not really a violation when I perform one act with the intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word Zrika by avoda zarah to teach you that mechashim avoda and by quote, and you need a verse. Now,
The ducking kisses, that was listen,
because what was going to tell us,
you're telling me that Rabbi Yochanan,
I don't need the verse because I can learn it from how the service is done in the Beit HaMikdash. That's just so. I'm coming to Rabbi Yochanan because Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beit HaMikdash, a thought by Pita to be effective, right, even if it relates to future service. But what they're only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited. Okay? About that, what we're talking about the person now, about Kakla, we think of the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that Rabbi Yochanan, right, everything is clear because, according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn from Kakla. That's not true, because in Kakla, it's talking about the animal. By avoda zarah, what are we talking about? The person, okay? But of course, in the universe, what we have to stay the person who goes out with avoda zarah, with one service to another service, that he deserves the benefit. And certainly, the question can be asked by the way of people about the Ravika. And the person was walking through the bike, well, you told me that. It's walking through like you divorce. That's actually not so.
No, it's not true. You have to have some sort of mental disorder to be doing what she clearly does for all her faults. She's fairly
He's only talked about the behavior about the animal. Avogadro agreed that a gabro couple, and if you have to
Boils
how is it possible that Ushlokish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have one a thought which during Shkita for something in the future that then the death penalty, but the service regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do we ever find such a thing that a person doesn't have Avodah Zarah, the person with death penalty? But the object itself is not prohibited. We find it when we do actually. We think that stuff up in the house. If the person bows to a mountain,
Thank you, James Freeman. Thank you, James. To the house.
and all the bows to mountains and ignore the darkness that although right
So let's get to
the Avodah Zarah was placed on the mountain. Like
The videos people see are like the proposal videos that like already overstimulating.
okay, so
God below Marina had go ahead and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground. They don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if a person, specific mountain, violates the prohibition of God, gets the capital death
The videos
penalty.
people see are like the proposal videos that like already overstimulating.
So what do you see?
okay,
That
so
it is that you can have a fiction that the person gets the death penalty even the item in the military. So when your judge says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava that is good for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not yet the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when you said military, he's talking about the item. So therefore, we need to have a mishpachah or mutar, but also gets the side, gets the side, the right, the side. So that's what we are told. Here we
the
go.
whole thing is not wanting to
You
make
remember
out with your
Rava
partner in front of your entire
Bar-Rav-Hanan.
family.
So
Yes,
Rava
but most
Bar-Rav-Hanan had a
people
question.
just do it because
The
they're like,
question
oh, I don't
was,
want my partner to
well,
feel embarrassed in
perhaps
this
when the
moment.
Torah tells us, Meisi Shtachaveh,
It's like,
it is to teach us that any honorable act performed in Avodah Zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not worship that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rava Bar-Rav-Hanan
I think that's really
proclaimed. So it says, Rabbacha Mevitzi Ravina, wait a second.
my wife will just give me a quick
Remind
switch.
you, all my friends done what the Rava
Parents
Bar-Rav-Hanan
kissing
tells
ever. So
us.
it's like so
Remind you, come on,
foreign to us.
This is an interesting thing that a lot of the internet might not understand, but it's like family tradition. I'm like, romantically, it loves you. Is it yours? You can cut right. Both arranged. Yeah, they're just both arranged. And sometimes arranged marriage, it's a free love. They love fucking all the time. Yeah.
It's a pagan practice.
Problem. If they don't show
Don't
us,
start
they don't
asking
show us.
any
Exactly.
of the Abdu,
Yeah, because your parents
how
had
are
an
these
arranged
pagan
marriage
nations worshiping
where they
their
had children.
God, the Ezekiel?
You can't
Come on,
kiss
you know, to
them.
do so as well. And
Yeah,
obviously,
that's
the
not
Torah
fair.
telling
Okay,
us that we should
and
know.
then, and also,
It's a
I don't
major
like
problem
this.
to
I'm
start
gonna
researching how those
Okay.
pagans
I don't like the narrative. They're saying that Indian people don't have. The old Indian people kiss each other.
that
makes
where
sense.
there's an issue.
Bullshit.
So, for example, specific Avodah Zarah, the worship is by definition.
This whole
So
episode is an episode
how
of
you
Extreme.
violate the worship
You know what? One Kyle in there,
if
flagrant
you go ahead and want to worship Lalenu, a person wants to worship the Marculus, right?
These are just flagrant lies.
So
They're not.
the way
There's
it
no.
was
They're
done
not
is
true
not by
in any facet
So
whatsoever.
obviously, the Torah is
Fuck
telling us
this.
that the way you
I don't like
violate
it.
the
Even if
prohibition
it was true, I
is
wouldn't do something
performing
like that. Indian people don't make out.
specifically the acts that were designated by the cult, right? Violate the Avodah Zarah. Now, we claim, right, like Rava Bar-Rav-Hanan, that any act is included. Yeah, why do we still have to come with that? Because if the Torah is telling us according to that, anything you perform, anything you do is a Avodah Zarah becomes Chachava, Yosef, Lakron, Lamed, Alakron, Yosef. So why does the Torah have to warn us specifically that we are not to perform an act that worship the Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, if you take anything
You know what's funny?
and then we'll get to exclude hot polar, hot smallers, and the message having a more normal mainstream of the Zohar. That they slaughter our animals to worship that for us. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from it. Oh, I'm defecating the fuck with it. And maybe people are telling us that that's not consumption, because defecating is a really hard way of honoring but להשתחוות להשקות, מה קיבלו? הכל קיבלו word, if you look at השתחוות itself, השתחוות, which is a fact. In other words, you can't tell me that השתחוות is יוצא מהכלל ללמד, to go out and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Come on, its own teaching to do that. Like if you're not thinking of love of a so there's no era when we think HaPoer Atzmon and Marcus. In other words, imagine having a Barizah, the way it's worship in an honorable way. We mentioned Marcus worship like one claim, wait a second. Sin of the Barizah. When it's not honorable, so when it's not honorable, so therefore perhaps the Torah is telling us that something like the since the nature of that Avodah is worship in a shameful way, I've called Zion to perhaps any Zion. In other words, if Marcus is worshipped, right, by so anything that's degrading act will be included. Therefore, so much more, therefore it's included. Okay? Here we go. Now comes the following question. How do Omar Abba tells us, nine, how do we know? Lizoveya Behemo Lemarcus. Martin, in Spanish, Wednesday, right? Merculus, right? Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in pagan culture, and even Wednesday itself is one Wednesday that seems like the morning. A word that became part of the way we identify days. But let's go back to Marcus. Marcus, generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship it, so the person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them, I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So that's a law search. How do you know he's tired? How do you know he's tired?
It's crazy. He's crazy.
Among the many ones that it seems that the way they would worship people are related to culture that's found in other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never keep yourself away from many practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering Zivchem L'Siri. Okay, so politically, the language, the Torah warns us, don't go ahead and do a shkita, a slaughter. And what the Beloved tells us is the following. In other words, obviously, I don't need a person to tell me that if you have an Avodah Zarah, that the norm is to have animals to it. I don't need a person to tell me that that's prohibited, because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know that I don't need a verse that is the norm, that it's not to do it? Because it's because the Torah tells us that if you go out and research the way they do it, obviously, right. So what is the law he's supposed to teach you? To name it, the Torah is warning you that even if it's not the way, even if that's not the way they work, now, but the problem is, if you're telling me that what is the way he's supposed to teach us, that it's not the norm, it's included in our again, I'm not going to claim that the women's stuff that even if it's not the norm included. So, I understand this need of revelation. It's correct. The more answers an interesting area that also that the warning there will use that we are told to Shabbat Zara. Even if not done, we shall pay off the hatches. It seems to me that someone works, and therefore they decide to work in an unusual way, and by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that Avodah Zarah. Comes up with any covers, don't do it. I knew someone in Brooklyn as a child after the war. He was here in France, in some monastery. and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever little idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it wasn't raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not bringing rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as having getting angry with your Zara, and refusing it to go to break it because you don't want to mess up things in the future, but they punish it. So maybe this is what we are talking about. It's like some form of anger towards somebody Zara, and that's why the telling us that even though you're a great idea to show that you're angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to this, it's a question of significant avoda, and it is included. Okay, here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit
when the shop doing the mothership, and then laughing, making fun. Then there was a countdown.
So we're going to begin with a question that has something like 5 or 6 answers. An interesting question where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and a Mishnah later on in a couple of dots. And the main issue, a little bit of a preview here, is the following. We all understand you're arguing about the Zara, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to open up on the Zara? Just making a statement. Is that a violation or not? Just making the statement. And we can analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate that if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some Matzah seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? Rav Yosef, Abaye, Ravina, Ravashi, Rava, all the great Amoraim addressing the issues. But it starts off an interesting story that Rabbi Munna, so his oxen went wild and they were lost. So what does the great Rabbi Munna do? He's looking for his oxen. So Father Ben Rava, so as he's making his rounds, who is the meet? Rava. So Rava asks him a question. Rava asks Rabbi Munna, Mashukna, don't analyze the results and your sixth contradiction. Maybe the question is telling us that when you read something, your mind is occupied. It seems to me that these great people, even when their mind was occupied, looking for their keep for that. And for the apple bag, right, they were still able to be involved in Lumina Torah. It's not. Here we go. Ready for the contradiction? Our Mishnah says, Ha'oved avodas kofadim. Okay, what's the violation? Oved, if you actually worship Avodah Zarah. Omer is applying to so our Mishnah seems to say in our just the statement Mishnah. But look what Mishnah later on. No, that's not later Mishnah. A person said, Evod, worship Avodah Zarah.
Yeah, right.
If you go and do it later, there's a problem. Says, the way I understand that there's no violation of just a statement. The Omer ain't in other words,
I mean, I get it. It's like
that a statement is not obviously right. I'm going to, but when is it that it's
also it's a random guy.
When I clarify that service, I actually do. Okay? That's how I'm going to in other words, I'm going to go through the Mishnah. Okay? Tanoi, where's your machlokes tonight? Omer, so we're talking about a person who gets up and says, come worship me. Come worship me. I mean, throughout history, people have been worshipped. Humans have been worshipped. So a person gets up and says, come worship me. Okay? That's it. You basically declared in Avodah Zarah statement. Chaim seems to be like of the opinion that the statement itself creates an issue. Whereas Yehuda says, people actually worship this individual. There's no dispute. And the way we learn, what we read yesterday, don't make yourself into an idol, right? Don't make a human being into a God is something that we have to be very careful with in our culture, where we both Hashem are taught to respect great rabbinic leaders, but we have to always be careful not to cross that line to go ahead and worship a human being, because it's horizontal. Let's not say we're called to make a human into a vessel. So again, remember, don't disagree. When it comes to actually worshiping a human being, we have a major problem. But it seems to be that if I just said, Baruch Be'avdini, Rameir Hod, Amira, Messiah, Rabbi Yosef Potter. So therefore, Rabbi Yosef is claiming that the contradiction between the two sides, where one seems to indicate that Amira is not yet in Avodah Zarah, the second one that seems to indicate that Amira is Avodah Zarah, it's much like okay? Now, between this was a dispute that you go about, what does this mean? Rabmeir said that you go about so you know, yeah. Which is an issue. Somebody go along your phone. So, Rabbi Yosef did tell this is how we solve the problem. We have the Rabbi Amira, we have the phone. But who's going to go ahead and challenge Rabbi Yosef and Rabbi Yosef himself? And he's going to say, no. Hadar, Omar, Rabbi Yosef, what I said is system. Not a fact. I have no doubt that in general, he did which only a person is tired of telling when it comes to someone that is including others and inspiring others worship some kind of a pagan force of Zorah, Achio, Mark Evo, he doesn't agree with that could be a complete violation. Okay? So therefore my answer is no good. Now, wait a second. So what is tough? Do disagree with worship me, and Rabbi seems to say that it is not yet a violation. There it's unique because it's a person. There might come in. When somebody is going to inspiring others not to worship some kind of beauty for Zara, but rather when a person is trying to inspire others to worship himself. Now,
and it's very sad.
what did people say? We're like, right? We're going to get the right side, right? I'm a higher entity, worship me. And everyone said, yeah, I'm like, and there, this comes with it. One is Macy's La'asma. Yes, that's the problem that we're doing. Yes, it's a commitment, Zara, because everyone that speech is an issue. But why would someone say that? Perhaps not in my Savar, on the other hand, Macy's La'asma. People don't tune in. When a person gets up and says, work with me, what do they say? Yeah, sure. Okay, fine, go flat fight, because name or other, what people say, human nature, life's not evil, what's evil for them mean? Now, he's a human, I'm not a human, but why should I work with him? Life's not evil, only they, so why did they say yes? The answer is, yeah, sure. Yeah, we're going to work with you. Right? That's what they're basically saying. So therefore, Rabbi holds, in other words, Rabbi in general holds that when it comes to speech, a statement that I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, it is included. There, regarding the person is different because they're thinking himself, he says, no, I worship the human, I'm even as well. Even the so I don't hear it doesn't. Bottom line is, Rabbi Yosef just got rid of his own answer. We still have a contradiction. We had Rabbi Nuner's approach. What about Rabbi Yosef? In my thesis, so there you go. Kan b'yochid hanisef, kan b'rabim hanisosim. So the difference that's going to be presented now is the difference between individuals being approached and multitudes. What's the difference? So we say the following. Yochid is one individual is approached and says, he develops a relationship with his guru, and he tells him to go ahead and worship some force. Then he says, yeah, I'm going to do it. He's not going to back up. He's talking about force. And therefore, even speech itself is a violation.
somebody to spend, and same thing, we were at that pool, and they said, this big shamble that was like this big, like it was like, I don't know, yeah. And they said this huge champagne bottle with the whole, like, like the lights and everything. I was like, oh no, sorry, we didn't order that. I was like, what? We did not order that. They're like, no, those guys over there sent it to you. And I was like, oh, I was like, well, tell them I said thank you so much, but I can't take it, but I appreciate it. And they're like, well, they're not going to say no for an answer. And I was like, well, that's my cue to go. And we sure did. We got out of the pool, we got dressed, and we left because I don't mess around like that.
Yeah, I have to get out right away. I can just get that thing go because I'm like a kangaroo with couch on my back.
So if a young says someone who's going to question him, obviously it's evaluated, it's very evaluated. Shani is really different. So you said to the rabbi, when you said to the rabbi, there's really a difference between a group that's inspired by someone else or an individual. Not saying it's a good curious يأخذ عن الاستثمار يأخذ رابع من the price of individual and the masses. Now, there are differences between a unit of a Zara and a group which we call here in the There are differences, and you spelled out now. But when it comes to a commitment, he does not agree with Rabbi Yosef's outlook that the difference that speech is an issue only towards the individual but towards the masses. There's no such source for argues about it. Now, the difference between your Rabbi is there are really specific to the individual. The Rabbi Miklal Yochanan are laws that relate specifically to the man of the individual. And Yochanan Miklal with severe punishment, right? He gets to steal or mamona because of the individual. But nevertheless, when it comes to the property, it's not destroyed. But on the other hand, it gets a less severe punishment of sight. But what happens to all the property in the Iranian dot-com? The thing is destroyed. Rabbi Miklal Yochanan so comes out, says Abai, look at this only regarding that which is spelled out, the shani, there's a difference. About the whole meaning, when it comes to everything else, they are the same. So, Rabbi Yosef, your answer to dealing with these Mishnayos simply doesn't work. Abai tell us how to deal with the contradiction. Kan b'nisas ne'atzmo, kan b'nishiatem. So Abai can offer that the differences between someone that is inspired by himself or by others.
That is a sign of bad sign for sure.
People
Yeah, check out the Patreon. We talked with Tim for 3 hours.
I'm going to go ahead and worship by doing it. I saw online that people, their life was changed by traveling to the Far East. I'm going to go ahead and go to Thailand and inspired me. Yes, when you left the changes, my people left back and forth. You are saying, you make yourself that the others are the ones that say, no, make your way there. The speech itself, Luxury, Gloria Basraya. So here's a minor suggestion. The difference is, not like Rabbi Yosef, but rather it depends on what was what started the process. Comes from a person himself, which is not the church. When from others, unfortunately,
in a world where that's like a joke and not listening to what the audience says. You gotta listen to the audience, you know what I mean? Like, there's a Reddit.
So much hurtful stuff where it's like, it's not that it's there, you're just using it from what's it to.
That's the 40 is obviously wrong. But right now, I know what people say.
It's just so evil and taunting. People like come from my family. So my thing, as soon as I hear, I'm like, no. But I was like, no, dude, there's a lot of. I was like, okay, there's a lot of really funny shit on there. So,
sometimes. Like, everybody hates you guys. It's like, I think they have fun with me now. It's almost like it's like, dude, you know,
sometimes you just get a general statement. You know, that's
we are huge fans
and sometimes you get specifics. Let me tell you about that amazing Avodah Zarah, right? You know, it takes a couple
honestly,
weeks
like,
to
there's a
get
couple
there,
people
but
who are
it's a
shitty,
very
you know,
unique
but then there's a lot of people who just go on there and
and the
host bunches. I was like, let me get some of the funniest shit that I've seen on there, and I want you guys to actually see what these guys write. It's actually pretty funny. All these editors on Facebook, did you send this to Chad? I sent this shit. So this is from this is point of view. Oh boy. Yeah, the shop finally brings some comedy.
And this later on tells us that just independent is already a violation. Oh, I looks like a on my leg where those words and the details were not presented. That was a choice. So that's wrong as a person. Detail.
Yeah, watch out, right? I do have fans in my DNA.
I will snap his fucking neck.
Love as to bring
That is crazy. That is like that is really really cool circle.
Elohei ha'amin asher tzivosem ha'korina le'Elohim. And that's and the Torah warns us not to, over and over again in the Torah.
Some of them are really fun. It's so good. Why did you ask this? It comes from
And
two.
the Torah warns us to be very careful and not to be cut by the nations that are near you, or Krovim, or Rehovim.
It's like
What is stuff to spell out Krovim, Rehovim, so it's a well-known statement that the Tuvon shall quote a Lomel Rehovim. In other words, usually if someone wants to inspire to be a Ovid of a Zara, in other words, they talk about some pagan force, some kind of a cult that's thousands of miles away. It takes weeks to get there, and they feel these incredible stories and legends that they hear. Now, they're not going to go ahead and tell you about what your neighbor worships. You know why? Because you know that what your neighbor worships is a complete waste of time.
Yeah, they
You see what it's like is a disaster, and then he's been turning to that island to think that nothing good has ever occurred. So what do? They always want to inspire you with culture, with those things that are very, very far, okay? And tell us, you know what? You figure out
know each other same close.
and then you'll figure out about culture,
Like when interrupting and stuff like that. That's like the only thing that, like, that's the one thing that people get like,
from afar. Every day. You know how much you rely on regarding what your neighbor does, and you know that it's completely nothing. So to the focus, what do you see from it? That's a violation of another thing spoken here about.
There's sometimes in my brain,
Details. You know the details of what your neighbor does, okay? My love, you know about your neighbor, you know what he's buying for the Zara, so does good stuff, Maria. Shmami knows if a rather that is proof that the Zara is being discussed. When we are told that speech itself is an issue, what are we talking about? Where you know the details. Okay. Next, Ravashi says the following. That if a person is a newcomer to Avodah Zarah, this is nothing. But if he already has a record, if he's done it already in the past, so he says I'm going to do so, he's never going to have it. So therefore, Ravashi Amar Seifa B'Yisrael Lumar, he's done it. Once he's done it, then he says I'm planning to do it. Hagar is going to do it, and even his speech is a violation. The last answer, Rabina Omar, Lois Zu Abzushani. Rabina says, listen, it's the structure sometimes that is nice. Start off with giving us general information if you do it. And then Mishnah 2 says, by the way, not just if you actually perform Avodah Zarah, but even if you only commit by speech, that is a violation. So I'm going to give this a shot. So therefore, bottom line is, we have the Ramina, the Yosef, Abaye, Rava, Ravati and Ravina all agree with this discussion. Okay, now, next discussion, which we're going to try a little bit, believe it or not, into Torah. A person, has to have an brother not because he believes in it, but rather, he has a lust with someone and he goes ahead and has that ethnicity worship, right? Or he does it in fear that this is probably more common throughout history, that they have no choice, right? They're living in Spain in the 15th century, they have to go ahead and worship someone for a driven Avodah Zarah, Meira. Is that a violation? Is that one that they would get the death penalty? Right? Obviously not a good thing. Even though you're not really committing yourself and you don't really believe in it, it's a violation. You worship it. Bottom line is what the act. He worships, he bowed to it, he defecated the pale, he stole some marketing, he slaughtered the animal, whatever it is. Come on. He accepted it in his heart as beauty then too. Okay, so that's my place. Okay, so here we go. Omar Abaye Nominalo. I can promise you. Titnan ha'oived avodas kochotim. Remember our Mishnah? The Mishnah starts saying echad echad ha'oived. Now the language of the Mishnah starts off with ha'oived avodas kochotim, oived, and then it gave details. And when you raise up earlier with the question, what is ha'oived? What is ha'oived if the details are given later? So Abaye wants to suggest that perhaps my love is not a teaching us echad ha'oived that first we introduce a case of someone that worships the force, due to some external love or an imura. So therefore, that's how he analyzes the extra word of a mitzvah. And then it says, why do those, in other words, the ha'oived that stands on its own, according to Abaye, is to teach you that even if it's me'ahava imura, that is included in the complete violation. What would Rabbi say? Rumi already answered that what ha'oived is telling us is that you should know, regarding that it's done in how it's done. In other words, if it's dark of the car, in other words, if they have some odd practice, that's how you worship it, then you fulfill that odd practice, even if it's not shchita, even if it's not kabbalah dam, even if it's not halach, even if it's not zrik, even if it's something that's very foreign, if that's how they worship it, you violate Avodah Zarah. That's how Rabbi Yehuda saw the word adopted go regarding all of it. And that's why Rabbi Yehuda, your proof about it, is not really solid. That ahava and yuma is included, because that word ha'oived is specifically related to teaching the idea that worship in a specific way, you violate Avodah Zarah by doing so. Now, Abaye is not over here. Abaye lo tishtachaveh lohem. Okay, so the Torah warns us, we read this yesterday, and we're about to Avodah Zarah. So we are told, Lohem ata mishtachaveh. Let's not go there. Aval ata mishtachaveh. Again, to both stuff. In other words, we live in a society where we bow to people, and we so let me shake the hand recently. Very rare interaction with the body. If you live somewhere with bowing for the Zarah, however, do something before you bow to a person. You think that this green light to a person applies to someone that is worshiping like how the Lord has a list of them, the lights of them. So, when it comes to your little children, your papa, the reason Mordecai was not Baldomar was that he had a cross, which creates a difficulty that he had a cross of the Jewish boy that should be born a few hundred years later. But the message does say that Haman did have another on it. That's the message. The Gemara seems to indicate on the other hand that it wasn't that he had a necklace with his big Avodah Zarah, but rather he himself was worshipped. That's what the Gemara here on Megillah seems to indicate. But what we are told here you're not mushtachave, you're not the person but the Haman. And on the most basic reason, no one told you that you should know that the Jews, violated Avodah Zarah by buying the Haman. Now, the Haman from the Israelis believed it? No, he was clearly Meira. And what is the Torah? The Gemara is using it as an example of a violation, even though it was in Europe. So this seems to be what Abaye claims, that a person, that even if it's an Avodah Zarah in Europe, it's a complete violation. Okay? And nevertheless it is mentioned here as a complete Avodah Zarah. So how's Rava going to do that himself? Well, Rava says no, sometimes an example does not mean that it's there with all the details of the example. All the Bride is telling us everything. If it's a person that's worshiped, don't bow down to Haman. Meaning, if you want to know an example of someone that was basically worshipped in a specific society, Haman would be an example. But that's not to mean that the Jews who bow to him violated this. Yeah, the example is Haman has a first example. Example of a person that's never is Kahamin, where the Torah is warning us that yes, you can bow to a person if it's a showing honor, but don't do it if it's a never. And a perfect example, a person who becomes like an Avodah Zarah with Haman. The like example is not true regarding all details. But here, when that vice tells us that it's a violation, so Abaye is working very, very hard to try to find proof that even if you do something on the era, it's a complete violation. So here is his next list. Omar Abaye, I can prove it from this Tanya. So to understand the next list, a brief introduction, you know that there are many circumstances where people have to bring korbanos for violating the law unintentionally. Okay? That we're familiar with. Now, there are differences if it's an individual, if it is a kind of gadol, if it's a melech, if it's a, so there are a lot of details that relate, but what we have to keep in mind is the following. There are situations that specific korban that fluctuates as well, from the ego to the she-go to the bull, or if it's Avodah Zarah and it's a community, it's also the bull and also the goat. There is a difference because some of them, the violation of doing something unintentional is only looked at he'elem davar, okay, he'elem davar, and one of them is the shigigas ma'aseh. So two of you have to be mindful of to appropriate the message here. Shigigas ma'aseh he'elem davar, okay. Shigigas ma'aseh means an action that was done unintentionally. So if a person at home on his table there is a piece of fat that is built in its regular shuman, and it eats it, and it's chaylev, shigigas ma'aseh, okay? Shigigas ma'aseh. Now, then there's something called he'elem davar, when the matter itself or was concealed from you, which indicates that there was some kind of intellectual mistake. In other words, that you had a question, a halachic question, you're a scholar, and you go through all the post-skim, and you come to a conclusion, but you made the wrong decision, and then you acted. So it's a situation where you did all the research in the world, and you're a great Talmud Chacham, and you made a mistake intellectually, and then you act. There you have a he'elem davar with a shigigas ma'aseh. Okay? Now, for the communal korbanos that are raw, if the Sanhedrin make a mistake, obviously there you have to have first he'elem davar and shigigas ma'aseh. Now, what about a kohen, kohen Mashiach, we call kohen Mashiach, because we're dealing here with the Kohen on a higher level status during the first of the period, when he became a Kohen Gadol, and he was anointed with the oil that was concealed later. So what's the word? Kohen Mashiach is basically a Kohen Gadol. So here we got Kohen Mashiach, the Avodas Kachavim. Okay, so you either Avodas Kachavim, which the Korbanos are more severe, right? Rebbe says that all that has to go wrong for him to have to bring the unique korban, the bull of the power Elam Dover of the Kohen Mashiach, all that has to go wrong is shigigas ma'aseh action. Chachamim say no, that's not enough. You need also he'elem davar. Okay, the disagreement. Now, although they disagree there, Yeshavim should be serious to Yaakov. They do agree that if this Kohen Gadol violates something that's not a Torah, he brings a seira, he goes, Yeshavim and so to the Israel, some Torah that Usher and Torah is not wrong. Okay, now what's relevant for us is, we mentioned here, Shivigot Ma'aseh, what are we mentioning here? Actions, that are done by mistake. Regarding avodas kafod, how do you make a mistake? When it comes to a product, I made a mistake. I thought it's something else. What exactly is a mistake with avodas kafod? Make it dummy. What's the scenario? He cuts off our base so if he sees a shul, he and in other words, he thought it's a shul. In other words, kassofa. He goes ahead, he walks by this magnificent structure, and he says, wow, this is such a beautiful shul. He starts worshiping. Next thing he knows, is that the whole house is not Shabbat. He cannot say the shit of Maisa because what's in his heart? Who is he bowing to? We don't worship shul, by the way. But even the most beautiful shul in the world, we're worshiping the Shabbat. So obviously that that's the beginning. It must be. It's also Alberta. He saw the kind of statue of the king, right? And he buys it. That also is problematic. People are laid the law. If you really accept it as an entity to be worshipped, it's not a show yet. Maybe people are laid the law. If you did not accept Christianity, it's going to look in. So therefore, Abaye argues the scenario could be possible. He thought that it's permissible, and therefore that would be a scenario that it is a showgate. So if it would be made that would be the real Avatar. Hey, Abaye has proof, okay? The Oiler Mutar, it's something the person says, no, it's not possible. Wait a second, Oiler Mutar, that's it, I can answer that something that this is. Between Oiler Mutar and Legamre, the person thought that something's possible and something's not prohibited, but that will lead for the phase. Thank you for joining us, everyone have a wonderful day.
The whole change universe, whatever makes it bigger. This, to me, I'm looking at it as a first step. It's like you don't just go to the moon. Right? No, you stop at an asteroid.
You shoot for the moon, you land on the moon. It says he's run everything. He's run everything that is possible. You know why I'm not surprised by any kind of bad, oh man, I can't believe that happened. Because Shop has ruined almost everything that's ever. So nothing surprises me. Together so we're beautiful idea.
On social media, this is
You can just press any of them. They're all fun.
I'm married. He's still married. So remember, a little bit better definition introduced us to the concept that was like essentially there are 3 different categories of both of There's 3 different ways, 3 different categories of worship that bodies are. Number 1, what we'll call normative worship, which is the both sides of the normal narrative, which we go ahead and worship a particular idol. Even though that manner of worship may be objectively
That's another thing. It's like the world
like we saw by Falcon or by Marcellus, if that's the way you worship the idolatry that again, that's where you are. Category number 2, I will say, is objective acts of worship that are even if we are not pouring water, incense. Now again, as we saw in yesterday's conversation, anything that is done inside the baseline of Avodas Hashem will be prohibited as part of Avodas Hashem. The category represents activities which are quote unquote useful, but not to religious service. Naturally, this idol, hugging the idol oil, putting shoes on the idol,
what fucking sense?
Those of us that again, you know, right now,
Something if you're really trying to do this.
Alright, you see what the best touching the one that we got. I got a put ultimately again at the bottom of the back of the Kenya is talking about often cover up as I mean the man says the back touching the book first. So they can often up the one outside of the book is covered. Yes, for us it tells me yes around. So by then ultimately again when we get to up to date colors and then again if this one has got out of the budget with colors how much more though much like the best is not talking about offering up covenants as I base because rather the best is talking about offering up covenants level disorder. Probably the bar that kind of abayin. Emo yotze shaka ba on the lami dalakal kilo. I read it about that shaka ba I was saying. The pasuk says when the pasuk says vayilech vayavod Elohim achir vayishtach amuvahem. The pasuk specifically talks about shaka ba. Frustration down says I'm on a point that ultimately again that is shaka ba about the general different forms of our God for our God as well. Emo yotze lo shaka ba the lami dalakal. Gabi Oshi down cover. And I'm going to put the shaka ba everyone else that any form of cut given to the idol ultimately again to the usher to the idol and to the idol. It's what the people of the back of the why do I even want to that's the next one. You just say ultimately again and that is what the now, my intention is about it. I don't have in mind that the street mission is travel. I have in mind my word to sprinkle with love. Travel. That's my intention. So I believe that the street itself is not travel disorder, but my future intention is sprinkle with love is travel disorder. And my highest intention, Yokno, Amra Yokno, that's Akiva, we hold ultimately again that the animal itself is Asubana, which is how Rashi Samar Alphabet. Asura HaBinirvana, Papa Pisha Shita, Lavla Avodos Mokovic. And what the novelty is what? Even though the Shita itself was not for Avodah Zarah, nevertheless, again, since my intention was to sprinkle blood for Avodah Zarah, therefore the behemoth itself ultimately again becomes Asar for Avodah Zarah. Reish says ultimately, the animal itself remains mutter bana, and it's only when you sprinkle the blood later on that ultimately had to be committed to act of Avodah Zarah. What's that incredible Gemara? Incredible Machlokas. How you put it, especially when you're the Elevate special for you, but it's you will require not sure that Papa or that you'll feel the way is that you that you'll feel does not require a possible. Which the Gemara says, I can't look to Usher that you'll feel Ella Behema. Obviously, up until now, you'll feel only after the Behema. He says that the Behema is Usher Gano, about Gavra, Lav. But ultimately, again, the individual side can't open to that penalty. But also, because if you got what they call it, when it comes to not only is the animal to not open to the but ultimately the individual subject to a penalty for Avodah Zarah as well. Maske for the back of the back of the will require the process. And I will share it like the share of the many of us in the shop says it's not interesting that the animal is not Ashabana. What's very here, where you slaughter the animal with no intentions for Avodah, but my intention is to take the blood and sprinkle it for Avodah. So is that future intention for Avodah actually belongs now. The Bill says yes. The Kishin says no. The Gemara says actually the Behema. Where Rish Lakish said that it's mutter, that's talking about the behemoth, talking about the animal, about Gabriel. There was an ultimately again, does the animal itself, is the animal subject to about Gabriel, but is the individual ultimately subject to that about Gabriel, but ultimately again, but this reading the Haba and the Lahar. Was an ultimately again, ultimately it bows down to a mountain. So what does that mean? Lahar was a again, you learned that before that if you worship the mountain as a holy sorrow, ultimately again, doesn't become a holy sorrow. There's a practical reason for that. Because if somebody can make the mountain have a holy sorrow, that's what they will transform into idolatry. So we got the Mosik, Elokehem or Elokehem al Haharim, Elohaharim Elohim. They worship God on the mountains, can't transform the mountain into a God. So the Gemara says over here, according to Yishlakish, who says mutter, Yishlakish said that the behemoth, the animal itself is mutter, but what? But the individual is subject to it. And he learned that from the Shtakar al If somebody worships the mountain is mutter, but although beside it, but the one who worships the mountain ultimately is what? Is being subject to the death penalty of Sinai. Amrli Rav Akiva Difti Rav Shabbat Abaye. Amrli Rav Kanava Abaye. That which Rav Kanava said to Abaye, Ema Yotzad Shtakava, Lelami Al Hakral Ulo. So we'll say, remember again, that we said before, that Ishtakava ultimately again should come to teach me about what? That Ishtakava should come to teach me
thank you as always to James.
about general level. So we'll say, remember again, we have the opinion on the bottom of the base that says that Ishtakava, when the person comes to the sentence of prostration, Vayelach Vayachol Elohim Acherim Vayishtakava, the person is coming to go ahead and discuss. So the Gemara says, why is the person singling that out? Which the Gemara answers, maybe is coming to teach me about all forms of avodah. That all respectful forms of avodah, like hugging the idol, kissing the idol, are going to be usher as well. Once that's the case, that's coming ultimately to go ahead and exclude. The Pasuk says, also, what is that phrase? It just seems to refer to more generic forms of avodah. What is that referring to? Let me look at it. Maybe you'll see what that means is someone who defecates on an idol. Remember again, as much as that is the form of bowel or so if somebody does that to this idol, then what? And they're not going to be tired. Which words is we already know that. How do we know that? Ishtakavata. Because we learned it out because the Torah's paragraph level, the Torah is Ishtakavata's prostration. And what do we know there? Ishtakavata derech kibud, was it just like prostration is considered to be a form of it? Ultimately, the person will only tie you to idol if you do so in the respect of idol. The only time idol is that form of worship. But to do that to the idol is not a form of worship. So ultimately, everyone will agree is that will be sorry. Element, if they have hard asthma or mouth, maybe it makes a person because if you what if somebody dedicates to Marcus? That's the piece the bottom. How do you worship Marcus? You throw stones at it. So watch this. You might say something like Horil Baba also be Zion. No, all be Zion. See what's the problem? The way you worship Marcus is already Zion, meaning it's already a form of degrading worship. And essentially, again, not that. That's not this. Throw stones at that and reconstruct the idol is a quote unquote disrespectful form of worship. It's a metaphor that wants them already disrespecting the idol. Then what? Then even other forms of disrespectful worship, i.e., like defecating on the idol, should be okay as well. Worship that even these forms of disrespectful worship, only the worship specific form of disrespect. chayiv to another idol which has its own disrespectful form of worship, is that completely evident. So, for example, if you were to take stone and burn them down for art, you wouldn't be chayiv for idol worship. If you were to decorate unmarvelous, you have chayiv for idol worship. Even though each of them have their own objectively disrespectful forms of worship, you mix will not be chayiv in Daraisa. Elo Adam Rabbi Eliezer. That is the fact that we have chayiv. We have well, how do you know that if you offer up a cart or slaughter a couple markers that you're chayiv? Now, let's remember again, how do that? Now, we established that yesterday, so Yisrael who hold this in favor of security, like the Pasuk says, they shall not offer up, shall not worship, or they shall not offer up. This is what the first of all in Enoch, if all of the issue of worship. Yes, that's what people are doing. As Pasuk says, the first foreshadowing that causes husbands. We want to worship. I will be like the most of them. So start the timer. It's chayiv the worshiping it. Even if it's not the way that the idol is worshipped, it was. This is quote unquote normative. They're not showing that rebels. They're really learning out about the prohibition of normative forms of worship, even though they're not normative in this particular application. We learn that from Shtakaba. In fact, the Torah singles out the idea and says, don't bow down to the idols. Just like bowing down is an objective form of honor. So to any objective form of honor, the way for a Jew, where you come to our category of objective forms of worship is somewhere, is from a Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, we're not going to do this on Beis Hamikdash, will be ushered by a Zara, which the Gemara says, Shloki Lachim Shachabon Nafka, Hassam Zerech Lahakis. It was a here's the first just in case of Zerech Lahakis. That the Lord said, ultimately, again, let's say somebody worships, let's say somebody goes ahead and offers up an animal for Avodah Zarah. That's what you need. That's what you need, Count. It's very special. Kids in, start selling out giant theaters. Hey, look, that's what I'm saying. How they want to show that. How they want to show that. How they're going to give it to them. They're going to worship the animal for Avodah Zarah. I don't believe in Avodah Zarah. I don't believe in it. This sounds crazy. Yeah, good. We do things out of anger to show someone something, right? Even though what? Objectively, again, what I am doing is objectively detrimental. Right? There was an incredible use of it. So what happens? So the first hit the theater is going to be crazy. My life's going to explode. Special came out. Even if someone opens up a carbon to an item, the hack was saying it, I don't believe in the Avodah Zarah, but I'm just trying to one is the type of those circumstances. But Hamuna Irkani was in Hamuna law, so of his acts. Pogami Rabba, so Rabba Pogami, and Rabba said, can I ask you a shayla? Rabba Hamuna said, sure, Rabba Leimafisina Hadad. Contrast the two Mishnayos. On one hand, it says, Ha'ovid Avodas Mochavi, Ha'ovid Avodas Mochavi. Obey or no. So on one hand, Mishnah teaches that if one worships Avodah Zarah, one is chayiv. So what do I say there? Obey in. It's dafka if what? Dafka if I'm serving the Avodah Zarah. But yet I will say Omer if a person just ultimately speaks about worshiping Avodah Zarah. Now we're going to see exactly what this means. Omer ultimately means that if a person says I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, that they're not chayiv for that. On the other hand, if you have another Mishnah that says, Ha'omer evod elech ve'evod ve'elech ve'evod. We'll say ultimately if somebody says, I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, or I'm going to go and worship Avodah Zarah, let's go and worship Avodah Zarah. So ultimately again that he's going to be chayiv. So we'll say we see over here that it's verbal statement of intent of worshiping Avodah Zarah makes one chayiv for idol worship. So again we have two contrasting Mishnahs. The first Mishnah seems to indicate that anything mamish worship Avodah Zarah is going to be chayiv. Yet the second Mishnah seems to indicate that even what a verbal declaration of intent to worship idolatry will be chayiv. So listen, in other words, you're thinking to yourself, but 1 second, how can you ever be chayiv for that day if you don't actually do it? Just because you have verbal intent. Remember, Avodah Zarah is unique. The same way that a person has machshava. Let's say I have intent, deep chazuk. I have intent, deep chazuk. What's the status of that intent? Nothing. Yet, intent, machshava for avodah zarah is chayv. Let's say if in my mind I pledge my allegiance to Baal Peor, right? Chas v'shalom. In my mind I pledge allegiance to avodah zarah. I'm chayv that machshava. So we see that avodah zarah is in a category in this sense, but like hashkafati as well, because avodah zarah represents this fundamental relationship between us and the rules are different. Therefore, I give me a Mishnah that says, so when a person says, I'm going to worship avodah zarah, let's go avodah zarah, I'm going to walk avodah zarah, but he's chayv. So he has to be completely Mishnah. One Mishnah says, I'm going to chayv if I worship. Second Mishnah says, I'm chayv even if I say I'm going to worship. Which the Lord says, Amalei v'omer, eini mekablo alai ela ba'avodah. So if I'm going to respond, this Mishnah is talking about a case where he says, I'm only chayv if I worship the avodah zarah. He says, where a person says, I'm only mekabel this avodah zarah for myself, ba'avodah. He makes an explicit statement that I'm only going to be worshiping this avodah zarah to the actual avodah. Okay, so Yosef Amar, Tenai Shakal Tamei Amor. So Yosef says, I don't know if you lose all of these nuns in the world. After all, tonight, this time, Ha'omer Ba'u Ba'afuni. Let's say a person says, I want to make myself into an avodah zarah. So I say to my friends, I say, why don't you all come and why don't you all come along and worship me? Come along, right? Let's not waste time with idols. Let's just worship me. Ball victory. Rabbi Meir says that ultimately again that Yehuda quotes that. Rabbi Yehuda says ultimately again that I'm talking about. When Rabbi Meir says I'm chayv, he's talking about me. I'm saying to my father, come worship me. Let's make me the avodah zarah. I'm going to be chayv as a mason. So what's the context of a mason? Mason is someone who entices or instigates someone else to worship avodah zarah. The basis is chayv. So the Gemara says, so if people actually worship, imagine that people worship. So the envelope was that everybody is that what? That I will fight. So people worship our own, but I can get a kind of those sa'as baptas. So you're not again. Pasuk says, do not make for yourself a pesach. So you also mention is what? Do not make for lecha. Do not make for yourself idolatry. Keep thinking. So listen, where's the ultimately, again, I will say, what happened? I tried to entice people to worship as an avodah, but ultimately, again, they don't listen to me. So what's the status that I so Rabbi Meir suffered Rabbi Meir says, you act of people, you act of trying to entice them to worship itself, and you need to suffer before luck was it. Rabbi Meir says, no, speech is insignificant. The fact that I tried to get them to worship, obviously about that, but it doesn't mean chayiv Rabbi Zara. Other of Rabbi Yosef, last no but Yosef came along and said, you know what, that is in fact not significant. That you like a bunch of things. That you like Yehuda said, that just people trying to entice people to worship the avodah zarah. Also going to be chayiv. Why? And that Yehuda Omer, the Olam Enochayiv Hashiyoma E'evod Eilech Ve'evod Melech Ve'evod. Says that a person will be chayiv zarah. He says, I'm going to go work. I'm going to go and work. Let's go. So it might be to get a little say. But ultimately, again, the basis, the answer. Ultimately, the aspect of argument about is the following. What happens in a case here where I try to convince you to worship me as a result? I try to make myself idolatry, and I try to worship me. But I'm related. I also so not imagine this. Guys, let's cut out the middle worship. Right? Just worship me. I'll be the avodah zarah. And they say, okay. They say, okay, so let's say, what is the status now of everyone involved in this kingdom? Right? So what minds and what is the halakhic implication of their okay? Says Gemara,
Marsaber, Maces, the Axmo, Shamile, the Indic Hamile Kushbu. So it's one of the rules that ultimately, when I entice other people to worship me, instead of working as a Buddha, I'm kind as a basis. I'm kind as a basis. And they're okay, we take that seriously. And we assume that means that they're going to worship. And therefore, they're trying for that expression of intent to worship about the Zara. The Marsaber, Maces, the Axmo, Shimile. What the others say that no, that the mice, again, these guys are not going to listen to you. They're not going to take you seriously. And therefore, what? So the Gemara says, name her hungry, no shmir, name her hungry, nine shna, you done. Because once you know, it's an amazing thing. You know, people worship an idol, but they're not going to worship another person. Why? Because when they say, why should worship silver? He's no better than us. And therefore, why do they say, okay? They will say that yes is not really a yes. Rather, what is it? It's sure. Right? That's not what we have over there. You're making fun of me. Right? You're making fun of me. And therefore, again, the Masnisi, I will say ultimately again, so how do we reconcile our Mishnah? Remember, again, I was really starting this particular discussion here. It's like contrasting two Mishnah. One seemingly indicating that I'm only ultimately for what? For actual worship, whereas one indicates that it's indicated even for a verbal declaration to worship Allah. And I will say one gives us talking about is an individual who's trying to get others to worship Allah. I want to talk about a group who's trying to instigate another group. Is no thing not to call you fast way. So when it's a yaku, so what you do ultimately again. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Yaku Kanisa, which is a person, one person is being instigated versus a group who is being instigated. So yaku Kanisa, a person is not going to insult one individual, we call you fast way, and therefore again, ultimately again, people make mistaken followers. Rather than people don't call fast way, there was a group will consult people with one another. Was it general vision concept that that when you consult with the group, that is so even if they made a mistake initially, hopefully again, they'll be collected. So below, the concept says, not listen to it, or literally not be enticed by it, you're not listening to it. How about Shama Kai, which was a huge conflict for that if you allow yourself to be enticed, and if you listen, you will be Kai, which was a healthy one. Even before I actually worship that Lord, if at the end of the day I allow myself to be one, you see from here that what? That even a willingness to be enticed by idolatry is in and of itself what? An issue. That was one of the pillars. We see the only time you put the deck or the personal idolatry is when you actually worship. The blessing of the Abba is that still listening to Oraisa for even just contemplating worshiping Abba, or even just having an intellectual cognitive commitment to worship Abba. Rabbi Savaitis is a kasha. Mishaino. Sorry. Is there this ultimately again someone who is enticed by the rabbi or someone who is enticed by the yet the pasuk says he's got then he says the Echad Rabbi was it ultimately here there's no distinction whether or not his individual is enticed or this is enticed. But all it says Yakim is about Rabbi, and it was possibly dealing with the elements of the enticement for Rabbi, the Rabbi from the Yakim household. Yakim is about Rabbi, the Hakim al-Mo, or the Hakim al-Mamono. So we'll say ultimately again, the individual is reckoned differently from the collective value. That if an individual is enticed to worship Avodah Zarah,
and he indeed does worship Avodah Zarah. Remachmir al Gufo. It was a Machmir al Gufo for the death penalty for the death with Skila. Right? Skila is considered to be a more comforting form of death. We have the Hakka al Mamono. It was like a person worships Avodah Zarah. So he's ties with Avodah Zarah. So he put to death by Skila. But what happened to his property? His property was left to the Lord. Don't destroy property. On the flip side, Rabbi Nekla Yochid, the Torah isolates the collective of the individual. The Hakka of say that when they are put to death, are they put to death through a sword? Well, that was considered to be the more how more
She just asked
and yet what?
that
Ulahachmir al Mamona. Yet the Moshe on the flip side, Machmir
I was talking
ultimately
to
on the money. Remember again, what happens with our most classic example of a rabbi who worships Avodah Zarah is who? If you earn what happens if you earn dachos?
listen,
You
I'm not
destroy
trying to
all
be
the
sexist
property.
here, but
Whenever there's a collective who worships
she's
Avodah
just
Zarah,
saying stuff
although they
that
are given a
you
quote
would
unquote
want your
relief
smart
from a debt,
head
I decide it,
and
they're given to one machmir, they are given a one machmir,
she said she had a roster of white dudes that she
which
would
the Gemara
pop
says, Allah no,
and then
Bahar
Noah
was
was like,
Shai.
oh yeah,
So we'll say only
that's,
in this distinction in terms of the
there's
manner
really
of
no
execution
pushback from her.
and destruction of
She said,
property
yeah, I don't know that.
that
Because that's also doing
about the whole meat
that
you had
vernacular that she doesn't
regarding
like
all
doesn't
other
do
matters
what people
of
should do
Avodah
with
Zarah
themselves.
and halachos
So the demand is being
and
the only
can you
person
say
that can pop that pussy for random white
can you
guys
say mitiya?
or something.
What's rather what's the distinction between the two
It's gonna be
machines?
funny if you
One is
said that.
talking about a person
Oh, that
quote
pussy.
unquote self-entices.
I am a boy. I hit the
Entices
rust of
himself
like
and
it.
then he says mitiya.
That's another argument I give to people.
Versus
I'm
someone
like
who
a
is
cringe
convinced to worship
millennial,
Avodah
so
Zarah through
I will. I don't think I'll ever not think that my wife is funny. My wife.
Sorry about
Oh,
sorry.
gosh.
You know,
When it got
flip
Kanye
dynamic
use that as a good
of
defense strategy.
like the flip
When
the
someone's
flip
going, hey bro, your wife
so that
is,
the person is
you know, man,
something
that
that's
must suck.
unapproved.
My
So
wife.
the assumption wrong.
And then you're like, okay, all right, let's see what you did there. That's fun.
On the flip side,
Mentos popped in here. I'm a random white guy. Where's this lady?
ahora vai cada vez que ya haga cada vez que ya the
Oh,
bias
okay, I see. I see.
was a son of a person who
Morning in the chat,
himself to
save
do
that for that
something
SFW
he just
chat.
as easily
Go
wants.
ahead,
Like
click the
Greek
right
he can convince himself not to do it. It's the Ahiri Gori Basad. One thing that's part of the Greek, that's why they make ranks with the Greek chance doesn't just follow that dynamic. I'm not buying it.
Is my preference
We don't
not
know
my
this dynamic.
Now I thought it was I'm not dating my wife, period, which is
Those
the
solo
corniest
lovers
human
of
being
Sishma Ila.
outside the criminal
Do not
to
be
me, period.
enticed by him and do not listen to him.
Akash says I'm with one girl
Yeah,
who's
but
like,
listen, what do we
who's
see?
his wife? Is my wife.
Listen,
And it's like loyalty.
have the intent to worship Avodah Zarah. That ultimately you will be. Rabbi Amar, Rabbi says both are ultimately one who is enticed.
Please try having an orgy because if you haven't seen him yet, wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face are always inflated every time.
Yeah, the gunshot is funny. The sound effects are very well done. We should be like,
This is how I can feel. This is how it does good.
I
This
give
is
this
how
one
it does that. And I was like, that's
way up.
ultimately once the Lord is driving the actions of the idol, where it's clear that
We
the
never
person
disagree.
and is
I did.
carried through on
I really
versus
like
the other people where a person does not speak about the attributes of the
pop on her pussy or whatever it is. It sucks when she's talking about the past. You just wish she wouldn't say yes or whatever it is. Blowing up her talking about another guy saying like that she knows actually other guy is the co-host saying he's smart, always slave, and his body is crazy. These are just not okay. You shouldn't do that. What's worse than that or Alexis much worse.
From the gods
Are we doing the show? Is it on? Are the cameras on? Dude, I would trade. I'm saying that for like 20. Absolutely. You know, like, can we at least get like more likes than the amount of guys that Akash is like,
that you want to learn about Avodah. Pretty much Avodah Zarah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
learn
insult
about
her.
the ones that are away from the attributes of the ones that are
No, no, I mean, that would be so funny to do it all the time.
Akash shows that. So what does that mean? That means that ultimately, again, the process
We said that his mom's name was Earl. I was thinking his dad's Peter.
Number one, that
least 10 inches, not really wanting to. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore. And I remember what porn do you watch when you use a vibrator? Okay, not that I don't watch porn while using a vibrator.
What? Number two.
My imagination is vibration enough. Like my own husband. Wait, that's kind of baller. But I could never do that. Yeah.
The fact that you're going to use some part of that animal for makes the animal what? Usher by not now. Having the shita, even though what the intention is not to. I'm not shifting it, but I'm going to sprinkle a blood travel desire. He passed the ultimate again that makes the usher animal tahana right now. Now again, I'm also at a technical level. I'm not chayiv for Avodah Zarah. Why not? Why not? Because I didn't do it yet. But because my intention always the blood of this animal for Avodah Zarah, even though again I didn't use it yet, that makes the animal usher by now. And again, three categories by different avodos of Avodah Zarah, as we spoke about in the beginning of the year.
Sounded like one of those old 80s terrible things.
I worship Avodah Zarah for love. People do a lot of things for love. People do a lot of things for fear. So I worship Avodah not because I'm even but because I'm trying to demonstrate my love for someone, or I'm trying because I'm fearful of someone. So what's it? What's the love for such a thing? Like I buy from Chayiv, I buy from Chayiv, both the thing for that act of Avodah Zarah. Rabbi says you are part. I buy from Chayiv and why? As I worship, worship is worship. At the end of the day, you worship the Avodah Zarah. You're going to be praying for that. Your intentions were for love. Your intentions were for you don't look at that. You did it myself. Therefore, you're going to pray. Love on the Father. He probably he knows that. God says no. What's that? It's not the act of worship. Act protecting upon yourself in the if it's clear. This right now worshiping, this right now says redeemed you by the doing this out of love out of fear, then the message once God that says you are the Muslim, you understand the Sarah has major implications for us because unfortunately Charlie saw the other generations has faced this particular recital about accepting Avodah Zarah, maybe out of Ava, but much Yira does these idolatry or not supposed to see already.
This is a one-way street. His money is our money, and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600? I've been creating more.
Zorah ultimately again is one of the things that we should give your life sooner than worship. So again, so he's looking at on this for future topics. Again, I will say that at least you understand why is someone is also again you have much literature of people who accepted idolatry from themselves rather than became accepted out of Yirah. And again, much halachic literature dealing with how to go ahead and deal with such an individual in the Jewish community. What you deal with. I will say, the fact that I'm on constant like Yirah, that if somebody worships out of fear, that's not considered Avodah Zarah, as Avodah Zarah is the acceptance of the community. Again, also gives us room to welcome people back to Yirah. Fine, let's go back to Rabbi. So let's say Abaye says the Father, where do I know this concept? So the Gemara says this now. My love, so it's nothing we're going to discuss. Abaye says, from where do I know that even if you worship out of fear or out of love, you're going to be chayiv? So the Gemara says this now. So we'll say the says that if one worships Avodah Zarah, my love, remember again, this is not the Mishnah.
the Mishnah said, "Ha'ovid avodas lovavim echad ha'ovid." If you worship avodah zarah, if you serve the idol. Now, what does the Mishnah have to add in that echad ha'ovid? What does that teach you? So the Gemara says, "My love, echad ha'ovid me'ava u'mira." Sabai says, doesn't that extra ovid come to teach you what that even if I worship out of ava or out of ira, I'm going to be chayiv? Rava will say, no. Ultimately, again, that would be your I will say again, Rava will say, no. The meaning of ovid is as what Yirmiyah taught us 2 days ago. What did Yirmiyah teach us 2 days ago?
So I've been getting a lot of comments that I'm using my husband's for clout,
any
and
normative
that's
form
exactly
of
what it
worship,
is.
normative as the part is something that is done in the face of flesh, even though that is not how this type of idol is worship, one will still be idol. Which was Rabbi, Sabbai tried to get from when I worship out of love or out of ava, out of irrigation. The pasuk says that what can't bow down to the idols. So to me, it was an ultimately again you can't bow down to the idols. But Abai says you're not what? That you can go ahead and bow down to someone else. So what it tells you can't bow down to an idol, but you can bow down to someone else. And I will say that the is a sign of respect. You can't bow down to idols as a sign of respect, but you can bow down to another person as a sign of respect. The second level is that you bow down to another person. It's himself as an apple jar. Haman treated himself as an apple jar. He treated himself as so I never thought that you can even down to someone like Haman treated himself as I was Omar for those sides. He says that what you may not serve him. So we'll say, what do you see from here? So we'll say, so right, he says, so what are we going to do? You bow down to another person as a sign of respect, but you can't bow down to another person as a possible sign. If they deify themselves because of the remember why he's bowing down to Haman? They were bowing down out of what? Out of fear. And yet, Abai says, you still see that it's also, so you see from here that what? The worship of Avodah Zarah, Akira is still going to be usher. We'll say, this was the main entrance to Mordecai. And the Zarah down to Haman or not. The Rava. So what would Rava say? Rava would say, Haman belongs to Haman. And we'll say, without that, like Haman, but not like Haman. What does that mean? To Haman, the even Mutea of the Haman. The local Haman, the Haman Mira, the Haman Lav. Ultimately, against what Rava would say, that ultimately, again, will say that the rice is to say, like Haman and not like Haman. Right? Ultimately, again, like Haman, that Haman considered himself like an Avodah Zarah, and therefore, again, it would be usher to bow down to him. Because of Avodah Zarah, but not like Haman. In that time, Haman even though it was an Avodah Zarah component, the Jews were bowing down out of Europe. Jews were bowing down in Europe, and this week over here is not talking about. Sometimes we listen, it's not going to meaning we're leaving a little bit fun in this. Remember, this is an incredible focus. Abaye and Rava about whether or not what is the halacha or what is the liability when somebody worships Avodah Zarah out of fear, out of fear. Abaye is saying ultimately again, it is still considered to be Avodah Zarah your chayiv, versus Rava who ultimately says that you are part of the resolution. Next we will say, let me share with you a short idea.
That's what I'm listening on the way home. Yeah, there you go. It's shorter. You're right, it became shorter, Danny. What would we ban on our Reddit? We can't ban political sponsorship and then misspell first names. Yeah, that'd be so funny. They'd be like, definitely Cardo's in control of the Reddit. It's like, yeah, we both are. Good morning, everyone. T-Fact K banning of baseball talking sports.
We'd like to thank the Tilson family
Gum chatter, somebody said, all right, let's do a poll here.
annual Talmud Torah.
Yeah, what would our subreddit be?
For
give them options, or do we just say what would they ban? Give us some options after I type this into them.
So what we had
is there a dolphin thing that the dolphin stuff in general? Yeah, jelly roll. Jello people seem pretty happy about jelly roll.
what we had yesterday.
Small furniture.
So brief reminder. One of the statements in the morning, Ludo Chateau and director
I do kind of, I mean, I prefer to know what people want us to talk about on record taste, but I am very interested to know, are there things that they do?
for example, the Torah is one that so when it comes to voters'
Shut up.
vote,
I saw
and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an
you know, I
animal
still
for
have it. I
voters'
should bring it back, but I guess it's a
is
reason to keep me
obviously
coming
a
back.
violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that of voters' own. Now, what happens with that specific force or deity or that of voters is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that ever. So what happens? And they'll go ahead somewhere in the West Coast and find another person decides to chop an animal, but it's not how it works society. It's still a violation. So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act that's part of rules and regulations of that of the Torah, that is how you worship it for, clearly then that's a violation. But what happens is
Successfully get
the
the
slaughter
easy
of
and
the
this
Torah.
shoot,
So the Torah
that's
tells
it.
us, even if it's not the way God's worship.
Why?
Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beit HaMikdash. So we talk Kabbalah, receiving the blood, Halacha, Zrika, any one of the four services that are done inside of the Beit HaMikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah, and it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions one. So how do we include four? It was Chaya Bachlal, right? It teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the world all four services done in the Beis Hamikdash. Fine. But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we start our daf what Rava bar Rav Chanan is going to ask Abaye, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo tishtach chaver. You should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is meant to teach. Maybe what Allah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan force, to an avodah zarah, say that that's because of avodah zarah's worship. Even if it's not done in the English, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the Yishachava is the issue. And we wonder, wait a second, okay, interesting question, but if so, why mention what is the Torah mentions to at all? So we haven't even talked about the bottom of the Samach on the days, and now the beginning of Samach Aleph, is that perhaps, and that's what we'll be here, is Mechashmin Mehoda Le'avoda. We find by Kachin that there's such a thing called Machshavas Pigul. So in a couple of years, we go to Rock, and one of the things we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis Hamikdash that your mind has to be operating to understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and chef an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, even or some sort of, or sprinkling the blood,
it's kind of like the Sebastian stance in a way.
doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood out there. So there are the sugars we're going to be discussing with each year are known as the sugars of my set of
It's a more alpha stance than
now, what we're going to be discussing is with the last line and a half of some of them. Let's say a person slaughters an animal.
he's still like up
So
here,
now we're going to be applying the concept of Chashim Avodah Avodah. I perform one act with intention to have the managing effect with a future of service that is going to come in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here. In other words, my shot is not with the intention that I'm doing it for my Avodah Zarah. I do have in mind that when I share that sprinkling or the haftarah or the offering should be done Avodah Zarah. Okay, so the behema leaves them down Avodah Zarah. Not their kalba to offer it for the fans for Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that is considered a violation, and Rish Lakish taught on Samachalef Omar Muteres. And what the Gemara discussed is the fact that could be. So again, we're going with what Rabbi Baruch Hanan is telling us, that perhaps Ishtachava is to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not listed in that way. And we ask, but wait a second. What is the word? Is it teaching that Lo Tzizbach? Maybe Lo Tzizbach is to teach us that what? That Mechashvin, Ma'avodah La'avodah, that even if I do not have an intention to be able to have a result with the Shkita, but when I shecht, I have in mind to perform either the Zrika or the Haftarah, that too is included in the warning. So the Gemara tells us, honey, if I everything we look at what according to Rabbi Yochanan, because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by Kachim, we know that Mechashvin is Ma'avodah La'avodah. So you don't need a verse when it comes to Avodah Zarah to warn us, because it's by Kachim, it's based on Hamida. The concept of Mechashvin Ma'avodah La'avodah is effective, so obviously it would apply on the dark side in Avodah Zarah. But according to Rish Lakish, but when it comes to the baseline exhaust, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word is Yitzhak by Avodah Zarah to teach you that Mechashvin Avodah La'avodah by Kach. Now, the word is not the master for a couple of the truth is, we got it wrong with Papa Claim. Because what Papa's going to tell us is that you're going to look by cross. You're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't use the word because I can learn from Kachim from the students who've done in the Beis HaMikdash. But that's not so. I would call it Rabbi Yochanan when Rabbi Yochanan tells me the Beis HaMikdash. Thought by Shkita could be affecting, right? Even if I'm just being totally cruel, that telling us that the animal becomes prohibited. Yeah, whatever. But he's not talking about the person now. He's talking about the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that for Rabbi Yochanan, everything is clear because according to Rabbi Yochanan, has to learn some question. That's not true because we question talking about the animal. By Avodah Zarah, what are we talking about? The person. Okay. But also, of course, we do in the verse to state that the person who goes ahead and performs Avodah Zarah with a machshava from one service to another service, that he deserves the death penalty. And so the question could be asked the other way around. And according to Shlokish and Baikra, you told me that. Well, from Shlokish, we might lose the verse. But that's actually not so. Because after what the Shlokish even though by Kachim, Shlokish holds that a machshava from Avodah to Avodah is not effective. Shlokish only talks about the behema, about the animal. Avodah, but he would agree that a Gabra Katlo. And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that Shlokish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have one a thought which doing future for something in the future that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item that the service took place regarding It's permissible. Is that possible? Do you ever find such a thing? That a person doesn't have a zara, the person deserves the death penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited. You find that? Well, we do actually. Using the hard stuff of the lahar, a person bows to a mountain, what do we learn? The low Elohim, that we are told that it's slow, that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains, and the Gemara mentions that although, right, if the Avodah was placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item, but the law, that if you go ahead and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So the person bows to a specific mountain, he himself violates the prohibition of others, gets the capital gets the death penalty, but the mountain itself remains permissible. So what we see, that it is possible that you could have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty in the argument. So when the Prophet says that when you have one machshava, but you have a machshava that is in the future, that's when you get the person does not get the death penalty for Adon. And when he said, look, you're going to so therefore, we didn't have any stuff about
I don't know what you're talking because okay, so Jeff died $26,000. What does he take away?
Had a question. His question was, well, the Torah tells us, it is to teach us that any honorable act performed to an Avodah Zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rabbanan believes, proclaims. And what do you say? Of course, regarding all children, well, there's a problem. Because that when you get there, it's strong. Don't do too much into pain practices and start asking, how are the pagan nations worshiping their I mean, I should do so as well. Obviously, by the Torah telling us that you should know, it's a major problem researching how those pagans are worshiping their gods. You know what the Torah is telling us? That the way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Pahar, the way you worship it is by defecating. So, therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Pahar. If you go ahead and want to worship, a person wants to worship Marculus, right? They would worship the Mercury. So, the way it was done is what? By throwing stones. So, obviously, the Torah is telling us that the way you violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by the cult, right? By those old Avodah. Now, if you claim, right, like Rabbi Baruch that any act is included, then why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us according to the Mishtachava, anything you perform, anything you do is Avodah Zarah, because Mishtachava, Yotzah, in a Klal Melamed, Allah Klal Kula Yotzah. So why does the Torah have to warn us specifically that you sure not to perform an act the way they worship their Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, the Titayman claims that Titlux Hapoer Atzman, that imagine having a normal nation of Avodah Zarah, that they slaughter animals to worship that Lord. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Pahar and dedicate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not considered a violation, because dedicating is a really odd way of honoring a deity, so therefore, the Torah says that that's not included, because it has to be which is honorable. But In other words, even the Shtachavan itself, the Shtachavan teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that the Shtachavan is just coming to apply your Lamed is coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, the Shtachavan itself teaches you that. You know, without thinking like Rabba Barakana.
He's guessing Jamar did something. Okay, so there's not a chance you're going to do it.
Imagine having a Barizara that the way it's worshipped is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Mercury was worshipped like the word stone. So one more time, wait a second. Since that cult, since the Barizara, worship it in a way that's not honorable. So any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, the Torah is telling us, yeah, it's okay, here's what I think is happening. You're right. He did things like otherwise, but I think because I can relate to this is worship in a shameful way.
right?
I've
He's
called
getting a little nervous
because
he knows he has
if Marcus is worshipped, right?
So now he is just going to, okay, they're like, yeah, it's funny, no one knows that I'm not paying attention, I'm going to do what Matt's done. Okay, well, they got normal because I'm laughing too.
How do I know what the Bible tells us? How do you know? Lizovea behemon the Marcus. So yes, Marcus.
Also, if we were on a white chocolate whole show, you'd probably see me moving a lot of cookie sections.
Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in the pagan culture. Even Wednesday itself seems like some Nordic word that became part of the way we identify things. So let's go back to Marcus.
That was a fun little game there.
Generally, the rules and regulations were
guess what I thought of that right when I
that
saw
if you
it,
want to go ahead and worship in stones, the person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them, then I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So this is what the Lord says. How do you know that he's tired? How do you know he's tired?
One day I'm going to have a subreddit that turns off me and they're going to call me
It warns us among the many warnings in there. It seems to be that the way they worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found in the Torah.
Before you play this one, can I just say it? I feel weird about this.
From many practices, among them drink blood, because by doing so you might
not stand in the queen crowd. I tell you what, no, or any that he's not. What's that about this? Like the clips. I like when that the is maybe it's because there's not as many. Right? Whenever I see that they have pop up on the thing, I go, okay, thanks, I like this.
that if you have
It's
another
kind of
Zara,
funny in this scenario as the guy
I don't need a
life
person
has
to
been
come
really stuck with Eric
because that's
and Sean.
because how do I
And
know
part
that
of it is Sean is a stupid moron who's now recording live from Texas results. Eric is sort of this like angry fat slob and sort of, and so typically
so what is the law used for to teach?
like this famous actor that he stuck with who does a truck show in Texas and a dude that looks like one of the things that the Ghostbusters put in their machine. It's just, it's so funny. And he's kind of funny. He is kind of funny on this show. If you want to kill me, kill me, kill me. I just, you know, saying what
It's not the norm, it's included. So, how do we understand the Shani of Rabbi Lazar?
Don't get him started on craft services.
So your answer is an interesting answer. And also, if the warning
Kind of change the subject. I'm sorry for going back.
that we are told should not be to any of our Zara, even if it's not the norm, it's no fair to happen. It seems to me that someone at some pagan for, and therefore,
I'll have a maker.
decide to worship it in an unusual way, and by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that of our Zara.
I think it looks good. Maybe
Don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto as a child after the
It
war.
looks good.
He was in France, in some monastery,
Got some
and
jam in the middle, like
he
a
was
pear
able
jam,
to
like apple jam.
observe how they
Bacon,
interacted with whatever
cheese, and maple syrup
little
inside
idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it was raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment. for not bringing the rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as having getting angry with your avodah zarah, or fuming at you, or break it because you don't want to, mess up things for the future, but they would punish it. So maybe this is what we were talking about. Something with some form of anger towards this avodah zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to tzvika, it's a question of significant avodah. And here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit.
This one's called Admitting Joe Rogan said performing acquisition still claims that haters posted by Margaret Forensic said
five or six answers. An interesting question where there appears to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and a Mishnah later on in a couple dots. And the main issue is the following. We all understand it's a terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be over the avodah zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation or not? Just making a statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which seems to indicate that we just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some Machad seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? There's a contradiction. So we're going to have Rav Amnuna, Rav Yosef, Abaye, Ravina, Rav Ashi, Rav, all the great Amoraim addressing the issues. But it starts off with an interesting story that Rav Amnuna, kids who like tourists, the Nebuch is all saying went wild and they were lost. So what does the great Rav Amnuna do? He goes, what is it? So Rav asks him a question. Let's analyze this thing. Contradictions. Maybe the purpose of that, your mind is occupied. Your mind was occupied looking for the
I wish the Oklahoma guy would talk to her. The Oklahoma guy would look to me. You're not working on selling that.
Obed Avodas Kochatim. Okay? What's the violation? Obed. You actually worship the avodah zarah. Omer, later on, no, it's not even the Mishnah. Omer, the first said, Ego, I'm planning to worship an avodah zarah. If you go and do Nela to work, and all that is included in the violation. Just the statement. Statement gets a problem, not a problem. So Amnuna says, oh my Yusuf, the way I understand our Mishnah, that there's no violation, it's just a statement. In other words, when is it that a statement is not an issue, or the statement is not a violation? Obviously, obviously, that statement on its own is not one that is worthy of a death penalty. When I clarify that I'm not planning to complete that service until I actually do it. Okay? That's how Rav Amnuna understands it. Rav Yosef, oh my, come on. But they're just like, Tanoi, Shokras, Ma'almo. In other words, I'm going to go through the Mishnah. This is a good school. Okay? Tanoi, we're going to go to Haomer, Bo Baptuni. So we're talking about a person who gets up and says, come worship me. Come worship me. I mean, throughout history, people have been worshiping. I've been worshipped. So a person gets up and says, come worship me.
I guess when your kid is diagnosed with hypertonia, it's
okay, that's it. You basically declared in avodah zarah. You made a statement.
I saw that
Subway
take
figure that the statement itself creates an issue.
So one of the people said that their take was that
okay, now
the shop wife was sent from your house, so there's not
actually worship this individual.
She said that she doesn't think people should post their kids and do the emoji face. It's like post your kids or don't post your kids. And if I had a card on my hand, and I was that guy who
into a God is something that we have to be very careful within our culture where we are taught to respect leaders, but we have to always cross that line. I go ahead and worship a human being because it's already tells us. Let's not say let's put the human into a vessel. So again, let me linguistically, when it comes to actually worshiping human beings, we have a major problem. But it seems to be that if I just said, what is that me? So therefore, Rabbi saying that the contradiction between the two sides, the lesson to indicate an Amira is not yet an Avodah Zarah. The second one that seems to indicate an Amira is Avodah Zarah, it's much like the Sunday. Okay? Now, Kippur, what is this people about? Not just to speak. But there are some people are more so. There are which is an issue. This is how we solve it.
Makes sense.
We have to love who's going to go ahead and challenge Rabbi Yosef to pick in Rabbi Yosef himself. And he's going to say, no. What I said is simply not a fact. Why? The feeling of Rabbi Yehuda, I have no doubt that even Rabbi Yehuda, that in general, it's only a person of piety. Because when it comes to a maces, when it comes to someone that is encouraging others to worship some kind of a pagan force of Odira, Hachio, Martevo, Elef Vevo, Melech Venavo, there's an agreement that it could be a complete violation, okay? Therefore, my answer is no good. Now, wait a second. So what do you do? Rabbeinu and Rabbi Yehuda, who disagree about a person getting up and saying that it is not yet very unique because it's a person. They might come with you. They may see asthma when someone is going to inspiring others not to worship some kind of distant beauty force or Bodhisattva, but rather when a person is trying to inspire others to worship themselves. Now,
I believe in like
what do people say? The upper leg. Right? Person gets up, I'm a higher entity, please worship me. And everyone says, yeah. How do you understand the E? The upper leg E. And Eric, if you come into this, Marsava, number one is Mason Sla'atzma. Really? Yes, and as soon as they get through the armor, they push them. Yes. I mean, that's the problem, that as soon as they say yes, it's a commitment and it's an avodah zarah, because everyone agrees that speech is an issue. But why would someone say, perhaps not in Marsava, on the other hand, Rabbi holds, Macy Slaz, Malachmiel, people don't tune in. When a person gets up and says, worship me, what do they say? Yeah, sure. Okay, fine, look like kite, why you? Because Neymar Amri, know what people say, human natures, my shnati, what is different than me? Now, you're a human, I'm a human, right? Why should I worship him like not you? I mean, that's, so why did they say yes?
With you forever strong. See how much fucking punchier that is, dude? That is, kind of gets you that.
They say, yeah, sure. Well,
Bro, if she was sharing that with her fucking fat ass dick,
so therefore, Rabbi holds, in other words, Rabbi in general holds that when it comes to speech, a statement that I'm going to worship about what is alright, it is included. There, regarding a person is different because they think themselves, he's a nut. I worship a human, I'm a human as well. Even because I'm they're laughing at him. So I don't do it. Bottom line is, I don't know. Just got rid of his own answer. We still have him. That was a lunatic approach.
I like that too. Keep the long post. Change the picture on her.
Kan beyond Anisas, Kan Berabi Manisasim. So the difference that's going to be presented now is the difference between individual approach and multi. What's the difference? Some say the following. Yochid, if one individual is approached and says, develops a relationship with his guru, and he tells him to go ahead and work at some pork, once he says, I'm going to do it, then you can just run in with him. He's not back off, he's a close best friend. And therefore, even speech itself is a violation. But Rabbi, when it's a group, we assume that among them, one of them is going to start questioning it, and therefore Rabbi, even with a statement of a commitment, it's not yet in the Avodah Zarah, let's say, because start asking, what is normal? Like, does anyone know if he knows what they're talking about? So therefore, odds are, meaninglessly, they're going to rethink it, the local way, and therefore, that's where I guess that's you have an answer to deal with the contradiction in the Mishnah. That's perfect. I'm not meant to be on real life. That's perfect. That's it. It's only singular. No sabah, no sishma, elon. Also, the shama chaya. In other words, it's in the singular. That by just listening, yeah, but it's in the singular. The whole issue is different. So if a person says someone who's going to question you, it's about your age, very about it. You share the difference.
I wish I could come up with ideas.
The difference between a group that gets inspired by someone else or an individual. But I look at this group, I'm sitting there, but I see the Bryce says it's all different. So, the Bryce is talking a little different between individual and the masses. Now, our differences between a Yoki, which is and a group, which we call the Iran, there are differences, and that's going to be spelled out now. But when it comes commitment, he does not agree with Rabbi Yosef's out that the difference that the speeches and issues and individual that towards the mass, the Yosef shorts to it are the difference between Yochanan and Rabbi is that relates specifically to the individual. The Rabbi Mitzvah are over laws that specifically to the masses of the individual. And what are they?
It's the only place.
After all, before we get to the punishment, like the steal, and the moment because we're individuals, like by the Zohar, yes, you kill him, destroy, but on the other hand, you're on the it gets a less severe punishment of size, but what happens to all the property in the Iran Rabbi Mitzvah, yes, is a hot love, before the average punishment is not as severe. So it comes out, says Abaye, look at this right there. It was only regarding that which is spelled out, the shani, that there's a difference. About the whole meaning, when it comes to everything else, you're the same. So, your answer to deal with this nice simply doesn't work. Omar Abaye said to tell us how to deal with the contradiction.
I can't even see if they're up with these servers. How am I supposed to do it?
So Abaye can offer that the difference between someone that is inspired by himself or by others. Explains. Next person, have also back and forth. Therefore, the same circles and spices, you know what I'm worship by good works, like I saw long that people, their life was changed by traveling to the Far East. Some go ahead and go to Thailand, which inspired me. Yeah, some new life changes. My people went back and forth.
Why would
Human nature is such that you both say, no, make your way there. The speech itself walks in. Glory about Ryan. So here's a Maya suggestion. The difference is not like Rav. No, not like Rav Yosef, but rather it depends on what was racist, what started the process. If it comes from a person himself, speech is not going to change your mind. When from others, unfortunately, it locks it in. I can look at this. Lo sishma love. Okay? The shama to another person. The language is quite simple in this Torah. So long as you go to that person and don't hear his words, his words are violation. The violation come out. That's a violation.
I got to abide by the rules. You
Next,
got to abide by the rules. I get paid for my life.
Next,
Justification is, hey, life comes first. I got to do what I got to do. Doesn't make it right, but that's how you justify. My point is that to make a bad person,
actually have to worship. The Mishnah later on will seem to say that speech itself is already a violation. Although you and others, right?
Which one do you want to be? Okay? I kill
Why is it in one case speech already? So it seems to be that when you want to, when someone is encouraged by someone like the other, Sometimes you just get a general thing. Yeah, for worship, that works. And sometimes you get specifics. Let me tell you about that. A meaning of Avodah Zarah, right? We take minutes to get there, but it's a unique way to serve as a detail. You know what I mean, Michelle? You're locked. Okay, so here we go. This is a long one.
Honestly, I feel like this whole show is just a big sponsorship for Keep It Because every time I finish it, I want to watch the podcast. Yeah, and now I want to watch Buffalo. So I added it to my queue already.
Violation.
Dave Oz posted this. It's called That's Better. I once tried to sue a guy who left the video and tried to cheat on my wife. Well, that would have been hilarious if they actually did that. That would have been awesome. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've said before, saying these people on Chang should be TV writers, or at least, TV is now YouTube, now TV, right? Unless you get shadow banned. Oh wow, you are. YouTube was TV, dude. We did Axe.
Unbearable driving force. And the Torah warns us to be very careful not to be enticed by the nations that are near you, are Krovim, or Rachel. Now this is the question, what is darkness about Krovim?
How am I supposed to face my wife and kids?
So it's a well-known statement that Yeshua shall Krovim not Shalom al Rachel. In other words, usually when someone wants to inspire you to be they don't want people to talk about some pagan force, some kind of a cult that's thousands of miles away, takes weeks to get there, and it is incredible stories and legends that they hear. Now, they're not going to go ahead and tell you about what your neighbor worships. You know why? Because you know that what your neighbor worships is a complete waste of time. And you see that his life is a disaster, and that he's been turning to that idol for 45 years and nothing good has ever occurred. So they always want to inspire you, with focus that are very, very far. And the Torah tells us, you know what? You can try to go baloney. Got the Krovim, and then you figure out about the Rehokim. Right? Look at those things that are near you. You see that they're good for nothing. The same will be regarding the legends from the fall. Your neighbor, you know what he buys for it every day. You know how much he wants, and you know every detail Reaper does, and you know that it's worth, completely nothing. So you know, so what do you see from it? That the violation of what is spoken there about is with detail. You know all the details of what your neighbor does, okay? My love, all my life, obviously got no if you know what the price of itself is an issue.
I just want to know.
Okay. Who's next? Ravashi.
That's not far off from Daddy's. Yeah, shot worse than 6'7". I wish I'd been on that. The Cal Sheen shot for 6'7". $9 pen on a bed right there. I did big off of
he's done it. Once he says I'm planning to do it, Johnny's going to do it, and even the speech. It's the structure sometimes, giving the general for you to do it. And then by the way, if you ask for but even if you only commit by speech, that is a violation. So I think I'll give this a basic shot. So therefore, bottom line is we have the Ramuna, the Yosef, Abaye, Rava, Ravashi, and Ravina all dealing with this question. Okay, now, next discussion, which we're going to tie in a little bit, believe it or not, into Purim. Okay, however, avodas kachot A person has to go ahead, worship Avodah Zarah, not because he believes in it, but rather, he has a love towards someone and he goes ahead and acts as if he's worshiping Christ. Or he does it in the view of he fears, and this is probably more common throughout history, that they have no choice, right? They're living in Spain in the 15th century, they have to go ahead and worship some form for a given Avodah Zarah. Is that a violation? Is that one that they would get the death penalty? That's obviously not a good thing. Even though you're not really committing yourself, and you don't really believe in it, it's a violation. You love you worship it. Bottom line is, look at he worships, he bows to it, he devil gets to go, he was stoned to martyrs, he slaughters the animals, whatever it is. Come on. He accepted it in his heart as really very true. Okay, so that's my place. Okay, so here we go. I should prove it. It's not ha'oived avodas kochot. Remember our Mishnah? The Mishnah starts saying echad ha'oived. Now the language of the Mishnah started off with ha'oived avodas kochot, oved, and then it gave details. And when you're dealing with the question, what is ha'oved? What is ha'oved? If the details are given later. So I want to suggest that perhaps my love, you know what it's teaching us? Echad ha'oved, that first needs to be the case of someone that worships the force, due to some external love or renewal. So therefore, that's how he analyzes the extra word of our Mishnah. And then it says, was I right or was I right? According to Abaye, to teach you that even if it's not in the complete violation.
And on top of that, nobody wants to
We already answered that what Ha'oved is telling us is that you should know, regarding that it's done in how it's done. In other words, it's done at the top. In other words, if they have odd practice, that's how you worship it. So if you perform that odd practice, even if it's not shkita, even if it's not Kabbalah Dam, even if it's not halakha, even if it's not shkita, even if it's something that's very foreign, if that's how they worship it, you violate Avodah Zarah. That's how Rabbi saw the word. And that's why relatives of proof, well, your proof is not really solid proof. That's how the included, because that word is specifically related to teachers that worship specifically you violate Avodah Zarah by doing it. Now it's not over yet. Okay, so we told you, read this yesterday, not to go ahead and work about in a bit. Let's not about Avodah Zarah. In other words, if you live in a society where you bow to people, right? You bow to people. I mean, we shake a hand recently when we give the fist, whatever it is, every culture, their way of interacting is important. If you live somewhere where bowing to people is the norm to show, it's not obviously a violation of Avodah Zarah. However, some reasons for bow to a person. Because you might think that this green light to bow to a person applies even to someone that is worshipped like Haman, the Losa of them. So, when it comes when we were little children, we were taught that the reason Mordechai was not Haman was that he had a cross. This is a Christian difficulty that he had a cross in the Jewish void until he was born 200 years later. But the Medrash does say that Haman did have an Avodah Zarah on him. That's the Medrash. The Gemara seems to indicate on the other hand that it wasn't that he had a necklace which was big Avodah Zarah, but rather he himself was worshipped. That's what the Gemara here in Megillah seems to indicate. But what we are told here,
Shabbos is not a common.
you're not mishtachaveh, you're not supposed to mishtachaveh,
If I
the
made a
person
joke,
that's never Haman.
I remember the first time we made a joke about Mark,
basically,
and it
who told you? That you should know that the Jews, violated Avodah Zarah by bowing to Haman. Now, was bowing to Haman something that they really believed in? No, he was clearly Meira. And what is the Gemara
because it's just if he's
as an
really
example of a violation, even what I claim that a person, that even if it's an Avodah Zarah, Meira is a complete violation. Okay? And nevertheless it is mentioned here as a complete Avodah Zarah. So how's Rava going to defend himself? Well, Rava says, no, sometimes an example does not mean that it's in with all the details of the example. All the rights is telling us that if a person that's worshiped don't bow down to Haman. Meaning, if you want to know an example of someone that was basically worshipped in a specific society, Haman would be an example. But that's not to mean that the Jews who bowed to him violated it, because obviously that was Meira. The Rava, Haman, yeah, the example is Haman as a person. But it's not a complete example. He's an example of a person that's not going to stop. The Torah is warning us that if you could bow to a person for showing honor, but then do it if it's never. And a person with a person who is becomes like an Avodah Zarah, but like a Haman, example is not true regarding all details. Haman when comes from never had to worship Haman with Meira, but here in that Christ tells us that it's a violation. So I is working very, very hard to try to find proof that even if you do something now on Meira, it's a complete violation. So here it's Omer Abai Minah, I think this is from the time. So to understand this proof, a brief introduction, we know that there are many circumstances where people have to bring korbanos for violating. Okay, that's what familiar with. Now there are different things if it's a lot of details that we'll learn, but what keep in mind is the following. That is brought fluctuates as well. From the Shigo to the bull, or the Zara and its community, it's also the bull and also the goat. There is a difference because some of them, the violation of these that are unintentional is only with a he'elem devar, and one of them is a shigigas ma'isa. So two of you have to be mindful of to take the message. Shigigas ma'isa he'elem devar. Okay, shigigas ma'isa means an action that was done unintentionally. So if a person at home on his table, there is a piece of fat, and we think that it's regular sugar. And then it's chalef, shigas ma'isa. Okay, shigas ma'isa. Now, then there's something called he'elem davar. When the matter itself was concealed from you, which indicates that there was some kind of intellectual mistake. That you, in other words, if you had a question, a lot of questions, you're a scholar, and you go through all, post-in, and you come to a conclusion, but you made the wrong decision, and then you acted. So in such a situation, when you did all the research in the world, and you're a great Talmud Chacham, and you made a mistake intellectually, and then you act, there you have a he'elem davar, with a shigigas ma'isa. Okay? Now, for the communal korbanos that are brought, if you make a mistake, obviously there you have to have first he'elem davar and shigigas ma'isa. Now, what about a kohen? We call it a kohen Mashiach. We call it kohen Mashiach because basically a Congo. So here we go. Action. Chachamim say no, that's not enough. You need also Helen Dopo. Okay? That's the disagreement. Now, although they disagree there, the Shavim should disagree with the Yaakov. They do agree that they thought that if this Kohen Gadol violates something that's not a Badizah, he brings a sticky rod and goat of the Shiva. The Shavim themselves would agree to him with the Hashem Torah that Hashem Torah is not for us. Okay? Now, what's relevant for us is you choosing the Ma'aseh, what are we talking about? Action that was done by mistake. We got about a Shabbat. How do you make a mistake with that? When it comes to a product, I made a mistake, I thought it was. What is that mistake with about a Shabbat? What's the scenario? Because he's a shur. In other words, he started to shur. In other words, he goes ahead, he has this magnificent structure, and he says, wow, this is such a beautiful shur. He starts worshiping, next thing he knows is that the whole house is Mamshavah Nizara. You cannot say that that's a Shiva mindset. Because what's in his heart? Who is he bowing to? We don't worship Shul, by the way. But even the most in the world, we're worshiping the Rebbeinu Shalom. Harelibo l'shamayim. So it's that cannot be a case of what he do last night. Because that he saw and he bowed to him. That also trouble. He really accepted it as an worship. Shogun, amazing, not accepted. It's going to look so therefore, Abaye argues it's the only scenario that could be possible. Here we go. It must be Avo and Yiro. In other words, he made a mistake, but he was from Allah or the fear of man. And he thought, what would be the mistake? He thought that it's permissible, and therefore that would be a scenario that it is a shogun. So if he would be made big rule, that would be the real Hadazara. Hey, Abaye had proof. Okay? Rama Chalok, the Oyna Mutar, is talking about a person who says, well, it's permissible. Wait a second, that's a hell of a dover. That's just that the Lord's going to answer that something that is in tomorrow's that the Lord is going to tell us that there's a difference between Oyna Mutar Legamre and a person who thought that some things are permissible and some things are prohibited. But that will lead to that son of man. Thank you for joining us. Everyone have a wonderful day.
So we wiped out all the videos. That's crazy because when I was going through Reddit, I'm not even on. I probably am on the flagrant thing. I can't remember, but it pops up nonstop. There was the whole weekend was just flagrant wildlife clips.
All right, I will say good morning. We actually have a beautiful story. But we're going to start having that some very dramatic tomorrow. Remember again, today's daf is Summit 60.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Akash saying, this guy deserved it. So I honestly don't feel bad at all.
Remember again,
Dad just puts his dick out on the table. I just know that Dad's dick is like, at least you know, look at that. Or just, or his dick. I don't understand. I was sexy, and that's why I'm actively trying to have a word. There's that love you, but I actually love you and want to fuck you.
So yesterday, you might have said the other Marisha
If you're going to be doing this, just let that workout watch.
I don't put this out.
other Marisha was living in Ghana, he was sitting in Ghana. When we signed it in Loyal, other Marisha was sitting in Ghana.
wife does all that stuff. You do a podcast like I think slavery.
Simon in the line literally means like sifting his wine, or he was straining his wine. So I think we're seeing that even when I look at Mamish ending in roasting his meat, going ahead and straining his wine. But that's kind of it, right? So the Gemara says, Hafiz Boda, Ash Berazim Boda, and it's kind of a Nachash saw all of the honor that was given to Adam Rishon and became jealous of him. So also, what do you see from here? You see here that Adam Rishon is happening for them was the reason of the plus from the Bash Hayyim and Shammai. So the Gemara says that was the case. Where did the meat come from? The meat came down from Shai. In other words, Adam Rishon never slaughtered an animal. So the meat that he ate was meat that came down from Shammai. So the Gemara says, meat comes from Shammai. So is there such a thing as meat that comes down from the heaven? What does that mean? Meaning, why don't you go ahead and say that he slaughtered an animal and comes down from the heaven? So also listen to this. Yad Reb Shimon Chalafta, Havaka Azul Ba'archa, or Reb Shimon Chalafta was one time traveling on the road. Tagu Bal Hundreds, he ran into a couple of lions. The Hadukanami who were roaring in his face. Amar, Hakfirin Shvazi Matar, he said the pasuk, the lion cubs literally are crying out for prey. Now, Kisile Tanki Atmos, there was like two pieces of meat fell from the heavens. Chada Akua, one was consumed by the lion. The Chada Shakua, one they left behind. Left by, I say the Asra de Midrash. So the Shimon Chalafta brought the piece of meat ultimately against the base Medrash. Also, just by the way, there's a lot to say on this Gemara. Stories happen a lot more than meets the eye. Was it just sometimes the greatest Muslim stories of the Torah? Yes. But the Shimon Chalafta realizes that he's in a situation where our lion roaring in his face. There's absolutely there is no way to address this situation without getting ownership of this intervention.
Well, it's been going up every 100. You get a new meat.
Represent realize have no one else to rely on but has to be part of it. So that opens the door for all kinds of salvation. So it brings me to the next message. Bodyana, so they asked, whoever come who's there, or Torah. So they asked, what's the name? Because they only Jews ask this question. What's the kashrus? You know, it's like what's the status? What's the status of this? Now, I will say, understand. I don't think Baruch Hashem Adam asked that question. The reason I'm saying Chalafta asked that question is because remember, this meat came down not from human consumption. This meat came down from animals. So they were asking now, this meat came down from the heavens, can we not eat the meat? What's the status of kashrus? So he said, when it should have time going on, should have kept going, then some more careful over this narrative. Therefore, again, this meat is absolutely but now you create that narrative, and the narrative was suspect. So somehow, the narrative. What happens if, let's say, meat in the form of a donkey comes down from the heavens? Make sure you never have to. So you just said that a never coming doesn't come down. But let's say again, get down. So what's the status of that food? I'm ready to listen to this. That you so remember this response Yolo Nala, which literally means you crazy down. So Yolo Nala is like a little bit like a disparage, like why are you asking this question? Why are you asking about meat that comes down from Shammai? Yolo Nala, you crazy down. On relay, in government coming your nation, you've already established, we'll say that's what impure things do not come down from Shammai. So we'll say so it's everything, anything that comes from Hakadosh Baruch Hu by definition is tahor. So on a very practical level, again, it means even meat that comes down from Shammai actually is okay because this is okay, fits for human consumption, for animal consumption, and that. But again, the take-home message of these Gemaras ultimately, well, the take-home message of the Gan Eden, let's say, what Gan Eden is about is that the devotion provided for our needs. And once upon a time, man did not have to think so much about his parnasa. Man did not have to be doubtful about his income. He was taken care of by the Ribono. So that was the Gan Eden. So therefore, if your parnasa is taken care of by the Ribono, doesn't mean that you sit back, and have someone upgrade you. What it means is that Shmuel takes care of your parnasa, so you're able to focus on other spiritual endeavors in this world without worrying about your
which we know is
Somebody got this.
would be an incredible response. Something else is concerned with the Salah. So the person has truly growth to do and know anything. They don't do
Why did they whisper to me?
no matter how
Why did they?
when
Why
was
did
it
they?
says that the Noah is punishable
They were like, dude, he's getting
executed
up.
for actually
Your
teaching
dad is a
sorcery.
fucking lizard, so you're already in. That's right. I get 100%. Why did I
You
get
have
the
to
whisper?
execute a
Because,
sorcery.
right, you were already in. Those when you're rich, you're a big rich kid. I did have a very fancy
You can't allow sorcery to receive. The right after that, the Pasuk says that anyone who has relations with an animal also is executed. So we'll say the juxtaposition of these psukim teaches us whoever is included in the prohibition of bestiality is also included in the prohibition of sorcery. So since Bnei Noah are included in the prohibition of bestiality, therefore they are also included in the prohibition of sorcery. It says that I will say Ben Noah is punished, can be punished for forbidden natures. Then how do we know this? As who goes like so the pasuk says as who goes like you shall be my statutes. And then it says the hemtecha o sabia kilayim son sabia sizra kilayim begging kilayim shat is lo yalala. So third street shall keep my statutes. And then it says no forbidden mixtures of your field, no mixtures of your animals, no forbidden mixtures of your clothing. So the Gemara was like said God is saying the booking that I already gave you, I already commanded you as law about these forbidders. The hem to call those sabia kilayim. So let's say the pasuk says, go ahead and have forbidden mixtures between your animals. Nor shall you have forbidden mixtures in your field. Not to have just like again a ben that he can't crossbreed his animals. Have so to again in your field you can't crossbreed plants either. Not the hem to call being just like it was like issue of crossbreeding animals applies very closely. So such are things. So it's will say the prohibition on cross pollination or crossbreeding between plants applies to so I don't know what's called. Element and dog. So we'll say so we see from here. Expected velocity. That Ben Noah is super on the commanded regarding forbidden mixtures. Element Aksha, but if that's the case, I will say all of this remember is based on the phrase Shmartenes Uto Sai. So literally again you will keep my statutes. So where that is Uto Sai means Chukos Shekakakti Lochal Kiva. The statutes that I already gave you, I already gave you when you were a Ben Noah. So what's like if that's the case, then we have to Shmartenes Uto Sai. Ve'etz Mishpatai. So as I that's the case, the pasuk says that you shall keep my statutes and my mishpatim. Asher ya'aseh osam ha'azam ha'chayvah. Why don't you say over here? Hukim shekakakti b'chol kivan. See that refers to the mitzvah that Hashem already given us previous. That wasn't at that point. It's referring to what? Kol ha'torah. So maybe you're saying over here that Ben Noah is mitzvah and the entire Torah. To which the Gemara says, Hasam u'shmat nisukosai dahashta ha'chas ukosai tishmiru hukim me'ikara tishmiru. So both sides. So the Gemara is saying it's two different phraseologies. U'shmat nisukosai ultimately means the hukim that I'm giving you now, as opposed to a ukosai tishmiru. Sounds like hukim that I already commanded you. Okay, I'm going to do Shulchan Karma. I'm going to back up my output. Eino Chai, so we'll see now we're going back to the Mishnah. Remember again, Mishnah spoke about for the prohibition of cursing HaKadosh Baruch. Remember again, this was the Mishnah that involved and the Mishnah discusses again the process that if someone, again, we're done with that. Or we're not done with it. I'm transition for a moment. So
that should be sure.
I owe you a ramp so you have time to do it.
Okay, I mean, if I buy it, sure.
So remember over here, the issue with discussing over here is one goes up to so the process that has to be in place in order to convict such an individual of this crime. So the Gemara answers the following. I'm going to back up Yaakov. עד שיברך Shem ben Arba Osos. Rabbi Yaakov says that a person is only responsible for Shem if they use the letter name of God. And then Vav, only the first that name is a person, but that was the first, the 42 letter name of God. The second is letter name of God of the Naive. The assumption is most people do not get those names. So it comes from where it says before letter name of God. This teaches if I only curse the name of Baruch with two letters, then I'm not tied. So what's the first name of Baruch with two letters? That's either Yud A or Vav and Hey. That just says Yaakov Yossi as Yossi. So it almost like the way the Mishnah uses the fact that somebody curses God, so they use Lashon of Yossi. Why Yossi? Because Yossi is 4 letters. Yossi is 4 letters. So Yossi is supposed to represent Hey and then Vav Hey. So the Gemara says, hey, that's how the Mishnah passes Yossi, right? To show me that I'm only, a person only hides the curse of God. That's 4 letters. Which means, what would I have thought? Milsa Ba'amu Dinagat. Maybe Yosei was just a generic choice for the Mishnah. The Mishnah doesn't want to say that somebody actually cursed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They just choose to insert a different name, which we know refers to the name of God. I would have thought Yosei is just, generic. But don't, it's not specific, which the Mishnah says to Muslim. No. The Mishnah purposely chose Yosei. Why? Because it's 4 letters. To be members, think of the fact that one is the entire equation of God, because this is the 4 letters of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You could have it. There are those only two words. Shmur of Akavayah, Shmamina, Shem ben Abosios Nami Shem. So the different version of this is Shem. Rav Akavayah says, you see over here that what? That the name of God, 4-letter name of God, Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, is a proper name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, Pshita, that's obvious. Yake Yossi as Yossi. The Mishnah Dafki uses Yossi, which is 4 letters. Now it came up, I mean, Shem Rabba. I might have thought maybe from the Mishnah that you only kind of the first name of God, what if you use the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Although Sabahamu did not got, and Mishnah is not specific in its choice of Yosef, it's almost like Sopranim by Halacha Lamensa. The only kind of person who's tired for cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu would be the person the 4th letter name of first some type of human, God, or they use the person Hashem. So let's remember again, Hashem only on that only if a person constantly curses Yud A and Vav A, it is responsible ultimately again for the Baruch Shem Hashem for ultimately cursing evil. Nigmar Adim. So let's remember again, the Mishnah then said that after the adjudicated case, if the judges find the going ahead and cursing the name of HaKadosh, so what do? Only on the judges stand up on their feet. They rip their clothing, they tear their clothing, and they can't mend this hand. So it says Gemara, opening Allah was actually amazing. How do we know that the judges stand up? I know you said what happened. The able to buy it off. Yoshi, the Ali Mekara, Shalom Levado. So Gemara will be described in the episode. In the beginning of the show, one of the shofim by the name of Ehud comes to Eglon, the king of Moab. Now again, he's actually coming in to assassinate the king. This is the story where Eglon, Ehud hides because he was left-handed. He was able to hide his sword. It's like the story hides his sword and blade them. So comes ultimately to kill the king. So what happens? So he comes to the king, he comes to Moab. And he comes to deliver a message from God. Ehud by love to Yosef Elias Asher Lo Levado. Vayomer Ehud, Dvar Elokim Li Elechem. So Ehud says to Eglon, I come with a message from God to deliver to you. Vayogam Me'al Hakise. Eglon stood up. Someone said, can you imagine this? And the Gentile king, and over there, Zara heard. Ehud loves his friends coming with the Baruch and a deference that he stands up. I'll drum Kavachomer. Uma Eglon Melech Moab Shu Nochri. Below Yod, the Ella the Kinui. So Eglon was a Gentile, and I doubted. And he didn't even know the real name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just knew the appellations, right? The nicknames Ahmad stood up out of deference. Yisra v'shirash al achas kama v'kama. Two hears the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, this case Shema Furush, which again, for our purposes means Yud Hey and then Vav Hey. Of course, he has to stand up. So we'll say, you're learning out the obligation to go and stand up with your name Baruch Hu from the action of an idolatrous Gentile king. That Eglon, the king of Moab, had enough of it that when he heard the Shem Hashem stood up out of Chavod, says the Gemara, that you want to hear the name of God, and unfortunately, disparaging God is the first incredible footnote. So the Gemara says, in fact, Eglon stood up for Shem Hashem. He was privileged to have very his ancestors. A woman by the name of birth of Luz. It is one act of Eglon. The message is something exceptional to that. Sometimes even the small things have incredible impact, not just now, but in future generations in ways we can never intend, in ways often that we never know. One little act of Kiddush Hashem, now again, the family everyone was killed just right? But, I mean, it was crushed by Israel, but, the idea being that one act of staying up to the Rosh Olam, less than the grace of having witnessed this, he's the Alter Zeta of the Messianic line. He's the Alter Zeta of the Melech HaMoshiach. Where do you get these whispers? And it gets whispers like that ultimately because he stood up when he heard the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is sometimes things that we think about real won't stay fixed if there's not any Patreon memberships. You never know the power of the Patreon well. Because I think somebody tried to Patreon well. Let's also remember again, the judges when you do Hashem. And it's good the fact that somebody God, they carry us forward. So the Gemara says, we know this one is Yava al Yochim, Ben Hilkio, Shem Nasover, the Yochim Asaf Amaski, Al Hiskio Gruevigadin, Vayagidu Lord Jireh Shak. The Gemara over here quotes an episode from the local days. The officers of this guy was a Kisa. Come and tell you that Rav Shaka, we discussed Rav Shaka in just a moment, cursed God. Rav Shaka is standing outside the walls of Yerushalayim, and literally he just blasts him. He's like, just blasting him with his fire. So they call this when you hear that someone has cursed the name of his father, the response is tearing of your clothing. So the Gemara goes like, the Gemara says, not only that, you're not permitted to repair that tear. So we know we're in other terms. I'm not about us here, Priya. We're going to get Priya. Sit Hafa, Kruay Begadu. It says over here, ultimately again, that the officers of Piskio came to him with torn clothing. Sit Hasan, the Elisha Roab, who would say, Avi left Elisha Parashav. So what's that? This is about the nice and cover. So what happens? Elio doesn't die, right? Elio is taken up to Shemai on a fiery chariot. Who's with him when this occurs? Who's right by his side in this earth when this occurs? Is Talmud Elisha. So Elisha sees his brethren whisk away on his fiery chariot, and he says, Elisha cries out, Abi, my father, chariot in Israel, below oh, and Elisha never sees Elio again. By Hazek Begada by Yitre'el Shnayim Kroy. Elisha took his clothing and tore it into two pieces. Which the Martin Masha Shnemar by Yitre'el Shnayim Ino Yeshin Kroy. Why does it have to say? Why does the Martin have to say that Elisha tore his by Yitre'el? Why does it have to say that he tore his clothing into two pairs, into two pieces? Because obviously he tore his clothing into his wash. The garment was no longer whole. It's torn into two pieces. Why does it have to say two pieces? To Gemara says, Matalor Kroy, Lamed Shen Kroy. That hair remains in a state of being torn forever, i.e., it cannot be repaired. So what's the over here is we make it clear Shabbat Kriya from the episode of Chizkiyo, which was an act of caring ultimately for those who heard the cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To the Kriya by Elisha, just like when Elisha taught Kriya, it was a tear that could not be mended. So to when you tear your clothing for the cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it cannot be mended. As well, so you know that just in general, the there are different types of tears. Some tears, we learned this one point. For example, when you tear, has to show the loss of a spouse, the loss of a child, the loss of a sibling, where you are permitted after the period of mourning to repair that tear. The loss of a parent, the loss of a Rebbe, or now in this case over here, person of historical, that cannot be repaired. That tear has to remain there. So the Gemara goes like, whether you hear the actual person of God, or you hear his second hair. So when you hear the person curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or someone tells you that Bodhi cursed HaKadosh Chayiv B'Kol, you Chayiv B'Kol, that even in Chayav N'Kosh, if I follow B'Shash Shabbat, listen, that witnesses are not obligated to wear the clothing again. When you tell what happened, why? Because they already told the first time, and they actually heard the person cursing. So you're obligated to essentially tear the first time you hear that. So you'll hear it first, or you hear it over like as you tell it, you're not tied there. I understand. Even if they throw when they heard it, when they're retelling it, they should be tied there again. Because the mice, they were hearing it, which was actually the second I took it to Vaikma Melech Skill Tira Shaka. Vaikras because of what's supposed to say. When she skill was of Shaka, the Shaka being God for his clothing. A Melech Skill Kara, the Hamo Kara, what do you see here? His God Melech for his clothing. The other officers didn't want out the Mosai. Because they already before first heard the actual blast of shot. I'm ready to go much more. Hashimash can make up if you have only there's someone here with no cover. First, you are not trying to go ahead and tear your clothing. Right? The income of Shaka. So what about the Shaka? Right? The Shaka of the Pashtus was a Gentile, and yet again they cut their clothing. No, Shaka was actually Jewish. And again, he was a Yisrael ruler. He was a Jew openly left the fold and joined the Gentile force. Ultimately, again, the only Kriya was this, like we remember before, when we hear someone curse Shin Hamiyuchad. Ultimately, again, the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as opposed to an as opposed to a king, as opposed to one of the descriptive names. Well, we only say Kriya, ultimately, again, on the unique name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That king. This is to exclude the king of the like to means that we have like Hashem or like God. These are not names of God. There's a whole discussion.
Waking up,
Old special like what you need back money. Like God besides the fact that generally money is back from the bank maybe late at night. It was just in general again that those names, that name God. It's not the Jewish name. For example,
so like I said, a lot of times
you shouldn't say Shalom Aleichem to someone in the back. Right? You shouldn't say Shalom or Shabbat Shalom to someone in the back. That person should talk in the back. And that's halacha. But again, you don't say Shalom. Why? It's Shalom. Thing about the Shbaruch. So but okay, the Gemara says over here, Upliki, argues on both of these, on both of these points. Okay, first white line. Then Rabbi Chia. Hashemei Askab is my that. Eno Chayiv B'Kra. Also, Rabbi Chia says, if you hear an Askara, you hear someone go ahead and blast Sinach HaShbaruch, someone curse God, you are not Chayiv B'Kra today. So the Gemara says, listen to this, it will say, Shem Ata Omer Kain, because if I had to tear Kriya every single time I heard someone curse God, Nismale Kala Begit Kra. I'll be walking around with torn clothes. You will say, yeah, yes, the Gemara saying, this statement, that he is saying that the reverence that man has for God in today's age, I will say, this is a good 1,000+ years ago, but the reverence that man has suffered such a blow that if I had to tear Kriya every single time somebody quote Baruch Hu, we go out there with torn clothes. Shimar says, Shim, fine. Shimar says, man. So who is about it? Who's cursing God all the time? Who is it here turns out? Elema, Israel. Everyone is talking about Jews. The Jews are cursing God all the time. So Shimar says, need to play high. You know, both sides, Jews, you might have problems. Sometimes you lose our way a little bit. But he was never going to lose his way. Such a list. That's how Jews Cheetah, which was others. But it must be the Gentiles. Their person got Yishim HaMiyuchad, and if we're talking about again, it is the Shem HaMiyuchad, that you only try if a person got to use the specific name of God. Gentiles know the Shem HaMiyuchad. Ella allows a person God, but he uses the descriptive name of God. Ushmanina or Chayishmanina. I will say, you see, according to the Shia, that it used to be that if you were to hear a Gentile curse God, even if he was just using the Hebrew, he would tear your clothing, but unfortunately, because this behavior has become so prevalent, therefore we no longer care for you. Hashimi Omer and Afani was going back to the Mishnah for just a second. So the witnesses are testifying about a certain individual who cursed by Kodesh Baruch. So what happened? The first guy gives his testimony. The second witness says, I agree with him. Right? I second everything he said. So the Gemara says, like Shmami, Amani Kamo, Kasher B'dinei Mamlus and Dinei Mamlus. First, what do you see from here? See, unknown circumstances. We need to say, what happens to happen in Egypt? In Eidos, both witnesses are obligated to give full accounts. A full account.
He says he likes jokes. He doesn't like
so Rava, so Rishon says, what do you see from here? You see from here that the second witness would say, Dida. The second witness would say, I agree with everything he said. And we see that apparently this type of Eidos works both by financial testimony and by capital cases. So it's like, however, again, under normal circumstances, the Rabbanon said, even though the Gaorais work when a second witness says ditto, when a second witness says, I'm with him, yet under normal circumstances, Chazal Shimon said, no, that's not enough. You have to go ahead and what? You have to go ahead and repeat your testimony. And you love the word for word. But yet, over here, what happens? The Hacha gave a little Efshar Ukmara Bonadarais. But I've also said over here, at the end of the day, because we don't want the second witness, we don't want to repeat all over again. Therefore, we judge the case in accordance with biblical standards, which allows the second witness to say, I mean, these are apostle, because it's the entire testimony again, rather you just simply say, the entire testimony, like that's one of the ways in which we ensure that it's telling the truth. But apparently in this case, when someone cursed the Kodesh Baruch Hu, is actually don't want him to repeat this testimony entirely again, and therefore after he says Hafani, he accepts something. You know what it's like? I'm sorry. He said, and the third witness can also say Hafani Kamo. I agree with the first two. Stomach like a kiva, the Makish English. So also the Gemara says over here, there are Mishnah texts that you have that and the Kiva actually points this out. This discusses the idea that essentially again is looked at as one entire image. And if you have a group of three witnesses and one that is disqualified, then what? A was Shabbat when the test about the Kula was part of the testimony, which like when the entire story unit does the two remaining witnesses. This is that the if you look at the testimonial unit as cohesive complete unit. Once one part is disqualified, the entire part is disqualified. Also says the Mishnah.
But that's not it's just like straddling. This is my new earrings. It's not
over on
top of the store.
Right down.
And it's not even
person working at gallery. On the one side, are you right?
They're like
so. One worships the idol. Now again, that's what generic that kind of is a bank. Or you offer up the after that, you burn something for the only the after that, you offer up a wine language. The after that, or you die to the idol. The after that, I love the idol top. And you accept manipulation, you accept this idol. Any of these things, you have officially worshipped that God Christ. It's and it says, the idol, you are my God. A verbal acceptance of this idol as one God and all of this is idolatry. However, if you have the idol, come and shake, if you use the idol, come and have it, you give cover to the idol, come and sprinkle water on the idol, come and you wash the idol, some you anoint the idol with oil, now this you dress the idol, come on, you put shoes on the idol, so we'll say all of these cases, over the low sauce. Also, in all
My
of these
bad stuff
cases,
is like
you
I
are in
also feel
violation
like I know I
of
could
biblical
have been,
prohibition,
but that's
but
like
it
he
is not
thinks
hand
that
enough.
at the time.
What is it?
That was
You
hilarious.
worship idolatry biblically prohibited way, but not in a way that would get you to death. Again, we're going to define all of it. Any Ishmael or one swears in the name of the idol over below status. One has violated a biblical prohibition. Hapoer Atzmo Lebalpar. Jose, somebody defecates on Balpar. Or Atzmo really means to uncover his defecation on the idol. The Most that's the way you worship Balpar. You defecate on your idol. You know, it sounds like a very.
He says, he brings people on stage, he says, how would you fuck this? Which is a reinvention,
We'll explore this
in my opinion, of the stool.
but we're gonna think it's celebration that he has he explains that
It's also funny because of how much it pisses off other comedians and open micers.
the way that
They're like, dude,
about or
you're still humping this guy fucking brings somebody
that
in
this
the,
guy
it's actually, they go, you're still humping and
biological
this guy does both.
fact.
In one.
We
And
recognize
it's
also.
like, it
I mean, it
infuriates
sounds
comedians
crazy
that
to us,
like,
but what do we do actually?
it's called
We make a bracha every single time we go to the bathroom. Make a bracha every single time we go to the bathroom. Just like there's a recognition of the body works. It's a recognition of the essential involved in my life. Bob Moore obviously took this to an inappropriate level of extreme, but
Pushing it just overception by physicalizing
everything comes to
what should be just a way of saying. Tell like any other shit, I like Chris Rock, bless you to hell, you know what I'm saying? I like you to have something to say. All that still fucking is like, never disrespect the craft like that. You don't have to disrespect it, you just have to want to do it and try.
People criticizing all the Christian life, all for the sake of heaven, all of the most wonderful and punch of motivation. But if you are not rooted in the strict framework of the Torah, you end up with Balfour. Incredible idea. So you must be defecating about Balfour, you chayiv. Why? Because Zohi Avodosa. Because the most identity of the that's the worship of the idol. Hazoric Evelamakulis. If you want to add the flow stone of Marvelous, you'll find because that's what it's also what's Marvelous. Marvelous wasn't about Zara where you would take 3 stones, 2 and 1. That's the idol. It's actually a very good sort of state of Zara. You know, anywhere, it's everywhere. You can take it with you. So you use 2 stones. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying that it's just interesting how you see that some of these Zaras also evolve.
I don't know if it makes sense.
Which is just fascinating. So Marvelous is the way you construct the idol. It's 2 stones on the base, 1 stone on top, and the way you worship it is you throw stones. You throw right, both up. Right? So you see how it's doing well at the carnival. In any event, the point is, what the mission of the carnival was saying is, the mission is pointing out 3 different things. There are certain types of objective or spiritual forms of worship for which you are chayiv to do for any avodah zarah. You offer up a karkas. You go and you sprinkle wine. You bow down to something. Those are objective displays of worship for which you are chayiv. Then again, there are other types of forms of worship where you will not be chayiv in the capital, which you would chayiv zarah. And then there's a third category of what we call worship-specific practices to avodah zarah. So, for example, we'll say, if you were to defecate on Marvelous, right, you would not be chayiv for that. Why? Because that's not the form of idolatry. Even though defecating on an idol is a form of idolatry, that's only the Baal Torah. That's only the Baal Torah. So if you would do that to a different idol, ultimately again, you would not be chayiv. Okay? Says the Gemara, my echad ha'omer. So what does it mean when Mishnah begins by saying, ha'ovek avodas bocham? Echad ha'omer. If you serve the idol, you're chayiv. What is that mean? So says the Gemara, Amar Rabbi Yehuda, echad ha'ovek down. So let's say, worship the idol in the normative fashion. Anytime you worship an idol in a way that is the normal derech of that idol. So
If you were to worship Avodah Zarah in the normative way that idol is worshipped, you are chayiv. Which is what? Even though it might objectively disparage against worship, you are chayiv. So the Gemara says, to worship the idol in the normative chayiv, so as I simply again, in addition, if you offer up a carbon, or if you offer up something, an altar for that, or you pour wine before, or you back on the shop, you bow down before it, right? So let's say, for example, let's say there's Avodah Zarah A, and Avodah Zarah A, people don't bow down to it; they just sing to it. But you bow down to that idol, you're chayiv for Avodah Zarah. Why? Because also the act of balance is in and of itself an objective display of worship. So what the Mishnah is saying is, when it comes to particular idolatry, you're chayiv for any specific type of worship associated with that idolatry. But then there are certain objective forms of worship for which one will be chayiv for Avodah Zarah, even if what? The idol is not normally worshipped in that fashion. So why don't you also sprinkling the blood? Sprinkling the blood should also be chayiv for doing that in front of the idol. Because again, that's an objective form of worship as well. You're right, that's the same thing as the last. Sprinkling wine doesn't just mean you're pouring wine, it's pouring liquid, whether it's wine, whether it's blood, whatever it is. So from where do we go? Rashi says, now that we just established that there's an objective grouping of behaviors, which again, I will say, refers to offering karbanos, sprinkling wine, bowing down, which are objective forms of worship, which if you do it to any form of idolatry, you will be chayiv for worshiping idolatry, even if what? The particular idol in question is not worshipped in that fashion. So where do you know that? That's the pasuk says, you know that, and I go back to that. The pasuk says, he's arguing that he who goes to have offers or sacrifices, communicated, but it's just like flapping wings. When you say something other than a squirrel, it says, so the Gemara says, what does this mean? So the concept of teaching means that if somebody puts up a carbon to an idol, he's chayiv in and of his other. When you say it out loud, if you isolate what you're saying, it sounds like a phrase. How do I know that if I go ahead and what?
Penis, carpet roll,
I burn something else for a whole
just the
I
word.
do a wine libation for another Avodah Zarah, then I'm going to be chayiv for that. I would love Pasuk says, you shall only worship because it's Baruch. What do we see here? We see it when it's guilty lashon about what we understand is like this. Any avodah that you find done in the base of Mikdash can only be done for the Shema. If you go ahead and you do any of those avodas that are normally done in the Mikdash to an idol, by definition, that is in violation of idolatry. So what's the therefore again, whatever is part of our avodah to HaKadosh Baruch Hu becomes us to do for avodah. And an avodah is what? Even if that avodah is not the normal way which you worship idolatry, if it's done for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you can't do it for an idol. The fish, you have to see going to and ultimately again, in order to go ahead and single out the zvicha. So therefore, is to use what say as a mod, just like zvicha, offering carbon is done in the base of so the avos are done for God and do it for Avodah Zarah. We should learn that it's not about how to do good conservation. That's what I don't. Talmud Omar, Vayahakim Elohim, Vayachulav, the process.
I just make fun of somebody and say that makes sense because it makes sense.
Go and worship other gods. I want them to say it's summer play. Osisa Esa Ishahu says you'll take the man out and you'll execute him. So you must only supposed to be juxtaposition immediately as well. But someone who bows down to another god besides the Baruch Hu, partial by that.
Only Shaman, so I understand there's a punishment. As far as we learned this many times. In order to punish for a transgression of the Torah needs to be source for the prohibition, and source for the punishment. Sources. So I understand now the punishment. From where do I learn the prohibition? Pasuk says you shall not bow down to another god. Yokol Shamimah the Apamagape Kamirashin Bamanu. So I'm out of this comes to include also what? That you can't kiss the idol, you can't hug the idol, you can't kiss the idol, or you can't go ahead and put shoes on the idol.
Another thing too is that Joe was always done wrong
Yes,
because
serves the idol. But I might have thought that these other behaviors should also be punishable like that. Hugging the idol, kissing the idol, putting shoes on the idol. Talmud Lomar, Soveach. Therefore the Pasuk says no, Soveach Elokim Yachel. If you sacrifice to another god, you'll be executed. So the Gemara says, Zvicha, Zvichlal Haisa. Therefore, in general, Zvicha was included. And the Pasuk says, Vayilech Vayavot Elohim Achim. That includes any type of offering, which would include also the prohibition to offer karbonos to an idol. So it was already included. So why was Zvicha, why was offering up a carbon singled out? Lahapish Ilah. The teachers will say, just like the most like something we can and if you do it for Avodah Zarah, you try it this song. As for my life, I have coached Avodah for me. The Chayav and Allah song. Ultimately, you're going to say teaches me that what anything that is done inside the base of the service of a Baruch Hu, if you do it for Avodah Zarah, you try it this song. You're going to so we'll say that needs to stack up because
I feel like a guy in the Billy Madison.
to be judged on its own. Yotza Zvicha, Lodon, Ahakwa, so we'll say therefore the person completes with Zvicha teaches me that what anything done inside the base of anything done as to the Avodah ultimately will be Avodah Zarah. Yet the Pasuk explicitly says, "Shtaku them." They get down and we'll say this Shtakavah is not part of the Avodah. Right? There's no meaning. There's no people would bow down to the base of coming up.
I understand that, but maybe if it was
God, so they would bow down. But that bowing down is not part of specific Avodah. Therefore, again, I will say, Zvicha, when it says go back for the king, that person teaches me it's just like sacrificing an animal as part of the service of inside the base of Mikdash. Just like dying Asr for Avodah Zarah, so to anything done inside the base of Mikdash is Asr for Avodah Zarah. Ishtachava, when it comes to that bowing down, so that comes to add on something to teach me that even though bowing down is not part of the Avodah inside the base of Mikdash, nevertheless it will still be Asr for Avodah Zarah. Right? We'll pick up in here session with a little discussion. We'll pick up in here.
Send me a clip of a comedian making fun of Callan to his face. It was at a comedy club, and I didn't watch the audio. I was doing something, but I saw just the video of it, and he goes, and he's dancing in front of Callan, and Callan spits out. It's a challenge where Callan's water in his mouth, and if you make it laugh, spits it out. But I watched it, and I dislike both Callan and the person who did the impersonation. It was too complicated. You know, you should be shunning. So now, like that comedian or Callan.
He's not like self-aware, but also like really free, like 6'7" or something like this.
The guy was too good at doing it. It was a respectful thing. Like, it was exactly what Callan does in a way that made me feel it was like something callous or something like that. Whatever it was. You are right, Penny is on my side, and also Blister Fist. I've never seen a hairless ginger fly squirrel movie. I actually it's like every argument we have. Look at what Folk Fart thinks. Folk Fart agrees with me. Herpes nuts says I'm right. So if herpes nuts open with wrong, but Dixie Norman agrees with me. Dixie Norman. I was saying, That's my first name. Yeah.
Everything is there. Called the sinner. Yeah, not to be more attractive.
I'll be the villain. I'll be the fucking villain of this pod. If I need to. Yeah, as I've switched it. Maybe I always was the hero. A lot of 7-digit posts. A lot of Joe Rogan stuff. This is what violence is like.
The other aperture,
This guy is really good. There's no way they're terrible for
other people. And literally again,
so what's that on that guy, Bob? He loves that Rogan. He loves that Rogan guy.
Rosa says,
He's all like,
such a
I was just like at the club, dude, and I was like watching full comedy. And then he looked at me and he said, I'm a flying squirrel pussy. I got front row seats to Joe Rogan.
So it's fascinating to see
And
all
then he locked
of
up my
these
phone.
is that here there's such a profound culpability in one of them, ones that might actually commit
He's not laughing, he's there. He's like flashing it.
striking.
He might be watching it to be doing some stuff on Shanks later. The two of those guys. So like, okay, I'm not gonna pick up on us. I'm not gonna pick up on us. Idiot. You see a little more sugar on this.
Rather than
Couldn't
only
be
responsible
drinks
for
free.
our needs.
Facts.
And yet here we
I
see
don't
that
like
when
how
you're
much
ready to
this
strike
falls
someone,
on your feet.
when you have to lift from your hand against him that you
Alright,
and that
just
you
even
results in
we saw that one.
what's the shot?
So this one says, Danny Kaufman, stepping on the field in front of everyone to celebrate in your shot jersey.
Russia,
Wow.
I'm against Japan.
And then I remember seeing this while I was working. Like by working
Yeah,
at
hold up the
prostitution.
hands. Whatever it says.
And they say,
When the person
of course,
takes
Joanna has the Starbucks bag. Just that right there.
and instead of having
Just some real chefs in the kitchen sometimes. Yeah. I mean, where and this is for his son, maybe his kids' track meet or something. I pray to God his kids are fun. I thought they were just cheering on random kids and fucking baseball games. Jesus Christ, dude. And he wears a shop jersey to it. Yeah. But is he wearing a shop? What is the shop jersey? Is it like a joke against I'm shop, or is he wearing his kid number 11? And he's like, it's me, I'm wearing my kid. All of a sudden, of my kid jersey. Well, I'm assuming that it's travel ball. It's not funny. No, I think it's T-ball. Oh, it's travel. Oh, such a perfect I get concerned whenever I make a joke like this. It's not learning. They don't call it T-ball. And that was confusing. I was like, they're that young. They do travel ball, T-ball. Look, I'm this slave. And I agree. And so when you're like, it's like, well, man, I travel all the time. I don't know if they have some merchandise for travel. You know what I mean? Like, is the shop jerseys on hot? Is he a bench player? He doesn't really talk about like his involvement in the team. So you pan out and there's another dad with a jersey. His kid's name or his name on it. I don't see anything. Yeah, nobody else has a jersey. We just got back from church. Baseball. Another thing I was about this is that everyone else is looking somewhere else. He's facing a different way. They're cheering the game, and he's got his bat. It's kind of like Steph Curry. Maybe he's just them up. Yeah, we did. We got to run. But he was watching, and then he was, a guy that likes to crowd, so he's saying, yeah, we did it.
Take himself like an
Could be that, yeah. But another thing about this, the shop is he have the Tito's hat that Kevin the Good gave us. I like it. It's a good hat. I feel weird going out like to a restaurant or somewhere at lunch. I usually just wear it when I'm like walking. I'm like, I'm wearing my own. He wears his own name, so he doesn't have one at all. I see people walking a lot of like,
you have to make yourself
about you.
that.
Why is it funny? Dude, I was waiting to go. I was like, this guy's really cool. I want to learn more about him.
It's
Yeah,
very
and
simple.
they're like, what do you do?
Because you're losing
And I was like,
you move on to something else.
no, but like, what do you do for work?
Lose a sense of commit. And even if I don't totally fall off, I become like
Starts
much more
talking
relaxed,
about
basic,
podcast.
laid back.
What's your podcast about? If they got that far to know that I have a podcast, they know what it's about, right? But I think it's like just like they want to make sure it's really me, not like somebody else looks like me. Like when we talk about Brendan Shaw, mystery.
If I'm asleep,
When
remember,
people ask me
doesn't really have a
what I
choice.
do, I go four letters.
Never wakes up and one, oh, I'm so tired and you sleep.
TMOS. Figure it out.
And never doesn't feel like doing this piece of work.
So that's what I do. I wish somebody walked away from me today when I talk about it. People walk
Someone
to me.
who's all in.
Oh my God, are you the shop guy? I go,
Successful
if
in
I'm
life,
I go, and
you've got to
I
be
go, if I'm
epic.
yes, I am.
You have to be
I wish I
sweet.
was joking too.
Because if you're
You're
just
joking.
kind
Someone
of like
walked away from you. I didn't know them.
interested, if you're just
To go watch the show.
whatever
No, I was like,
or whatever you have in life,
dudes. It was a chick. She's like,
and also you see this in our
well, there you
learning.
go.
Like, we know
Once they
that
want
she's
to
a
change,
dance.
why do you say all that good stuff? It's like, okay, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the chicks like it.
Personal
But
to share,
yeah, chicks may not
doesn't come
be
to share
the
today and
main
here
audience
tomorrow
for
and
Brendan
again.
Shaw.
It doesn't matter whether you're virtual, you're online. Whatever your piece is,
Jizzles has his
you know,
blog.
sometimes a little
We
bit
saw
less
this
physical
one
about
last
it.
time.
Okay,
Oh,
so
here we
if
go.
I'm less
This is a big
physical
story.
about it,
This week,
don't
Dazzling
be
Rabbit
surprised
633.
if it doesn't feel
Bob
fulfilled.
Phillips guest on
And
Story
don't be
Wars.
surprised
Finally
if it's
stepped
not
inside the
bringing you
mothership.
shama up my level to the highest level.
Talk about this.
Because you're only going to reap the benefits of
Tongue out.
You're only going to reap the
Jamar's
benefits
there
of
too.
it.
What I didn't notice about this, DZ was saying that,
Committed.
what
And
is
it doesn't matter
Gomez
what
got
else
him up
Evan
there?
has got going
Star
on.
Wars, yeah.
He's
It was like
there
a plan to be,
because he is
we've got a
enslaved
shot to the
to
mothership.
whatever the particular
Inside bed. I like that. That's funny.
But when you
I want to
enslave yourself to your
I don't know. It's probably on YouTube, right?
when you
Story
enslave
Wars and
yourself
stuff like that on
to your
YouTube.
avoda in life, that's
We're gonna look
when
up to see whether there's Brendan Shaw episode of Story Wars. Is that, never heard of it?
Tomorrow is like
Bring that
tomorrow said, good. Okay, fine. Okay. Nobody booked on him. Shut up now.
Okay, yeah. So I'm not watching a single episode.
Worse.
So
But she said, "It's a lot,
I
though."
don't even know the name of the show.
Nobody
The
booked
last
on
thing
him.
they posted
For
was
the entire day. Tiny, like, most of the
just filmed
Why
this
would
out.
what is it? I don't actually know you're supposed to
Yeah,
be
if
a
anyone
local.
wants to
That
listen
me,
there,
I'm done
let us
with
know.
it. Okay, well, you should pursue. Aha.
And then put these uses
The
every episode.
one
Story
that you
Wars is
talked
great,
about,
so
you should
there you go.
the idea of
There's a
the
cosign, check it
out.
out.
Has an urgency that you also have to look at. Let's just think that
Remember that?
there's
This
a
kind of got
sense
me
of urgency.
scared though, dude.
It's not true.
Like,
Even in
George
that
got a
book,
little bite in
has
his
to
tongue,
live with a
dude.
sense of urgency, and therefore I think the Obito comes to Shabbos.
His
The
little
Obito
bite to
comes
his
with
nipple. How do you
just
say
the
that?
takes education.
Like, he's got a bite to his
Sky
nipple.
thinks
Okay.
man, man.
You know, he's
No,
gonna bring
my
up
land
this
on
shop
the
here.
coast.
Oh, he does?
All of
Oh, you're saying he will? Yeah, yeah.
Who is to be ever initiated.
I don't think so.
Every
Maybe.
person, Jew and
I don't think
non-Jew,
maybe.
is
That
obligated
makes me want to watch it.
to their moral
See what clips will come from that. I mean, I wish I could come before this.
you actually make.
This is like
No,
your
no.
favorite baseball
As
team
our show, as
country.
we also, we will also again.
I don't want to see fucking Manny Machado in the LA Dodgers hat.
They're like the
Oh,
league
yeah, he
for
hates
that
LA.
as
Why
well,
is
so
he
now
wearing Dodgers hats?
number of you know, I think it's shame for Shabbos.
Oh, yeah.
Even shit nerd.
See over there with your fucking. He's working. Imagine being a Dodger fan when you're
Shabbos, which is true by itself also. This is true even if they're not taking off Shabbos.
He did say that someone could do Schleich wrote it, or one of his friends when he was there, I think, right?
Laid back.
No.
Not
Did he say that? I think it was one of my friends. It's hard to say with these things. Who knows?
Because
I think that his
everyone to be positive.
we've already
Everyone
all
to be
seen
everyone to be operating on this.
this one's 6 days ago.
The
Joshua Krasinski's self-inflicted
so why not
no
do
name
this? Hashem is the name.
before
But
and
the
after.
Notary is not allowed to quote unquote keep Shabbos, keep a bunch of ideal pasta. The Shabbos may not only include shady outfits, things you're not allowed to
The one on the right,
doesn't
I would definitely
include
say don't
things
post that
that you
to
have
my friend or whoever
half
took
of
the
the
big
that's
guy.
the hard news come and say that's not true.
You're deep in the
Yeah, we
country
need to
kick
go
in,
back
dude.
to the system. That's a come and say
I
must
have
have that's
This is what the
the
time of trucks
Come on, say
now.
shady outhouse.
The guy making tacos. This is what's waiting. I need 50 al pastor tacos.
So,
You see that?
in other words, a lot of that goes around is just
Like,
like
they
her
get the tacos
with
and
the
then
down.
you're like, the city is going
Already
fast.
open up. Torah Moshe is commanded Torah. It is an inheritance. Where it says, "Manu Morasha Bro," inheritance for us, and not for them. It doesn't belong to the nations of the world. Therefore, they learn it. They learn the kindness, why he is. So that why not include the Shem? Which the Gemara doesn't know Russia. Makes us a husband.
Wow. So funny.
So one of the things it says
Like that was assistant.
an inheritance. See if you hold inheritance. If
Yeah,
it not
because it's too late to do the job. Yeah. But he, because of the 1.1, he can't work.
Man, Morasha mix up the document. Man, Little Rasa, the other thing it says it's not Morasha, it's not we're either Little Rasa. That's not wed. So he probably spells wed to them. So therefore, again, if a non-Jew goes
That
there
would be
and
awesome.
you know, Nara Little Rasa is like a culture. Nara Little Rasa, which you can remember, they don't have Nara Little Rasa. And therefore, again, it does support all scales. Okay, so just so first of all, this is perhaps the halacha. Because in general, there's a lot of discussion about what is this applied to. This is torture itself. 5 books of commission.
Somewhere he was at the mothership at second convenient.
Doesn't apply to Polish, right? Polish but rather it's more Polish on Polish.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. But that's not story reverse.
But this happens to pose a very interesting question. People study for conversion. Obviously, they have to go ahead and as well. So we'll put this on our list for fascinating that film topics. Talk about it at a different time. Just put it on your list. But also mention it.
It's not funny. It is funny that he not only is he the worst comedian of all time, but he also doesn't understand basic comedian. That's the whole thing. He makes fun of each other. They all make fun of each other. That's what they do, right? The civilians. Like in now Shab is a civilian, so he doesn't care. That's the sad thing.
I didn't earn it.
Oh yeah, he's on Story Wars, right? He's on that now. That's getting your foot wet. That's putting your toes in the water, standing, okay? Because everybody on that stage is usually 6 feet. No.
Torah is Yerusha from my family.
He's sitting next to Jabbar and
but then my job is to take the Yerusha
okay, Mike
and make it
Racine.
a movie Rasa.
That's
My job
very
is
close
to
to
take the
me.
inheritance.
That's about as close as you get without being on stage. You walk around with a mic holding it. That's your face up your thing on that. See, I told you, dude. I woke up. I was asleep for most of this. And I'm awake. We're going to go hoppy footy that first about
This is my job.
Dodgers had it.
Great.
I don't know if you relate with that. It literally looks like my team trade for out there. I don't know. What do you mean by that? Like, you know how Steve Nash came to the Lakers and won the 3 games?
So this is the
Oh,
God of
yeah.
my
It's like,
father.
God,
And
no,
now
not
my
now.
job is to
How old as fuck?
the Torah is
Okay,
a
you're not going to
Yerusha,
win
it's
our
passed
championship
down.
now?
And my job
Right.
is to take the Yerusha, the
This is like
inheritance,
my team's
and to make it my little Rasa.
Right. No, he was great. Rico Poppy, but I don't know what he's got now.
So the Gemara says,
I
"May
want to
say,
Photoshop
Haydak Mir, may you
Dodgers
say,
hat on the road.
Rinani Shahido, Ali Gofadu, 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 shoot the point level."
It does feel weird.
How do you know?
Please, no sports.
Right, right. Only Gofadu. Only Gofadu.
Fellas.
Learn Torah. How to learn Torah? It's great.
Well, we're talking about shot.
So Yasa, some other Bechayda. So the Pasuk says, these are the words of Torah that a person should follow. You should live by them. It doesn't say Kohanim in this thing. It doesn't say Kohanim in this thing. Hello, Adam. Adam is a generic term that applies to all human beings. All of our Jew. Shafiva Obiko from Faosi, but not only to find Adam. But even if you're
How
Adam,
do you get a big start?
even if a Gentile goes there, but Torah,
Yeah, it is. Like, you know how like
so we'll say so. It's not just the funny, just that Adam is not allowed to learn Torah. And if he does, he's liable to death. Maybe he sees not to learn. That's which one is it? Whereas no, it's not a contradiction.
No.
Also, the same mitzvahs, so again, it is great for an athlete to learn well. When it comes to Shem mitzvahs, all right, the Ben Noah has to learn Torah that applies to him, has to learn about his Shem mitzvahs, and if he does, when it's from the depths and he understands it, and also the appreciation, and not actually becomes at the point level. But he doesn't keep learning about the rest of the mitzvahs that might apply to him, don't apply to him. That's not his. That's not his Yerusha. That's not his Ma'orasa. That belongs to us.
Is it brown? It looks to me like it's one of those like Starbucks, like a you know how Barnes and Noble has bags. Sometimes I even give you that for that, but they also sell them too. So I think that Starbucks unless like why would they give you that? Oh, it's just that. Yeah, it's a
Boston not show
oh, man. I'm fucking right. Next time you're alive. I'm a bad trip. No, there's eggs there. Those are very good.
but you also can't eat
Actually, you're wrong. I'm right. They sell that. They have mixed bags and cheap butter. Or maybe she's just very nice. Weird. I was going to say that next.
It says,
She's they're circling in on this person that got caught with everybody. Okay, and all you
and
fucking
then there's other
homeless cats, their profile.
That's that phrase is actually funny. That double as a and hello for myself, you're allowed to use the
Also,
limb
you're
and
wrong.
trust.
I think I am.
Full of a limb.
There's no chance to
And full of a limb from respect. Of a limb from
Like
sin.
she gets intersected.
You also be able to swim again. After Omer, not to go pee after that. I'm one of that. Pastor says, be strong and do not eat blood. Because the blood is the life force of
Toes down.
so the smart guys is not even that I never so
That's why cheering.
don't be the blood of
Because
the
like,
I'm
I'm
one
here,
after she's
everybody.
like dominant. I just put it on the grace and you know, the numbers
There's no coffee.
even if
We're gonna swim.
You're allowed to take the life flow. The other blood, like the blood that squirts out in the animals in Israel, but the other blood you're allowed.
Thank you for your creative energy.
Lama leaving the dog, Lama leaving the streets, right?
The fucking
So it's
profile picture.
the motives.
It's just like a summer that I want to join.
Right by automation, and it's also mentioned again. So why does it have to be? This is incredible. Pero yo sí me
It shows me the lessons coming from me. Inspiration.
Yo sí me tengo esse paulo o mitzvah shnamar l'bnei condition is specific. Mitzvah that was stated in the Torah, and then was repeated. When it's repeated, I've seen it said before but the Torah.
I don't want to be racist, but
Then in the Torah after Senate, it is Revelation.
does that mean that shit's
I'm
fine?
learning about the Torah. Erev Shabbos, Parshas Yisro, Yisro's incredible. So whenever you see something that was mentioned,
I wanted to do that because I thought it would be obvious, right?
and then repeat it again,
Oh
I
god, they're all.
the Zet will
I'm just trying to, okay, now it's one Lynn Trannon, the other
you know how
very
to
clearly
look
not a
that's something
Lynn
when we said
Trannon.
before about the Jordan.
And they're all family.
Wasn't repeated. I had
It's a
to
bunch of sisters.
right? Then the
So
so
I have Swan,
memorable
Flong, and who's the other one? Swan.
doesn't
Flong
apply
and
to
who?
Neymar.
Did you notice that they were all the same name at first? Maybe she goes by Quan. I didn't notice the names, but I noticed them Trannon. And then it's a family of Vietnamese women that are fans of T-Vic. Damn, dude. Quan and Flong. Watching T-Vic work, it'd be Vin, Lynn, and who?
Okay,
Maybe Vin is the
therefore,
Vin,
so not
Lynn, and Quan.
that position is never repeated again.
They watch together.
That's an example of something that was
And
mentioned before.
that makes sense. They're a family.
Not repeated again. Not repeated
They all
again.
have comments
That
together.
only
So I think
applies
it's
to
real all at the same time.
cloud and not to the name.
English is a second language,
And this is
so
an
maybe
important,
it's a
right?
little bit of
National party to see as a whole. Reefless over here.
from that. Glad we get it.
Right.
Glad
It's interesting.
it's
So there's interesting about focus in general. Whether or not the stated after
what's it called? They doxed the truck when you're
from through the whole level price that wasn't stated.
that
What was stated
South Africa.
wasn't
Scared.
stated. Other thing actually was interesting to know. In Kenosha, it's actually a prohibition given
Yeah. I wish I had
that Kenosha, I think it was the prime minister with the black so the prohibition of Kenosha backed by the story that it wasn't given. It was
But
given
dude,
in
can you imagine you're at a doctor's office and you saw that in Marcus lab? And that guy, I guarantee you, at least one patient has asked him, do you
So
know
let's go through this principle. So now, what tribunals are that? Any so that was said before Matan Torah, and was then repeated
if he's a
after
board
Matan
certified
Torah,
doctor, Jonathan Africa,
applied to both Jews and
could he
non-Jews.
ain't
Verses 1. מדמשמש בסין בישראל, בישראל נאמר, and it's just the opposite. In fact, it was said before our Sinai, and then said again after Sinai. Those were
Scroll up to the top link, Sutter
and
Health.
not for the
It's a fam
Which
doctor.
says, no, need the Asni.
Oh shit,
The
he'll knock
Asni
you out
from
real
the first,
fast,
okay,
dude.
go follow me.
Jonathan Africa, fam.
I know the seven is there.
That's
Funny
that
by
should have been the
idolatry.
post.
Right, idolatry is
Gastrointestinal. A lot of those person's face.
again, actually, as part of that
Yeah. Jonathan Africa, fam. That is pretty good.
and we know that our Torah applies to Jews and non-Jews.
Oh, yeah, Jamal.
That gives rise to the principle that any mitzvah that was recited before Matan Torah and then repeated again at Matan
Is Brenda
Torah
just
applies
boring
to
now? I
Jews
did
and
read
non-Jews.
this before.
Okay, let's go back here. Still analyzing the
Alright.
principle. The main law
I
for
realize I may homeless cat and I don't matter,
so
but ever
again,
since
you
the
have
cost
mitzvah that was set to
spelled
be
awesome.
before Matan
To
Torah
follow Papa
was
Toe,
not
I feel there's
repeated
nothing
at
interesting, exciting,
Sinai
stupid, ridiculous,
that
or
applies
worthy
to
of
Jews
posting. I
and
feel like
not
everything's
to
just
non-Jews.
lame for the world now. Coming to the sub lesson less and less as of late, and really
Right? So again, I
not
should say just
finding
the
myself
opposite. The
interest.
fact that it was
No
given
comedy,
to
no
the
shop
before
builds, no
Matan
more chin
Torah
fishing, no more
and
truck walks,
wasn't
no forced
given
laughter,
again at
or
us.
manufactured viral moments,
Doesn't
no
that
hanging with the
indicate
boys,
that
no
it
friends,
only
not even
applies
baseball dads,
to
no new neighbors, no
Jews
whiskey,
to
no
non-Jews and not to
crisp
Jews?
Calabasas
Which the Gemara
morning,
says, oh, you
no
are.
more trendy
Leka, the
dunks,
Gemara says, Leka,
no
Nekam,
new grift,
social.
not even church or Christian Brenda. No intelligence MMA takes, just boring. We've been saying it's the end about 50 times now, and the end never comes. It's just a long process. Stuck in purgatory space, no death that never dies. I don't know how many chick talk, but I definitely think I've never flipped any
Remember,
tricks.
it was
I don't
before.
have tattoos on my kids and zombies in my floor. I don't ramble on about nonsensical topics that I don't know nothing
Jews
about.
permitted
The
the
data
world
that I know, I do not
Us, we
learn.
should
It
allow
is
them
my
to
ticket to step best podcast.
of a
Well, I mean, I think that we should try and do those things. You know, like find out the
Incredible. I've already talked about Misha Rakuda. What about
tattoos of
theft?
topics.
Less than a
A lot about nonsense. I talked about a Starbucks bag for a minute. That was wrong. And that, you know, ended up being wrong at the end. Guess what? I was right.
Are capable of
Giraffes. You know, I think sometimes you gotta do this stuff too. You gotta fucking make a vlog. Do donuts in the parking lot. If somebody pisses you off, you threaten to kill them, they go, I like that man. Hey, did somebody talk shit on your boy? You call him a cuck. Yeah, don't ever let someone talk shit about your friend. Not even like if it's comedians and it's a show where it's a roast battle. If it's like a roast battle, they dude, roasting my friend, you're off the show. Right? So that's my take.
I was said to me, it was repeated by Sinai, applies to both Jews and non-Jews. Holidays, I've already seen. What about Brazil? What about Brazil? What about Brazil? Remember the name of Brazil? Remember again. So Hashem says to Avraham, keep the covenant of my grace. The Mishnah is repeated by her Sinai. What is it about Sinai? So it's repeated. So the Gemara says, but Lord made
release and stuff.
Yeah, you know, the mitzvah doesn't imagine it. So it doesn't work. Principle says anything said, right? Anything said, anything again by her sin. I'm sorry, with me, and ultimately going to repeat her sin by both. But Mila was said before her sin. I said again at her sin. And it applies to you. It doesn't apply to me. Which is like that. I hold the Shabbos with them. And then the petition actually is to add a very important detail in me.
When it's just her speaking, Asper, who's a casual fan, I think that makes sense. You know, and one of the problems we have in mixed martial arts is this is no different than not Netanyahu or the Nell Boys. Big platform.
I'm not sure this right? On one hand, it says,
can you imagine Brennan Schaub talking to Chase?
Peru or like
Actually, that's a good point. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. You might be. They have to say so much shot.
Go tell the people to go back. So this is incredible. This is again all this is
Much pushback. I don't know if those guys are okay on the political climate when it comes to that.
after Kabbalah, I told Moshe and said, and I understand that that's for intimate relationship with one spouse. So Moshe said to be and then again regarding Karibbean. So he said before my control. Said again in my control.
This is no different than not
slow Netanyahu
or the Nell Boys.
So again, ultimately, again, the clients are not revenue.
Those guys are upbeat on the political climate when it comes to that stuff.
Interesting enough, is there
I was right about this one.
Is a balanced audience.
that something, I love that is legislated by
Infuriating
group,
that she doesn't
it only be repealed by a group of the same number,
He's the worst.
by another group of the same number, and with or a greater number.
Pause it.
So
Pause it.
Moshe Rabbeinu, right, the Prophet told him, right? And therefore, again, the Prophet tells them, lay somewhere where have to go tell the people, same people told us to sleep, with the same amount of folks to go back to us. Okay? The
This is their favorite part. He talks about it in the big stuff. They're watching Nate now and on this talking about Joe Rogan and everything. Long and Pitt and Tran.
Every time I love
They're big
some
UFC people and they love shot.
Do not get her and Joe are close.
as harder and harder listener for love. Ultimately, again, why is there
Other podcasters have, especially in the comedy world, have other comments on, and those hosts are close with Rogan.
and ultimately, again,
When you bring somebody on and they throw a jab at your boy, I don't understand how you just let it ride or have fun with it. Oh, what? How you not defending your boy after all he's done for you? Even if he say he's in Jerusalem's a lower level guy, if he's one of your boys, I don't understand how you don't defend him or stick up for him.
How old do you think that they are if they can continue to do that?
Reality,
Can they do this into their 60s, 70s? And then the second follow-up question to that. When they're 70 and they're still doing this pocket range, are they still going to be like your boy? How can you do that to your, they're 80 years old, they're like your boy? How can they do that to your boy? Old ass shot. How can they do that to your boy? It's hard to like, it's too easy. But it's easier to do when they see you. You know what I mean? Like when an old man says you were wrong, nobody says,
I got you. It's fun. It's very different. But it is subsidizing. Let it be a sub also.
shout out to Assad in the chat. Assad can tell us the car because I only have one person. And I was ready to go see all the things I argued about. But you know how like an old person says, tell them.
Like what is Scott's kid? Yaakov and Esau. Why not Esau?
But that's how they talk to me.
Big Yitzchak, the
Yeah. I get, yeah, and that, yeah, so boy, boy, what does Rogan say, my boy? My boy, he's my boy. Rogan, that's exactly. He's like, I didn't get the vaccine, my boy. I took some ivermectin, my boy. You guys help me, my boy. Fellas just kind of like, we were only eating his, my gosh. It's one thing to say fellas jokingly or hey, what's up with the fellas? I mean, maybe good, but not if you're on stage and lecturing. Like, fellas, you know I'm in our story, right? Then you're doing, if you're not being ironic. So, yeah, Akash was saying, fellas, my girl's a bitch. Stuff like this. Yeah. And also doing black shows. Yeah. What Shaw is doing in this clip, stuff that's very, and then coming to this, a huge reaction to it. All right, listen. As if nobody, we don't understand this already. He goes, all right, listen. And then a gigantic pause in between what he says next. So if a guy comes on the podcast
Hashem says to Adam, I have given
and
you
he
all
talks shit
the education
about Rogan, it's like,
you for you and for all the
these weird pauses in between. Is he okay? I just don't get it. I don't get how you would let such a bigger point like that. I mean, that's cooked. You gotta do it long enough. Yeah, I gotta do it longer. It's, you want to talk. That's a good point. I want to talk because I feel weird not talking about something for that long. It's a weird fucking thing. Here's my introduction. All right. Your boy watched his boy, Andrew Schultz, go on Joe Rogan. Right? And fans. And what did they talk about? Another good comment. Andrew Schultz talked about how it's not right to make fun of your boy. Yeah. I'm sure he does. Saying the same thing Andrew Schultz said. Yeah. So the reason why he's pausing, fuck you, by the way, because he's doing, he's black belt. Sure, of course, he's a very good. Is because I figured it out.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't. No, go ahead.
You should have more quality solo. Even if I only fight for someone or to something, and distinction between fresh and one. You have to shut and shake someone to Sharets and Arrow. Like, I don't want to flash.
Dolphins, man. He's basically
Like this one
just
more.
parroting Andrew Schultz.
Therefore, there's no
That's what he's doing. Okay, because I knew already the Schultz thing of like, yes, he's copying Schultz or whatever, but I didn't realize you went deep into this. You were saying he's trying to remember to copy. It's kind of, oh man, that's so embarrassing. You're stealing, but then you come with it. I do it exactly right. Am I mimicking Andrew Schultz enough? Dude, that fucking golf ball's out of control. It's really becoming a dolphin. It sounds like a dolphin. And today, when I was late at work, everybody's like clocked ass, and I go, "You guys," I said, "You guys want to see something funny?"
Like that.
I was so stressed out. Yeah. And they were like, "Sure." And I took the water bottle, like did the thing, and the one guy didn't see it. He goes, "Is that? It's not like a dolphin." I didn't tell him what the dolphin. It really does smell. It's the worst water bottle of all time. I know I've said this before. It's just so bad. I was looking for a cheap water bottle because, shocker, I missed my girlfriend wanted. I wanted a water bottle or something like that. She was like, I want. She said they're only selling it some amounts. I'm looking for something cheaper than that, but really it was just like a concert thing. So I'm looking for the cheapest thing and I find price. And she's like, I didn't want that. I just was saying what the water bottle cost you, and I go, oh, it's like the dolphin. I know it's not made in Talosizer, because Gerard told me that after I bought it. You're not a
for workers
it's got,
while they're working. So in order for that gyrus wheel to work, has to be working both his feet and his hands. So an animal is using all fours, and he's also physically working with the ocean. He's allowed to fall.
I can be on that show. Flipper, dude, I hate myself. Flipper was a classic show about a dolphin that saves people.
No, the whole animal was not.
Okay, I remember that.
Details
I was too on to the bit where there's another guy that has a dolphin ball. Flipper, look over there. British shop is he's answering his broken. Torn.
Like when you rule over all the animals that wander the earth.
Oh my God, Flipper, look at those kids in that car. Somebody's got to pull them out and ask them if they see Moana. You know what I don't remember about Flipper is here. No, thank you, Tessa. Thank you. I'll fucking find you. How did Flipper save people if he's only in water? Was he just, what's the, I don't remember how that show worked. We don't. How did Flipper save people? Because he's dolphins are in water. Also, we know Flipper, and this, you know what's even more crazy of it is that I can't believe I've never thought about Flipper flapping. And the other day in Hollywood, I've never heard of it. I was driving down the street, and there's a dude, none of us knew this restaurant called Flipper's, and it's a oh my God. There's not a crap inside.
You cannot be my uncle.
Until today.
You cannot be my uncle.
Until today.
Man only managed to be served by the rest of the when
That's what election was very. Dolphins are cool, man. I don't think they fuck people like they say. I like dolphins. I think dolphins are chill. If I can swim, I mean, I can swim. Look, I can swim. I can swim. Don't think I can't swim. I can swim. If I can swim really good, I would swim with dolphins. Yeah, that's what I wish you did swim.
You're going to work the land. The guy died. You're going to tell the field. Spell forth. The sun and the moon. The world. When I
and together they were about to discover just how tough friendship can be. This is the movie I'm talking about. Sure, we don't watch that. I'm just saying, how does Flipper save people? This is kind of right. I think that he was shot. I just don't get it. Only saving people that are drowning. Doesn't make sense. Watch our Patreon. Because I've talked about the Flipper this much, we like a bunch of people.
Overwhelming. So they say, no, it's cancel.
I wipe my ass.
Was sitting in my
behavior. I don't understand. I'm not saying he needs to get this like wrong. I'm not saying he's another comedy podcasters have to die on the hill and defend their boy. But you're not going to do is come on my platform and throw abs at my friends. I don't understand that. Even when I was at the mothership, we go throw jabs at close friends of mine, and they my buddy. And so that's why it's beautiful. And I just
Roasting for a meat, pouring in delicious American syrup, pouring in delicious wine, enough of season for nafash, enough of bozo, so the crumb that we give it to Rishon, and it's I will say we thank you.
Just like, how do I ask? Maybe for that. That'd be funny if you did that part of it. Yeah, it would be funny if you had it.
So let's make it emotional goods of but something else has more. You no longer have people.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck who it is. If I came out with a show for Rick, it's a friend of mine. I don't give a fuck. I've been doing great people. I don't give a fuck. You know, it's not happening. Go on somebody else's mind. But when she sees all this backlash and she has so much resentment, part of it is it's some of it your own doing. The way you handle the home loss, the way you handle the PR before then the Nunez fight, the way you disappeared after.
What he's doing,
Hustle
with
the
the
bus, I
speech
got
that he's giving,
Mary said, oh, different.
the whole, it's what you
I guess
think
it's like
you're supposed to
first
say. It's not like if you're a boss or something, and he goes, well, we're not going to.
That was
If your boss says that,
so what is
that's a
that?
crazy
Is that what it is?
we're not
It's
going to
impossible.
we're not going to come in here. No, you just tell your staff what they do. Say, here's how you do it correctly. You made this mistake, so this is what you do to correct it. You don't go, we're not going to do
Yeah,
this.
that does happen.
You know, that's what he's doing. If I understand his show, he's got to be entertaining. I'm entertained. I like it. No, what we're not going to do is make dolphin noises with our water. Oh, really? Okay.
How much? So when Shimon Kalaf says to the fear, struggling with that, crying out for
You go home and practice yourself. This should be the show right here. We're doing a dolphin show. That's the next one. 10 minutes of dolphin. 10 minutes of
fell
fucking.
very funny.
I'll get you. Maybe I should get you a water bottle that sounds like a different animal. Just very redacted. I want that bottle. The silence he says, yeah, you should get this one. At least could he hydrate it? Jokes on you.
Boy,
Yeah,
it has
just
to be
look
sorry.
at
I mean, he's there, or Dr. Cobb.
it.
So what is this?
I did not have enough water. Mine kind of makes dolphin wild noise.
I guess we want to have a little bit. Is it kosher? Is it
Sounds like
free?
a drunk dolphin.
Shimon Kalaf is
What is it? Sounds like
or like
maybe
$8 per yard. There's no such thing as a double tummy that
it
comes
sounds
from
like
this.
sounds like a bong.
What are you talking about? He fell from the heavens and you asked me what the hashkafa is.
Let's see what's
He
that.
fell
Let me
from the
try
heavens
explaining
and
to him.
asked me
You like to go in the bathroom and watch fellows be.
nothing that is straight comes
Being
from
Pippin,
everything
being
is
facts on
kosher.
liberals, most of it
Because they bet that is so different.
bong for
Any
sure.
government
It's
is
a
going
CRP. Sounds like a squirrel.
any
So yeah, flushing toilet. Watch your confused. Watch it. Flushing toilet. It does kind of sound like that.
any circumstance that
See,
comes from
flushing toilet, guy peeing. Right? I'm not kidding. In school, all you learned was LOP. You like to go in the bathroom and watch fellows.
some way,
That was
somehow,
any amount of their nasty. That's good.
If you try explaining to a liberal that slavery was wrong, we all hate that, we all agree. Did you also know that slaves were entitled to work extra shifts to make money? Some slaves were paid, and not all slaves worked in fields. They'll call you a racist white supremacist. I'm like, I'm not praising it. I'm telling you about the history.
that's why
How does that make sense, right?
Responsible went ahead and
How
brought them a
you
giant
can't see it, so
Not to die.
You guys want to see
Three
porn?
times.
Okay.
So I think that was
I was trying to get you, oh, it's the pro-slavery guy now. Producer guy, he poured over.
Right, so has to come out.
Wasn't it only
So
like
the opposed
36% of
no,
slaves that were it was like 100%. Everyone had it. 3% actually.
Like, you're a crazy guy.
The great Tim Pool.
Open to
Let's go on for about 2 hours. So, join the podcast as of now.
You want the full 2 hour interview with two people head on over to John.
I know we watched it before. I don't. Yeah, listen, and I respect that. But I didn't realize the absurdity of him suggesting that people think everyone has.
It comes from Hashem, even if it looks betrayed. If it comes from Hashem, even if it looks terrible, always remember one thing. Any dark
Just think about that mathematically, it doesn't make any sense. Because people need to be slaves.
comes from
Being slaves, so that's the 50%.
challenging,
Mathematically, think about it.
whatever
I
comes
mean,
from
this is,
trying to
tell
only
me if
bear.
I'm wrong, 'cause I'm very dyslexic. I'm not becoming a numbers guy. If everyone had a slave, then the majority population would not be anywhere near what it is. Because that would mean that everyone, like multiple slaves, that would mean that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah. But it's not fun. Back to the dog.
Let's say I'm sorry that I can't do it in person today. But that is a great smart field to
Alrighty, let's see here. We're firing on all 50 cylinders.
be able to
More on Bappa flipping out on LTV ending. See, that's a lot going on here. Both by physics and 0 base. This sounds pretty interesting. What do you think is the about? Wait, read it one more time. Sorry, I was reading this. Oh, he's flipping about his cell. Maybe got struck out by a fat kid. Okay.
We are about
So Jesus kept saying, even if Will Smith was in fucking just dealing with a lot. I took it out of
I heard you tell that story on the story once. It was very funny.
Oh yeah, but no, I'm not like shouting at TV. But this is, I don't say anything because you said no dad has ever said something where it's improved the kid's fucking game. I know this. I know how
You've never said anything where it's improved the kid's game.
No, you're not bringing attention to me. You're putting more pressure on me. I just stay quiet. I don't say a shit. And his path's been off to 12, so I'm trying to get it down. I'm dealing with the pressure from much we get to. I have all the shit going on, and then he dropped his pop fly, whatever routine pop fly, and then he didn't hustle. He walked to the ball, and that there you go. And now he got my bench.
Again, so what's fascinating to see in all cases is that here you're found culpability in line, but
What is that? It's disgusting.
quite striking. But quite overwhelming because in general, when it comes to our data, so a person is not responsible for our shopping.
Oh,
There's
wow.
nothing responsible for
Now he got my bench.
rather we're only responsible for our deeds.
Well, now with
And yet here we
That
see
could
that
be
when you're ready to strike someone,
Man, no, zoom in on that. It looks like a growth. It looks like a pimple that needs to be popped. It's back to pimple popper. Black kid on your coach. It looks like a jack on the back of his head. It's like a cartoon. Like Wile E. Coyote and animal. It's like cookies and grapes. Oh, facts. This is all podcasts are screwed. That's a screw. I love
now, it
Kids from last name. From Mr. Else. Yeah.
That is supposed to be designated for giving,
You're gonna
and instead of going
log
to
in. We're playing strong. You and we're playing one. You're gonna go. You're Joe Cole. Let me introduce you to Big Brown.
The idea is
Now it's not popping. Now it's
is even back as well.
Maybe that is ironically, but it might just be very funny. I want one of my friends to say that about it.
Right,
Like,
and
I've had
Phil
like,
keeps saying a lot of times. Listen to gas.
okay, you're Joe Cool. What? You said that? That's awesome. Oh, my bad, you're Joe Cool. Okay,
Uplift Brownsville.
Joe Cool.
I want to say that. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know you guys were Joe Cool.
That was Margot's paper. So I don't know about that. What do you think? How to about it? About the living dead. About real estate. It's only good for people like us. And she points out that the one is great.
You kids are Joe Cool. Okay, well, let me introduce you to Gerda.
Real estate is not for the weak. Real estate is only for those who have the stomach board who are ready to fight. If I said, hey, I must say, what is this ultimately again that literal person works his land, he will be
I'll be a baseball coach now. It's part of a documentary.
this
Him as words himself. Yeah, his whole
you'll be
family.
seen bread named
Yeah,
Bob,
it's like,
but if he doesn't think himself like it's
what
the
turned
earth,
out to be
low
kind of
time,
whatever the fuck
again,
kind of
you will
sign.
not Rashi says it to everybody. That last soul will come in the
People
future.
that
That's
notice,
not
if
so
you
again,
look back
quite
at the
really much
footage,
that agriculture is one of those professions. So if
I
you make
don't
yourself
want to do this because I feel like I would fucking do this, but it would be kind of funny to just say this
you
character as
don't
a
make
baseball
yourself
coach, where I just act like him, and I go, oh, anybody think of Joe Cool today? Joe Cool, pretty Joe Cool.
you want to be successful in something right.
And I just like getting kids shit. Oh, he did. That kid, I go to the other team, I go, oh, look at the other team. Are we really lose those back?
It's very simple. Because it is interesting. We move on to something else. You just need a sense of
We are not. This is serious, okay? Look, a lot of you, I can see your dads aren't very athletic. All right, like your dad is. I get it. I get why you're not trying, but you and your dad, like, that's a hot guy. That's a big count. Goddamn big guy here. Goddamn, looks like a fucking giraffe.
See, I'm Big Brown. And I know I'm a huge and loud. I just a lot.
Remember, Epic doesn't really have a chance.
Pulled outside the dugout. And I didn't. I saw Fred. And I threw him. He's over. He's the only one I had. But I saw Red. And I said something like, should I said it? And I forgot his team was listening. The coaches were listening. We'll be separated from your mother. We'll go to the debate. I apologize this morning, everybody. I apologize. I apologize.
You have to be asleep.
Because when you do that, he doesn't go, oh, no doubt. Oh, okay, do better. He goes, more embarrassing. You embarrass me from my fucking team. Shut down. Now I'm going to shut down. Oh, fuck, that was bad. And check this out. Now I'm going to apply it.
Dad, that's what they make fun of is that guy. Dad is a gigantic growth in the back of his neck.
Whatever
And now he does this. You have a giant pimple on the back here.
Okay, so if I'm not days ago about it,
Dad, the kids say, that's good. Your pimple on the back here gets hair on it. It's like another head. Like Joe Rogan's in the back of
because
your
you're only going to reach and evidence on cause, and evidence and it doesn't matter what else evidence got going on. He's there because he's enslaved to whatever the particular issue.
I think so. I mean, you gotta very sure get some time to they walk to the ball or whatever. Yeah, that's just every baseball. If I tell my kid to take out the trash and he's not running,
that's when
fuck him up.
you reach the benefits of it.
Brother.
So the goes like that. Tomorrow says, what? I'll make a come to show. No people problem. Shut up. Now, even if you can't leave the set,
What's Joe Cool up to tonight? I was taking that trash and I see.
didn't work. Rashi says, okay, well, so don't show it. You know, because other stops working for an entire day. That's the time, Mercedes time is liable. What is it? Shneimar Yola Yishlosu Tikadar Shtelo Yishlosu Milolocha Dabne Adam Nani Kaido Kimelo Yishlosu Aha Yishlosu Kilomar Lo Yitzhak Lo Yitzhak. The idea here is that every component has an urgency that he also has to live with. Let's think that living in a sense of urgency is only a Jewish thing. It's not true. Even an apple has to live in a sense of urgency. And therefore, in every component Shoshana,
Just go to Starbucks and get you one.
just gives
No, I want a bag.
education in life. Shneimar Yo Alayna Lo Yishlosu. Incredible. All of humanity
Let's see here. Okay,
is
final
included
solution.
to be
Every someone finally said it. Oh, this is great.
is
I saw
obligated to be enslaved
sit
to the
on
goals of
Brenda.
Jewish emancipation. That's the only way in life.
Frog, dude. Like you sit like that.
I've heard so. I believe it's also
Yeah, that's such a class. I'm a frog, dude. This is what Brenda is missed. I actually like it.
They're like,
Because he's so.
as well for now.
That makes no sense. He's like that. I like
Shabbos.
Oh,
We by itself also.
sit up, Brenda. I'm a frog, dude. Like you sit like that when you just wear shorts. By the way, thanks for wearing pants at least. Yeah, for real.
Part of who
Your balls was out. Thanks for not wearing a skirt.
It's not what he wants. And it's not even what he
What
wants
happens if I don't keep going?
Everyone to be popular. Everyone to be inside. Everyone to be operating on this. For the Kashma, how we just time is why not we just change this name? That Nochi is not allowed to quote unquote keep Shabbos. He wants to keep a punch. It's like, oh, that's all I got. The Shabbos is not only include Shevi Alphas, things you're not allowed to do. Doesn't include things that you have. Half of it has 59. The hard dealings Kumase. That's not true. The obligation to establish a judicial system. That's what Kumase. That's a positive obligation. So we must establish the Christian half of it has 59 second line. Kumase the Shevi Alphas. Which is the obligation to go ahead and establish a judicial system. Oh, a positive commandment, right? It's also a prohibition. In other words, a local prohibition that don't allow justice to go ahead and occur within your boundaries. However, your freedom comes also to work and the words for us is kind of missing. Morasha.
Texas, they church their mom from the East Coast.
It is an inheritance. Whereas Manu Morasha inheritance for us, and not for them. It doesn't belong to the nations of the world. Therefore, if they learn it to find these things. Why these things? The Hashvei, God, they mitzvot. So why not include this? Then it's clear. Ben no, I'm not the Morasha. Makes up a dozen. Interestingly enough, I'm going to see that there are 2 ways to read this. Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe, Morasha Kiryas. So one of the things he says is an inheritance to the Jewish people. Seeking holds an inheritance. If a non-Jew learns it, he's taking it from us, and therefore it's theft. And theft is only included as very much Mandam Morasha means also does relate. Mandam and Rock, other thing he says, it's not Morasha.
Texas, they church red.
Therefore, again, if a non-Jew goes out
was a little bit far away from God. So even church, it's a priest. We talk about it's all you're dress cool as shit.
In general, there's a lot of discussion about what is this about?
Like it. I'm like, oh, like, I mean, it was so casual. People would tell us, my wife, she comes from the East Coast, dresses up for church. She didn't go to church her whole life. She was like, oh, well, for now, shit's at the church. 100%.
But this happens to pose a very interesting
Oh, man, God, man.
So we'll put this on the list for fascinating, definitely topics to talk about at a different time. It's just to put it on your radar.
It's a social good time. Hey, I go there, it's a concert. It's like worship. It's more like, let's go there, I'll talk. And then you have to feed, they got snacks. Texas is a Christian country. It's a Christian country here. We're a Christian country. Okay.
That's why
No, it's not.
I didn't do anything.
Good church. Bullshit. I'm a big fan. I'm surprised at how you guys love it.
Harmonious union that is on the other hand, I have my own unique belief. On one hand, Torah is Yerusha, habits from my family before me, from generations before me, going back to how Sinai. I didn't join it, it's just getting passed down to me. But then my job is to take the Yerusha and make it in
Well, it's probably a nervous
my
tick
job
of
is to
some
take
kind.
the inheritance
As
and make
Bob,
it true.
or maybe it's some sort of podcasting trick that we just don't know about, dude. Yeah. We obviously don't know it.
Reminds me
yeah,
of
come on,
people
guys.
about whatever.
That
I mentioned many times, one of my favorite
one of
ideas.
you guys knew
I
this
just
was
just read
Yeah,
last week. Zeki Livandei, Elokai Livandei.
would you
This is my
get this
job.
amount of likes
I
if
make
you
it great.
were
Elokai Aviv, God
saved
is my
by
father.
Flipper?
Because Elokai Aviv, God is my father. Unless the person thinks that they could content themselves in a relationship with God that has been passed down from previous generations, it also says that this is my God. This is the God of my father. Now my job is to practice my own. The Torah is a Yerusha, and my job is to take the Yerusha piece and to make it a Yerusha, to make my truth. So the Moses may say, Hundred Mirror Ray used to say, Nine Shaf, you know, they go from the Osa, but Torah, shoot the pen level. And you know, that is the point, right?
So Brian's a Christian.
Learns Torah, after you learn Torah, it's great to play. Asher Yasa Osama Adam B'Chayda. Because it says these words are known, and a person can always live by them. It doesn't say Ba'arim Yisrael Yisrael, right? It doesn't say Ba'arim Yisrael. Adam is a generic term that applies to all human beings. All of us, the words that you choose, Shafiru all people from the Osi, the Torah, even if it's not even if it's not Torah, Mamish like a coin dog. So we'll say, so it's kind of just for fun with this, that I'm allowed for in Torah, and if he does, he rivals the devil. Here we see his Mount Shurikhan, which one is it? So I said, no, it's not a contradiction. Awesome, show themselves, ego. So again, it is great for an akum to learn Torah. When it comes to showing themselves, all right, the Ben Noah has to learn Torah that applies to him, has to learn about his family. And if he does learn from the depths and the also the future, then Mamish becomes like a coin bundle. That's not his. That's not his Yusha. That's not his Rasa. That belongs to us. But if you even know that different things added to the Neil said, Ben Noah also came to the Lord from the the Pasuk says that you're not allowed to eat. Basar did not show the whole we can't eat meat when the life forces and that's the limit from the living. The Canadian Ben O'Neill will have Adamina. The O'Neill says, the Canadian Ben O'Neill says, not only give him the eyes, but you'll damn blood from living out. So you must might have the Canadian Ben O'Neill's logic. Holiday, Basar did not show those so-called Dumbo did not show those. So it makes an interesting judgment. The says, Basar did not show Dumbo Loso. The first thing is two different prohibitions. There's Basar did not show. You can't eat some living animal. And then there's Dumbo. You can't eat blood from a living animal.
I did not see that, Zach.
Those are Rabbanon. Rabbanon will say, who wishes must learn or is coming to also. That pasuk, that phrase is actually coming. That double is actually coming to teach you that Allah you're allowed to eat the limb from trust. Pull off a limb. Yeah. As you pull off a limb from bend off. Pull off a limb from trust. Okay, Yosef the governor singing again. Anta Omer. Not Kazak will be a color. Pasuk says, be strong and do not eat blood. because the one is the life force of the animal.
I think that's
So the Gemara direction, not exactly the field. I'm taking the high. That's first thing. So when it says, don't beat the blood, I'm going to get down. People just put another place that supports this really need of meal. And not only is there so much is even there. I even know the other. It's also done the meal. And one of the we were done at also, and some of them say, oh, we've got this. Prohibit actually that much right? They're allowed to eat the life blood, but the other there are the like the blood that spurts out in the animal that needs to be killed, but the other blood they're allowed to eat. Ramo even this with me, Ramo even this with so it's you know this. You grew up is mentioned safer religious, like in myself, and it's also again
Game of Thrones,
so what it had to be this is incredible. But here's the thing, it's actually very incredible. I'm not using that video. I also think that you said the following words. This is how mitzvah was not missions to see. Remember the mitzvah that was stated in the Torah, and then was repeated in the Testament. And when it was repeated in the Testament, what it means is it was said before Matan Torah and was repeated again in the Torah after sending it in Revelation. Again, it was like, how incredible is it? We're reading about it in Matan Torah, Erev Shabbos, Hashbas Yisro, Asaras Hagidros, incredible. So whenever you see something that was mentioned to be Noah before Matan Torah, and then repeated again, and then repeated again, after Matan Torah, the Zet was then implies both Noah and to Jesus. Noah, although Mishnah specifically was only said before Matan Noah, and wasn't repeated by Hashem or Sinai, then it's still a member of the Lord of Nations. Only applies to Jesus, doesn't apply to Noah. But I knew ain't another elegant idea. Like the term Russia was mentioned before. Right, it was mentioned by the fight, not what the spell. The Malach went ahead, fellowship, therefore, probably so will not be that's never repeated again. The Gemara says that's an example of something that was mentioned before, not repeated again. Not repeated again after Matan Torah. That implies to cloud and not to the name. And this is what is right here. Hanoshim in front of you. So Rashi has a whole arichos over here. Right. It's interesting. So there's an interesting like focus on what it after Matan Torah. Now what I said wasn't stated. It was only stated by wasn't stated. The other people was interesting enough to know. His Hanosha was actually a prohibition given to Klal Yisrael and seen. It's just that when Moshe Rabbeinu was compiling the Torah with his so he put the prohibition of giving Hanosha back by the story of Yaakov Avinu, but it wasn't given. It was actually given later on, but when you put back by perspective, we placed in the story. So it just did not focus. Okay, Omer Mar. Omer touched the Nemar, the name of the Zez and Nemar. Listen to this. So now, what are your definitions? Any mitzvah that was said before Matan Torah was then repeated again after Torah. It applies to both Jews and non-Jews. So much why? Adrabah. Midinishnis b'sinai v'Yisrael v'Yisrael ne'mrabarim. And it's just the opposite. In fact, it was said before Sinai and then said again after Sinai. Doesn't that mean that it's after for Yiddish, after for Jews, and not for the which the Gemara says, no, need the Asni have all those come in the Sinai. The Ashke from the Irish only go from in New York. We go, I mean, all the Zel was in them. So, here's talking about idolatry. Right? Idolatry was mentioned before us. Right? So, it was repeated again, actually, as part of our session. So, we hear the follow, we're not hearing. But there's many other gods. And we know that Avodah Zarah applies to Jews and non-Jews. So that gives rise to the principle that any mitzvah that was recited before Matan Torah and then repeated again after Matan Torah applies to Jews and non-Jews. Okay, that's what I said. Still analyzing the principle. the name of a little bit
So
specific.
what are some things that's a game?
So again,
Brendan Schaub is the
was not repent her sin, by the Jews and not to none. And instead, I got to say the opposite. We go Mishnah specific, the may not never have a little right? So again, I should say just the opposite. The fact that it was given to the name of for 4 months and giving again at her sin doesn't indicate that it only applies to the non-Jews and not to Jews. To which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. Leka, the Gemara says, Leka, Netam, so I'll show you a little bit. Is there any such thing as something you looked at? Anything that by definition is going to be as well. So the measure below, that's not true. Or you fast Torah. What about you fast Torah? So remember, it was said before, apple, right? Or brand new apple is not permitted in the fast Torah. It's called guess, it's called theft. It's called theft. Yes, the Jew is permitted in the world, right? You fast Torah. Plus, we should the last one people. That's different. Fast Torah is a function of a conquering army. The current definition of a conquering army is a club spell. It's not Daniel Noah. Incredible. I thought we should be done. What about theft of less than a people? Remember him by Israel, that's not theft. By Ben Noah, it is theft. Whereas again, plus we should be loving and true. That's because Jews are capable of forgiveness. They know how to therefore again, we need to be local about this. But it don't work. I'm sorry. Years ago, I made a show. Incredible intelligence. What it needs to be. The ability to forgive. What it is forgiveness ultimately. If you don't,
I think she was saying, I don't know.
Otherwise, without the ability to forgive, without the ability to be local, every
That'd be such a way of like derailing it. It's like their sister Sarah could like
Any mitzvah. Said to the was the Sinai, applied to Jews and holidays. I don't know. What about this meal? This meal? What about this? Remember again. So Hashem says to Avraham Avinu, this was before Matan Torah. He does my grace. The Mishnah says repeated by her Sinai. What is it? The Yom HaShemim of the Shas Hashemim. It was repeated. But lo the Bnei Noah. And yeah, you know, the mitzvah doesn't be by the way. So it doesn't go to principle. Principle says anything said, right? Anything said ultimately again by her Sinai. I'm sorry, with Noah, and ultimately going to include her Sinai applies to both. The Mila was said before her Sinai, said again at her Sinai, only applies to you, doesn't apply to me. Which the Gemara says, I hold the mitzvah Shabbos with us. No. The repetition actually of the mitzvah of Mila and it's add a very important detail, namely, that by Yom HaShemim Shabbos. He says that when the 8th day falls out on Shabbos, you do Milah on Shabbos. It's important because I might have thought Milah requires it during the blood. During the blood is Asr on Shabbos. And the Malchot Shechita, so I'm going to thought that you can't do Milah on Shabbos. Mashmalon, the additional mention of Milah by Yom HaShemim, Afilu b'Shabbos Milah on Shabbos. So actually the repetition is not coming to include anyone, right? It applies to you. Repetition is coming to teach you a new halach. I already heard it, you know. What about the video? To be fruitful multiply. Shinem, I believe no, right? On one hand, it says, it says, Na'atan, Peru or me, right? You know, again, Adam is giving Noah is giving very young. The Mishnah specific is said again by herself, relative to herself, right? Link and more lahem, Shugulakam la'amalot. As well, he says more to go tell the people to go back to the So this is incredible. Remember again, all this is how on their salvation was until their wives separated from intimacy. After Kabbalah Torah, Moshe says to Am Yisrael, go back to your parents. And actually, the thing going back to your parents is a euphemism for love, having a relationship with one spouse. So Moshe was such a mitzvah was commanded, and again regarding Periberidian. So it's said before Matan Torah, said again at Matan Torah. So Gemara says, "Written Yisrael Nama Alon Noah." So again, ultimately again, that was set the price on Nata B'nei Noah, which the Gemara says, "Havu v'chol davar she'emin yitzrach min achalati." Right, the repetition there is not to go ahead and make the finding of B'nei Noah. Repetition, interestingly enough, is there in order to teach us another thing. Namely, that something, halacha that is legislated by a group, can only be repealed by a group of the same number, by another group of the same number and wisdom, or of greater number. So Baharaya, Moshe Rabbeinu, right before we told them, and therefore again, he tells them, Lechem or Lehem, go tell the people, the same control we told us to separate, is the same action we told us to go back to our things. Okay? Yafi, Kochad the Chad Minam, Minam, Shiosa, sorry, Kochad the Chad Minam, Mishum, Milsa, is say that every time halacha was repeated, there is some new element which is introduced. Here's what it means to say. As Hara the Hadar Misna Ba Lam. Ultimately, again, why was there a need to repeat that the punishment the ain Lanu Ella Git Hanoshakia. So the Alibas Rabbi. And ultimately, again, all we have is the message of First, and quite something that we said before. We was understanding of Gita Nosha, that it was only repeated, that was only stated once before Makar. Ultimately, again, Mila and Bolivia also were defeated, right? These ultimately, again, were repeated again, we mentioned before, because they introduced some new Paul. Nosha, or he's supposed to Mila, and how the apple will come up to the reality, perhaps you could say that. It's like a show like Girls House Wild, which is was not really to the nose. Big Buzz. Yeah, so big taxi. The Atlas recently the Atlas is our Atlas, some Atlas is our Atlas. Second white line, this is the Adam his office, but just the Adam, not anyone else. Okay, I'm going to offspring, and after the show of the why should the sons of Yeshua, right? Or also some of them, why should we try it? It was Yitzchak and Chai the Chazal. The Baruch said Yitzchak is the defined offspring of Yeshua. If that's the case, first, let it be through Yitzchak, and it is some of the title, let it be a sub there also. If you want to say fine, it's like and I'm going to get stuck because it's the real. It's like the inheritance. That's fine. Like, but it gets stuck. Why not himself? He gets stuck. The local Adam, you will live on in your stuck, but not through all. Yeah, guys, follow. Will perpetuate your legacy. Anyone has ever done somehow job the daily thread to have a new stuff that's just to be cool. Right? And the precious high sorrow. So I'm looking really nervous. And right, like you show Shmot to Tuna. I think the laws you learn that's done, and a whole bunch of kids. So maybe the B'nai Kedua shouldn't be tied anymore. And what's on Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yossi is preceding there, the rabbis B'nai Kedua. So ultimately, again, B'nai Kedua are included. Okay, so interestingly enough, it might be only Yitzchak. And one of the Yitzchak stories, but apparently the man and other people, at least initially, part of the Israeli obligation of this. Was his beautiful man. Other Rishon, what to the Basra was not permitted to as a vegetarian. He was not permitted to go ahead and sit Lachem Yela on the whole Chayasa. The Pasuk says when it vegetation, that's the difference. So Hashem says to Adam, I have given you all the aces, all the vegetations for you, Lachem Yela to you, for you, and for all of the animals. So you and the animals eat the vegetation. Although chayas are lachem, can't be animals. Not allowed to eat meat. So as a vegetarian, which probably is think about it, so of course Hashem has pieces on this concept that like some opium drug. Man is not the girls on girls gone wild. Like that's man uses whatever organic he grows on the earth. It doesn't take life in order to go ahead and sustain his own. There's a purity that was later on corrupted, which is there's no articulate bus. It's cold. That's cold. Although you hear that kind of book. When I thought that once North was allowed to leave, there's no more for Abraham in the side. We go, man. Okay. Y'all after. So you might have thought that again, maybe even in a time like stuff. Although, man. Okay. What's it? What's $7? What's it? Are two different Abraham? My family does. What's the you know, Gamo. Should the local so that if I only request to someone or to something that has different expression as well. Lots of shots and shit done on the following stuff. You see it's like shards and like an animal flesh, and then there's blood and other stuff.
Was I really tired in the beginning?
Like it's all one thing. Therefore, there's no even so again, so now the Muslim meaning is that the Satan was not allowed to eat the pastors. The Satan was not allowed to eat. That would mean that he wasn't allowed to eat fish or fowl. He wasn't allowed to kill animals for his own consumption. The Muslim is the pastor. We're giving the pastor. And some things Adam says that Adam is going to rule over the fish. What does that mean to rule over the fish? My love, doesn't that mean for consumption? No, no, no.
That's part of fish work. Yeah, Dr. Problem. Oh shit, 2 S words. Oh shit, 2 S words. He's the one rapping.
Into the Rakbo.
Dropping his rap.
Like Rakbo said, the way Rakbo, he made it the easier to shoot. If you throw your plow with a boat and you shoot with the fish, right? So
nice.
You take the what's going on there, and you have them both pulling the plow forward. Is that called Kilala? Is that called a forbidden use? So you can put that fish to work on something. So Adam doesn't have the right to eat fish, but he has the right to utilize the fish for his service to work. So the Master Tashma, the Ba'ofa Shemai, we over the birds of the sky. My love, what doesn't that mean to eat the birds? No, no,
Is this person saying I had to just sister?
So interesting again, without getting into all technicality. So again, a lot of if you flesh with geese or with chickens, a bunch of recipes who don't want this to be halacha. So again, this has to do with the Rashi points out the recipe loopholes that there is special permits for workers to eat while they're working in the field. So shine that in order for that they have to work out the working both with his feet and his eyes at the same time. So an animal is using all fours, so then he's also can work with that. He's allowed to do what shiny is, let's say you flesh, with geese or with chicken, it's only the feet. So is that called like the whole animal that work? Therefore the animal should be permitted or no, the whole animal is not. Like I said, the details are not as important as the special ones. What important discussion is it's understanding how you can put geese and you can put chickens, fat birds to work. Okay. Touch them up. How you have all this on the earth. Like you rule over all the animals, the ones that you rule. This comes to include that man originally was supposed to have the meaning of the sun. We should have asked you. How about Shanish covered both man because as a result of the sin of the tree of inside tree of knowledge of good and evil that Adam was from, therefore Adam was punished, Chava was punished, and the nafesh was punished. Man lost out on this attendance. Was supposed to be the right man. Like the snake was supposed to be when he was man. So man lost out on it as a result of this versus from mulling in this nafesh. Because that did not happen. Remember again, it's not how we say nafesh. Had arms, was able to speak, stood upright. The nafesh was a highly developed animal who was supposed to have had Adam. What would have happened? So every person, every Jew would have two snakes, two good snakes. Actually, one snake would send north, one snake would send south. Lahavilo, San Lugonium, Tobin, the Avan and Tobos, snakes apparently did before they slid. But they knew how to dig, they knew how to find stuff. So they would mine out all the most beautiful precious stones and gems, and then you send it out to do their thing, and they come and bring it back to you. Not only that, Elishon has achievement, you see what happens in the boat, so you have something underneath the tail of the snake, We won't see but offer with
Tell
yourself.
him he's never heard of
Just like
it.
she figured out.
Yeah, but it also to
Figured out.
keep your
Whether you get to your garden or to
on
your
it. Right. So even that's what they say.
I
didn't even see the said tushy. I say
you know,
keep
we
your
have to
booty
look through the world.
yeah,
Look at the
you
world
don't
to
want
see
that
us.
there. And then you come
And
out
here
here
you
and
go
you
to
find a
surf.
fucking squirrel.
Hold on,
It's not what's normal outside.
hold on, vegetation, everything. It's the surf man. Man is
Sharpie
the
the grass
crown
all over.
hero
Already
of
outside. Where'd
creation.
you find this?
But man only merits to be
Later on, y'all.
served by the rest of creation when he occupies his exalted place in the, we'll call it the spectrum of creation, the ladder of creation. But when man abdicates his personalistic greatness, so he abdicates that right to be served by creation, that's when the earth turns on him. That's why there's probably after Adam Arishon sinned, what does actually the Father do for Adam? He says, you know, Adam, we're going to work the land. The coats, the guy in the field, he sprout forth thorns and thistles. What does that mean? It's not going to cooperate. When man doesn't do what he is supposed to do, the earth doesn't cooperate. The animals don't cooperate. The sun and the moon, the world cooperate. It's an incredible thing. When I do what I'm supposed to do, when I was supposed to, as a man, I was usually supposed to do, so then the universe. Serve man because man is serving man. Man is performing his purpose, serving me, and therefore the world needs to do your purpose by serving man. But when we have to take our sacred duty, not only are we shirking our own personal responsibilities, but we're disrupting the natural world. So the animals will be over, and the earth is going to do its own all the things that are created to serve me. I never been focusing on the things where sometimes we get back into the overwhelming ways. So they say, learn, highly dependent on owner, otherwise from this to the bathroom, I will look at first a little bit and send away. Other reason, we're sitting in the sitting in the and we walk at first, and we look at taking care of him, and we were roasting him meat, and we were throwing the sound of him to sick.
Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the beautiful Discord. This week on Patreon, when it comes out,
This little bar now.
it will be
Like
Cal
sitting
Value
there
Nation.
getting a barbecue
The
from the
second
Newport.
episode of Cal Value Legends. Also,
So they're
we
going
watch
ahead
Woody
and
Covey,
they're making him marriage
Control
Newport,
recently,
they're roasting
and
for a
Trevor
week. It's
Noah.
delicious wine,
Trevor
American
Noah
Snow,
had some stuff to
pouring in
say about
delicious
what's
wine.
going on in the
Enough
Canadian
of
Civil
seasons,
War.
it's called Napa.
And
Love
it
the
was
photo,
before Joe
so the
Rogan
cover
had
that
that
revelation
pay
it is
attention to the
kind
plays. That is not why they're
You're not
here.
going to be jealous.
No, that's
And
not
also,
why
we
they're
thought
here.
it was
Talking about
that
they
like
are
was
here
see in
to
life. See,
watch them as a shop. So start the timer. Joe, go start the timer. I'm still talking to you guys. How's everybody doing in the chat?
Devotion gives us each one.
God damn it. Is it fucking nuts?
Nobody can tell us to Anderson. Did you see that two-track video yet?
I did. I watched Too Lazy. Well, I listened to it while I was driving
There's
today.
all kinds of things.
And, man, those guys are snakes, dude. They're fucking like, shit like Schultz when he's trying to throw Santino under the bus. And then Santino, probably just as big a snake. They're all just a fucking den of snakes. You know, like slithering. You know? You know how a snake does like, I'm a fucking snake. Just fucking, that'd be a count right now.
Awesome, the bus I got in a show.
Okay, you guys ready? So start the timer. I'm sure the chat will let us know if anything's wrong.
I guess it's like the first impossible. Like that wasn't meat that came from an animal. That was meat that came from somebody. We just prepared to be bored. So what is that? I don't know. It's appreciates is I don't know what it is. It's impossible order. So it's the first. It wasn't. I don't know. Didn't slaughter anything to that meat. It's part of the brought it down from Shema. Whoa. Meat is the bus of Yemen Shema. It's such a big fact. Is meat that goes from the heavens. Does that actually happen? Yeah, the Shema Kalaf. Yeah, that does happen. What happened? What are Shema Kalaf? The Havaka Azba Ba'at. I'll tell you one way. How the Bahamat are you so? The Kava Kanam is
almost talked about that, like Bapa talking
two
about
lions,
different
right? Two lions came in
you know?
and he
So
started
that's good. I
roaring
like
in his
that.
face.
All out.
How much? So
It's
the
kosher,
Kalaf
bitch.
said to them, feeling, shrugging the
What
head,
else would
lying
I
out,
Let's go on.
crying out for food.
Yeah, I can't think of
What
anything
happened?
else
Now,
that's like
Isu
food.
gave party
Of
of
food.
masa.
Yeah, I think that you
Two
have to
slabs of meat.
besides kosher.
Fell to side
caught cheating. It's like,
felt
that's
very
wrong,
funny.
bitch.
Not cool. One of them, eight. The father chef, one they left behind, they were full first one. I used to see us in the Joshua. Ultimately, the Smith left the
And now I'm just thinking about it different. Like, it's Ethiopian beach.
but the back to they asked, yes. Boy, they asked him, Dr. tell me who said, like the car.
It's Chinese food beach. You have rain in front of us. And inside of us. So,
They wanted to have a little bit. It's a kosher as a trade. She looked up and said, what are you talking about? And we're like, there's no such thing as a trade that comes
I don't know how we got it.
what
Yeah,
are you talking about?
I don't know where's the
And
right.
he asked me what the hashish. He fell from the hashish. It's kosher. He asked me kosher. It's not a nothing that is trade comes from China. Everything that's from China is kosher. It's fast. So let's say right now, we saw the phrase is ain't dollars coming your
Toronto has been editing all day long, like footage. Years to get up the calculation of valuations video. It's pretty fun. I like the big
every
here. I want to
circumstance.
take a step to the reverse. Reverse. Yeah, you know all about it. See, come there before I did. Dude, that's funny how God works. Mark slams Joe Rogan and LeBron.
Dollar coming your way.
I don't know if it was that. I'm definitely interested, but it's 33 and he's standing all the time. Like you call Howard, ESPN host. So come back here and I'm seeing all these messages. I don't know how it started getting my feed, but I'd see it sounds like and then some other comedians trashing Joe Rogan.
So Rabbi Yaakov Zera, young know that I guess we are saying, right? You're a crazy guy. That's only shows off. Most of the time, it's not a donkey, but rather again like a crazy bird. You're a crazy bird. What's the matter? You're saying question. So anyway, any double coming your way.
He's got the golf shirt on, walking around,
a side of lots, a brisket. It doesn't make a difference whatever it is. If it comes to my Kodesh Baruch Hu, if it comes to my Kodesh Baruch Hu, it is going to be.
And then I took a good look at who it was, and
even if it looks straight, if it comes to my Hashem, even if it looks bad, if it comes to my Hashem, if it looks terrible, always remember one thing. Ain davar tamei yorei min Hashem. Comes to my Kodesh Baruch Hu, it is not.
Oh my God, I got so much to say about this. I'm gonna start with the gut. So,
whatever comes
you know
to
what? Play this
only
video
there.
because you started looking at it. Because I would get. Here your father is like. I think this is crazy as hell. I'm worried now that comedians are going to actually get hurt. There's weird videos of, look at that face, it's scary. There's weird videos now where he's doing some sort of Kim Jong-un thing for Rogan. I know, I won't say who it is. Like, it's one guy, they won't say his name. Like, leave Santino alone. He might be a two-faced snake. Bitch.
That's probably get that.
Oh, was he talking about
This morning sponsors,
Oh,
and then
beer.
comes other
Oh,
sponsors.
man, look at the Grace flare.
Four, eigene kommentator
I
för
mean,
touchning
look, don't forget, all of this is very entertaining at the end of the day. Besides your eyes, it's fun to hear people talk shit about each other.
Spur and families as his father for successful complete recovery. Remember about Torah. Over the no time ready to come up. It all goes through the floor. Should have once again with cold start construction and continue to bring our hostages home. Should allow us soldiers to be successful in the whole
So I gotta say, this guy, Andrew Schultz, he's completely sober, but he's still falling apart.
I know that we got a little bit further than
I don't care if you know, I don't care if you think he's funny, I don't care if you think he's entertaining, but in my opinion, he's summed it up perfectly. This isn't just about a comedian, this is about our society.
this context, Putin is not in the typical sense as
It's everything, okay? Society, NFL, Disney.
conversion. Thank you, doubtful deals. Two different buckets of alliance. There's alliance that are Ben Noah to the other Ben Noah, and then there's alliance that lead to the back to Israel. So we give highlighted two different buckets of flow. This one is about our alliances. So let's say for Kusi, and not Jew, let's say with the Jewish woman, and we do with Israel. Again, was judged in accordance with halacha. The night of the sun. I say what is the ramification of this? I'm not going to go on this carry that ego. So imagine also because remember again he's listening yesterday that halacha and so they know it can be judged even by a diet of one judge, one witness, even a cuddle. So halacha if he has an accurate morality with a Jewish woman, he's subject to the Jewish legal system, which again then has a basis of 23, over the equals, so on and so forth. He wasn't one second. So what you're telling me essentially is that if a Kusi, like if a non-Jew has relations with a non-Jewish woman, right, more relations with a non-Jewish woman, he's judged by one set of standards, a lower set of standards. Or if he has relations with a Jewish woman, but he's judged by a higher set of standards, which essentially is going to listen out. If you have ego even as well, that makes it much more difficult to convict. So it sounds like there's a lower level of conviction if he has immoral relations with a Jew, then it's an answer that doesn't seem to make sense. To which the Gemara says, oh, I'm not going to So I don't know what's better than Nara Murasa. Nara Murasa is not yet the same as Nara, who has Erusin, but is not very highly seen with her husband. So let's say the Kusi has relations with this girl, who would be go less so interestingly enough, Kusi and Noah have no concept of Nara Hamurasa. But that's why this is actually quite interesting. We see this come out a couple of times in things like that. But is for a man to live his life. We're living together. That affects marriage. You don't want to live together. That's it. It's a very simple structure. You live together in this way. That's marriage. You separate from intimacy. That is divorce. There's no concept of heresy. Simply speaking, if a Kusi, like if a man has relations with a Raham or Rasa, technically speaking, there's no construct for that to then into the Noah law. So because there's no construct for the Noah law, therefore, in that case, will be judged in accordance with halacha. Tanya, Stalin Adam Russell Gila, Alicia is Niga Mechanic, so the Gucci has no Russell gets Skila, and by each series, by regular magazine gets Kanak, the Dina Bigo, Silent, right? But ultimately, again, in halacha myself, halacha with you, halacha, so should be silent. Otherwise, we're making this one yesterday also. A friend who's always been silent. First one, I don't know. My interest was the interest for a couple years. So again, turn I would like to learn and if you have relations with the husband. Now in that context, they need less the root, which I knew just mentioned before. So really, to the couple that has not yet lived with their husband, in Noah world, that is not marriage. That is not marriage. Because you're actually both to have it in that way, there's no construct enough for the Noah. Therefore, again, the Noah would be judged in accordance with our law. So we'll say this really gives birth to a very fascinating idea that as much as there's a system for the there's a bedrock and active immorality in Jewish woman. It is a parallel case that is prohibited for being Noah, like in Abraham, like in the people that have not yet lived with the husband. So in that case, a Ben Noah will be judged as a Jew. Fascinating. Okay, so what is that? You tell me what you know. Gula Tzbao, each line, each is a little line. So you're explicit. So the Noah, Gula Tzbao, if a man would do right, that's the construct they had. But for example, now this whole but only into the football so there's been acquisition that there hasn't been suing or even just suing. A couple have not yet lived together. In Ben Noah's world, that construct of immorality that is recognized. So therefore, again, left to get off scot-free, no, he's judged in accordance with Jewish law. Quite fascinating. That's much of the call Elisha basically shows from Israel that you have Israel. Any Arab, right? The Bezin of Israel would execute someone for a Benah is warned about. In Bezin shows from Israel, if again, if a Jew wouldn't be executed for such an act of immorality, then Ein Ben Noah Israel did it there. The Benah is not liable for it either. In other words, the one thing is like this: if the Jew isn't allowed to do it, then a Benah isn't allowed to do it. But the reverse is not true. In other words, but if a Jew is not allowed to do it, a Benah is also not allowed to do it. So in other words, like the Chum say, how do I ask there are many examples. There are many examples of use of these arayos that Bezin will not execute for, but yet a Benah is still warned about. So, legal beginnings the Benah has what is considered to be active relationship with the Jewish woman. He is judged in with Jewish law. Jewish law allows Benah, however, again, with halacha makes it again, he has relations with Benah Agawis. That he don't do it Benah. He judged in accordance with Benah. And the aim on the rest of the law. And Jews when they try to figure out like what's the situation. These cases, really was elected because not allowed to do also, or something similar to that, where in halacha, recognizing that a marriage has occurred, but yet in halachas of the Noah, they only recognize marriage after it's been consummated, after it's been okay. So in that kind of case, and in the Noah system of law, they would be let off without punishment. But again, how they would hold them accountable. Not in the why also do the case of but the narrative of the husband. High kind of very nationally. So again, this is kind of very national. Dama comes and Noah, Eno, Alakara. You know, whatever needs to know. That's why you're not there. This is why Joe Rogan didn't want you in the room. And they're easy kind of cool. These questions would be כל ערב שבייסים של היצון וניסנר בנוח משלה, so there's a man really hold that for any act of immorality that a Bezin of Yisrael, like the Jewish Bezin, would execute the Yisrael for, then Noah is responsible for also, which means anything that is in Arias for us, a Benah would be held accountable for. Is that true? Yeah, Shafasa Shalom, so there's a passage because this conception was not in Kedusha, but was both rights. This is a case of a non-Jewish man, non-Jewish woman who conceive a child together. Woman becomes pregnant, and then over the course of pregnancy, she gives birth. By the time she has the baby, she's so now, this baby is with this conception. You're doing Gentile type, like you know, sort of the Kedusha, but in some of the more, ultimately again, he's Jewish. So just understand, what's the rule with this kid? What's wrong with this kid? First of all, this kid is that Jewish. He's Jewish. The interesting part about this is, he has a halachic relationship to his mother, and of course has no halachic relationship to his father. Because remember, the Gentile father, by the time he's born, so the baby is Jewish. So the Jewish baby has no relationship to his Gentile biological father. Okay, we see the manifestation of that right now. Here it is. Yesh lo she'er ha'elu, ve'en lo she'er ha'av. He has relatives from his mother's side, but has no relatives from his father's side. So let's give you an example of this. So let's just do that down $50,000. So if he married, right? If he married his maternal sister, he's got Ben Noach is not allowed to marry his sister, although we'll see. Interestingly enough, that's a machlokes also. But for now, we're going to be about that halacha makes Ben Noach can't marry his sister. So therefore, again, if he did marry his sister, but technically speaking, if he married his paternal sister, it's fine. It's fine. That is why, because again, technically speaking, halachically at least, she's not his sister. Right? She's not recognized as his sister. If he goes in and marries, his father is his aunt from his mother's side. You don't see these guys you can't even follow this problem. About his mother's sister on the right, so then again, right, says yes, sorry. And you can say he's allowed to keep as a wife. Share there or there says, however, she should share. The word should share right? Should share fine. So it says my code is by that particular case. But again, halacha said this is the rule. So again, baby was conceived in Gentile side, mother converts over the course of the pregnancy, when she gives birth, she is a full-fledged Jewish woman, so baby is a full-fledged Jew. What's that? Discussion about like what is the size of the baby? Is there any elements of goodness in the baby? So sometimes the babies are and I know you don't take the Brendan clearly just by being you and the human you are inspired me into really shaping life. Become as an adult and as a man. That's not off of relationship to either parent. How is relationship to either parent? And of course, this case is different because the mother keeps the baby in utero.
Like you're gonna come back and say
so the halachic relationship to the mother remains. No halachic relationship with the father. Okay, fascinating. And look at the ages of his as a man. He's committed to the baby was born to a relationship to his father's side, as well as his brother's side. Look at the ages of his brother's side, the ages of to the brother to the side, the right of his father's brother. You should ask for and all of the other things that would normally be alliance on the father's side are going to be permitted to him. Last year, he just suffered, but this comes to even his father's wife. His father's wife. Obviously, in those cases, we're talking about if the people in question died. When we say, for example, rape his father's wife, it means his father's widow. Like, obviously, if she's married, even the Noah have a construct of marriage. They get nobody who would be alliance for us. And even after these men would die, their lives would still be connected. But not for his personal question. He also Isha would be done. So it says, so now, this is not switching gears to the service. We're now back to Kusi. Let's hear Kusi married a woman and her daughter. Right now, so Isha is done. Konis Achos and Motzi Achos. So it's a Rashi. Rashi is in the intermediate wide lines, about 6 lines in the intermediate wide lines. You also should be done. So George. Rashi just points out the transitioning back to just a regular conversation about converts. George did not get fired. So what happened? Very interesting. Because she doesn't be inclusive. Ministerial the hard part of the show. So what's Rashi's interpretation? So the guy is he marries a mother and a daughter. First of all, how did he marry that for Jew and that's alliance?
something else. Like if those don't work out, you come back here, you know that so I'm not like I talked to George probably more than anybody in it besides you. And I talked to him and I'm like, we're not talking to everybody.
They all converted along with him. Now, this is interesting. They all converted along with him. Now, technically speaking, what's the relationship with the mother and daughter after they convert along with him? Do you see? Nothing. So therefore, taking this relationship short, heavy, people relationship of going through the land, or it's Tahara. The halacha is once it's called Afas, we know it's Afas. Now, Rekolai Sayeh is permitted to and not permitted to marry yet. Well, the Chatila look Yichnos. But ideally, ultimately, again, ideally, even the Kusi should not marry the mother and the daughter. That's really Yichnos. First, you don't find the notes, and only so that the Ahanok, the Amarael, the kind of Chatila, you get Yichnos. So it says, ideally, don't marry such a situation like this. But again, halacha myself, the Kusi could remain married to one, has to divorce the other. Right? And ideally, of course, not to get into a situation like this altogether. So why would the Kusi have to marry one? Why? Technically, both women should be permitted to, based on the idea that Gershon is having publishing over them. There's no familial relations after relationships after.
You have the stories.
People can never say that
it's a good thing to do, but it's entertaining for whoever's kind of thing.
That going to do Chicago, because you Chicago, it can't be that becoming Jewish allows you to do something that you wouldn't normally be allowed to do. So normally, one can't marry a mother and her daughter. Like, so nice, it can't be that through conversion, someone is allowed to go out and marry a mother and her daughter. So therefore, the halacha itself decide which one you want to stay married to, and ultimately most of the other one. Okay? Well,
You guys should go to each other and be like, hey, I'm in for 5 likes. I'm in for 1.
If his
Just
wife
talk
dies,
to each other and say, hey, I'm in for a like.
so these issues always say
And
these
if
are
I get a like, then who else is here? Who else can get a like? What if you guys could allegedly be like, I created 25 profiles. I'm 25 of these likes, dude. Why is there only 7 other people liking the video? You know what I mean? Alright, don't get it over his face, Jared. 30 likes, that's incredibly dissatisfying. That's my fucking thing. If you're like the same age as like
his mother.
you're in trouble, dude.
This is talking
You know, like
about
cowboys like kids them.
this is talking about the pasuk.
I mean,
This is
listen,
talking about
if George
pasuk
still needs
by
it, I'm in
Amr
for 5
by
bucks.
marriage. First, I think look at Rashi.
I'll take about 3,000 of what's already in.
Move
You'll take it for yourself.
Yapapim of Ishto, Yishayer, the Ben Noah, Israel, Chamoso, the Nima,
Damn job, why you gotta do
the
it like
Chamoso,
that?
Manashlo, Havia, Abagat, the Skyer, the Gershon Skyer, Chuck, then Carlos Zelazar. So you just take the previous case, right? So our Ger, when he was a guy, was married to a mother and brother. They all convert together, one big happy family. So step number 1 is, unfortunately, you're no longer one happy family. Right? Decide who you want to stay married to, and you can't be married to anymore because you can't have a situation where someone who's Jewish is married to a mother and a daughter, even if halakhically one could somehow figure this out. However, the other familial relations are really dissolved. So therefore, again, let's say there's a wife dying, he is permitted to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law, his wife's mother. Even though normally for us, again, that would be an error.
I think he's talked
Right?
about
Why is he allowed to do that? Because again, upon means all of these two bonds were dissolved. Others say he's not allowed to go ahead and now he's next Rashi. David Shekar with the Rafa, who's our Hamoso, the name of Bible Fusha, most of Mandus will have the Apple in the sky, the Sky can close that. Okay, so you know, just 2 different opinions. So how do you resolve this? This is the thing as a vicious other that you know, the God of the Ishka behind the Basa. That's what this is the Pasuk marriage in the Torah. Their man will leave his father and his mother. He will clearly be one flesh. That's the Pasuk. And he has the owner. Aviv, so it says, when the Pasuk says a man will father and his mother. So what means? What does that mean? So the Gemara says, the Lord said, Aviv is Aviv, the Eno is Achosino. It actually means, the brother of his father. Sorry, the sister of his father, thank you. Emo, and Emo means the sister of his mother. Sister of his mother. So we're just coming to say, certain alliance. On the other hand, the keeper says, no. Aviv is just of it. Aviv refers to the wife of his father.
Even the people that when you see all this stuff happen in Hollywood, if somebody goes through something, whether it's fucking accusations or whatever, and then everyone's like, well, I don't know. Yeah, you know your friend, you know what they did, you know what they did, you know. Right? Don't be a friend of a bitch about it. Don't be like, well, I wasn't in those rooms. Shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know what kind of person your friend is. You're lying. So this is what I'll say. I always see the Chris ladies, man.
So Rashi understands, interestingly enough, Rashi says over here that Zavach means an act of relations which creates pleasure. Rashi says that the act of Mishpat doesn't create the same type of pleasure.
I don't know what to think,
So it's
and I don't know what to say.
that the Zavach
I'm just at a loss.
it's
I'm at a
interesting
loss.
because
And I'm
generally
praying
the way
that what I said true.
Mishpat
Maybe that's
Zavach usually learns out. Ultimately, again, it's usually from the height of the Basar Echad.
We never been on the road with I was on the road with him. About 14 years. Just I don't know. I don't know what to think, and I don't know.
It's incredibly halakha is halakha. Halakha is halakha. And halakha never, halakha is a no. And it doesn't matter what society says or society doesn't say. The devotion makes the don't. And the system is morality are determined by Kodesh Baruch and not by us. It's not by us. And so marriage is defined in a certain way, and then relationships are defined. That's the halakhic construct from just the local perspective. And from an empathy, there are all kinds of Jews. There are all kinds of Jews and all kinds of people. And the Rebbe creates people in all different kinds of ways. And just want to understand if the Torah is something, it means that desire absolutely exists within people, and it's real, and it's there, and especially again in this particular area, no greater struggle for a man or for a woman who is struggling with identity, sexual identity, and wants to live a life of halakha, but is often forced between a commitment to Hakadosh Baruch Hu and companionships. Struggles that those of us who don't understand it could never understand it. So that's like, and halakha is halakha. Halakha is halakha. So never think that in any way impinges upon the dignity of the individual, and never think that the halakha allows us to impinge upon the dignity of the individual. The halakha and an openness and a welcomeness applies to all types of Jews, and a love and an empathy applies to all types of Jews, even if we don't have the ability, any or any flexibility to change the rules. The rules are the rules, but the love always has to be overcome.
Anybody said it my way into the fields. I don't give a fuck.
A little bit is kind of so this is cling to your own wife and not anyone else's wife. The Gemara says, and it will become one flesh. So it's only refers to an act of relations where again there's a fusion. There's a fusion. So again, Rashi says over here. Rashi says over here, Mishnah says, "Shezer yotze mehem nasa basar ha'im ba'ada." So why does that mean? Again, the people of creating offspring. So again, this comes to us through, let's say, mating, mating with the chaya, and can't create the basar echad. Okay, Amar, but the Raza Omer, Aviv achos Aviv. Aviv refers ultimately again to a father sister. Ema Aviv Manisha. Maybe it means real father. So you also kind of Davak, but not the Zachar. So this whole thing again is Davak, and that's Zachar. Okay. So there's no need for the pasuk to go relations with one's father. Like there's no need for that because again that's covered under Mishkan. That's covered under Zachar. That was the Zachar. H's maybe it's referring to father's wife. I know the issue of H's father. The father's wife covered under the prohibition of H's father. This is interesting. So maybe Maybe halacha comes to say that father's wife is pregnant even after the father. And then what's known as opening the law. Opening the law. Maybe he's coming to go into the even after the father. Ma'imo the lad issues. Like in the case of mother, ultimately, again, we're not talking about a prohibition that is derived as a result of marriage. So too by father, a situation of a prohibition derived as a result of marriage. What's mo? Right, ultimately, again, this refers to mother's sister, maybe it's referring to mother herself. Because mother, ultimately, again, is the father's wife. So she's pivoted already, to which the Gemara says, this comes to include even after the death of the father. It's compatible ultimately again to father. Not Ovid, the lab Manish, just like the father. It's not referring to the father himself. So to the mother herself. And the Gemara says, Ovid Asia, so Ovid refers to the white part of the father. The Ovid Manish, maybe it's the father himself. Torah actually saying that first thing I originally of his father, I was a double below the Zafar, right? Because we're covered by division. But again, if that's the case, then Ish's Abid, father's wife, is also covered. Why? Because of the Ishto, and not the friend's wife. La'akamis, that's coming to include, that's perhaps coming to include the father's wife, even after the death of the father. Imo Manish. Imo means mother means actual mother. Which was as high as the Ishto of Ish's Hadida. That we covered under Ishto, not Ish's Hadida. In other words, the mother is someone else's wife. Shalom, and again, it should be covered under that. Imo, the Anusasa. We're talking about a case where a man violated a woman. She became pregnant from the act of violation, and now again, so the child, that son, is committed to his mother. Now that woman will not be his father's wife, but ultimately again is still his mother. Therefore, again, perhaps there's a specific Torah prohibition to prohibit that woman. Listen, you know what the good part about these Gemaras are? Right? You think your family has problems, right? Right? Suddenly, all of your familial dysfunction to fade into oblivion. And you begin to see flex Torah, familial reading. So if you're like, what are they arguing about? But I noticed that the logical will say,
I said that it's right, but I think if you would have came to him and been like, yo man, I gotta test myself.
Case of father, I'll do this compared to mother. We know the object, and ultimately again the mother case is compared to the father. And then the only design of which God was referring to sisters. Referring to sisters of the father, sister of the mother. Not to say that here's the father. I was managed to let them in there.
Everyone likes it. Okay, it's not that it's funny. It's out of control. And it's like, I don't know how to do it. Like that's just, it's so crazy that you're like, it's funny. He doesn't get it. He's a boomer. You don't know how to do it. It's so bad.
Why?
Yeah, it was worse easy than this. That would be just as funny.
As opposed to a sister, you don't call it air bomb. It's called share. Speaking, practically speaking, it was presented as share and the air bomb. But again, I'm also like we're talking about these areas, it was rather
you know, these people, even the people that, like when people, when you see all this stuff happen in Hollywood, something with harassment and accusation or whatever, and then everyone's like, I don't know. Yeah, you know your friend, you know what they did, you know they did. Fuck you. Don't be a fucking bitch about it. Oh, well, I wasn't in those rooms. Shut the fuck up, dude. You know what kind of person it is. You're lying. You're lying. You fucking to the point to help you out, like you realize about shit. I know. I'd rather just watch the Reddit, dude, but we should just sit on the screen for a bit. Yeah. I mean, you guys, this is not unlike the scenario where George was thinking
the daughter of my father. So the word that is what is it was not really statement. And then she's the daughter of my father, the wife, Achlo Bastini, not the daughter of my mother.
right now.
The Basahin Asura. Why? Because he didn't put the Noah.
I mean,
For the
this
Noah,
comment
there's
about
familial
us getting more likes
connection
has
from the
more
mother's
likes than our
side,
video.
not familial connection
James
from
Freeman
the
is standing
father's
alone,
side.
not as
So
like a
therefore,
lion.
you have to be careful to say, I'm going to the Sarah from my
Surrounded by a bunch of
father's side,
fucking
which
cheetahs.
means we're not really related, which is why I can marry her. But technically speaking, there's a biological relationship, but no legal relationship recognized. You know, as well as I would. Bas Papi was Sarah Imur, the daughter of Abraham's brother. So you know, I'm sorry, Bas Api. Even the Hockey, Roshna Min Ab, and Roshna Min A, Sharia. Hello, but if either way, if she's
Here's the
the
deal.
daughter
I
of
would
his
love.
brother,
I have no
then
problem
how
answering any of them.
that
The problem I have is after I answer them, it all gets clipped, and then once it gets clipped, then the lies start getting told, or they start shaming it and making it this,
I
making
have a
it that.
relationship with her. I'm related.
So all I'm doing is just throwing
When I
another
told you that she's
log
my sister, I wasn't
on the
lying.
fire,
I use sister a little
and
bit
then
of
they
a
can
loose
make more
form,
money.
saying that we're
No, I'm
related.
sorry.
And again, I know
No, because they care so much. That's right. Sorry, not because they're just
side. So
making money. Level
So
of like
remember
straight
again,
up
at the end of the day, remember
lies.
that Sarah wasn't the daughter of
Log in the
Sarah was the daughter of
like
brother.
the
But
worst
just
thing
the daughter
that
of
you can
brother,
say,
not Adam of the
if you
actual
throw another
sister.
kid on the
Fine.
fire,
So what's that? So Tashma, if
they
they
will
marvel us Adam is
you
this is
throw a
interesting.
kid on the fire.
Why didn't Adam marry his daughter?
That's what I
Well,
guess.
that's a really strange question.
You know, I've
So
been
what is that
doing
for?
it
Remember,
since I was watching
to go ahead
TV case my favorite
and propagate the world. So a lot of different kinds of relationships are going to have to occur. Right? Because there was a very
throwing the wrong meat in the fire.
So why didn't Adam marry his daughter?
These stories of like there was no women there, and he just performed for the Royals. By the time they're done with the shit, they're gonna say I went over there and did a one-on-one show with a fucking tent staring at my toes, and then I left for the head fucking guy, whoever the hell it is over there, right? Once again, I performed in an arena over there in the round with everybody knows.
Like, they talk of royal.
The fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter and left her for Cain
Yeah,
as
I
an
agree. It's kind of funny to say it again. Like you're saying, like,
which is
because
fascinating on a
I was
variety
in
of
that
things.
arena there.
This is called that.
But everybody's mad at that. So logically, do you want to say it again? I might say, you know, something else to say.
It's called
I would be like, and I
it's also
performed for
interesting
the
to point
Royals.
out that
As people in Saudi Arabia, that's why people
hurts immorality. Right?
He's called
Chesed.
can't probably say it. I just
Whatever you can't provide the same word for kindness, credibility, because the person has a desire to express love to the other. What's immorality? Expressing love to too many people who express it to you. So there's this fine line between you and the person and each other person. So it's just fascinating that every just the version, the same word chesed, which means immorality. Okay, and then another guy.
I said sometime before, like,
Now, what you see for how about hockey asira? So
here's the thing. Here's the kicker.
We're not
This bumper looks like
you have to marry the sister because you have to show a crisis. There was no one else to marry, right? There was no one to marry. So you might able to see otherwise you would have been. So what do you see here?
Was citizens,
it's not permitted to
and then they had diplomats sitting down front, hitting the wave for the performance to make sure that, you didn't talk about the 2 or 3 things that they said that they negotiated down to not talk about. Once again, as I said before, whoever put together the comedy festival and everything, what it did for freedom of speech over there,
anyways.
Devil's assistant have a wife and marry a sister. The world is really kindness.
can't even get to
Look
over
at it,
100
it's like,
likes.
let's say
We
you
need
so
enough likes
that
where we can start
sometimes
getting people
kindness
motivated
is
to
not
flow in.
even necessarily
And
what
then
you
the
give
great,
someone
even
else,
better
but
content
kindness
flows
has
out.
more
I
down in
totally
your ability
understand why
to
Bobby
yield.
leaves because
I
he
have a
gives
right to
way too
something.
much money.
I
And
choose
he
not to
had no like
exercise
support
that
that he
right.
couldn't somehow.
That's chesed.
He went
We
there
down
so
the
he could
ultimate
keep
version
paying
of this
too.
discussion of
Yeah.
Ramuna,
Let's see,
Kusi
this was my
Asubito.
half
Kusi
banana,
is
2
not allowed to
5
marry his
1
daughter. How do we
called
know this?
grabbing
Take
a
off.
slice and see
Showing
this
us
gem.
how others Bito.
That's
Tazara,
awesome.
Adam didn't marry his daughter. And the fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter
That is funny.
indicates to us that a Kusi
It's
isn't
about
allowed
to
to
take a
marry his
picture of a
daughter.
shot.
Although the Gemara says
And
that's actually
shot
not a
puts
good
her foot
raya.
down.
Hasam Haini
Let's
Time
take that
Motivation.
cake.
Yisa kindness a house. So
Yeah.
ultimately,
Red shirt.
the reason Adam didn't marry her
What that
is
is.
because
Vegas
in
shirt.
order to go ahead and have time, love, chesed,
This one's a little
incredible.
chin.
So remember,
It's
like
close
the Rocky
to
stuff.
Jesus
The
Christ.
says, Eved mutter
Little
b'imo,
chin.
or mutter b'bito.
We're
So
gonna
say,
take
this is a fascinating case in Eved. Now, again, about an Eved
It's just like
married
he's anything
only by a Jew.
You're right.
Right,
He
so now a
does
Jew
look
acquires
as though
Eved. I
he's
was
losing
I've
weight.
learned this many times before.
He's
After
very
this is quite
skinny.
fascinating. Why?
His
Because
toes aren't
essentially
really there.
Eved
They
kind
freaked
of
out Adam.
transitions
Adam
into
said,
quasi-Jewishness. Remember again, there's a Tvila B'Shem Achus, there's a Mila B'Shem Achus, there's a Milshem, there's a Mikvah, Yisrael Mitzvos.
I was going to say
In
all that
general, except for time-bound Mitzvos,
Yeah, why is this
there's a quasi-Jewish faith. So as a result of Chisda says, remember, and upon emancipation becomes a full-fledged Jew. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Eved Mutter B'Imo, he's permitted to marry his mother, or Mutter B'Bito, he's allowed to marry his daughter. Why? Because Mechlav Kusi, that's Mechlav Kusi, Mechlav Yisrael Lobah. Interestingly enough, right? He's no longer a Kusi, right? He's only a Kusi, but he's a what? Not a Jew. So then you also bring all of these Gemaras together. Right? A Kusi is not allowed to marry his mother. He's not allowed to marry his mother or sister. He's not allowed to marry his mother or sister, or his daughter for that matter. Mother, sister, daughter. Right? If a Kusi brother and sister, mother, son, father, brother convert, they become Jewish. Technically, can they get married? Technically, yes. Technically, the answer is yes. But remember again, Chazal said it can't be that people think that conversion is coming. You can do shachamur, you can do shakara, right? As a priest, you want to go out to marry your mother, your daughter, and your sister. And now that you're a Jew, you are allowed to. It doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, since you have the Eved is kind of in limbo. He's not a Tusi because now he's an Eved, but he's also not a Jew because he hasn't yet been emancipated. So because of that, he really there's nothing to stop him from marrying his mother, his sister, or his daughter. He also has really on the Velosa, on the Camino, and on Shilifi, Shifta, and Father and Yella. So each that Beno, he's designated his Shifta or his servant. So again, you have a Beno and Financial who has an Eved. He designated a wife for this Eved. And then again, the Kusi master has relations with her. So ultimately, again, Beno has a relation with her. He's Chayv, and that's his Chayv. It's Bible for immorality. Now, the Amos, when is that? So the Gemara says, at what point in time does the Shikha become the wife of the Eved? So the Gemara says, I'm not going to be the Kari Visa Yukhranya. When people say about her, oh, that she's the wife of so-and-so. When people talk about this Shikha as the wife of the Eved, as soon as it's commonly known that people talk about as this she's a married woman, and therefore I give them the knock to be kind of correlation. At what point in time is typically warned about her? I'm sorry, at what point is she permitted? No, at what point in time is this ship no longer the of this Eved? I'm not saying stop saying it should cover her hair. I think it's the actually point here that's how it's so close to her that should not be nearby. A sign of marriage is somebody so once she uncovers it, listen, remember again, what we mentioned before, that a lot of Bengal construct of marriage. So we married looking like this. When you married, when you live together, when you go home married, when you go
only how we said that we would do it, but we will actually reach out to Carolina.
no longer married, and they put all their agencies. So again, interesting enough to of marriage and but there's no contact of innocent receiving a formal relation. Okay, now I'm going to most third one by one.
Do not get too disturbed. The opener is
okay, then
right?
who comes to make
Let it
regulations
sit out there,
with
let
his
it
wife
do 10,
Shemokidaka,
15, 20
Shemokidaka
minutes, and then somebody
is
else
going
is
to be
doing
chayiv. שנאמר, אז הפסוק says, "ודובה ולא שמעו כדרכה." So you just need one thing over here. This is fascinating. So the Gemara says, "The Dava is a normative act of God and not Shemot Kidaka." So it's pretty wild. So the Gemara says here that a Noah could be chayiv for an act of alayos with his own wife. With his own wife. So we should be that. All of that doesn't make any sense. If the Yisrael the chayiv, the piece of the I understand. If the Yisrael has Shemot Kidaka with his wife, again, it's not chayiv. That would totally bring down. You've seen instruction before. Mishpah Yishah. Torah recognizes that there are two forms of Kedusha, be it Kedarka, Bishal, or Kedarka. So for the Yisrael, it's recognized, but for a Kusi, it's going to go ahead and become a little bit a form of Arayos. So the Gemara says, Amarava, Benat Sheba, Ishes Chaviro, Shemot Kedarka, Potter. Right, Rava says like this, when usually like this. But then Noah, who has relations with his friend's wife, right? His friend is not friends anymore. Right, with his fellow's wife, right? Shemot Kedarka, Potter. So this is fascinating, right? So be it Shemot Kedarka in an adulterous scenario, for Ben Noah is going to be Potter. My time out, this is Ishto, below the Ishes Chavero. So again, that's the prohibition of adultery, right? You can put it to your own wife, not to someone else's wife. Gedava. Again, Gedava. What does it mean to do both ways? Gedava means in normative beyond the below Shemot Kedarka, and ultimately again now. That's fascinating. Now, again, interesting enough, that still is in a kula by Benoach because by that case, right? And adulterous being Shemot Kedarka will still be active adultery. But it's fascinating to see that by Benoach, being Shemot Kedarka, right, would not be considered adultery. Quite fascinating. Another thing that over so far in Shmita is Yisrael, Chayisa. If an Ovid of Hagunan Jew hits a Jew, it's Chayisa. Shemar, Vayitem Kol B'Kol, Vayar Ki Ish, Vayar Es HaMitzri. So let's say this is quite beautiful. That's Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu, right? The Moshe Rabbeinu are getting some Egyptian taskmasters striking the Jew. He turned this way, actually saw there was no one around. And what did he do? He killed the Egyptian. So here it says, as you see, that Moshe Rabbeinu felt that the Egyptian was Chayiv Misa because he was striking the Jew. So a Gentile strikes a Jew is Chayiv Misa. Also, he runs off over here and says, it's so beautiful. He says, Asoter Lo Shal Yisrael, Ki Soter Lo Shal Shtina. If one strikes the mouth of the youth of a Jew, it's as if he has struck the mouth of the Ribono Shalom. If you take a look at Rashi, Shneimar Mokish Adam Yom Kodesh. If you take a look at Rashi, it's 201 Mokish Adam Yom Kodesh. And Mokish Esa Adam Ayin Yisrael Shkurin Adam Yisim Be'etnet Zonim Tzomar Yisim Adam Adam Yom Kodesh. Kilu Loa Esa Kodesh Kolora Kisos Ra'avon. That one who strikes a Jew on the mouth is literally again as if he has struck the Shekhinah itself on the mouth. What's the shot with that? So first of all, just understand this day like I want to sit down and watch an hour of stand-up pictures and not get ready for that work. I'm not saying it's right. Fuck these. I feel like Cal's calling us out. That's life. So again, one goes ahead and strikes the mouth as if he's striking the Shekhinah on it hurts my feelings so bad, and it makes me mad. It's not about a gallon pump. It's not. That's what I was trying to use. It's not about a gallon pump. I felt so terrible for the past 2 days, terrible. And but like I had said last night in the post, like I said, my shit is fucking dead. Like something that you're happy. Maybe you're helps make a sarcastic maybe it helps make a cynical but you hold yourself and doing so, you lose your knowledge to do show in the Canada that has managed the highest level of divine emulation. The mouth of the Jew is Kidiyaka like the mouth of the Kachaf. I was like, it's not over for today. Shkayak, everyone.
There was something about rich guy. Oh no, I'm talking about this is not even all special. I'm talking about weird shit altogether. Weird shit. Okay. Oh yeah. Wouldn't believe what happened. I saw this fucking guy. He was in this. Oh my god, he was so ripped. This guy was a drunk. Ripped like no. Like
like they
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin today's daf is Lunchas. Okay, thank you this morning sponsors. Thank our Talmud sponsors. For our annual Talmud for 5785, the Tosafah, we dedicated to the Drushos as these first results. Fellows from Israel, we became sponsors Beryl and Rachel, both in commemoration of Beryl's grandfather. Beryl and Chaim, starts like those last week. Our Dafyomi sponsors, the Lassen, Fader, Spurn, and Mysel's families as a zechus for successful surgery complete Pichas Zen in America by Talmud Torah. All this sounds like our Yisrael Refuah should have one together with close for the Israel. Should continue to bring our hostages home. Should allow our soldiers to be successful in the whole Maaseh Yidin. So with that, let us begin today's class. We are picking up on Nun Zayin on the stage. Nun Zayin on the base. We left off. Let's actually just pick up again with the Tanur Rabbanan. I know that we got a little bit further than that actually in the Gemara yesterday. Tanur Rabbanan and see where Tosis or Yasa. You look at that Tosis there. Tosis is on the right hand column. If you just move your finger towards the left, and about 2 lines down, you'll get to Tanur Rabbanan. Tanur Rabbanan. Not that one over. Why are you supposed to say Ish? The Rabbi says something. So this Tanur Rabbanan is just like Kusin, and again, remember, as I mentioned yesterday, in this context, Kusin is not being used, in the typical sense to speak about that group of people who had doubtful conversion. Thank you, doubtful heroes. Was rather speaking about non-Jews. Ultimately, again, are subject to the prohibition of arayos like these. We don't get out from the Christian answers. Apparently, there's 2 different buckets of arayos. There's arayos that are ben Noach commits with the other, with the ben Noach, with the bas Noach, and then there's arayos that are ben Noach commits with the bas Yisrael. So 2 different psukim highlighting 2 different buckets of prohibition. Turning Sefer, Bal about our lives with our I see what this is. So now is also because remember again yesterday that Halacha Lamaisa and 8 Echad, sorry, Noah could be judged even by a Dayan Echad, 1 judge, 1 witness, even a Karo. Halacha Lamaisa, if he has an act of immorality with a Jewish woman, he is subject to the Jewish legal system, which again then has a basis of 23, regular ethos, hasra, so on and so forth. One second. Midragara. So what you're telling me essentially is that if a Kusi, like a non-Jew, has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he's judged by 1 set of standards, a lower set of standards. But if he has relations with a Jewish woman by a higher set of standards, which essentially, again, if you have Eid and Hasra, that makes it much more difficult to convict. So it sounds like there's a lower level of conviction if he has immoral relations with a Jew and with a non-Jew. That doesn't seem to make sense. To which the Gemara says, rather know what somebody is Inara Murasa. Inara Murasa is exactly as it sounds. Inara was had Irisin, but is not yet had Nisuin with her husband. So let's say the Kusi has relations with this girl through the go Leslu. So interestingly enough, the Kusim and Noah have no concept of Nara Hamurasa. I will say this is actually quite interesting. But in Ben Noah law, the only way to affect marriage is for a man to live with his wife. That's what happens. It's biyah. Essentially, there's nisuin, there's living together. That affects marriage. And we're going to see gerushin means you no longer live together. That's it. It's a very simple construct. You live together in an intimate way. That's marriage. You separate from intimacy. That is divorce. So there's no concept of iris. Therefore, technically speaking, if a Jew has relations with a Na'ara Hamurasa, technically speaking, there's no construct for them in B'nai Noach law. So because there's no contract for B'nai Noach law, or again, in that case, it'll be judged in accordance with halacha. Fascinating. I've Tanya, Palanara, Murasim, Domiskila, Alishas Ish, Nidom. 1 second. We're going to put Lucy has Murasim gets Skila, and by Ishas Ish, by regular American, he gets Tanak. The Bettina, the Doe, Sai. Right, but ultimately, again, if halacha we're dealing with his halachas, so shouldn't it be safe? In other words, remember, Sonia says that also. A ben Noah is always judged with safe. First of all, my issue is what's the issue is talking about over there? So again, let's say when it's a football, and if tonight you have religious with the husband. Now in that context, though, the go less the dynamic between the as we just mentioned before. So a woman who goes into the football but has not yet lived with her husband, and then Noah world, that is not marriage. That is not marriage. So you put her after adultery to happen in one way. There's no construct for that for being offer again. Noah would be charged in accordance with our law. So this really gives birth to a very fascinating idea that as much as there's a system for Bnei Noah, if a Ben Noah commits an act of immorality with a Jewish woman, and again, that there is no parallel case prohibited for Bnei Noah, like Na'ara HaMu'ra, like a woman who goes into the football but has not yet lived with her husband. So in that case, a Ben Noah will be judged as a Jew. Gemara was like this. Gemara says, "The kind of everything, you know." So again, so Bnei Noah, if a man loses his wife, and for Bnei Noah to have relations with that woman, that's adultery to have. But for example, a woman who goes into the football, so there's been but there hasn't been Nisun, or even if there's been Nisun, but Allah Almighty, the couple has not yet. That is not a construct of immorality that is recognized. Therefore, again, lest you think he gets off scot-free, no, he's judged in accordance with Jewish law. Any error, right? The reason that Israel would execute someone for, a Ben Noah is warned about. In days and shades on the other hand, if a Jew wouldn't be executed for such an immorality, then Ein Ben Noah Musala did already there. The Ben Noah is not liable for it either. In other words, the one thing is like this: if a Jew isn't allowed to do it, then a Ben Noah isn't allowed to do it. But the reverse is not true. But if a Jew is not allowed to do it, a Ben Noah is also not allowed to do it. You know, like some say. And there are many examples. Of Mises based on Arayos that Basin will not execute for, but yet a Ben Noah is still warned about. For example, Ba Arayos Yisrael, Nido Bedini Yisrael. But Ben Noah has what is considered to be in halacha, an illicit act of relation between Jewish women, is judged in accordance with Jewish law. Noah, however, again in halacha, again, he has relations with Ben Noah Arayos, then Nido Bedini Ben Noah. Judged in accordance with Bnei Noah. The aim on Ella Nara Mirasa Bill. And this is when we try to figure out like what's the distinction of all these cases. Really what we're left with is the case of Nara Mirasa, or something similar to that, where in halacha recognizes that a marriage has occurred, but yet in halachos of Bnei Noah, they only recognize marriage after it's been consummated, after it's been married. Okay? So in that kind of case, with the Noah system of law, they would be let off without punishment. But again, a basin would hold them accountable. I've been also include the case of when we went into the football, but did not have relations with her husband. I turned 100 national. So again, this is kind of the national. Damar Komisamur with Noah, Eno Elachana. You know, ever Nisa, maybe we'll say some of focus that he saw that the Noah, the Noah gets silent or This is the thing that says the Noah gets And therefore, you can't do. The local mention functions for both these attractions would be okay. The subrat mayor. However, the basis of Islam and Israel, Allah, then Rosh Hashanah, the mayor really holds that for any act of immorality that a basin of Yisrael, right, the Jewish basin, would execute the Yisrael for, then Noach is responsible for as well. So again, which means anything that is an alliance for us, and then Noach would be held accountable for. Is that true? But when you believe in this, is that introduced happened in class. There, Shahaysa Halacha Shalom B'Kedusha and Elgasa B'Kedusha. So what is literally translated, a convert whose conception was not in Kedusha, but whose birth was. This is a case of a non-Jewish man, non-Jewish woman who conceive a child together. Woman becomes pregnant, right? Then, over the course of pregnancy, she converts. By the time she has the baby, she's a Jewish woman. So now, interesting enough, this baby, this was called his conception, was in Gentile kite, right? He was Shalom B'Kedusha. But by the time that he was born, ultimately again he's Jewish. So just understand, what's the rule with this kid? What's the rule with this kid? First of all, the rule with this kid is that he's Jewish. The interesting part about this is he has a halachic relationship to his mother, but of course has no halachic relationship to his father. Right? Because remember again, his Gentile father, by the time he's born, so the baby is Jewish. So the baby has no relationship to his Gentile biological father. Okay, we see the manifestation of that later. Here it is. Yesh lo she'er his relative, his mother's side, but has those relatives from his father's side. Okay, so let's give you an example of this. So let's advance down 58 and doesn't look. Also, also that Yossi. If he married, right? If he married his maternal sister, he's got divorced. So he's got bend off, not married. So we'll see. Interestingly enough, that's in my focus also. So for now, the approach that a lot of women can't marry his sister. So therefore, again, if he did marry his sister Yossi, you're not obviously, but technically speaking, if he marries his paternal sister, it's fine. It's fine, right? Because again, technically, halachically at least, she's his sister, right? She's not recognized as his sister. Also, if he goes and he marries, literally again, his father, his aunt from his mother's side. You'll see, ultimately, he's got a divorce of Mina Av. You can't father's side, it's not a problem. Mina Av, there only Yotzi, they'll come only He's not about his mother's sister on the father's side. Right? So then again, Mary says, yes, I divorce her. And the Chum say he's allowed to keep her as a wife. Sure, Mary says, whatever she should share, the Yotzi should share fine. So it says my fault by that. But again, a local man said this is the rule. So the baby was conceived in Gentile kite, mother converts over the course of the pregnancy. Time she gives birth, she is a fledged Jewish woman. The baby is a full-fledged Jew. It's like interesting. This is some discussion about what is the status of the baby? Is there any element of Jairus in the baby? Some sort of baby is a regular Jew. Not against. Baby is a regular Jew. But halachic relates again, halachic relationship to the mother, no halachic relationship to the father. Now, of course, what's interesting about this is generally when a person converts, right, Gershon is characteristic of and therefore there's no real, relationship to either pair, halachic relationship to either parent. But of course, this case is different because the mother converted with the baby in utero, right? And therefore, again, halachic relationship, so the halachic relationship connects to me, but I have no halachic relationship to the father. Okay, fascinating. And he's permitted to. He's kind of the Garrett. Right? His baby was born Jewish, who has no relationship to his father's side, has relationship to his mother's side. Most of the Ashes of it, he's committed to his brother's wife. Well, the Ashes of it, the brother of the wife of his father's brother, who share Kalarayos, and all other Arayos, what would normally be Arayos. father's side are going to be permitted to him Lasuye Isha of it. And this comes to include even his father's wife. His father, that wasn't obviously in those cases talking about where the people in question died. It was married to his father's wife and father's widow. Obviously, if she's married, even when Noah have a construct of marriage. But again, normally we use the alliance for us, and even after these men were died, this will be prohibited, but not for this question. Nosa Isha Ubita, so now, this is not switching gears a little bit. We're now back to Kusi, or just a second. Let's say a Kusi married a woman and her daughter, right? Woman and her daughter. Nosa Isha Ubita, Kones Achos, Umotzi Achos. This is to do with Rashi. Rashi is in the intermediate wide lines, about 6 lines in intermediate wide lines. Nosa Isha Ubita, Ashar Right. So now, Rashi just points out we're transitioning back to regular conversation about conference, about Gerim. So what is very interesting? If you should be also inclusive, then it's Skyrim. Inom Yahal Karim. So let's go with Rashi's interpretation. So the guy, he just marries a mother and a daughter. First of all, apparently the Gemara is telling us that whereas for a Jew, that's Elias, for a Pussy, it's not. Okay, so Pussy goes ahead and marries his mother and daughter, and then interestingly, what happens? He converts. Or they all, Rashi says, in his Gairu Himo, they all converted along with him. Now here's what's interesting. They all convert along with him. Now technically speaking, what's the relationship convert along with the Pussy? Nothing. So therefore, technically speaking, this relationship should technically be permitted. It should have been to remain married to both of them. So what's the halacha? The halacha is Konis Achos, Siachos. So halacha is again, he is permitted to keep one of them and not permitted to marry the other. So l'chatchila lo yichnos. But ideally, ultimately, again, ideally, the Kusi should not marry the mother and the daughter. First, we promised on the nose and the nose of the Hanoch, the Amael, the kind of Hatzila, you blow your nose. So says, I really don't marry such a situation like this. But again, halacha. So again, halacha l'maisa, if we see to remain married to one, has to divorce the other, right? And ideally, of course, not to get into a situation like this altogether. So why does the pussy have to marry one? Why? In other words, why? Technically, both women should be permitted to him based on the idea that Gershon is there's no familial relations after conversion. So there's supposed to say we have this kind of Gemara doesn't say it here explicitly, but it says it elsewhere. In general, it has to be that people can never say that non-Jews or that non-Jews that you're going to Kedusha Hamur, Kedusha Kala. It can't be that becoming Jewish allows you to do something that you wouldn't normally be allowed to do. So normally, one can't marry a mother and her daughter. Right? So it might say it can't be that through conversion, suddenly you're allowed to go out and marry a mother and her daughter. Halacha says, decide which one you want to stay married to, and emote the other one. Okay, look, I'm curious. Mesa Ishto, ultimately against, listen to this, if his mother dies, if his wife dies, so Mesa Ishto, so he said, these are all cases, ultimately again, we're talking about Mesa Ishto, Mutter Bet HaMasal, he is permitted to marry his mother-in-law, okay, Vikidami, Asbek also, others say he's not permitted to marry his mother-in-law, Harabi Vidal, Lokasha, Harabi Me'ali, Eliezer, Harabi Me'ali, okay, plenty of different things that we're going to see like Desanya. How can we have issues other than Emo? And we'll go ahead and meet his father and his mother. This is talking about this pasuk. This is talking about the pasuk by Adam Rishon. First of all, take a quick look at Rashi. Meisa ish. Moter b'chamos. Yasaki shekay ishto. Mishnisga ben Noach v'Musa al Chamos go'im mikdusha v'Chamos mamish lo havia afagav b'Niskayer the Gershon Niskayer got the big part of Zelazah. Here's the previous case, right? So our ger, when he was a child, is married to a mother and daughter. They all convert together, one big happy family. So step number one is, unfortunately, you're no longer one big happy family. Guys, decide who you want to stay married to, and the other you can't be married to anymore because you can't have a situation where somebody who's Jewish is married to a mother and a daughter. halachically one could somehow have. However, familial relations are really dissolved. So therefore, again, Ger's wife dies, he is permitted to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law, his wife's mother. Even though normally for us, again, that would be an error, right? Why is she allowed to do that? Again, upon conversion, all of these familial others say he's not allowed to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law. If you look at that, David Ishak, Ishak is scared. They know how to talk. Also, in the Bible, the Hamosa Mandi Apakam is scared. The Gershon is scared. Then covers the okay. It says so. It's two different things. So how do we resolve this? The sign of the original Bible. So, how can you guys officially other words? The Dava. This is the pasuk marriage in the Torah. There, a man will leave his father and mother. He will cling to his wife, and they will be one. That's the pasuk. So say so. When the pasuk says a man, so what that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says, "Rabbi Elazar Omer, Aviv is Osmos Aviv, Imo, and Imo is Achos Imo. Aviv actually means the brother of his father. Sorry, the sister of his father. Thank you. The Imo, and Imo means the sister of his mother. The sister of his mother. So the Elazar is coming to say that this is actually coming to prohibit certain harayos. On the other hand, Rabbi Kiva says, no. Aviv is Isha Sabbath. Aviv refers to the wife of Aviv. The Imo is Imo Mamish. And Imo literally means Zava, and he will claim to have a marriage refers to us being below the Zachar. So again, the Torah says marriage is a man to a woman and not a man to a man. Below the Zachar. Okay, Rashi is interesting. And Rashi understands of the Gemara understands it is because the Torah uses the lesson of people, of connection by marriage. So Rashi understands, interestingly enough, Rashi says over here that Davak means an act of relations which creates pleasure. And whereas Rashi says that the act of Mishkav Zachar doesn't create the same type of pleasure. So it's interesting how Rashi understands that the Davak there is interesting because generally the way that the exclusion for Mishkav Zachar for homosexual behavior is usually burnt out. Ultimately, again, is from Bahayul Basar Echad. That marriage is a union which technically produce offspring. That's the type of just organic relationship that is covered under marriage. But it's interesting, a different church website. Just whenever we come across churches like this, so it's incredibly, halakha is halakha. Halakha is halakha, and halakha never. Halakha is immutable. And it doesn't matter society says what society does say. The Doshon makes the rules. We don't. And the systems of morality are determined by a Baruch Hu and not by us. Not by us. And so marriage is defined in a certain way. And relationships are defined in a certain way. That's the halakhic construct. From just a Yahav perspective, from an empathy perspective, there are all kinds of Jews. There are all kinds of Jews and all kinds of people. And the Rebbe creates people in all different kinds of ways. And just important to understand, if the Torah prohibits something, it means that desire absolutely exists within people. And it's real, and it's there. And especially, again, in this particular opinion, no greater struggle than for a man and for a woman who is struggling with identity, with sexual identity, and wants to live a life of halacha, but is often forced between a commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and companionship, struggles that those of us who don't understand it could never understand. That's like the halacha is the halacha. Halacha is the halacha, but never think that the halacha in any way impugns upon the dignity of the individual, and never think that the halacha allows us to impugn upon the dignity of the individual. We have to learn halacha. And an openness and a welcomeness applies to all types of Jews, and a love and an empathy applies to all types of Jews, even if we don't have the ability, any flexibility, to change the rules. The rules are the rules, but the love always has to be all-encompassing. The Gemara goes like, "Be'ishto, be'ishtos chavera." Right? And the Torah says, "Davak be'ishto," cling to your own wife and not to anyone else's wife. The Gemara says, "V'hayu basar echad," and they will become one flesh. So mishenasim basar echad. this only refers to an act of relations where again there's a fusion. There's a fusion. Yatsu behema b'chai she'ein nasim basar echad. So again, Rashi says over here. Rashi says over here, so again, you're capable of creating offspring. So again, this comes to us, let's say, mating, the him with the chaya, where it can't create the basar echad. Okay, Amar Mar, Rabbi Lazar Omer, Aviv, Achos Aviv. Aviv refers ultimately again to the father sister. Ema Aviv Mamish, means maybe it means real father. So this ultimately again is davak, and that's zachar. There's no need for the pasuk to prohibit relations with one's father. Right? There's no need for that because that's covered under Mishnah. Right? That's covered under Dava and not with the Zachar. Emo Ashes Aviv, maybe it's referring to father's wife. I know the Ishto will be Ashes Havera. So father's wife again is covered under the prohibition of Ashes Havera, of your friend's wife. Emo La'acham, so this is interesting. So maybe halacha it comes to say that father's wife is clean even after the death of the father. And again, I must remember again, this is all b'nei Noah. So maybe he's coming to go ahead and say that the father's wife is prohibited even after the death of the father. Tumia di imo, ma'imo delad ishus, af aviv delad ishus. Just like in the case of mother, ultimately again, we're not talking about a prohibition that is derived as a result of marriage. So too by father, we're not talking about a situation of a prohibition derived as a result of marriage. Imo, what's imo? Achos imo. Right? Ultimately, again, this refers to mother's sister. The imo mamish, maybe referring to mother herself. I know the ishto will be because mother, ultimately, again, is the father's wife, so she's prohibited already. To which the Gemara says, the imo la'acham, so it is going to include even after the death of the father. Dumya the aviv is comparable ultimately against the father. Ma aviv the mamish. Just like the father, it's not referring to the father himself. The mother is not referring to the mother herself. Here, it says, Aviv Ishes Aviv. Aviv refers to the wife of the father. The Ima Aviv Mamish is the father himself. Saying it, first thing in our relation to this father, I know the dog below the Zaka, right? It's already covered by the prohibition. Yahi. Ashes Aviv Nami and the below the Ashes Aviv. But again, if that's the case, the Ashes Aviv, father's wife, is also covered. Why? Because it's the Ishto, and not with your friend's wife. Acham is coming to include, perhaps coming to include the father's wife, even after the death of the father. Imam Mami. Imam, mother means actual mother. Which one says, I know the Ishto, just Havelo. That would be covered under Ishto and not Ishto. In other words, the mother is someone else's wife. So again, it should be covered under that. Interesting that Gemara says, Imo me anusasa. We're talking about a case where a man violated a woman. She became pregnant from the act of violation, and now again, so the child, that son, is prohibited to his mother. Now that woman may not be his father's wife, but ultimately again it's still his mother. Perhaps there's a specific prohibition to prohibit that woman. It's like, you know what you talk about these Gemaras are? Hey, if you think your family has problems, right? I just want to point out, right? Suddenly again, all of your familial dysfunctions seem to fade into oblivion, and you begin to see the complex familial realities of the Gemara. So it's like what do they argue about? Rabbi Elazar holds most of the Elazar Savar of the Yedimo. Rabbi Elazar says that case of father, Aviv is compared to mother. The Imo Dumya the Aviv. Again, the mother's case is father, which words and this can only be found in the Shachar or the Akho. The only case we make a comparison is for the sisters, referring to the sister of the father, sister of the mother. Rashi says that here, the Chaim Mamish left from the right again, and the double was up. And the Kibra says, Mutav Lu'ufne the Ashes Aviv, the Ishe Ervas Aviv, La Fuke Asos Aviv, the She'er Aviv, the Greek, Ervas Aviv Lord. Kiva, on the other hand, disagrees. And he knows that Allah for the Mesa is much better to say the husband referring to it, permitting the father's wife. Why? Because the father's wife is called an erva, as opposed to a sister who is not called an erva. Sister is called she'er, a relative. Now, practically speaking, they're both have it in a she'er and an erva. But again, halacha wise, we're talking about cases of arayos. Therefore, we'd rather include the father's wife than the father's sister. Okay, Tashma. Supposed to some interesting laws over here. Tashma. Vayikach Amram es Yocheved Dogasai. Amram took Yocheved, his aunt, as a wife. Amram married his aunt. The Moshe Rabbeinu's parents. Like Moshe Rabbeinu's parents, like Amram and Yocheved, were nephew and aunt. My love, Dogasai Minaim. So must have been, so was Yocheved Amram's maternal aunt, right? His mother's sister. No, Dogasai Minaim. No, she was a paternal sister. Right, because you're going to remember again, B'nai Noach have she'er min ha'im, not she'er min ha'av. Tashma, v'gam omna achosi bas Avimelech, lo bas imi. Right, when Avimelech again, when Sarah was taken by Avimelech, when again that whole story of Avimelech, Sarah was his sister. Avimelech takes him, and then Avimelech, so I'm not even sensitive. Because she is also my sister, the daughter of my father. So the one question is, what do you see from Avimelech's statement? Avi said she's the daughter of my father, but what? Achlo bas imi, not the daughter of my mother. Why? Because again, for B'nai Noach, there is familial connection from the mother's side, not familial connection from the father's side. Therefore, even Avinu was careful to say, I'm related to Sarah from my father's side, we're not really related, which is why I can marry her. But technically speaking, there's a biological relationship, but no legal relationship. Bas Avi was Sarah Imenu, the daughter of Abraham's brother. So you might say, I'm sorry, Bas Avi. Came the Haki who but if she's the daughter of his brother, then halacha ma'aseh the truth actually wouldn't matter whether or not this is a brother or a maternal brother. And the husband, by the way, I'm not even trying to do this. What about the office? I have a relationship with her. I'm related, but just on some other words. Therefore, when I told you that she's my sister, I wasn't a sister, a little bit of a loose form. Saying that we're related, and again, but our relation is from the father's side and not from the mother's side. So Kashma. Because remember again, at the end of the day, remember that Sarai wasn't the daughter of Abimelech. Sarai wasn't the daughter of Abimelech. Right, she was the daughter of Abimelech's brother, not Abimelech actually. Why couldn't so who's asking the various assaults? Remember, to go ahead and propagate the world. So a lot of different kinds of relationships are going to have to occur, right? Because there was a very limited human pool. So why didn't Adam marry his daughter? They should be such or that Cain, right, Adam's son, should marry his sister, right? If Adam married his daughter, then ultimately again Cain would not have been able to marry his sister, same person. Then Adam doesn't marry his daughter. Ultimately, therefore, I have said that the world is built on chesed. So what's it? Interestingly enough, the Gemara is attributing over here that fact that Adam didn't speak, which is fascinating on a hundred different levels. That this is called chesed. But again, that's in the whole lot of ways that have a quote unquote right space, and then the back of you right someone or something else. That is called an act of chesed. It's also interesting to point out that remember the Torah uses the word chesed also to refer to immorality, right? It's fascinating, right? Chesed. Like morality. Why is the same word for kindness and charitability and for morality? Because again, right, a person has a desire to express love to another. What's immorality? Expressing love to too many people who you shouldn't be expressing. So there's this fine line sometimes between being a giving person and being too much of a giving person. So the nice is it's just fascinating that etymologically, or just hebraically, the same word chesed means loving kindness is also the same word for morality. Okay, everybody, mother by Allah. Yasira. Now, Allah, Yasira. No, second, but that halacha, which you see from here, is not for the fact that Cain had to marry his sister, because you want to talk about like kingdom crisis. There was no one else to marry. Right? There was no one else to marry. So remember, you see, otherwise it would have been. So what do you see here? That a Ben Noach is not permitted to marry his sister. To which the Gemara says, interesting enough, even the Ishtri, this one is of the opinion that technically speaking, a Ben Noach could even marry his sister. And once it became permitted for Cain, it became permitted in general. Okay, I'm Rafuna, Kusi Mutababito. Rafuna says a Kusi, all right, and now she was permitted to marry his brother. Yim Tomar, Yip Neymar, Long Nasa, Adams. If that's the case, then why didn't Adam? Why didn't marry his brother? So you like, it should be Cain as a household. In order that Cain should be able to have a wife and marry his sister. The Gemara says, Mission Olam. The world is built on this. And again, about like the same so that sometimes is not even necessarily to give someone else. Is more found in the ability to yield right to something. Choose not to exercise that right. That's chesed. That's why we did down here. Alternate version of this discussion. I'm not who knows. Also, the Vito. He's not allowed to marry his daughter. How do we know this? They don't show us other Vito. Because Adam didn't marry his daughter. And the fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter indicates to us that if he wasn't allowed to marry his daughter, although the Gemara says that's actually not a good raya. Ultimately, that's different. The reason Adam didn't marry his daughter is because in order to go ahead and have incredible. Remember the stuff. Because it says Eved Mutter Be'ibo over Bito. It's also a fascinating case. An Eved. Now again, we're talking about an Eved owned by a so now a Jew acquires. This is quite fascinating. Why? Because essentially the Eved kind of transitions into quasi-Jewishness. Remember again, there's Tvila L'Shem Apis, there's a Mila L'Shem Apis, there's a immersion, there's a mikvah, there's Chayiv and Mitzvos. General, except the time-bound mitzvos is a quasi-Jewish state. So as a result of this, remember, and upon emancipation becomes a full-fledged Jew. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Eved Mutter Be'imo, he is permitted to marry his mother, or Mutter Be'ito, he's allowed to marry his brother. Why? Because Mechlal Kusi, Yatsi Mechlal Kusi, Mechlal Yisrael Lo Ba. Interestingly enough, right? He's no longer a Kusi. Like he's no longer a Kusi, but he's also what? Not a Jew. He's not going to look at all of these Gemaras together. Right? A Kusi is not allowed to marry his mother. Let's say he's not allowed to marry his mother or his sister. Not allowed to marry his mother or his sister. Or his daughter for that matter. His mother, sister, daughter. Right? If a Kusi brother and sister, mother, son, father, daughter convert, they become Jewish. Technically, can they get married? Technically, yes. Technically, the answer is yes. But remember again, Hazal said, it can't be that people think that conversion is coming, right? As a Kusi, you weren't allowed to marry your mother, your daughter, and your sister. If you're a Yid, you are allowed to. It doesn't make any sense. Therefore, again, the Eved is kind of in limbo. He's not a Kusi because now he's an Eved. But he's also not a Jew because he hasn't yet been emancipated. So because of that, he really has nothing to stop him from marrying his mother, his sister, or his daughter. He also had I'm Rabbi Moshe, I'm Rabbi Chanino, Ben Noach, she is Ubal and Naira. So Ben Noach, you shift off for his servants. Again, you have a Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who has an Eved. He designated a wife for this Eved. And then again, the Kusi master had relations with her. So ultimately, again, Ben Noach has no relations with her. He's tied. The master is tied. He's liable for an immorality. Now, Me'imos, when is that? The Gemara says, in other words, at what point in time does the shifta become the wife of the Eved? The Gemara says, correlate Revisa define that. When people say about her, oh, that she's the wife of so and so. In other words, when people talk about this shifta as the wife of the Eved, as soon as it's commonly known that people talk about her as Mrs. Eved, she's a married woman, and therefore, again, the Noach would be tied for her. Me'imas at what point in time is she considered to be born without her? I'm sorry, Ne'imas Hatarasa. At what point in time at what point is this Shifcha no longer the wife of David? She uncovers her hair. Interesting that Rashi points out over here that apparently even non-Jewish women would cover their hair as a sign of marriage in some way going into the Gemara. So once she uncovers her, she's no longer married. I will say, remember again, it's what we mentioned before. A lot of construct of marriage. The way marriage works is like this. When are you married? When you live together. You live together. When are you no longer married? When you don't live together. Or again, here the Gemara says when the wife uncovers her hair. When she uncovers her hair, and that's indicative that they are no longer married. And therefore she's no longer exclusive. So again, by the Noah, interestingly enough, there's this construct of marriage and divorce. But there's no construct of Irusin, Yisuin, or formal marriage. Okay, incredible. I'm going to what's the third white line? Everything you know. Ben Noach Shabbat, Shaloki Bato, Chayv. Ben Noach who comes, regular relations with his wife Shaloki Darko. His Shaloki Darko is going to be Chayv. Shene'emar, but the passage says, Dova, V'lo Shaloki Darko. So interesting, the Gemara turns over here. This is fascinating. The Gemara says, Dova, clinging, which means a normative act of Biyah, and not Biyah Shaloki Darko. So this is pretty wild. So the Gemara is saying over here is that a Ben Noach could be chayiv for an act of arayos with his own wife. With his own wife. For Biyah Shaloki Darko. Obviously that doesn't make any sense. Mi'ita Yisrael and Chayiv. The piece of the Chayiv, I understand. If Yisrael has Biyah Shaloki Darko with his wife, again, it's not Chayiv. In fact, the Torah brings down, we've seen the question before, Mishkutei Shah. Torah recognizes that there are two forms of Biyah. Biyah Darko, Biyah Shaloki Darko. So Yisrael is reckoning for Lucy, it's going to go ahead and become a little bit of a form of right, with the fellows, right, Shabbat, right, so being Kedarka in the adulterous scenario for Ben Noach is the partner. My time out, the Ishto, the Ish's Hadro. So again, that's the prohibition of adultery, right? If your own wife, not someone else's wife, the daughter. Again, what said yes. Below Shaloki Darko. Again, not via Shaloki Darko. That's really fascinating. Now, again, interestingly, that still may result in a kula by Ben Noach, right? An adulteress via Shaloki Darko will still be an act of adultery. But it's fascinating to see that by Ben Noach via Shaloki. Right, considered adultery. Quite frankly, Obik Shika Sisal, Kaimisa. If an Obik non-Jew hits a Jew, this is Nemar, Bayan Kovako, Bayar Ki, Bayak as Hamis. So let's say this is quite beautiful. Moshe Rabbeinu, again, he said the Egyptian taskmaster turned that thing started, there was no one around. What did he do? He killed the Egyptian. So here the Gemara says, you see that Moshe Rabbeinu felt that the Egyptian was Chayiv Nisa, because his fighting with you. So it's like this high Lisa. Because the Gemara up over here and says it's so beautiful. The Gemara says, V'amari Chanina, Asoter lo shal Yisrael, Kim Soter lo shal Shkina. If one strikes the mouth of a Yid of a Jew, it's as if he has struck the mouth of the Ribono Shel Olam. Take a look. Take a Rashi. Shene'emar Mokish Adam Yala Kodesh. Rashi, it's you guys on the white line. Mokish Adam Yala Kodesh. And Mokish Asa Adam Ani Yisash Queen Adam Kivsev. Ve'etna Tzani Tzomar Si Adam Adem Yala Kodesh. Loa Asa Kodesh Kiloma Kisosa Alo. The one who strikes the Jew on the mouth is going to be again as if he has struck Yeshua itself on the mouth. You won't say what's the shot, right? So first of all, just understand the crowning gift that the Ribono Shel Olam has given us is the gift of speech. That when the pasuk says, "Vayipach ba'af ruach HaKadosh Baruch Hu breathes the life into us," it says, "What's life? Ruach Hamayim." Speech. That's life. So again, one goes ahead and strikes a yid on the mouth. It's as if you're striking the shechina on the mouth itself. It tells us that our greatest kedusha comes from our mouth. Greatest kedusha comes from the that we say, whether it's words of Torah, whether it's words of tefillah, whether it's words of encouragement, praise, words of pick me up, words of physical give to the other. Kedusha that we can go ahead in this world from our sons. Just said before that doesn't something means giving up something that you're entitled to. Maybe you're entitled to make a sarcastic comment. Maybe you're entitled to make a cynical comment, but you withhold yourself from doing so. You use your mouth to kedusha u'b'tara that is managed the highest level of divine emulation. The mouth of the Jew is kiviyachol like the mouth of HaKadosh. I was going to come over for today. Shkoyach, everyone. Incredible daf. Otherwise, everyone's another great day, everyone.
Source free. The first 3 people to DM me source. Send you an invite.
This is purely like a lip read to try to understand what's going on over there.
This is gonna sound fast, but DM, that was a good answer. I'm sorry that I'm not paying attention. I knew it. You giving me something else to watch was a bad idea. Yeah, but no, I'm locked in a calendar. But that was a good one. Let's see. That was terrible. It was not good. It was so good. What are you talking about? It's hilarious. It's a funny premise, but like the execution of it was. Yeah, well, I mean, it makes you sound. They make the other guy sound like you. That's what sucks about it. But it's very funny. He is still doing the stupid, because part of the other one's referencing the animated version of him looking all strong and jacked. I remember authenticate today, one of the first hostages should come home. One of the first things I authenticate today was him grabbing his thighs and then somebody, the caption was, I'm 5 minutes into this. How I could die grabbing. Man, I wonder if he has any still material. Brandon Rivers, I already have Graves watching. Yeah, get Graves in a lot of places.
Which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up in the bottom. It's
down that Restream in the beginning of the
so you
special.
can remember our
I don't
entire
think,
studio
look,
here
we've
is
watched a lot of specials. I'm not sure there's been more drops. Not, well, you know what I mean, like selling shit.
Is where
At the beginning, especially, right in the really it's usually in the middle.
there's a fundamental importance as to
Oh,
what
that's right. Schultz
surprises
did
for those
that
particular
steak
segments.
side.
So he wouldn't
But
say
at the beginning, you know, like he almost doesn't have a thing with that yet. I haven't seen it. Good observation. Japanese follower of ours, he did put Joe Rogan in the title. He's not really
Again, that Russian of Vayitzah, we've already seen before the Russian of Avodah Zarah. So it's actually quite dramatic to think about this. As an Arishon, within the Shivah of Avodah Zarah, right? What exactly was his alternative? Exactly what's new, but what you see from here is that there is this hole. There's this immunity hole away from
every comedian should shadowbox because the ones that don't do that in real life, it's funny. Rabbi Hoffman is shadowbox. Especially that would actually be funny.
In general, in life, the only reason why something is meaningful is because there's something pulling you away from it. If there's no pull away from something, then there's no side to run to something. So the only way that Hagman is going to get started working on some sparkle is if you have a commitment pull away from some sparkle. So this is called the concept of Ratzon V'Shov, forward and backwards. Man always has this almost like innate back and forth within himself.
On one way, a power pulling me behind the cycle of therapy, but on the other hand, a power pulling me away from my spark. So therefore, again, it's incredible to see that you really said
Those exact same
almost innate to the human condition
those
that man wants to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Personally, I mentioned this many times, that the kind of level to see the mitzvah brings down that the psychology of faith in general, and why do we sin? Why do people think that way? There's a lot of different explanations, but I think that faith is the ultimate flexing of the muscles of self-autonomy. Now, when I sin, right, because it can't be about lust or desire. If you think about it, the fallout of sin always outweighs whatever the benefit is. Thinking about it all the time. Each time it comes for the self, the second of it is self-autonomy. Tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Even though you got unfortunately, don't tell me what to do. And again, it sounds so crazy when you say it, but at the end of the day, deep down, that's what all of this is. So you see, again, that now, because man has, and again, why does man have this desire for self-autonomy? Because man is made to sell another kid. So the bonus of everyone is completely autonomous. That's what makes him great. That's what makes him powerful. So man has this incredible desire for self-autonomy as well. Showman, I would say that Adam is also commanded regarding setting up bondages through the system. So tonight, Allah has already used our app, which is beautiful. So who's the thing is reflected over here in what Nabi Huda says in the name of God? Listen to this. Nabi Huda says in the name of God, and he said that HaKadosh Baruch Hu made multiple statements.
You know, this is what happens. The problem is it gives you desires which you shouldn't have, and it makes you feel like you're missing out on life, which is ridiculous. Look what I get to do. And I'm on the other scrolling, and a dude does a perfect backflip off a yacht and just disappears into and sure waters of the Mediterranean. And the girl from here, I don't know. It's Brian Callis intellect.